Why, hello. Good morning, and yes, we will be talking about Ashes of Creation. Yes, we will. Don't worry, we will talk about it. It's not like I haven't talked about it enough in the last few days. So. Now we know what the monkey spot took for the wish of Hytale being saved. I think we're going to go really deep into it, actually. And by going really deep into it, we're going to go through a lot of math, which I think is going to be interesting. And team composition on Ashes of Creation, because it makes no sense. Caddo buttered cat? Hell yeah. Thought he was a single owner? Yeah, we'll talk about that. It's gonna get weird. I'm actually gonna swap this real quick. Let's switch it over to just chatting. I'm going to put this up here and say... Change the announcement for the stream. We're going to start off talking about Ashes. It's probably going to take a little while. It will likely get turned into a video. So, let me go get some water, and then we'll get started. Alrighty. There we go. And I'm back. Just made your assault ornithopter in Dune? Nice. And boop. What? I exist. All right. Ashes of Creation is dead. It's no way around that. No, this sucks, actually. It sucks, but it's also, like, not really unexpected at all. Yeah, dead. Dead. As in, not coming back, as in dead. Actual dead. Stephen Sharif has stepped down. It is over, my dude. So he stepped down. Everyone is getting fired. It's over. Yeah. Let me go grab his official statement on this. It's like a whole thing. So this is the official statement from Stephen Sharif over on Discord. He said, I can make a limited statement in my personal capacity, but not on behalf of the company regarding the situation. Control of the company shifted away from me, and the board began directing actions that I could not ethically agree with or carry out. As a result, I chose to resign in protest rather than lend my name or authority to decisions I could not ethically support. Following my resignation, much of the senior leadership team resigned. Following those departures, the board made the decision to issue WARN Act notices and proceed with a mass layoff. I cannot responsibly speak to further details at this time due to ongoing legal and governance matters. What I can say is the developers and staff acted in good faith and deserved better than the uncertainty they are now facing. I'm incredibly dismayed by the situation. So, this brings up a couple of interesting things. What goddamn board? What board? Stephen Sharif was the director of the company. We all bought into this game knowing that he was the only one. What board? So I asked this question, and I was like, what the hell is going on? And the only person that I've been able to get any information out of is another employee that spoke to me that had been talking to us throughout all of the phases, because I've been talking to the devs a shitload, because I've been part of the Ashes community for 5 years. And they said that a board was formed 6 months ago, and that everything has gone downhill since then. I don't know anything about that as a player, though. The only person I've ever heard this from now is that employee. That's it. Where the hell did this happen? Why the hell did this happen? And why was nobody informed of this? Why? If that exists, why? That's my question, because that makes no goddamn sense. Yeah, why did it happen? Why? Yeah, and the employee I spoke to today, by the way, I found out about this today, because I put out an announcement to our Discord, and I was like, this is stupid. Let me pull this up. I'll show you the announcements that I actually made for this. We're going to do guild news, and I put it up here. I put these questions up. And it's now for the really weird questions. One, Steven stated many times he was the sole owner that answered to no one. It did not have a board. Why is there a board suddenly? And he said, board was formed 6 months ago. The employee did. Said, and that's it. Will they honor the Kickstarter pledge to refund all backers if the game is canceled? Betting on no on that one for me. They originally stated that if the game doesn't come out, they would refund all of the Kickstarter backers. I don't see that happening. I just don't. I doubt that entirely. They'll probably dissolve everything and liquidate, and then money will do whatever it's going to do from there. They owe a lot of debts and shit, too. So, 3, why did they go forward with the Steam launch with this kind of instability? It feels like it was done in bad faith to get money before closure. That seems likely to me right now. So, this is kind of where I'm at on, like, those are the big questions, those ones that I care about the most. Outside of this, I've also put out a big statement. And I said, woke up to Ashes Creation being shut down. I can honestly say that I'm not very surprised after this current phase on Steam. January of 2025, the team at Intrepid was doing a good job. There were bugs, performance issues, and moderation problems, but they communicated and handled things relatively well. We had a bunch of videos come out at that time. Everything was super fine, and that was it, right? It was kind of a shit show, but it was an alpha, and they were moving the right direction and talking. And that was good. And nothing there was screaming horrifying, right? It was a little scuffed, but that was it. Fast forward to this current phase on Steam, and everything imploded. Tons of content that we reported as broken back in 2025 was still unfixed, even if it was extremely low-hanging fruit. And you're talking really low-hanging fruit. Like, I can't sell multiple items at once. At all. Ever. You have to click the item, click sell, and then click confirm for every item you own. Like, just really weird basic shit. Or all of the gathering commissions from levels 1 to 10 just don't work. Or construction house being misspelled as Krasut, what was it? Krasutiton Hosu or some shit. It was like insane. Yeah, weird stuff. Like really weird tiny bugs that are just like, why didn't you just, that's an easy one. Yeah, it was like Crouton Hosu. Construciton Hosu. We made fun of it a lot. The systems that were built on were developed in weird directions that didn't seem to make sense or feel good overall. One of the things that they did was they added like 500 of these gray items that added no gameplay value at all. You just had to buy them to be able to do your craft. So if you wanted to make thread, you had to buy wax off this vendor, walk back 10 feet, and then put it in the thing. This didn't add any gameplay, but it did add 500 items of descriptions that they had to write, icons that they had to implement, and vendors and vendor space that they had to implement. All of that is just tech debt. You've just added 500 items of work that you now have to maintain in perpetuity across all localizations for no gameplay. And I talked about this a ton, about how this is just a mistake and doesn't actually help anything, doesn't make the game better for players, doesn't improve gameplay in any way, and just generates work for the sake of generating work. Another one that they did was they added sport fishing. Sport fishing was, ironically, probably the best implemented profession in the game. It was incredibly well done. It felt really good. You could catch fish and do everything in it. Like, the whole system was complete and correct. There's a problem, though. It was a direct one-to-one copy from Arcade. There was actually no changes between it and Arcade. Even catching the fish minigame, when you went to the right and left, it only did 1 damage to the fish like it did in Arcade. When the fish died at the end, it actually, you still had to jump in the water to go pick it up, just like you did in Arcade. The boat design was actually the same between the two. In fact, let me go grab the boat design so I can show this to you. Pretty sure I sent this to Winky. Let me grab this. Yeah, check this out. So here, we have the boat design from Ashes of Creation. Right? There it is. It's got the radar in the back, it's got the 2 ramps down the side, and it's got the holds on the side for the fish. And here, right next to it, we have the boat design from Arcade. You know, with the radar in the back and the ramps down the side. Do you know why those ramps are on there? So you can jump into the water and get the fish. And then get back onto your boat. So not only was the feature a direct copy-paste, and you could actually go and watch a video on doing sport fishing in Arcade, and it told you everything to do in Ashes of Creation. I brought this up directly to Steven Sharif, by the way. I put this directly in the channel with him, and I was like, I would like an explanation for this, and he never responded to me. In a private DM with him and Margaret, he never responded to that. I was like, I want an answer to this, because this is really gross, and I don't like that at all, man. Like, I was here to play a new MMO that was interesting, and your vision, and I am getting an Arcade private server. And that's not what I signed up for. Never responded. I think that's nasty, dude. Shouldn't have been done. Shouldn't have been done at all. And I actually wrote that in my review, too. If we go down here, I have the review. Put sport fishing. This is a direct one-to-one copy of the Arcade's sport fishing system with legitimately no changes made. The boats are the exact same layout and design, as well as in order to facilitate the system. You can watch a video guide on sport fishing for Arcade, and you will know absolutely every component of Ashes of Creation sport fishing system, down to the seagull indicators for fishing pools. Literally the same. Everything. Every asset. It's insane. Fishing minigame, doing 1 damage when pulling left and right. even phishing symbol indicators above your character. It sucks to see this in the game, as it's one of the most well put together systems and does not iterate or innovate on ArcAge original design at all. Just a straight up carbon copy. It's exactly the same, down to everything. It was. I was like, what are you doing? So this all happened this phase, by the way. On top of that, the moderation was basically non-existent, so players were routinely spouting racial slurs, threats, hate speech in global all day. In any of these games, in any other game, people would be banned for this. Straight up. They would be banned. And they just weren't at all. And it wasn't just at me. I know it's easy to be like, oh, it's just at Pirate Software. No, it was at a shitload of people. There were just people on our server that would just get up every day and just like say a bunch of stuff that was anti-Semitic in global all day long, and then switch characters the next day and do it again. Just over and over and over again. Over and over and over again. And everybody on the server would report them every day. Like, I think I had like 40 alts of that dude on my ignore list. And he just never got banned. He'd get reported, but nothing would happen. So then, when this happened to like a really nasty extent, and it started happening really bad, there was actually a guy on our server that was trying to form groups to quote, go kill all the LGBT people. That was his quote, right? He wanted to go do that. He was forming groups to go do it. I took this directly to Stephen Sharif and Margaret in a group chat with them, and I said, this is awful. You guys need to do something about this, and also ones that were being said against me. And Margaret responded to this after 8 days. First, she said, oh, our tickets are really backed up. We haven't really gotten a response on this. We haven't got any answers, right? And then finally she responds to this, or the tickets respond to me, and then I have an extra talk with her because the tickets responded with, we're not going to tell you what we do. So we went and looked at the dude's account that was doing this stuff, and he didn't get banned. He didn't even get like a temp ban. He was on the same day, every day, for like 6 to 8 hours a day. And I was like, what the hell is going on here, right? So I reached out to Margaret, and I was like, what are you guys doing? Why is this happening? Like, this is a very clear case of ban the dude, obviously. And let me go pull this up. I've got it in here in the guild news because I actually sent it to the guild too. She said, quote, we want to give people a chance to course correct before we move to irreversible actions. You want to give people a chance to course correct before you ban them when they're in your server, in global, stating that they want to build a group to go kill the LGBT people. Okay, Intrepid. That's nice. Yeah, great. Fantastic job. That one is why I quit the game 3 days ago, by the way. The moment it happened, I stopped doing it. Like, I stopped playing the game. 8 days later, I quit. And I put that out to the guild as an announcement for that. Yeah, hate speech in global all day. In any other game, these people will be banned immediately. I went to bat for Intrepid many times over the years, encouraging people to give them a chance, removing misinformation, showing community all the best parts of the game. So I've been constantly doing that for you guys for years. I've been playing it, 2 years now? And also, I have owned the game, or at least had a key, since 2021. On a personal level, I am incredibly disappointed in the entire company now. This isn't the kind of environment that I want to build a community around, and not one I personally want to support. I ended up quitting the game 3 days ago due to this, and now it's been shut down entirely. So I put out my announcement to the guild on 1/28, is when that came out, January 28th. And now it's dead. It's 4 days, I guess. I enjoyed my time playing Ashes, all of you, regardless of the shit show that it became. Looking forward to whatever new adventures we head out on in the future. So when that moderation shit was going on, you see here, January 9th, I put in a review. A massive review. And I gave it a negative review. And it's been up there since January 9th. I updated on January 10th. That was the last time it got updated. 2 things stood out to me on this. One, this is important. I have played this game for about 3,000, 4,000 hours in total. Because I played it a shitload before it came to Steam. Just a shitload. 2, it says product received for free. This is a lie. I bought this game from Intrepid off platform in 2021 for $375. Really early adopter. This was 5 years ago, and that's how much it cost back then, right? When they went to Steam, you get the game for free if you bought it from Intrepid, and now it marks all of those reviews as product received for free, which is wrong. That pissed me off. So I had to put a thing at the top of this and be like, despite the label in this review, I did not receive this game for free. I bought it through their website years back, and Ashes was added to my Steam account when they moved this platform from their own launcher. So that's super obnoxious. Let me go pull this up, actually. And I go pull up the Ashes of Creation website. I can actually show you guys this transaction. Go to my account inventory. Where is it? Transaction history. Grab it there. Yeah, so you guys can see this. Stripe, $375 back in the day. This was on June 4th, 2021 is when I bought that. So yeah, I bought the game ages ago, and I've been part of it ever since. Yep. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying is like, dude, this is not great, dude. Like, it's super not good. But this was bad to an extent that I was like, I don't want to be a part of this game. And I had this whole conversation with Margaret, and Steven didn't say a word, by the way. You say, scam game, Narc was right? No, Narc was not right. Narc was not correct at all. I put out a whole video about that. Narc's claim was that the devs weren't doing anything, and then showed a video of an entire desert that was big and open and flat, because he went to the bottom right corner of the map where it wasn't developed yet, and then was like, they didn't develop this, which showed like 1% of the overall map, if even, in an area that was not finished yet, and then claimed it wasn't finished. And I put out a video about that when he did that. He was completely disingenuous about that. So no, I know everybody wants to like shout the Narc was right narrative, but that shit's not correct. In fact, I've got a video refuting it right here. You know, the one that I put out originally. And I think that's really important to understand. It's really easy to like go in and shout like some mindless bullshit, but you have to be honest about what it is that dude was claiming, and realize that what he was claiming is not correct at all. Yeah, there, you can go watch that video yourself. Yeah, no, he was not correct. I know that you want to shout that. You have to understand something. Ashes of Creation is a shit show, and it should not exist on Steam. Should not. At all. But Narc was still wrong. And you have to understand that. Because what he was claiming was a lie at the time. Legitimately so. Yeah. People, you have to have nuance. And I'll show you why. Like, if we go pull up this video, Narc's claim, let me go grab this. See this area right here? See that? Narc went out to the edge of the map in this location, faced out here, and also turned around to show, grab this. See this? See what he's doing? That? See the map down here where you can see the edge of the map there? We go a little bit forward. And you can see here, the edge of the map there. He went all the way to the bottom of the desert, the edge of the map, instead of showing you all of the rest of this environment, of which there's a shitload of extra stuff. The rest of the entire desert, dude. So no, he was just full of shit. And there's tons of that all over this. Like, he didn't show you any of this. He was like, it's empty. Yeah. He took you to the most barren area of the map and then was like, the game looks like this, and misled a ton of people. So go watch that video, and you'll see, no, Narc was not correct. Narc misled you, even though the game has failed now. And it has failed entirely because the dev team has fumbled it, to be clear. Yeah, just like a really weird area to go to that. Version being a city mayor since forever? Being a city mayor? What do you mean version? Narc tried to warn you? No. I'm going to be real with you. Narc was making content, dude. He was making content, and he wasn't trying to warn you. He misled you on something. He was content farming. And that was it. Narc was not correct. He wasn't entirely wrong. No, but he did lie about the desert. And that's what I refuted in that video. Because he lied about it, dude. Like, he was like, look, it's empty. And it's not empty. That shit was rage bait, dude. Yeah, that shit is just rage bait. And you have to be honest about that, dude. But no, AOC was not in a good position. It has been in a bad spot this entire phase. And I have shit on it the entire time. Yeah, entirely so. Do you think Steam will give refunds? I almost guarantee it. 100%, dude. Yep. Yeah, I almost guarantee it's going to give refunds because they're in early access. They've popped this up, and now they're saying that the game is dead. Just go put in your refund request. Like, straight up. Yeah, I would ask for one. I'm not getting a refund because I bought it back in the day. There's no way I'm getting money back. It's been 5 years. It was over Stripe. Like, there's no way. You did ask for a refund and got denied an hour later. If there's enough of a stink, Steam will do it for all the players. Yeah, if they denied it twice, I'd wait, man. What about Kickstarter refunds? They claimed they were going to give out Kickstarter refunds, and I guarantee that's not going to happen, dude. There's no way. If they did that, I'd be amazed. Like, completely amazed. Steven will cover the refunds from his own pockets, I'm pretty sure. I'm going to tell you this right now, and this is kind of a dick statement. Bro's probably going to have to ask the board first, because apparently that exists now. Ridiculous bullshit. The board, dude. That pisses me off. The whole reason that we bought into this game in the first place was because it wouldn't have investors. It wouldn't have some oversight. And he even stated multiple times there was no board. There's no one that he actually has to, be addressed by, or addressed to. None of that shit. He was his own man. And that was the whole point. And now suddenly there's a board. And he's lost control. God, that pisses me off. You bought that game in July 2nd, 2017? There's no way you're getting a refund? No, mine was in 2021. You were even before me. A sense of betrayal? It's not even a sense of betrayal. It's just, we gotta wait on the ads. We're gonna wait on the ads, then we'll talk about it. Yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll wait on the ads, waiting on the ads. There's a ton of people saying that only he and his husband are part of the board. We'll get into that. We're going to talk about some things. Give me a sec. I'm going to hide this because it's got some sensitive info on it. And I'm going to hold this. Give me a sec. I cannot show you this full document. It has people's addresses on it. I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to cut some stuff out. We're going to hide that, and then we'll talk about it. It is a public document, but I'm not going to display that shit on stream. That, get this. All right. I came prepared. I have things. Same as on Reddit? Probably, but I'm not going to display it. I don't want to display people's addresses, even if they're public documents. I think that's, not a good idea, to be honest. Yeah, I got receipts. Now I want to know who's on the board? Bro, me too. Yeah, me too. That dude's banned. He sold the house in November? Weird. I don't care about that, to be honest with you. Yeah, I don't want to show somebody's address, right? That's not what I care about. What I care about is this. Is Hightail 10 out of 10? For me, yeah. All right, ads are over. We're back. So, somebody brought up the idea that it shows that only Steven and his husband are on the board. What they're talking about is this document. So, I've removed their addresses. I don't like the idea of showing somebody's addresses on stream. The document is public. It is a public document. You can go find it if you want to do this. It's not like a doxed one or anything like that. But Stephen Sharif and John Moore are the officers of the company. They're the chief financial officer and chief executive officer. I don't know if this is true, but the claim is that they're married, right? That's just him and his husband. Whatever, right? With that in mind, these are the only officers of the company. What is the board? Where is the board? That's the CFO and CEO and secretary. So, this is weird. And the only person that I have talked to, out of everyone that would have any knowledge of this, is a employee. And the only person I've talked to is one employee that we've been talking to throughout all of the phases, and they said that there was a board that was implemented 6 months ago. And I found out about that today. As a player, there's no way we would have known that. They've never announced this. They've never said anything about this. And I think it would have changed a lot of people's opinions about the game should they have known this. So consumers not knowing that suddenly you've changed your entire direction and now you have a governing board inside is kind of a weird-ass thing to do. It's incredibly suspicious, and I don't know why that happened. And I don't like that. So, yeah. What about this? What is this? Let's go see this. There's going to be a lot of documents and bullshit coming out. I want to talk about a lot of them. The notice of tax lien stuff, I don't know anything about that yet. Yeah. I know that they have some debts and some bullshit going on, and some woman named Karen now owns it all. I don't know how that shit works, right? I have no idea. This is over a marriage? No, nobody said that. Now, there's one next thing that I want to go into. Yeah, I don't know anything about the Karen thing at all. This is actually their LinkedIn. It shows the breakdown of all of the employees and what role that they had at the company. Steven stated that they had over 250 employees, but as per LinkedIn, they only had 206. With that in mind, the thing that bothers me about this is the actual distribution of roles. Do you see something weird here? Do you see something weird here? What do you see that's weird here? Why is 50% of the team art and design? Why is QA a sliver? So let's go look at the actual numbers here. Because this is freaking weird, dude. This is really weird. I have never seen a design team with this distribution. Literally ever. Ever. And this matches with what we saw as players in the game. So you have engineering, right? Shitload of engineering staff. Shitload of art and design. Let's actually stretch this one out because we don't have enough space. That's not what I wanted. Come back. You know, whatever. Fine. You're like that now. Scuffed. Like the game. Done. So we've got 101 arts and design. We have 65 engineering, right? You have 9 quality assurance. And we wonder why the bugs were in the game. Or why it took 3 hours to do a patch. And then 2 hours to revert the patch. What the shit is this employee distribution, dude? That does not make any sense. That makes no sense. But it matches with what we saw in the game. A massive increase in the amount of stuff you see in the open world. Environments were spreading out very quickly. They were working on the meshnet stuff to make it so that the environment, like the dynamic meshing of servers, would work. That takes a lot of your engineering team. And then the game was riddled with bugs and garbage, right? Makes no sense to see that. Did we get scammed? I think... I don't feel like scam is the right word. I think it's easy to use that word. I think they believed they were making something really cool. I think they believed it. I think this was mismanaged into the ground. I think a scam is intentional. Does that make sense? I think a scam is intentional. I think they actually wanted to make a cool game, but they had no freaking idea how. And I think what they've done with this board implementation 6 months ago, that's dubious at best. That's weird. And going to Steam feels like a rug pull. I'd say it's mismanaged as shit. This employee distribution makes no sense. This feels like incompetence more than malice. Going to Steam at the very end, when you know everything's falling apart to try and like get as many sales as possible, that feels like malice. That is the thing that I would say feels like malice. This feels like incompetence. Does that make sense? Can they course correct? No, it's over. Steven resigned, dude. They're done. Like, that's GG, man. The one thing that I will see in this is I'm waiting to see if this board, whoever they are, the shadow government that they've invoked, tears the company apart and sells all of these components as Unreal Engine components. Because if you have a meshing server tech That's a good piece of money to sell, isn't it? You could sell that. That's a product now. So I'm waiting to see if they do that. Yeah. Especially if you have debts to pay. Bingo. Yep. 100% that will happen. Yeah, I mean, you've got a shitload of assets. You've got a shitload of technology there. You've got the meshing server system. You can sell all of that. And I think that seems likely to me, if that makes sense. They still owe $850K to the hosting company? Yeah, but according to Steven, they were burning $850K every week. That was his post on Reddit, man. That shit doesn't make any sense. Why would you... Number one, why would you ever tell anyone that? That's not a flex, man. That's like whipping yourself in the back and be like, look at that. Isn't that cool? Like, why would you... Why? Transparency? It wasn't a transparency. It was like a flex at a guy. It was super weird. It's a really weird statement to make. The math is definitely not mathing. Yeah, $850K a week. With a team like this, $850K a week makes sense, but it's a weird thing to say. Yeah. The board running Intrepid? Is this real or a meme? It's probably going to be a meme, isn't it? Are you memeing? Let me see this meme. Dude, you can't just... All right, guys. I know this might be upsetting, but we found the board running Intrepid. Are you ready? We have a photo of them. There they are. That's the board. That's them. Horrifying, isn't it? I know. Sorry to dox them like this, but somebody had to do it. You know, the people deserve to know. Ridiculous, dude. But yeah, seriously, at the end of the day, man, like, I'm really sad about this. Legitimately so. Because this game felt great in 2025. Early 2025, they were going in the right direction. Everything felt awesome. They were fixing shit. They were communicating. And then middle of 2025, they just shit themselves. And they never recovered. Literally at all. And, like, it blows to watch this. It had a huge amount of potential. But, like, I want to show you this because this is important to understand. Is, like, I was not quiet about the problems with this game at all. Ever. I was bringing this shit directly to them to show them this stuff and being like, yo, this is just terrible, dude. Even with the sport fishing thing. Let me see if I can find my sport fishing stuff here. Boop. Where did it go? I think I sent it to Kronos. Hold up. Or I might have sent that to Winky as well. Yeah, I did. I sent all this shit to Winky. I've been talking to Winky about this whole time, dude. This is the post that I sent to Steven. I actually put this into the group chat with Steven and Margaret. And I said, I have something that's been really bothering me is both the player and the developer. Why is sport fishing a direct one-to-one copy of the game system in ArcAge? I don't say this lightly, mind you, as iteration and improvement can make existing systems from other games into fantastic new experiences. This isn't what's happening here, though. It's just a copy. As shown in this video, from 2350 and beyond, the sport fishing system in ArcAge worked as such. Get a lure, fishing rod and lure, get in a boat, use the boat's radar to find nearby sport fishing locations. These locations are marked visually by a swarm of seagulls. Use chum in the water under these seagulls. Cast your line in the water using a locational reticle. Perform a minigame in which left and right do 1 damage, up and down do lots of damage to the fish. Note the images above your head and your character while doing so. When the fish dies, jump in the water to retrieve it. Get back onto your boat with the fish using ramps that were designed into the boat for this purpose. Take the fish home and sell it to an NPC. This is exactly the same between both games. It's not even close. It's the same. And I was like, the most well-implemented profession system in your game is a direct copy from the game you loved the most. That's not iteration. That's not innovation. That's just theft. Like, and the part that's really funny to me is that this didn't work in Ashes. Do you know why? Because in Ashes, when you get your boat for 25 gold and it dies, you have to buy the whole boat over again. Or 18 gold, depending on which boat you get, minus the cost of parts. And in ArcAge, when that happened, you repaired it for the cost of basically 1 fish, which was 1 gold. And there was no repair option in Ashes. So they copied the system wholesale without understanding the economic systems that drove it to be fun. Which is why it didn't work in Ashes. It's just like, it's wild, dude. It's wild. The moment PvP happened, you lost hours upon hours of work because there was no refund for the boat. Yeah, that looks so good. Steal it and ship it. Exactly. You say, oh, stop lying? Wait, hold up. What is this? Oh, stop lying. It worked perfectly in Ashes? It did work perfectly because they didn't design it. They didn't make this. This video is directly from ArcAge. This system is a one-to-one copy from ArcAge with no changes. That's why it worked perfectly, because it wasn't theirs. Like, let's see here. What'd you send me as a DM, Skystorm King? Oh yeah, no. Here's an interesting thing. So this was on their Kickstarter. Our promises to you are to continue our open development process with you, our backers, on our website and Discord channels. Finally, in the case that Ashes of Creation does not launch, we promise to refund all backers. Now, here's something that's really interesting about this, right? What counts as a launch? Is them putting it on Steam a launch? Because they said it launched into early access. Are they going to technicality this? I'd like to wait and see. Because that's some very specific wording and a very specific action for a game that was not ready for Steam. Yeah. They technically did launch it into early access. Yep. More than just Legacy Trust? Oh, I don't know anything about that. I'll have to look into it. I don't know if that's why they rushed the Steam release, but I'm going to be real with you. This is very specific wording that says does not launch. We promise to refund all backers. And this is technically a launch. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say I think it's very, very likely that Kickstarter backers do not get a refund. I think it's very likely. Very, very likely. Yep. So let's go pull up the actual page for this and go check it out. Let's see if there's anything else we can find with that. Let's see. Dear God. Risks and challenges. Promise the backers. That's it. Yep. There's nothing else on here. That's it. Yeah. This is No Man's Sky vibes for sure. No Man's Sky was a very different thing when it first launched. No Man's Sky has redeemed the shit out of itself, I think. They don't have the money even if they wanted to. You say that. You say they don't have the money if even they wanted to. But I'm going to be real with you. They would have the money if they didn't mismanage the shit out of this team. Right? They would have. And I mean that very sincerely. Like, we've looked at their team distribution. This does not make a game. Having 9 QA staff does not allow you to have a live service game. Having no moderation does not allow you to have a live service game. That's not how it works. What is this Paradox Gaming thing, dude? The undisclosed investor behind Intrepid Studios. Ashes Creation exploded on a Kickstarter. Yeah, here we go. The project is being funded by myself currently. This is going to be a bigger game content-wise than Crowfall, and our budget and funding reflects that. Most software development banks will not leverage as they don't like that kind of risk. Usually outside funds are raised through venture capitalists because they're risk-oriented. However, it isn't something I have done. This is exactly why I got into this game in the first place. I'm funding the project so no investors are bored to answer to, no publishers to appease. This is it. Where's the board? What board, man? It's a powerful reassurance. A promise that Ashes of Creation was free from the compromise that came with corporate publishers or investor pressure. I would rather close shop than be owned by a publisher. Always. Always. Finally, leave unanswered questions. Let's see here. Intrepid Studios, via stock purchase agreement, sold another 53 shares of preferred stock, a 5.3% share for a total of $2.2 million, bringing Yaya Legacy trust ownership to 9.7%. 9.7% doesn't mean that they have any control, though. Carmanis, acting as trustee of the Yaya Legacy Trust, filed a lawsuit in San Diego Superior Court against Intrepid Studios. In this lawsuit, Carmanis alleges he was denied access to the financial books and records of Intrepid Studios, including but not limited to a list of shareholders, meeting minutes for all meetings of the previous 3 years, statements of cash flow, balance sheets, and all bank statements for the preceding 3 years. You have to provide that to your investors. The filings leave unanswered questions, such as why did Intrepid Studios not use the Kickstarter money to pay off their $1 million initial debt? Why did they elect to make no payments to the Yaya Legacy Trust, allowing for the full 4.4% conversion? That makes no sense. Why did a company that claims transparent development not allow Karamanis to see the records of the company? I agree with this. I super agree with this. That's not an optional thing. If you have investors, you have to show them that. There's legal requirements for this shit. There's a reason we don't have any investors. Yeah. Do you believe it was the board or some kind of rug pull? So I spoke to an employee. I have a lot of ties to a lot of people that work there, right? Like, I've been playing it for years. I was the top streamer for the game for ages, right? Like, I'm the dude that plays Ashes, and I have been for a long time. We run one of the largest communities in the entire game, right? So talking to all the devs, I went through and I was like, yo, do you know anything about this shit? One of them responded to me, and he's like, you didn't hear this shit from me, so I can't give you the source, which means take this shit with a grain of salt. Even though I know the person, even though I trust what they're saying, they said there was a board that was implemented 6 months ago, and everything has gone downhill since then. As a player, we'd never know that. The only reason I know it is because I was talking to a dude that works there. That's it. And I think that sucks, dude. I think that's actually shit. Because that, as a player, as a consumer, that would change my entire visual of the company. It would change the whole way that I feel about the game and about the company. If I had known that, I wouldn't have played this phase. If I had known that, I wouldn't have played this phase at all. Your homie couldn't tell you 6 months ago? I have no idea. To be real with you, if that dude is in there and he's worried about getting fired, I wouldn't say shit either. I get it. In this job market, got it. Understood. No problems there. Now that everything's fallen apart, he's got nothing to lose. Who gives a shit, right? Yeah, so what I want to know at this point is why. Why did they create a board? If that's true, if he was telling the truth. And I have no reason to believe he's lying, right? Yeah. So, like, why? Why was that necessary? And we've not been given the full story. The only time that we have ever been told publicly that there was a board is Steven himself saying, I lost control of the company to the board. Bro, what board? It's insane. It's insane. Now, to understand something, 3 days before this happened, I want to show you the message that I sent to both Stephen and Margaret. I'm going to find one of them that I can show you. There's a lot of bombastic language in this shit. I was pissed. Did you get a replay? A reply? From Margaret? Yes, I did. And I was very not happy about it. Enough so that I quit the game entirely 3 days ago. 4 days at this point. And left the conversation with them and left the official Discord. And told the community I would no longer be playing the game. Yep. She said it's over and she resigned. 4 days prior to that, we had this conversation. I'm trying to find all the chats for this. Oh, you know what? I put it in our moderation channel. I showed it to the whole mod team because I was like, this is just... I'm so done with this shit. Yeah, here we go. So we can find this one. Where is this? I'm going to read through this to make sure this is the right one. Oh, yeah. So this is it. Yeah, so this is from Margaret to me. They said, I can see how deeply disappointed you are, and I understand why this moment feels like a breaking point. You've stood up for us publicly. You put your own credibility on the line because you believed in what we were building. Losing that faith hurts, and I don't take that lightly. To be transparent about what happened on our end, we investigate the reports you and others submitted. The messages in question occurred within a very short window, roughly a 15-minute span, and involved a handful of posts, some of which the language used was inappropriate and unacceptable. Our current moderation framework does not always move directly to a permanent ban for first-time offenses of this nature. In many cases, we issue warnings first, with the expectation that the behavior can improve. If it doesn't, we escalate. This was for a person that was claiming that they were part of a group that organized my swatting last year and was trying to tell everyone that I sexually abused the animals at our rescue. And for another person who was trying to organize groups on the server to, quote, kill the LGBT people. That's who they're defending here. To be clear, those are the ones that they're defending and saying that we're not going to move to a ban. This is why I quit the game. To give you full context. That approach isn't about minimizing harm. It's about giving people a chance to course correct before we move to irreversible actions. Those are the ones they don't want to do irreversible actions on. Cool. It's imperfect, and it doesn't always align with how quickly or firmly others would like us to or expect us to act. I also want to acknowledge the timeline of frustration. It took them 8 days to respond to that report. To me, it took them 15 days to do it for other people. Some of them never got an answer, even after 20 days. Yeah. Our team is small. We work tickets in the order that they are received, and we do our due diligence on each one. That means response time can feel slow, especially when you're expecting this live on stream in front of your audience. I know we're doing our best, doesn't erase that experience. It probably takes that long because out of your 206-person team, you have 7 people on media and communication. That might be the problem. It may also be a problem that you have so many bugs in the game because you only have 9 people on quality assurance. And you have 101 in arts and design and 65 in engineering. You may have over-indexed some of these jobs. Just going to put that out there. Maybe a little bit. What is changing? We're actively building a much stronger chat filter and reporting pipeline. A year ago, I went to the dev team and I said, the same problems that we saw today, the same problems in this phase with moderation, I brought that to them, and they said they were actively working on it. I said, you guys should add a /report feature to the game so people can report players in-game. And they said, we're going to add that. That was a year ago. This response is the same as it was a year ago. They never did that at all, whatsoever. And I talked about this a lot throughout this phase. I was like, they just didn't do this. And they still said, oh, we're just going to do it later. We're going to do it. We're working on it. Bro, adding a report feature to your game is easy as shit. I can add that shit to a Minecraft server in 5 seconds. What the hell are you doing? You already have a /bug. You already have a framework for it. Do it. Should have just added that shit. The only way to report a player is you had to go to their support staff website, the support website, which is a separate login. Log into that one, take a screenshot of what the person said in-game, and then put it up in there, and then send the report. Which is insane. That doesn't make any sense. That's a shitload of friction for a player to just report another guy who's saying hate speech in your video game. /report needs to exist. It's not that hard. So they're actively building a much stronger chat filter. Their current chat filter is the one they've had the whole time. It didn't filter out guild. It didn't filter out citizen chat. Citizen chat is an open chat. Anyone that lives in the town. Not just your guildies, not just your friends, right? Those two. And that's it. The rest of them, like global chat and shout, were filtered in this way. But they did an exact match filter, meaning if you said simple, it would filter out the word simp, which makes no goddamn sense. They had the Scunthorpe problem. They didn't even do a good filter. And if you put a space in it, it wouldn't filter any of it. There was no regex. It was literally an exact 1-to-1 match. And that's ridiculous, dude. Yeah, completely ridiculous. The basement one was really funny. You couldn't say basement. Couldn't say fireball. Did you know that? Couldn't say fireball or eyeball. Because EBAL is a rude term in another language. I don't even know what one it is. So yeah, ridiculous. Actually ridiculous, to be honest with you. Yep. I don't even know what language that one's for. Yeah. So what is changing? We're actively building a much stronger chat filter. The system will prevent many of the worst messages from ever being posted. Okay. And will automatically surface violations to CS for action. It's part of a broader effort to make Vera a place that doesn't rely solely on human moderation after harm has occurred. But I also understand if that's not fast enough or not the outcome you hoped for. I just want you to know this wasn't indifference. It wasn't us choosing bad behavior of the community. It was us applying a framework that's still evolving in a game that's very much in motion. Whether or not you choose to stay with us, I respect the honesty you brought to this conversation, and I'm genuinely sorry that we reached a place where you felt unheard and unsupported. If you truly wish to part ways with our creator program, let us know, and we'll respect that decision. Well, it's not like we have a choice now. But I want you to know sincerely that we'd love for you to stay. Your voice mattered here and still does. It didn't. And the reason why I say it didn't is because for a year, I was telling them the exact things that I told them in this message chain. The exact problems with the moderation. The exact problems with the direction of the studio. The exact problems that we saw today that killed the game. That's the issue. Brought all of this up to them for an entire year. They didn't do shit. In early 2025, game was golden. It was great. Everything from there, shit show. Why is everything saying board? What do you mean everything's saying board? Oh, because we have no idea what that board is. That just came out of nowhere, dude. Steven's like, the game got away from me. The board took it away from me. And it's like, what board, dude? Was it ever Desert ever finished? Yes, it was. Oh, dude, what are you talking about? Are you just like spouting nonsense? Let me see what your message chain is. Oh, you're talking about Narc, and you think that Narc was correct. Okay, so no, the Desert was 100% finished. In fact, at the time that Narc released his video, it was already finished. You should have watched my video on it that showed that Narc was full of shit. Yeah, no, it was 100% finished. Yes, it was. Yeah, yeah, no, I've played it a lot, dude. My guy, it's not finished. What part of it's not finished? You can't just say wrong. Let's have a normal conversation. Ardun, which part of it do you think is not actually finished? Underground? What underground? The dungeon? There was no dungeon in that zone. So you're saying that the desert's not finished because one dungeon that you wanted to have in the game was not finished? That's like saying this isn't an apple because there's no stem on it, dude. Are you okay? Like, that's not... That doesn't make any sense, man. Yeah, no. No, that zone was great. Yeah. You conjecture all my words into one thing? Probably because you're talking in 3-word sentences and just spamming random bullshit. So have a normal conversation. Say the whole word. You're not paying per word, so say the whole sentence with all of your words. Not 3 words at a time. Whole thing. The poppies weren't finished? That doesn't make any sense. That's not a whole conversation, bud. The poppies weren't finished doesn't describe anything at all. That's like saying game broke. Say the whole thing. I'll give you the time to write the whole thing. Game was broke, dumbass. See, this is what I'm talking about. Ardoon, say the whole thing, dude. Use all of your words. This isn't, you're not paying per word. You're not paying per letter. This isn't TikTok. You're not on a time limit. Use your words. Communicate the whole thought. The game was not done. No, we're talking about the problem you had with the desert, where you said the desert wasn't finished. And I said it was finished because if you actually flew around it, it had nodes and information all over it, and tons of models, and all the bosses, and everything like that. And we went there all the time. So what wasn't finished? Be specific and explain yourself. Stop typing in 3-word sentences, or I'll put you in the corner. You can do this. I believe in you. Deny the TikTok generation. Here, look. Jingle jangle. Give me a full sentence. Not 3 words. Can you do it? Can you do it? You still can't do it, can you? Damn it, dude. I'm literally giving you the whole floor. I'm giving you the whole thing, man. Man's lost. The desert is not finished, even no 23W. I need you to say your full... What is not finished? Not the desert is not finished. What about the desert isn't finished to you? Not it's still not done. My man, you don't know how to talk. It has bugs. The acacia? No, dude. Again, stop. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna time you out for 10 minutes. I'm gonna time you out for 10 minutes because you're just diarrhea of the mouthing right now. I need you to sit down with Notepad during this 10-minute stint in which you're not allowed to talk in my chat. You need to write into Notepad your whole thought. Not, it broken, the acacia, Poppy's not finished, it has bugs. Tell me what is wrong. With your whole words. You are now stuck in the corner for 10 minutes. I don't even care if you use Grok to do it at this point. You need to learn to communicate your whole thought. Not micro thoughts that are like half-formed. The whole thing. I'll see you in 10 minutes. And when you get back, at me. With the whole thing. I want a paragraph, dude. I want not 3 words. I want a paragraph of your actual gripe about the game, and we can actually talk about that. Wild, dude. Oh, my God, dude. It's like I'm giving him homework, man. Yeah, Chatter's speaking in microplastics. Exactly. Unnecessary. So, yeah. Like, I'll give you an example of saying the whole thought. You ready for this? You want to see the whole thought? Let me show you. We're going to go on Steam. I'm going to pull the game up. I'm going to say, view your review. Behold, speaking with your whole brain, not in microplastics. The whole brain. Just list out how you feel, not just, it's bad. That tells nobody anything. You've conveyed no information. Yeah. What just happened? I just got here. I find this thing that keeps happening where people just go, it's bad. You're wrong. You're wrong. It's bad. And I go, okay, how am I wrong? How is it bad? And they go, it's bad. You're wrong. And like, that's the only thing they can say. And that's all that guy was saying. He was just speaking in tiny little phrases that give no information. All right, we got ads. We're going to wait on the ads. I don't think they are, though, Tix. I have no idea. Man represents the board. Yes. It's bad. You're wrong. Love you guys. Exactly. Isn't the board like 2 people? The thing is, we don't know who the board is. We know who their chief financial officer and their CEO are and secretary. That's it. Like, that's the only thing that we know. We don't know shit about this board, right? They just came out of nowhere. And I think it's awful, to be honest with you. It's poorly made, but it works. What is this? Look at this. I'm the board. Yeah. That's funny as hell, dude. Oh, my God. What is this? Yeah, what the hell is this, man? This Boreko Karen thing is freaking me out, too. Karen Boreko. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I have no clue. Waiting on these ads still. Guess this time you hightail it out of there. I know, right? The board composed of... Yeah. No, I'm not going to show that document. It has people's addresses on it. I showed that information earlier. It is just Stephen and John Moore. I don't know if they're married, right? I don't know if that's the case. But, yeah, that's not the board. So you'll see... Let me actually grab this real quick. I'm gonna screenshot this again. I'm gonna cut out their addresses again because I don't think that's a good thing to post people's addresses like this. I think it's a really bad thing, actually. We'll grab this. I'm gonna remove the officer addresses here, and then I'll show you this document. So this is part of that document. And it says that the chief executive officer and secretary is Stephen Sharif, and the chief financial officer is John Moore. This is not the board. This is not the board. To be clear, this is not what the board is. This is their officers of the corporation. There is no board listed on this. Do you understand? We don't know who the board are. That doesn't make any sense. That's the CEO and CFO, not the board. Correct. So anyone claiming this is the board, that's not the board. That's not what that is. I think that's people misunderstanding corporate infrastructure or corporate structuring. Yeah, that's not what that is. You are the Intrepid now? Hello, Kronos. How would we find out the board? We wouldn't. they'd have to disclose it, which they should. Yeah. Everyone who's saying this game is a scam, do you think the same? I think that it was incredibly mismanaged, and I think that they implemented this board or whatever the hell this is, and that seems really suspicious, dude. Badly so. And I'll give you an example of why I feel that way. I don't like the word scam for like this, because that kind of shows intent. I haven't seen intent on this, but look at this, man. Look at the distribution of employee jobs. You have 101 people in arts and design. You have 65 in engineering. Out of 206 employees, you have 9 in quality assurance. You have 9 in QA, my dude. This is super backwards. This is mismanaged as shit. The only thing that looks like a scam to me is them putting it on Steam. That's the only thing that looks like a scam to me. And the reason why is because they stated on their Kickstarter that if the game didn't launch, they would be refunding backers. Does a launch on Steam in early access count? Because there was no stipulations on what counted as a launch. Technically, it has launched. And that's the only thing that looks like a scam to me. Does that make sense? Yeah. Class action lawsuit? What would you sue? A ghost? Like, who owns the company? I don't know, but the debt is currently owned by someone named Karen. Named Karen Boreko. So Karen Boreko is a co-founder of Vema, which is a company that sold dietary supplements. The company was shut down in 2015 by the FTC for engaging in deceptive practices and being a pyramid scheme. So they own the debts of Ashes of Creation now? Somehow? That seems wrong. Yeah, that's real weird, dude. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know anything about that shit. You don't like that Steven looks like your father slightly? That sounds like something you should talk to your therapist about. Good luck. That's the wrong section. There's a directors section, and under it, it says 0 vacancies under that. You're talking about directors. We're not talking about directors either. So you're talking about, let me pull this up. We have so many tabs and shit open. You're talking about this, right? For the officers section. Under directors, you have this as well. The board of directors. This is the one you're talking about, right? That may not be the same board either, because it may not actually be a board of directors. I don't know. All we know is that they have never brought up a board before. Their company information does not display a board. And according to one employee that I spoke to, there was a board that was implemented 6 months ago, and the game has gone downhill since. That's it. That's all we know. Yeah. Karen is bored. And all right. It's all Lee Lax who faced answers, dude. Pretty much. The Reddit is so odd right now. New layoffs at Intrepid. How many? What is this? Oh, yeah, no, it's done. Could be a VC board if Steven took a big loan out. That's what I'm wondering. The loan should have only been, I believe, 9.6% of their overall stock for the VC thing. We were talking about that earlier, something like 9.6. So less than 10%. The real corpo structure. Tarmac, are you memeing? This seems like a Tarmac meme. Is it a Tarmac meme? I'm looking. Oh, shit. You figured it out. Oh, shit. We just have to find Canary, Mr. Burns. Canary M. Burns, guys. Who was it above Steven? Just got to find him, dude. Got to find him. Yeah, we'll get... Whoever... That's Karen right there. That's who it is. We figured it out. That's the one. Get him. You just quoted that? Ridiculous, dude. Yeah, so, like, to be real with you, dude, this is what it looks like to me. And I'm just going to kind of take all my thoughts and put it into, like, one go. It seems like they had a really good run for a while. It seems like they had a really good run, a really good design strategy, a really good development strategy for the game. That continued up until about March of 2025. After March of 2025, everything went downhill. The developers stopped engaging with the players as much. Their design philosophy started going out the window. They lost track completely of what they were doing. Moderation fell off of a cliff. They stopped communicating anything, and supposedly during that time period, a board was formed. Whether that is the cause or not, I don't know. But everything at that point on went to shit. And it has been shit since. Which is why I wrote up this gigantic negative review for the game on January 9th, and then edited it on January 10th. And why I quit the game 3 days ago, 4 days ago, actually now, because of bad management and bad moderation in the game. Because the developers, fully informed, protected people saying horrific things in their game. And that was fully informed to both Stephen and Margaret in a DM conversation with them. They knew exactly what was going on and decided not to ban people. So that's why I quit the game. And I haven't touched it since. I actually uninstalled it 4 days ago. And You're the Best Thing for them is a big-time early supporter. I have been supporting the game since 2021. I have combated misinformation about it the whole time, and I have called them on their shit for the last entire year because the game has had serious problems since then. During this last phase, it was great in the beginning. There were a lot of changes for early game questing that felt awesome. Once you got past that, you found that they had actually fixed nothing beyond that, which is incredibly bad. They knew it was dying and didn't care, hence no bans. No, I think they honestly believed the things they were saying. I think it is easy to attribute their actions to malice when it comes to not banning shitheads like that. I think it is more likely that they had an idealized vision of what moderation in a video game is, and thought that they could rehabilitate someone that is in their chat spamming praises for Hitler, which is what they were doing, right? You can't redeem that person. That is not a redeemable person. You have to cut your losses and be like, that'll screw up our community. Get rid of it. You think Narc is 1,000% redeemed? I disagree. I think Narc made a video a long while back about the desert in which he displayed a section of the desert that wasn't finished and claimed that the desert was that the entire way through. And it was wrong. And I put a video out about it showing that it was wrong. I know that you want to be like, Narc was right, but if you actually looked at what he was claiming, he was not correct. He was correct in that the game was going in the wrong direction. He was not correct with his specific claims about the desert and the bullshit there. He over-embellished, and he shouldn't have done that, which is why I called him on it. Sounds like other companies that would protect problematic players that spend a lot of money. Yeah. Yep. He was right, bro. Don't die on his hill. What was he right about? Turtle Pop. Because I'm going to tell you right now, it's not about dying on a hill. Like, I'm telling you right now, I disagree with you. We can disagree with each other and be normal human beings. But I'd like to understand, what do you think he was correct about? Because Narc was right doesn't say anything. What do you think he was right about? Narc was also had complaints about the dev team and lack of progress on the systems. I agree with him on that. Entirely so. Yep, I agree with him on that. Now, in 2025 early, I didn't at all, because the game is going in the right direction then. It fell off at around 2025 March is when things started going wrong. Can Ashes be brought back and revived by another company? Doubtful. He was right about the game going downhill. He made that claim at the time when it was its best. So I disagree with that. Legitimately so. Like, the game was at its heyday. It was at its best, the fastest development, the fastest movement, the most communication from the developers. The days that he made that claim was when it was in its peak form. It died months after that. It started to go downhill months after that. Yeah. Phase 2.5 was bad. That was like 10 months ago. Yeah, exactly. Back to Doom then? Eventually, yeah. 2025 was great until about March, April. Somewhere in there. Tomorrow's news, AOC purchased by Riot. Gross. Do you see parallels with Blizzard with the coming off rails and hard to correct? No. That's a completely different thing. Blizzard's kind of fall into the idea that they need to over-monetize literally everything to squeeze as much money out of people that are still supporting them as possible, which is pretty common among major, like, AAAs, man. This just screams mismanagement. This screams, I wanted to make an Arcade private server and it got away from me. That's what it's starting to look like to me. And it just fell off the rails. Basically didn't know what they were doing and spent a lot of money doing bullshit. In-game message from the devs. What is this? Sorry, all we did our best, devs. We truly did our best. Out of our control. You guys are incredible and keep on keeping on. That's good. That's nice. I like seeing that. Servers are still on? Yeah. Back to Eve soon? I'm not going to be playing Eve. Nah, it's pay to win. I don't want to play a pay to win game ever in my life again. Yeah. Yeah, there was a game in a company and mismanaged and killed it. It's not a scam. I think it's... You know what I think it is that bothers me about that? I think the reason it bothers me is because you're not having a conversation when you scream that. It is not a scam. It's just a horribly mismanaged piece of shit. Like, it was mismanaged into the ground. Their intention was to make a game. They tried to, and they just didn't know what the hell they were doing. And they made a bunch of stupid-ass mistakes as a result of this, even when people were telling them that they were mistakes. And they drove it into the ground. Yeah. Scams are deliberate. This is just mismanagement. This is just dumb. Does that make sense? It's attributing ignorance as if it was malice. At this point, the only MMO I'm going to play is Hytale. Fair. Yeah, super fair. Can you explain how Ash's creator program worked with the codes? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. So the way that the creator program worked, let me go pull this up. We'll go dump this. The way the creator program worked is... Can I draw on this? There we go. Let me make some layers. Do this the thing. Make it large. Please. Dump this in here. Do that. It's not like it matters now. It's gone. Basically, anyone who signed up using your link... Actually, let's preface this. I'll explain what it is and why I thought it was good. In EVE Online, if you built a massive corporation or alliance in EVE, it was a lot of work. A massive, massive amount of work to do this. It was very, very hard to maintain that. It was like having a second job. In fact, it was effectively a second job. And I did that for thousands of people. It was very difficult and took a lot of effort from me every day. Yeah, you still play EVE since 2003? I was the leader of Strybog Clade. You're in Goonswarm? I used to be Goonswarm. Battled in 6 VDT. Went off, formed Strybog Clade. We built Pochvin. It's cool. So that was my alliance. I was Strybog Kybernaut Subclade was my corp inside of the alliance, and I was the alliance lead. So a lot of work. Massive amount of goddamn work, right? Wormhole nerds, right? With all of that in mind, doing all that shit, this is a ton of work, and you don't get paid for it. There is no monetization that will help you with this. The only way you can do that is with RMT, and then you get banned from the game. So, with Ashes, they did a sign-up system. And the way that the sign-up system worked was basically, if you got let's say one person signed up, if they stayed in the video game, you got 15% of their subscription for as long as they stayed subbed. That was the goal. Which means as a content creator, as a guild leader, as an alliance leader, you were financially compensated for creating good content inside of a social sandbox game, which is a brilliant move. That is very, very smart to do, because then you could actually make a job out of making cool shit in the video game and making an experience for people. You get to be a paid dungeon master. That is a really good system. Like a really good system. And it'll never see the light of day now. That's never going to happen now. Yeah. Roblox did that? No, they did it very differently. They did that very differently. This would not be like into an interim currency and then sell the interim currency or none of that stupid shit. It just goes direct to money. Yeah. It's a pretty compelling system, especially when you're creating content like that. It is an interesting idea. This never saw the light of day. I have received $0. To be clear, I was never financially compensated by Ashes of Creation. I was never paid by their development team. I just believed in the game. Legitimately so. And, like, I'll never see any money from that. Sucks. Is what it is, right? It's taken over by whales. Now it sucks. For what? Oh, you're talking about Eve. No, I don't think Eve is worth hopping into for me because I don't like pay to win. If you're fine with pay to win systems inside of your social sandbox, you're cool. Go play it. It's great. It's a phenomenal game. And that it was put you ahead of other content creators for what? Like for saying that? You say guess Ark was right along? No, I think that's kind of like weird to state. I think Narc lied about the desert. I think he was correct that the dev team was going in the wrong direction. But at the time that he made those statements was when Ashes was at its peak, doing its best. It fell apart like 6 months after he did that. It started to go the wrong direction like 6 months later for reasons that made no sense. He was not a prophet. He was just making content at the time and didn't like the direction of the game at a time where most of us liked the direction of the game. Yeah. It's not Nostradamus shit, you know? I bet some people are going to ask for apologies for convincing them to get in the game. Cool. Like, I don't know why. I never convinced anyone to get into the game. The statement that I always said to every single person that came in here, they were like, hey, should I buy this game? I go, do you like social sandboxes? If you like social sandboxes and you're okay with a game that is not finished yet and will have a lot of bugs and your character is going to get wiped, this might be for you. Every time. And there's a very explicit reason why I say that. And why I say every time I can't make that decision for you, no matter what game I ever play, is because I'm not going to tell you to buy something. Because that doesn't make sense. You should be making that decision. Yeah. Social sandbox? Yeah, it was a social sandbox. Yeah, you said that all the time. Exactly. Narc saw the signs that worried him earlier the most. The problem that I have with that statement is if Narc saw those signs, then why did he lie about the desert? Because he did lie about the desert, man. He went to the very bottom right portion of the desert where it was unfinished at a phase where that node plug wasn't implemented yet, and then did a 360 there and said the desert looks like this completely. It's empty. And it wasn't true. Like, he straight up lied about that, man. And you have to be honest about that. So why did he lie about that then? If he saw the signs. If he saw the signs, why did he lie about that? He didn't lie, it was just a little disingenuous. No, that's called a lie. I think that's you being disingenuous. Call it for what it is. That's a lie. Like, yeah, he lied for content. Like, I get it. I understand that. But that's still a lie, man. Be honest. Yeah, it's not a lie. It's just not telling the truth. Like, oh, come on, dude. Ridiculous. That sounds like when friends ask me if they should get Final Fantasy XIV. I tell them if you're okay with grinding a lot in quests to get good at PvE content, the community-driven, then absolutely, yeah. And I think that's the honest way to do it, man. Like, tell people, this is what you might be getting into. Is that something for you? Because if it is, cool. And if it's not, cool, right? Yeah, future politician in the chat. My dude. What is this? The devil aren't getting paid for their last 2 weeks of work and there's no payroll? Do we have proof of that? Because I've heard that the devs aren't getting paid. That there's no payroll for them. Did Desert Guy come back with a full thought? Also TTS, please. I've not seen a full thought from the Desert Guy. After I jangled the keys and told him that he had to speak in sentences longer than 3 words and then timed him out for 10 minutes so he could go write his essay about it, he never came back, as far as I can see. Yeah. Oh, if they're not getting paid, that's completely fucked. I agree with you. That's completely insane. No payroll or benefits? Do we have proof of that? Does anyone have proof of this? There's a lot of hearsay and it's really easy to bullshit. I'd like to see documents. Does California law allow that? No. California law will eat you alive. Theory 4 just said it after an employee sent him a letter. I would take any of that with a grain of salt. I'm even taking it with a grain of salt, even though I talked to an employee that we have known this whole time, and that employee said that they implemented a board 6 months ago, but there's no public information about this. And that's why I said before I got this from an employee that I know is an employee, but you can't take it because it doesn't make sense until they have official messaging about this. It is an inside source. And what do we know about inside sources? It means it was probably pulled out of an ass, right? It was inside of an ass and got pulled out. So, like, just, yeah, it's gossip. It's gossip until we have it in writing. It's got to be in writing. Even though I believe them, even though I know that they're an employee, it's gossip till it's in writing. Yeah. What is this? What is this video? Video unavailable. Very cool. Tweet shared by Winky. Skip the 1 minute. What is this? Okay, they're making the claim that payroll cannot be processed. Payroll cannot be processed, is what they're saying. We still don't have any information there about that at all. Yeah, there's no official information about this. So we need an actual official information. New Fable game? I'm really excited for that, actually. Super excited for that. Yeah. That's all you could find? Exactly. And this is what I'm saying, dude. Like, I know everyone's like, oh, but it's the inside source. It's the inside scoop. I have that as well. Talk to employees myself. I'm not believing shit till we get it in writing. We have to see it. Wait time is bugged? No, I just haven't hit the button yet. I love how people jump to conclusions. Yeah, that's why I'm not going to jump to conclusions. I think what they've done is shit. I think that the game is shit. I've made that very public since January 9th. Like, very, very much so. Fable looks great? Yeah. Like, very obviously, you know. Morning Throw heard about Ashes? Damn shame. It's ridiculous, dude. It's not like they wouldn't know. You know what really pisses me off, honestly? You know what actually pisses me off? Is 4 days ago, when I talked to Stephen Sharif and Margaret, right? One of the things that we reported up through that was a guy that was going around our server for days. He did this for like 2 weeks, saying that he wanted to get groups together to go kill LGBT people on our server. This is what this guy was doing. That's all he was doing. And just spouting this in global all the time. One of the conversations I had with him was to report this dude up. And their response to that was that they're not going to ban people like this. They're going to course correct them with warnings to try to basically rehabilitate them. If that is their actual stance on people saying stuff like that, it makes it even more insane. Because the statements today is that Stephen Sharif has a husband. Why would you protect that in your video game if that is the case? I'm just, like... like, what? That's even more insane. Like, it's like directly... my flabber is gasted, dude. Like, this doesn't make any goddamn sense. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Yeah. They have bigger problems, don't worry. They do now. Yeah, it makes no sense, dude. Ash's creation pisses me off more than Overcooked 2. What? You think the husband part is a meme due to a Reddit post? There have been people saying that that's his husband since 9 years ago. I don't know if that's true. I have no idea. But that is the claim, and it's been that way for 9 years. Yeah, that he is married to John, who is the CFO for the company. So it's not a new claim. It's not out of nowhere. This has been around since forever. Yeah. Most obvious rug pull award? Honestly, the only part of that I can agree with, man, is going to Steam at this time period made no sense. And now it kind of does make sense. And the reason why it kind of does make sense to me is because of their Kickstarter. Let me pull this up. Let me go grab this. We're going to go to the Ashes of Creation Kickstarter. We're going to go all the way to the bottom. And there's something at the very bottom of this that says, in case that Ashes of Creation does not launch, we promise to refund all backers in full. Does a early access launch on Steam count as a launch, thus absolving them of refunding backers in technicality. That's why I would agree with you on the rug pull statement. That's why I would agree with that. Because that looks sketchy as shit, because this was not ready for Steam. This was not ready for Steam at all. Can you reboot the Minecraft server? Sure, man. I didn't realize it went down. My bad. Let me fix that. Wasn't there a decision about in the Chronicles of Illyria scam trials? I have no idea. I have no idea about that, dude. All right, block game server's back up, man. Rug pulls are a felony? I have no idea. Thankfully, I've never gotten into financial crime, so I'm not very well versed in that. Yeah. It's been launched on Steam. It hasn't been released, though. Yes, but it doesn't say that. It says, in case that Ashes of Creation does not launch. Doesn't say release. It says launch. Steam is technically a launch. But does it count? It appears launching into early access can count as launch, as there's certain requirements are met. Let's go see what the certain requirements are. Grab that. Navigating early access, legal and practical considerations. Launch. Development does not need to be in final stages by the time you launch in early access. Launch. There's that word, launch. Community engagement feedback is good. Regarding full launch, avoid any promises regarding full launch until you're certain there will be one. I'm telling you, dude, it's not looking good. That's not looking good. I get it once it's playable, it had technically launched. I disagree with that. I'm going to be real. I think launching on Steam is the launch. I think they will count that as a launch to try and stop refunding Kickstarter backers. I find it very doubtful that they'll refund. Very doubtful. Yeah. Kickstarter will have to agree if it's a launch or not. Kickstarter will. Steam will, too. Yeah. What it's going to come down to is it doesn't matter who agrees to what. It's going to come down to a court case if it happens. Nobody on Twitter is going to solve that, right? Glad you skipped AOC. I felt something that was off from the start. I didn't. I knew that there was development problems. I knew there was stuff that sucked. I have 3,000 hours of gameplay in it, and I enjoyed my time in it. I will say that since March of 2025, it went to the shitter, and I was very public about that every time. It's why I quit the first time. It's why I quit the second time. Like, that's it. And I've been super public about that. Of like, game's in a shithole. What are you doing? Is the game dead? Game's dead, dude. Dunzo. Steam is likely to put out refunds regardless, though it might take a few weeks. Yeah, Steam's got to turn that ship and find out what the hell's going on. They're not going to react right away. Heard of the WARN Act letter as well? I did. They invoked that, so that means that they're going to be firing everyone, and how do they not do payroll? Because I believe you get 60 days, right? Like, you're supposed to give 60 days of pay for WARN Act, don't you? So, like, if they can't even do payroll this time, then what the hell? 60 days paid work. So that means they have to give 60 days notice to every single employee. Assets are frozen, probably? I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case at all. How do we get refunds if we purchase an Alpha 1 before Steam? We don't. We don't. We don't. Yeah. I paid in 2021, I paid $375. That was my buy-in 5 years ago. Have a meme. Chat seems a bit sad. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. It's fine to rage about this. There's nothing wrong with raging about it. Just be real, right? Be mad about stuff that's real. Stuff that you can prove. That's all that matters. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, $375. That's not a joke. Here, I'll pull it up. Grab this. That was my purchase. June 4th, 2021 at 5:48 UTC over Stripe for $375. And I got all of this shit. Let me show you. Although it listed all as $1, which is kind of weird. This is what it gave me back in the day. And I never actually got any of these. I never got the Geyser Glider. Never got the Maelstrom's Crown, the Mail of Fathom's Fury, the Coral Courser, Boundless Basin, Embers never got implemented. Steel Reef Pauldrons never happened. Pre-order Ember Pack never happened. Beta 2 never happened. Beta 1 never happened. Alpha 2 did happen. And my character name reservation actually never happened either. In fact, every phase, someone would steal my character's name, and then I'd have to go to Steven, and he would manually unlock it for me by taking it back. Every single phase. Name reservation never worked. So that was cool. Yeah. So nothing on this list worked except for this. Kind of. Like I said, shit show, dude. Yeah, we never got our flying ferrets either. That's true. Get rug pulled? I know, right, dude? I honestly think that the Steam move was the scam. I think that feels like a scam to me, legitimately, because it shows intent. Launching on Steam feels that way, and it feels to me like they did that to get around their promise in Kickstarter. Because their Kickstarter promise was to refund everyone if the game didn't launch. And I feel like launching on Steam counts as a launch. It feels like winning on a technicality. Yeah. Was the Steam launch 60 days ago? No, but their company doesn't close until 60 days from now. Yeah. Boop. Yeah, it launched on Steam December 11th, 2025. That was not 6 months ago. It was 2 months ago. It was almost a month ago, to be honest with you. Since AOC is cooked and you add sport fishing to block game, no, I'm going to do the right thing as a dev and add in a unique fishing minigame that is not found in Arcade. Do you have a source for this? What's up? What is this source? Hold up. No whispering of sources. What do you got? What do you got? What's your bullshit? Don't you hold out on me. The entire financial structure of the company making this game was a Ponzi scheme. He was taking out loans to pay off loans and essentially cycling his money. When they defaulted on server costs, the government got involved. Oh? Let's see the claim. Ashes of Creation is a scam. Here is some evidence. Intrepid Studios is suspended by the FTB. We're going to look into this. Mira didn't drink water yet. Mira, go drink water. Or else. Or I'll jingle the keys at you. Kickstarter lawyers and make a solid argument that an announcement isn't a launch. It's not an announcement. It's a launch on Steam. So it makes me think that that would count as an actual launch. And I think that it would likely be argued in court that Kickstarter, the claim they made on Kickstarter of until it launches, has been fulfilled by doing that. It would have to be a court case. Does that make sense? You look through all those lien documents, but you're not a lawyer. I don't understand anything about this. So let's see. There's nothing suspicious about Ash's creation. The difference is that now we can see in documentation that something doesn't add up. One sec. Yeah, something doesn't add up. At all. And what better way to see that than at the financial level? Ash's creation suspended. It has several liens, bank loans, and debts. These are essentially outstanding debts to which company properties are linked liabilities. This can simply include loans granted to companies or entities by which they have used guarantees, their own or others, to support it. It's very common for these things to appear, but it's striking to see the company has indeed received external financing. So this is the debtor information for the file numbers for this. I don't understand any of this, to be honest with you. I don't know that at all. The worst of it is Intrepid seems to have recurring problems with the state of California. Right now, it's suspended by the FTB. This means the company is stripped of any power to operate. Did they regain that? Steven seems to have used Intrepid as collateral. I'm going to be real with you. I know nothing about that side of business. One of the things that I did when I formed my corporation was I took all of the shares and I ate them. And I threw away all of that shit, which is why I made it an S-Corp. So there are no shares, effectively, other than me. I am the corporation. And now I don't have any of these shitty problems. And as such, I never looked into any of it. Because I don't ever want to deal with any of that. Because it's stupid. And it just leads to shit like this. Yeah. I am the board. Exactly. I am the captain now. Look at me. It's the Thorperation. It is. I hate that shit. So I got away with it immediately. Depends on the scope of the business. Fair. I have employees just like a normal corporation. We offer them benefits just like a normal corporation. The difference is we don't have outstanding shares with anyone. It's just me. And that will never change. I don't know how they're managing, but from experience, they'll be using a DBA or some other entity to get by. I haven't checked 100%, but I think one of these suspensions coincides with when they stopped selling skins with the excuse that they're remodeling the store. The funniest thing is it's been active since then, months. That's really weird. Curiously, despite the company being suspended since May, they have now requested reactivation. Last October 7th, here's the document. Let me go read through this. One sec. Reservation owner is Robert Sue. Reserved on behalf of John Moore. What? No, that's super weird. So John Moore is the CFO and supposedly Steven's husband. Business entity type is corporation or cooperative. Suspended or forfeited entity number was that one. Intrepid Studios, Inc. I'm posting this here because they'll probably ban me in the AOC group. It's very strange because a company can have financial problems. You can be late with a payment. 1,000 things can happen to you. But to get to the point where the FTB suspends you, it's a very long process, and it happens due to recidivism. That's a good word. Let me go see what recidivism means in this context. The tendency of a convicted criminal to reoffend, which means that they've done it over and over and over again. If we look back at history, they were almost suspended on 2 other occasions. Also last year, they were reported for not submitting annual accounts. Ooh. Which then makes me suspect that it's not just lack of money anymore, but that it's a scam in every sense. If we think about it now, that Alpha 2 is going to come out, and it's going to be discovered that the game needs until 2090 to come out. The House of Cards is going to fall apart. And they're ready to run away. We'll see what happens. Interesting. Interesting. I don't understand anything about liens or the debt system or any of that stuff. So that gets a bit over my head, right? Because that's not my expertise area. The expertise area that I have is in understanding development process and understanding what is needed to make a game, right? And with that in mind, their development team doesn't make any goddamn sense. And we can see that here. This is their total team and all the roles that are actually involved. 65 engineers, 101 artists and design, and 9 quality assurance. How are you going to make this game? How are you going to make this game? You can't with a team built that way. It is lopsided as shit. Chronos call time? Why do you want a Chronos call? What do you guys need? What do you want Chronos to add to the conversation? What is a more reasonable ratio for those roles? Honestly, 20 to 30% QA, generally. Like, that's generally where you're at. You don't need 101 artists for what they are doing. You need to have art design teams built out for environments, items, characters. Those are kind of your 3 main ones in this case right now. 101 artists, that screams like a big bloated machine of artists. It screams mismanagement to me. Yeah. 1.5 QA per dev works best. That's a good ratio. I don't think it's a bad ratio at all. You generally want to have more QA than developers. That is true. And QA are generally a cheaper roll than a dev is. You do need 101 artists to roll out skins. I'm going to tell you right now, as someone who bought in early, I never received any of the skins that were owed to me. So I don't think that's true. Have the devs been fleeing? Well, they're all going to flee in 2 months' time because they're all fired. So I think they're after his legal expertise. Kronos, as far as I know, knows copyright law. So I don't know if that applies here. He may be able to correct me on that. But yeah. It's artists and game designers. It's arts and design. But here's the problem, right? If we actually look at everything that's changed in Ashes of Creation over the last year, what is the largest system that saw changes in Ashes in the entire last year of development? You have 2 of them. Who here played the game and knows what they are? There are 2 major changes that changed the game in terms of design. It's professions and quests. Combat didn't change. Professions and quests. Quests required them to make a bunch of new quests. They managed to make all the quests up to about level 8 in most areas of the game. That was it. That was the big one for that. In terms of the rest, for professions, they added over 500 bloat items that had no gameplay value whatsoever. They were simply bought off of a vendor. And then after you buy it off the vendor, you use it in the craft, and it does nothing for the craft at all. Each of these had text on them. Each of these had an icon. Each of these had to be maintained and managed across all localizations for the game. They added bloat. They added busy work. They added mismanagement. That's a waste of effort. It was annoying for the player, and it cost them a shitload of extra work. There was no benefit to that. You don't need this many people in that role. They added gold sync. You could have made them free and it'd be the same. They added filler. Everything was so expensive to make. It was, yeah, it was. Too many cooks in the kitchen? No, I think the problem is actually the opposite. I think the problem was not enough cooks. And the reason why I say that is, let's look at Stephen Sharif's interests. He loves ArcAge. He loves the shit out of ArcAge, right? He loves the shit out of that game. It's one of his favorite games. Let me go pull this up real quick. I'm going to show you this. I sent this to him because I was pissed off. You can see my angry messages. I sent this to Stephen Sharif and to Margaret. This was my write-up about sport fishing. And when I make claims like this, of the boats being the exact same design, I want to show you this. You see that? See that boat? Does that look familiar? See this boat? See that radar? See that radar? Radar's a pretty unique thing to put on a, high fantasy boat. Because it's the exact same. The design is the exact same. And the gameplay was also exactly the same. And the models and the way that it ran out. Read through this. It's the same. They 1-to-1 copied it from ArcAge, man. They 1-to-1 copied it from ArcAge, including the general design philosophy of the boat. So when I make these types of claims where I'm like, hey, man, I don't want to play on your private server for ArcAge. I want to play a video game that stands on its own. This is why I say that. Because this is the exact same goddamn thing between these two. It's really hard to fit all this on the screen at the same time. Yeah. It's actually ridiculous, to be honest with you. Super goddamn ridiculous to me, and it pisses me off. They did a marathon? They did, for that. I agree with you. Can't wait for AOC private servers? I can. Funny, though. Most games copy mechanics from better games. That's where you're wrong. They don't copy mechanics from better games. They innovate and iterate on them. This did not do that. It was exactly the same. In fact, you can go and watch that complete sport fishing guide from 2024 for ArcAge, and it will tell you exactly how to do it in Ashes of Creation because it is 1-to-1, even down to the damage numbers on the fish. It's the same. It's exactly the same. It is not innovative. It is not iterative. It is the same. It's not a copy. It's copy-paste. It's different. They take inspiration from other games, not directly copy them? Correct. You take inspiration, you iterate and innovate. And I even said that in here. This is exactly the same gameplay loop, interactions, iconography, and boat designed to accomplish the task. There is nothing iterative on this design, and it is not unique in any way. I'm extremely disappointed to see this in Ashes, and it makes it feel like an Arcade private server feature instead of an up-and-coming MMO that stands on its own. Now, here's the death knell for that. This was the most well-put-together system for all of Professions, and it wasn't even theirs. The most fun I had engaging with Professions in the game was this, and it's because they didn't design it. That's wild, dude. How's that not a scam? I would say that from March 2025 until now, this game has devolved into dog shit, dude. Yeah. People play these slop RPGs and laugh at COD. No, I don't think that's the case. This game was really good up until that point, man. It was really good. And I guarantee that if you play Call of Duty, you've bitched about Call of Duty before. Guaranteed. Hired the same developer? No, dude. That's cope. Like, come on. Do you want to know why this is even funnier? Do you know why this is even funnier? It wasn't just boat design. Do you know why the boat is designed this way? One of the steps that you have to do is after you run the fish out of HP, doing the exact same minigame between both games, you have to jump in the water and get the fish and then climb back into your boat. That's why it has these ramps. That's literally the reason it has those. Arcade designed their boats with their systems in mind. When people brought this up to Steven on the live stream, he said that it's intended because it adds friction. You're already in the middle of the water, in a PvP zone, with 25 gold worth of boat around you. And if you lose it all. The reason why they added that friction to Arcade is because in Arcade, you could repair your boat for 1 gold. You didn't lose it forever when it died. They needed to add that friction, and they needed a boat design to support the action. Ashes didn't need that. They just copy-pasted. And they didn't understand the in-game economic reasons for designing it this way. Ridiculous. So yeah, when I see that, it screams to me, you don't even know why you're copying this. What is the game on the left? Arcade. Which is Stephen Shreve's favorite game. Yeah. Yeah, friction, dude. So, like, no, you're not going to convince me that was fine. That's not fine. Arcade was good? It seems like Arcade is good, yeah. It seems like it's also pay to win. Which is why I wouldn't go around copy-pasting systems from it, right? Yeah, it's not even let me borrow your homework, just change a couple things. They didn't change anything. They just copied the homework, man. Yeah. It is, in fact, a worse copy. That is correct. They copied it wholesale without the economic systems around it that made it work. So it's actually a worse implementation than the original, even though it's a one-to-one copy, which is mind-boggling. Like, it's insane. Yeah. They photocopied it in black and white. Exactly. Removed all the color. Ridiculous. Yep. His favorite game was pay to win. Actually, he hated that it was pay to win. So he wanted to make a non-pay to win version of that, effectively. How do you copy something and mess it up? You copy something and mess it up, in this case, because he didn't understand the design philosophy behind it. He didn't understand the grand reason that was made that way. He just knew that it was that way. As a player, he understood that it was there, and it was playable in that form, and that it was fun for him at the time. But he didn't know why, obviously, or they would have designed the entirety of the economic system around that. That's it. Like, it's a failure to understand the design of the system. What people don't realize is when you are making a video game and you are building a system in it, and that system has to be compelling for players, they have to find it fun, you need to think about how that system interacts with everything else in the entire game. Economically, how does it work? Game flow-wise, how does it work? Based on the other actions the players learn throughout the game in terms of the controls, how does it work? Every single thing in that game has to be purpose-built to fit into the rest of the game. So when you copy-paste wholesale a system from one to the other, it's going to feel out of place because that other game wasn't designed for it. That's the problem. The crate said diminishing returns. The bots killed it by running it into the ground. Oh, yeah, they were teleporting from our node over and over again. Yeah. They were just doing that the whole time. Copy and paste without understanding. Sounds like some of the LLM Stack Overflow. Yeah, no, it's exactly it. It's vibe code shit. Steven spoke way too high and mighty to be in this situation, I feel. Steven is a salesman. He's very good at it. And I think the thing is he was very passionate, right? Steven's very passionate about the game. And he's not wrong for being passionate. What he is wrong for is implementing this board and then not telling anyone. What he may be wrong for is the financials behind the company. But I don't know or understand enough about that to speak on it. That's for somebody else to talk about. What I can talk about is the design and management of the team, which is a shit show. Legitimately so. Yeah. It's rant day? Yeah, no, it's got to be a little bit of a rant day, dude. It has to be. This was the last 5 years of my life. I have supported and played this game since 2021. So, like, we're going to talk about it, right? The bots didn't hurt anything, but the econ that was supposed to have been wiped regularly, yet they opened a PTR. Dude, none of that shit made any sense. Do you want to know one of the biggest missteps that they had in the last one? They fixed some of the economic drivers, and they fixed a lot of the questing, and then they put it on PTR. And then on PTR, they were like, hey, visual NDA, don't tell anyone about this. It's like, what are you doing, man? You're trying to save the vision of your game. Like, what are you doing? AFC was a scam. Who would have thought? I don't think it was a scam. I think it was heavily mismanaged. I think there was one piece of this that I would agree with you as a scam, and that's launching on Steam. That makes no sense. The game was not ready for that shit in any possible way. The board existing is extremely Steven's fault? Yes, that's what I feel like it is. That doesn't make any sense. Why would they do that? But we don't know anything about the board. We just know that he said that it exists, right? Like, we know this. Control of the company shifted away from me. The board began directing actions that I could not ethically agree with or carry out. What board, dude? We still don't know. You say he is the board, but he's not. He's not. So, like, what's the board? It feels like deflection because we've never been informed of a board. However, the reason that I feel that way and why it makes sense from your position, I've talked to some of the devs. One of the devs let me know that 6 months ago, a board was implemented for the company, and ever since then, it has been downhill. I cannot confirm or prove that beyond that developer talking to me. So you should take it with a grain of salt. With that in mind, if what they said is true, then this shit makes sense. But why was that never revealed to the public? Right? Any email I can send something to this topic? Why do you want to send an email? Just DM me on Discord, man. Board equals investors? Not necessarily. Just because you have investors doesn't mean you have a board, right? You don't want your Discord out there? Oh, are you doing some, like, sneaky squirrel bullshit? Send it to gopiratessoftware@gmail.com. That's my public email. If it's some weird shit, though, or if it's illegal for you to have it, don't send that shit to me. I don't want it. Yeah, everyone's an investigator. True, they may have found something interesting, but I'm going to take it. It's just going to come down to, wow, that's neat. I can't verify this. Blow it away in the wind, right? I think we need to look into Steven's Amazon purchases and see if he's bought any mirrors. What, dude? What does that even mean, man? His whole brand was that he was his own boss. Bingo. His whole brand was that he was his own boss. His whole brand. And I'm mad about that. Legitimately mad about that. That sucks. Tim Kaine just announced he's trying to get Arcanum 2 going. Oh. Arcanum is so cool. Arcanum is so cool. Arcanum is so cool, dude. You've got a timer going until we see the receipt again? What receipt? What do you want to see? Now, something important. Which game are we collectively going to consume now? That's what I want to find out, right? We've got a lot of games that are coming up. We've got Cinder City that might be coming out this year from NCSoft. We've got Chrono Odyssey. That is supposedly this year. We've got Old School RuneScape. We've got Fable coming up. We've got Final Fantasy XIV. We've got Guild Wars 2. We've got Dune. There's a lot of shit going on, dude. So, like, I don't know yet. We don't have EVE Online. I'm not playing that. You getting Guild Wars 2? I have my Ritlock statue, man. I was an early supporter of Guild Wars 2. I have my it's like a metal tin collector's edition. Love the shit out of Guild Wars 2. Is Fable going to be an MMO? No. You're actually playing Guild Wars 2 right now. It's a good game. I really enjoy it. I'm not playing World of Warcraft. No. Not interested. Chrono Odyssey is supposedly Q4. Yeah. Is it worth trying to get into old school RuneScape? Or should I stick to RuneScape 3? That I don't know, because I heard that RuneScape 3 is dropping the microtransactions, man. Or like something with that. They're like reducing that shit. You see the Kickstarter for Epitome? It's an MMO. Look, I'm going to be honest with you. After 5 years of Ashes of Creation, my amount of blood left in my body for a Kickstarter MMO is a bit low. So I think I want to play one that's out. No hate to that game. I feel a little bloodless when I think about it. A little anemic, you know. You hear that Facepunch is trying to buy New World from Amazon? That's compelling. I'm interested. Yeah. Bro, I just want to play Division 3. Yeah. Can we fill the chat with spiders? I mean, you could. I don't want to. Yeah, what do you guys want to know, though? Let's ask some questions about this, because I've got information here. We've been talking about it the whole time. I'm kind of over the rant now. I'm just mad. Ubisoft, get to it. That's all I care about from Ubisoft. I just want more Division, man. I just want Division 3, technically. Thoughts on Fable? Super down. Very interested. Really enjoyed Chrono Odyssey beta. Really hyped for it. Oh, you got to play it. I didn't get to play it. Is it fun? I want to know everything. Oh, Facepunch CEO is in talks with Amazon right now, but it's confidential. Shh. Okay. Hopefully. How mad are you on a 1 to 10? An 11. I'm an 11 level of mad. The reason why I'm an 11 level of mad is because all throughout this, I was supporting them. And I was telling them when things were shit and when things were good. And that's it. Do you believe this game will be developed, or do you think it's completely over? I think the most likely outcome is that it's completely over and it will be carved up piecemeal to be sold as Unreal Engine assets. Because they built everything in Unreal Engine, in the latest Unreal Engine. They have tens of thousands of assets, including models, items, monsters, environment, set design, and they have their MeshNet system for mesh servers. It would be a very good idea for them to stop development and sell that as tools. Tools and assets. That seems like the most likely outcome. To me. And if they don't do that, I would be incredibly surprised. Does that make sense? Is what? Ashes ready to be released? Bro. The tools? I have no idea. Carve it up and sell it makes the most sense to me. Something happened with Ashes is done, dude. Stephen Sharif stepped down. They're firing everyone. It's over. Yeah. 100 artists and designers working for 10 years. That's a lot of assets. Yep, debtors need to collect on debt. They will carve the company up and sell it. Piecemeal. 100%. That's how I feel about that. Have you seen Labyrinth, a Hytale MMO mod? I did see that. I saw that they were working with some custom UI on there. It's really tough to work with custom UI right now. So I was very impressed with what they did with the tab menu. Because you just can't modify a lot of that shit. Why step down and fire everyone, though? I don't know. All I know is 4 days ago, I brought a problem to Stephen Sharif and Margaret. And I gave them an ultimatum. They were not banning people that were saying insanely heinous shit in the video game. Like, wild shit. Shit I can't show on stream. We've talked about it all day today. 4 days later, they ended the company. Stephen stepped down. Their stance on it was that they would not be banning people. They would be giving them warnings to course correct them. Even when this is people that are doing things like screaming praises for Hitler and telling everyone that they want to put together a party to kill all the LGBT people on the server. Those are the people that they were giving warnings to. Wild shit. Shit you get banned for in any other game. Shit that you get banned for in League of Legends and EVE Online. They ban you for that. Like, And they protected that. Yeah. It is insane. And all of us as players saw it, man. We saw it every day in global chat. And every day those people didn't get banned. So I brought that up to them. They said that was their policy. And I said, this is bullshit. And if you don't fix this, I will leave. And they said, I don't want you to go. And I was like, I'm out. Freedom of speech, bro. I'm going to tell you right now, happy 4534. If your response to a guy screaming praises to Hitler is he should be able to do that, freedom of speech, you are dying on the worst hill, my dude. You look like a jackass. Rethink that. For just a minute. Take a second. Think about what you've just done. And then get back up out of the chair, because holy shit, my dude. Joking? Bro. That's wild. That's... Bro. Come on, man. Yeah, no. We're going to wait on the ads. They're about to start. It says ads starting soon. Oh, it's been my bed? Yeah. -2 this man. Fish reacts this man. Yeah, freedom of speech is only for the government silencing you, by the way. Not you getting banned from a video game. Calm your constitution for a moment. People in their jokes, it's just... If it was a joke, dude, like, you got to work on your banner. Because that's not it. You're looking real weird right now, man. Oh my God. That's why we have Kappa. You know, that's why we have /S. If not AOC or WoW, what's a good MMO right now? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I mean, you've got Guild Wars 2, you've got Final Fantasy 14. Those are the two that pop to my mind the most, right? And I think that's the best. Those two are probably in the best spot. Old School RuneScape is cool. ESO is pretty cool. City of Heroes? I thought that was gone. Is that still around? Because if City of Heroes and City of Villains are around, I might play that shit. See, Medicated, that one's funny. That's a good joke. Homecoming is a fan-run server with NCSoft. Ooh, that's cool. With NCSoft's blessing. That I like. You still grabbing an Old School RuneScape? I should be. I'm not doing it right now. I'm EXP lossing right now because I'm bad at RuneScape. Freedom of speech. Yeah, exactly. You got to remember your /S, dude. Have you looked at Where Winds Meet? Yeah, I jailbroke their LLM in-game and turned it into the Muffin Man. I can't take that game seriously, dude. Yeah, I just can't. I did it live, too. I did it live. I had her tell me all about Drury Lane in London. Yeah, I did it live. It was stupid. It was so bad. I'm going to move my RuneScape over here. I'll just put it up there. You can have it. Let me see. Twitter. Let's grab this. And we'll do from Pirate Software. Still maxing strength? Yeah, dude. Crab abuse. 100%. Anti-free speech if it offends you? Okay. No, it's not really about anti-free speech if it offends you. Like, you can't go around doing that kind of stuff, right? A lot of countries, it's straight up illegal. You have to understand that if you are in a shared environment like that, and you are saying horrific things like that, like saying you want to kill gay people, that's terrible, dude. Like, that's called hate speech. That's what that is. That's not covered under freedom of speech. That's called hate speech. So, like, when you're talking about that, if you want to die on the hill and think that people should be saying that instead of an MMO, I mean, you get to own that, right? You can have that one. If that's what you want, and that's the person that you want to portray to the world, that you think that that is okay, Good luck with that, right? Because that ain't me. Yeah. Yeah, that's not. Have it. Have fun with that. You actually feel worse about this than with Chronicles of Illyria? Turned out to be a scam? Mostly because I didn't see this coming with Ashes. It's very disappointing. I think the thing that really bothered me about this with Ashes is that the game was moving in a good direction in early 2025. It was moving in a great direction. And then after that, something changed. And then when it changed, it started just turning to shit. Yeah. It started turning to shit. And I think that was the biggest problem, dude. The biggest problem with that. The lawsuit broke it. I think it imploded. Thoughts on Star Citizen? So I played Star Citizen. I did not like the monetization of the game. I thought it was moving in a really bad direction monetization-wise, and it bothered the shit out of me. But I wanted to give it the good old college try instead of just having my own personal opinions cloud me in terms of judgment without experiencing it. So I played it. And when I played it, it had the same feeling as Ashes of Creation to me, and I could sum up both games with one sentence. It would be so cool if this worked. That's it. You could look at any system, any environment, any interaction. Man, that'd be cool if it worked. And that's it. Both games were like that. Yep. That's it. Yeah. Imagine breaking records, raising money instead of redefining pay to win. Oh yeah, no, I don't like the monetization for Star Citizen at all. The monetization is really bad. I have not met a single player of Star Citizen that likes the monetization, which is the whole thing. Sorry, just got here. What the heck is that first sentence? Woke up to Ashes of Creation being shut down. It's dead. Come to Guild Wars 2? We want pirates here? Dude, I'm down with that. Like, I think Guild Wars 2 is really good, and it doesn't have a subscription fee. And because it doesn't have a sub fee, we can get everybody in and then, like, be good with it, right? Is Star Citizen even released properly yet? No. I wonder what Star Citizen's dev team looks like. I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah. You upgraded to a 5060 and now Star Citizen is playable. That's funny. I think my favorite bug that I had in Star Citizen out of everything... Actually, there's two things that I found to be my favorite when playing through Star Citizen. The first one is that you can just place anything on the ground, and everyone can see it. So I made a giant tower of hot dogs. That's what you do. You just fill the environment with hot dogs, and they just stay there. You can just make 1 billion of them. There's just hot dogs everywhere. I don't know why they did that, but you just can. And there's a bunch of physics hot dogs now. That's fine. The Eiffel of Glizzy can be made, yes. Weird. Weird design decision. Definitely not performant. Doesn't make any sense, but you can do it. And then the other one was, I was using a salvager to salvage a ship in which you peel it. You peel the skin off of the ship that you're salvaging, which is weird. Kind of a weird move. So you hit it with microwaves and peel it. Very strange. But during that, my ship just decided to go at full throttle forward when my hands weren't even on the keyboard. And it launched itself into it, exploded, and I instantly died. And Tix was showing me through the game at the time, and Tix was like, what happened? And I was like, I don't know. And I was like, all right. Yeah, the ship gained free will, launched itself directly forward 2 inches, and blew up. Yeah. Yeah, you could crash the server with millions of hot dogs? So it seems. It was hilarious, but also concerning, yes. Come to ESO. I think you'd like the armor set system. So ESO really seemed compelling to me. It looked really cool. When I played ESO last time, I just ran around and stole everything. All I did was steal. I just ran up to every NPC and was like, that's all I ended up doing. So I feel like I wouldn't end up playing that game. I would just steal it. I would just steal. That's also an option? Good. Good. Yeah, you love Star Citizen? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I wanted to get... Because I'm not very happy about Star Citizen's monetization, and I've shit on it many times over the years. So I was like, dude, I'm going to play it just to see, because I should play it. That's the right thing to do, to try it if I don't like their monetization and see what about it I don't like. Because that's kind of my motto, is don't hate it till you ate it, right? And I ate it. So I went and bought a ship, did the thing, and I was like, wow, no, this would be cool if it worked. And now with Midnight, what do you mean, Midnight flop? You think World of Warcraft's not fun? I wasn't going to play it because I didn't like the monetization for Midnight. I don't like the idea of a paid-for currency that they added to the game. So nothing works. Some of it works, some of the time. I'll give you an example. As I was walking through my hangar in Star Citizen, they're so similar in terms of their development. When I was walking through my hangar in Star Citizen, suddenly at one point, my character became very, very cold and was suffocating because that spot just counted as outside of the space station in space, which is weird. Just weird shit like that. Where, like, it kind of works. If you stand near the elevator, you might explode. That was cool. It's a little bit weird. Have you tried Elite Dangerous? Elite Dangerous was probably the worst new player experience I've ever had in any game in my life. And I was going through it with a guide that was Sephiroth. It was terrible. That was the worst experience I have ever had in a video game. I actually crashed out of that game. Yeah, 100%. It was terrible. Yeah. What, really? Yeah, in fact, I'll go read my review for this just so you can understand. Because I left a negative review on it. Because I was like, this is horrible, man. I love the skill issue on that. Yoop. There we go. Uninstalled and attempted to refund the game. Honestly, worst new player experience I have ever had. Pilot guide is outdated and shows UI that no longer exists. Tons of pilot tutorials are on outdated YouTube videos from the company. Constantly receiving incorrect information for quests. Non-descriptive errors when trying to perform basic tasks. It just says, something went wrong. Something went wrong. Like, that was it. That's all it would say. First combat I got into, the second my shields dropped, my sensor was sniped out. It took me 40 minutes to figure out why no game features worked at all after that. Suddenly, my ship just stopped working, and nothing functioned. And it would just say something went wrong. There was no indicator, there was no information, there was nothing. The game taught you nothing about this. I was like, what the hell is going on, right? Couldn't even dock because you can't request docking without a sensor. Trying to manually dock gave me a fine and made me a criminal until I figured out how to pay it off. After all of this, I tried to refund... Oh, no. So from that experience, I didn't even put the rest of it in there. I went back out into space, went to Reddit, because I didn't know what was going on. Sephiroth didn't know what was going on, even though he played it for a long time. You had to completely turn off your ship in space, fully shut it down in space, and then it reboot it, and it goes through the manual, like, automatic repair, and it does a repair cycle and then fixes it. So that fixed that. And I was like, holy shit. Finally fix this thing. Then I dock, right? And I was like, okay, I don't want to do that. I'm not going to go do combat. Maybe I'll do a courier mission. So I'm going to go do a courier mission, right? I've already paid off the first fine. Pick up the courier mission, and it wants me to go to a planet. I hop a couple systems. I go to the planet. I'm going down to the planet. It's got an indicator of where I'm supposed to go. And I'm like, cool. And then it's like, cool, you're near the planet. Now you got to go from this manually. You have to manually pilot. I was like, cool, I'm going to go to the reticle that it's showing me. I'm going to manually pilot in that direction. As I approached it, it said, you have trespassed. You now have another fine. And I was like, I am done with this shit. Like, this is awful, dude. Like, this is the worst experience. And at that point, I think it was about an hour of gameplay, hour and a half of gameplay. I was like, I've done what the game told me to do, and it's just shitting the bed constantly. So I uninstalled it, and I went to bed angrily. Got up the next day, and I was like, maybe I'll give it another shot. And then I go to look, and I was like, maybe I'll give it another shot, maybe I won't. Screw it, I didn't have a good time, I'm going to refund it. But I couldn't. Because the launcher was running in the background. And I racked up 21.4 hours on record from the launcher, so they wouldn't refund it. And I was like, I don't want to play this game again, dude. It was so bad. It was such a bad experience. And to be real with you, it might be better now, but this was back in 2022, and that shit sucked, man. It might be in a better spot now. If you guys play Elite Dangerous, is it in a better spot now? As someone who has played Elite Dangerous for 600 plus hours, I understand you. Okay, I'm glad you understand. I'm glad you understand, because holy shit was that wild, dude. It was just so bad. It was not a good experience. And it's rare that I put a negative review on a game, man. Like, I have to be really upset. Yeah. You haven't played it a bit? Okay. It's better now? I'd be interested. Oh, wait. My crab slap. Go over there. You started, like, last week after a 2-year break? Wild. Like 10 hours of learning curve. Learning curve would be fine. The problem that I had with it was all of the official documentation was wrong. It showed UIs that didn't exist. It showed like their videos were like, this is how you do this, and it didn't work that way in game at all. And I was like, Where am I supposed to go to figure this game out if everything that you put out as the developers is wrong? I was like, what? Like, what do I do with this? So that sucked, man. Yeah. It's better now. Not great, but not terrible. That's good. To land your ship, press the any key. Yeah, no, right? They need to be updated again. Oh, so they're out of date again. Oh, my God, no. You just want Pacific Drive in space? That's kind of EVE Online. Yeah. Learning Cliff. Yeah. You should not let try it in VR. No, I can't play games in VR. I vomit, dude. I get really badly motion sick. Like, super bad, man. I can't do it. Still playing old school RuneScape? Yeah. Yeah, I've been playing it a lot, man. Have you played Foxhole yet? Dude, Foxhole is very fun. I got into Foxhole, and everybody was very positive and very nice. The problem is the phase that I tried to play, because I tried to get into the game, there was like some kind of a duping issue, and everything exploded. So like that kind of didn't give me a good experience in the game. And like I want to play it again, because the game seems very fun. Yeah. Very cool, Jimmy Neutron. Proud of you. AI-born? I don't know what that is, man. Airborne? Don't know what that is. Yeah, no clue. Oh, the so Foxhole is going to get an aircraft update. That's what you meant when you said airborne. Okay. Who would be a Logi player? Yes. Yes, I would. I love logistics. When I played EVE, I was a Logi player, which is a healer, effectively. And I really, really enjoyed that. Very much so. It's my favorite role. Love it. He said, I'm proud of you. To me, I'm happy. Well, I mean, yeah, dude. Be your best self, man, whatever that is. You need to play X4, you'd like it? Have you ever played Eco? Is that the voxel game where you have to, like, take care of the environment? I've never played it, but I think I've seen it. Yeah. You're sorry you're late? That dumb Aussie, you're good, dude. He busts in the door. Sorry I'm late. What's your opinion on Lost Ark? I actually played a shitload of Lost Ark. Let me pull this up. I had a win condition in Lost Ark because I played it fully free to play for 620 hours. I played the living shit out of it, and I loved it. I actually really enjoyed it. I never spent a dime. Didn't spend a single dollar. I got every bean on the entire map, all the secrets, and my win condition was to beat all the content available in the game, which I did at the time, and then get the pirate ship. And I unlocked the pirate ship, all free to play. Yeah, the Makoko beans. Got them all. So those were my win conditions. I did it, and I uninstalled the game. Because it turned into, at the end game, it turned into a brick wall of random upgrades per week or pay money, which I just thought was shit. Yeah, I won the game. I won my win condition. Yeah, the end game was really weird. I will tell you that Lost Ark probably had the best progression system of any MMO I'd ever played. Any system that you got was never borrowed power. Any system that you played, it stayed with you forever. And you just kept adding systems like this one is now skills and like skill variant stuff. And this one is now gems and you put gems into it. Like it was just everything you unlocked just made you more and more powerful, right? Wasn't Lost Ark incredibly pay to win? I didn't spend a dime. I did all the content in the game. My win condition was to do every boss fight in the game, fully free to play, and get the super rare pirate ship, which was like the hardest to get ship at the time. And I got it. I got them both. And that was it. And then I went around with my pirate ship and won a bunch of races. And that was it. It was great. Gunlancer is a fun take class. I played Paladin. It's fun. Big sword time. Lost Ark PvP was actually the best MMO arena I've ever played. Dude, the PvP was great. Oh my god, the PvP was awesome. That was such a fun game. Dungeons and Dragons Online is 25 gigs, but the game is old. Ooh. What boss you got to? I don't remember, dude. Last time I played was 2023. At the time, it was all content available. That was it. That was everything that was on there. Veteran Cape and Old School RuneScape? No, I'm a new player to Old School RuneScape. I have a 99 in agility. That was my first 99 ever. You can see it there. This is my first real character in Old School RuneScape, and that is my first 99. Got 99 agility. Loved it. People called me like weird for doing that one first, but like, I don't care. Why'd you choose agility? I liked it. I actually really enjoyed it. Yeah. I was trying to get the squirrel pet, but I never got it. So, yeah, congrats on the 99. Thanks, man. Shay was very angry about it. That's true. Because Shay has played old school RuneScape for most of her life and still does not have a 99. And I 99'd it. Any MMOs you have your eye on? Yes. So there was an MMO a while back called Project LLL. And it kind of showed up, looked freaking amazing, and then fell off my radar. It got rebranded as Cinder City. It's owned by NCSoft. I have been waiting for this game for like 4 years. So I'm kind of excited for this. Like, I'm really excited for this game. Yeah, it's called Cinder City. And the idea is that you are it's a tactical shooter, right? MMO with like SCP shit. And I mean like giant, horrible, multi-armed demon of the sky that rips apart a reality kind of SCP shit. It's wild. Really goddamn cool. Yeah. I really was blown away by it. It's also got robots that you can like jump into a giant robot body and then just, you know. What happened to Throne and Liberty? Didn't NCSoft make that? I really got bored with Throne and Liberty. I kind of got to the end game of Throne and Liberty. We were doing our guild stuff, and I realized that it felt like a phone game. And what I mean by that is I'd log in every day to get my reward package for the day, and then like do my dailies from a UI, and then log out. And I was like, this is not really what I care about at all. And it just got really boring, right? Did you play Firefall? I did. Firefall was really fun for a little while. Whatever happened with Firefall? I actually don't know. It was too long ago. Kind of like Once Human? No. No, Project LLL is very different. Let me pull this up. Project LLL trailer. Let me show you the official gameplay trailer for this. This will kind of blow you away with this. It was all in Korean because NCSoft, right? But like they have sections where it's like sneaky. Like it's more like Division in terms of like the movement and sneaking mixed with like Destiny, right? Like it's really cool. And I think this is super fun, right? Firefall died a long time ago. But like, look at this. It's very Destiny. You've got your little guy. You go around. And this is an MMO, right? How's the progress on Heartbound going? I put out an update yesterday, man. So you got this. Active stealth, active camo, all this kind of stuff. And then you get out into the open world area. And you've got more like Division. Division with Destiny-style powers. I'm super down for that, man. Like, I'm really excited for that. And then you get to the end of this. Let's go over here. This was a part that was really compelling to me as well. Let me grab this real quick. Climbing up into this. You start getting into the weird, like, SCP-style shit, right? So they're doing something to, like, change reality when they interact with these. And I don't understand that, but they've never really explained it. But it's like a phase shift. So that guy's a bomb. But that's generally the idea, right? Feels very Once Human. I disagree, because Once Human's combat felt really clunky compared to this. Right? And then you've got the robots. The robots are really cool. So he knocks this one down and then jumps into it. Hacks the robot. Rips the guy out of it. And look at that UI transition. Like, that's cool, man. So I was super down with that. I was like, oh, it's very Titanfall, right? Yeah, Division, but with Titanfall style mechanics. And I was like, that's just good feeling. Yeah, it was slick, exactly. So this is, when I first saw this, I was like, this is freaking amazing looking. Is it like 5 FPS? I bet it is. Quality is at 2160. Yeah, it's really low FPS here. It feels low FPS. I think it's just the rate of the gun and the projectiles. Right? This is not actually 5 FPS. If you're seeing that, it might be the broadcast being a problem. And then, robot battle, UI breaking. I thought that was really slick. The slide there was really cool. It reminded me of Armored Core, right? Does that make sense? Feels pre-rendered. I don't think this is pre-rendered because they've done other gameplay footage since then. This is definitely a cinematic here, though. Watch this. Hecaton carries. So it looks like it's time play. Like, see, it says actual gameplay footage from development build. So it's actually gameplay footage, is what they've marked it as. And I was like, that's cool as shit, right? So you've got a little Titanfall, you got a little Destiny, you got a little Division, you've got a little SCP. And I'm like, that's just kind of cool, right? That's kind of cool. And that's the game. So I was like, I need to know more about this. And then it disappeared. And now it's called Cinder City. Little SCP. Just a little bit of SCP. And maybe it turns out shit. Maybe it doesn't. But this is on my radar, man. Like, that's the game. It's been on my radar for a while. Yeah. When does it come out? We know nothing. I don't know shit, man. I don't know shit at all. But, that's it. I think they have their YouTube, and that's it. Yeah. They put out some new stuff in 2025. 2 months ago. They put out some new stuff. And this is all we've really seen, man. Yeah, kind of like Control. I did play a little bit of Control. But this one is very different. This one's more like Division, more like Destiny now. It's starting to get like a little bit more chunky in terms of like the environments. Also, there's this thing. So they want to do like big gross monsters, right? And I'm kind of into that, right? It seems kind of like Warhammer 40K in terms of like, or Dead Space in terms of like the enemies, right? I'd like to see you play more Control. I haven't played Control in a long time. I might play Control 2. It's not that I didn't like Control. It's that it's weird now. And the reason it's weird now is because in the middle of me playing my playthrough of Control, Dr. Disrespect got outed. And it kind of like feels weird to me to play it now. And I know that that probably doesn't make a huge amount of sense. But it was really weird for me. And it makes it weird to play the game. That's all. It just was really weird. Yeah. Control is an amazing game. It is. Yeah. It was very cool. I just have this weird, like, negative association with it now where I was like, man, Dr. D got what? He admitted that he had sexual texting with a minor on Twitter, dude. It was really weird. The whole thing was bad. And, like, the moment that happened, it happened while I was doing my playthrough of Control on stream, and I was like, I don't know if I want to play this again. Because every time I play it, I think about that, and I was like, that's freaking gross. Yeah, super weird. Yeah. You're about to make a political joke? There's no political joke, dude. Would you play Albion Online? Albion might be a lot of fun. I've heard that it's incredibly pay-to-win, though, and I know it's pay-to-win. I don't like pay-to-win social sandboxes. If I'm going to play a social sandbox, I need to make sure that I'm fighting someone's skill, not their wallet. Does that make sense? Have you heard of Nine Souls? I have. I haven't played it yet. I want to. You continue your playthrough of Elden Ring? I don't know. I've found over time that Souls-likes kind of aren't for me, man. I think the reason why is I don't like fighting the ads before the boss over and over again. You never had an issue with pay to win? That's fair. I do, though. Like, it's a bother to me, right? Did you hear about Dr. Disrespect faking the invited preview for Highguard? I did see that, and that was really weird. That was really weird, where he said he was, like, invited to the preview for Highguard, and he said he showed up with a Lambo, and then the Highguard team was like, no, he didn't. What are you talking about? That was really weird. I don't understand that shit at all, man. Waited with bated breath for the global release of Aeon 2? Really? Really? I don't know anything about that. Aeon 2 is going to be a thing? Think he tried or joked about making merch about it too? He did. That was just strange. Yeah. That's obviously a joke. To make that statement, you think that's a joke? No, I don't think that's a joke at all. I think that because of the negative connotation with himself as a creator, tying himself to their brand could cause actual damage to their brand. There are people that would likely not want to play that game specifically because it's tied to him. That's not a joke. That's business, and it's damaging business. So you have to understand that. There's a very serious thing there. Hello, how are you? Doing good. Yeah. Isn't Aeon 2 already out? I don't know anything about it. I didn't even know Aeon 2 was going to be a thing. Let me look at this. Is it only in, like, Japan or something right now? Or only in Korea? It's actually going to be a thing. No. Stop it. Ugh. Classic Aeon. Classic NCSoft. Dude, look at the swimming in that. Oh, dude, the movement looks really good. Is this in Korea right now? Korea and Taiwan. The one thing that I like about NCSoft a lot of the time is when they release a game in the West, it's very perfected in terms of like no problems, really fleshed out because they've already found all the problems in their Korea audience. Like the Korean audience finds everything. The problem that I have with NCSoft is they always inject a shitload of pay-to-win garbage into it. That's the issue that I have with it. Which makes sense because they're a Korean-based developer. And in Korea, pay-to-win is normal and socially acceptable. That's the problem. For Battle Passes is wild, yeah, I can't get behind that. Korea likes that. That's a normal thing there. Korea, China, it is very normal there. What are your thoughts on Ash's creation? I've already put them out. I quit the game 4 days ago, and I quit because they were not moderating the servers at all. I called out the developers directly for that. I put out a negative review on the game, and then they closed the studio today. So that's the thing. Like, I basically showed up and went, "This is dumb," and they were like, "You're right, blow it up." Yeah, they killed it off. It's dead. Ashes is dead, dude. Not even a joke. Yep. And unfortunately, I was the largest streamer for the game. So, neat. Yeah. I've been supporting them since 2021 and trying to clear up misinformation about the game and talking about the development process and teaching people to put bug reports, and then they just shit themselves in the last year. And I called them out on absolutely everything. I was like, this is awful. Like, what are you doing? And called them out here, too. Also awful. And that's it. Did you record the interview? Which interview? What are you talking about? We got ads. We're going to wait on the ads. My refund got rejected by Steam because you have more than 2 hours of gameplay. Oh, yeah. A lot of people's will. But this is going to be a whole thing, dude. You're somewhat responsible for people buying this crap? No, actually. So what I was doing the entire time was telling people, do you want to play a social sandbox? You may not like that. Maybe you should try Albion first. Are you okay with a game that is super scuffed and may not ever exist because it's an alpha? It's got a lot of bugs. And are you okay with your character being wiped? If you're okay with that, then playing it makes sense. But if you're not, don't do it. If you're even on the fence, don't do it. What are your thoughts on Narc in retrospect now? Exactly the same. He lied about the desert. Like, he shouldn't have lied about that. Dude could have made his point that he didn't like the direction of development without lying. And he lied. He lied about that. And I showed that in a video directly. Showed it off directly and said, like, dude, you lied about that. This is what the environment actually looks like. And I think people are kind of rose-tinted glassesing that and not remembering what his actual statements were. Which is why I went on Asmongold's stream to clear it up about the game. Like, that was the whole reason that I ended up doing that. I'd say Albion is pay to win. If someone buys gear with money, they won't have the skill to beat you? No, that's the same slippery slope as EVE Online, man. If you get a bunch of players that are skilled versus a bunch of players that are skilled, and one side buys a bunch of really good gear and the other side has to farm it all up, the people who buy the gear are at an advantage. You are buying an advantage. Yeah, that's buying an advantage. And I think that if you don't admit that, I think it's a little disingenuous. You are still buying power, whether you know how to use it or not. What about Vintage Story? I do need to play Vintage Story. I might set up a server for that for the community. What was the cause of the shutdown? We'll go into it. Okay, ads are over. We're back, right? Yeah. What is this? The mental gymnastics you must think think every pay-to-win user is clueless is nuts? Where did I say that a pay-to-win user was clueless? Where did I say that? Show me the clip. Betting you can't. So with that in mind, this was the statement from Stephen Sharif. This is the shutdown. Yeah. Have you heard of PAX Day? I played PAX Day when it was super early. I think it was too early for them to put it out. Yeah. I think it was too early for them to put it out. It was not in a good state. That must have really struck a nerve. No, I just call it bullshit, dude. Like if somebody's making a claim of like the way that I feel, I'm just gonna be like, okay, we're on then. Prove it. That's how that's always gonna go, man. You're not talking about you peanut? Then who are you talking about? You didn't at anybody, dude. If you're talking in a streamer's chat and you don't at anybody else, you're talking to the streamer, my dude. That's how that shit works. There's no reply. There's no at. You're talking to the streamer, man. Maybe it's because I actually read my chat. I know there's a lot of streamers out there that don't read their chats. Not used to it. But like, I love the you peanut though. That's funny as shit. They were in a good state. Like New Jersey. Why you like this? The peanut is great. I usually call people melons, so I get it. What's the next game that's similar to Ashes? Me and the boys are lost. There isn't anything right now, and I think that's the problem, man. Like, Ashes creation was actually in a really good spot in early 2025. Hey, Nix, thank you for the rating party 3. Hope you're having a good day, man. So, like, it was in a really good spot in early 2025, and they've just shit the bed since. And there's really nothing that fulfills that goal. The only other thing that I would say that's close is EVE Online, but it's heavily pay to win and corrupt. So, like, you have this serious problem there that's just not going to work, right? Final Fantasy XIV is really good, but that's not a social sandbox. Old School RuneScape is good, and I play that all the time, but it's mostly just skilling. It's kind of how I feel about it a lot of the time, right? That's what I'm doing right now. Yeah. You managed to read your chat, which blows my mind. I had to learn to do that very fast. To me, it just sucks because Ashes had potential. It did. No, it had a shitload of potential. It had an absolute shitload of potential. And it's just wild to me to see this. How are your stats coming along in Old School RuneScape? Well, I am at 61, or I'm at 84 strength now. I'm at 99 agility. Those are my two primaries right now. That's what I've been working on. So I'm done with agility, and I'm working on strength. Great reading your chats, by the way. Thanks, man. Mortal Online. So Mortal Online, I've heard weird things about. I don't know how to feel about it. Yeah. What's the state of EVE? You mentioned that it's corrupt. What do you mean? So EVE Online has this system called the Stellar Council, basically, right? The CSM. And you vote for CSM members. They get flown up to the actual studio that runs it, CCP, right? They get flown up there and they get to talk to the devs directly and like have a whole council and everything like this. The Council of Stellar Management is what they're called. The problem is those guys get insider information. They trade that insider information to their corporations and alliances and their alts, and they use that to manipulate markets to set up for when a change is coming through, which is why everyone who's ever been on the CSM is a multi-trillionaire in EVE. The game is rigged. Just kind of like real-life politics. It's not great, right? On top of that, the game is also pay to win. You can use real money to turn into Plex in-game, to sell for ISK, to buy anything that you want in the game. And you could say you have to have, a player versus another player, and they have to have the skill to fly the ship and everything. They got to understand angular velocity and everything that goes along with it. I get it. I played EVE for 15 years. But if you have two skilled players, and one of them has the skills for one ship, and one of them has the skills for the counter, and the guy over here doesn't have the skills for the counter, he can just buy them. And then he can buy the ship. And that's the problem. Didn't Thor support the shit out of this game? I did. I did support the shit out of it when they were doing right. And since then, I have not. On January 9th, I put out this negative review for the game. 4 days ago, I called out the developers for having no moderation on our server whatsoever. I then quit the game and uninstalled it 4 days ago and ended our guild. And then they closed the studio today. I've been very public about that the entire time, man. You got an idea about how EVE Online manages to survive for that long? Spite. It's literally spite. Players in EVE hate each other viciously. It's like a box of rabid cats. But when they leave the box, they feel strange. So they go back into the box. I understand that because when you play EVE for long enough, you have the draw to return to EVE. Also, to be clear, EVE Online is a brilliant video game. It is actually amazing. It is really, really good. It's just riddled with pay-to-win and corruption. But it's a very, very good game. And that's the problem. If it wasn't so good, I wouldn't feel so bad. But it is so good. Hard start into it? requires a healthy love of trains. But yeah, you could do it. It was great before skill injectors. Yeah, I agree with that. Can you show us your favorite Eve trailer? No. I don't want to promote Eve, dude. Survive on spite and keeps coming back for more. Sounds like your family. Nice. Yeah. They didn't shut down the game. Maybe they'll downscale it. Here's the problem, though, right? They owe a shitload of money. There's this mysterious board that we've never heard about as players. And then on top of this, you've got... Let's think about the business, right? Let's think about the business of Ashes of Creation. Let me go show you something that really bothers me. We actually showed it off earlier. This right here is their employee breakdown. As per LinkedIn. They have 206 employees. 101 of those are arts and design, 65 are engineering, 9 are quality assurance. What are you doing, my dude? What are you doing? Like what? That does not... No wonder it's full of shit. See the problem? That's a big problem. Yeah. So like it's not great. As for the people that are actually on LinkedIn, I'm going to be honest with you, if you're working in tech, you likely have a LinkedIn. It is very rare that you don't. It's very, very rare. Yeah. So, like, this kind of aligns with what was going on. I'll give you an example, right? I contacted Stephen Sharif, and I said, yo, our town doesn't have a mount assigned. I'm the mayor, and I didn't get a flying mount. He was like, oh, shit, we got to fix this. He contacted his QA team. QA team said, oh, no, we didn't check that. Only for Brine Barrel and Corin. Those were the two that were broken, right? So he said, okay, I'm going to have QA get on it. They're going to get in touch with you. And I was like, cool, man. How long is it going to take? He's like, just a couple of minutes. I waited for an hour and a half. And then they couldn't give me a mount. They had to give me a cosmetic mount with 0% stats so that I could fly until they fixed it. It's been over a month. It never got fixed. Yeah. So, like, if you're wondering if this actually is accurate, I would believe so. I sat in game for an hour and a half after the game director told them to send a QA guy to give me a mount because I couldn't get it because it was broken. Like, dude, that's wild, right? I don't know how you drop the ball on something like that. Bad QA constraints. The reason that happens is because of a lack of QA like systems, basically. You have to set up what are called like task plans. Like, grab this. I'm going to grab this here. So you set up a checklist where basically you'd be like, hey, here's a settlement. Inside of that settlement, we have to check them out. We have to check buy orders. We have to check commissions. We have to check to make sure that the node can actually go and level up. You have to check the general environments for this and the NPCs. And like each of these ends up being a checklist box. 2 of the nodes in our region, 2 out of 26 total, didn't follow this checklist for the mount. Other ones, which I believe it was a totally different number, it was like a bunch of them, didn't follow this checklist for commissions. Other ones didn't follow this checklist for buy orders. They were all over the place, which means a lack of QA process. That's nothing to do with anything else. That's just missing QA. And my bet is that happened because there was only 9 staffers. Right? And I don't even blame the QA for that, man. I don't blame QA for that at all. I blame their lack of numbers. That's wild. You can't do that shit. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah. That doesn't make any sense. Been in that world before? Same. They were just doing Fallout-style vault experiments to see what you would work with. What would work? Dude, that's just bad. Don't say that. Okay, if we put a settlement in here and we don't give them a mount, how angry do players become? What if we give them no quests over on this one? Yeah, it's literally Vault Corp, dude. It's Vault Tech. Am I crazy or is this insanely large staff? It's a lot of staff for this. Now, here's the most likely direction that I see this going. You have 10 years of development, hundreds of thousands of assets in-game. You've got environmental models, you've got terrain models, you've got buildings, you've got items, weapons, armor, races, character models, monster models. You have all of this shit, right? What do you do with it? You sell it. You package that shit up and you sell. That's what you do. You sell it. My guess is they will take this into little boxes and sell the features. Done. I don't see that happening any other way, dude. I think they're going to sell them as Unreal Engine prefabs for stuff. I think that the server system that they have, the mesh system for that, is a really good product to sell. I would not be surprised if they turn that into sellable materials at this point. Because the game is over. Party's done, dude. They've done the Warren Act. They got 60 days to fire everybody. And they don't have enough money for payroll, which is the claim right now. So if that turns out to be true, that's wild. So, like, that's it. Sell it off. Carve it up and sell it off. That's the only way that I can see this going, man. I hope it's not that, but I'm betting it is. Basically, when you're firing so many people all at once, there's like some government stipulations that go in. I believe they have to pay the next 60 days of their payment to those employees. That's what I think Warren triggers after 50 employees. It's like 50 plus employees that get fired. You then have to do that during a layoff. I think that's what it is. If you want to play a social sandbox MMO, UO Outlands is always a choice. How old is that game? That's Ultima Online, yeah? I don't know anything about that. Did Pirate talk about the AOC shutdown? What's on your screen right now? UO is secretly one of the best MMOs ever. Is it? You guess Narc was right? No, Narc lied about the desert. And I called him out for that. I really don't like the idea of like, Narc was right, because it takes you out of the conversation and stops you talking about what's actually going on here. And it doesn't make sense based on what his claims were originally. Yeah. I hope those developments get better into game industries. Yeah, I hope so too, but you're at the worst time in history for tech industry jobs, so. I think that's the problem with that, dude. Narc was semi-right. I think Narc was upset about the direction of the development of the game, which at the time, I didn't agree with him. And the reason why is because that was early 2025. Early 2025 was the best time for Ashes of Creation. It was phenomenal. The developers were super communicative. They were doing a really good job. They were, like, the game was getting constant updates. Like, everything was moving in the right direction. At the time that he dropped a video saying, I hate all of this. Made no sense. And then he lied about the desert, which it was a provable lie. We did a video flyover of the area that he was talking about, and he just lied, dude. So he tried to prove a point, and he tried to back it up with back up his narrative with a lie. I can't get behind that. And that's it. You have to, if you're going to be mad, you have to be mad about something real. This is something real. Be mad about this, right? Sure, the environment was there, but there's nothing else really? That's not true. That's actually completely inaccurate. Here, I'll go give you a video. Let me grab this. I'm going to show you the video where I refuted his claim entirely. You may have not seen this. Yeah, literally I put out a video refuting his claim 1 year ago. This was in January 11th, 2025. Showing off this is what he was showing. And then if we go into this, you can actually see what the desert really looks like at the same time. What he did to get that video footage was go to the very bottom of the unfinished part of the desert near a node that was not actually built up and then spun around in a circle saying the whole desert works this way. And it didn't look that way at all. It was just wrong. He lied. He went to an area of the game that was not finished and then complained that the whole desert looked that way, and it was not true. Like it's so shitty, dude. Yeah. Oh my God. So we look at this, like that whole environment was awesome looking, dude. It was really awesome looking. There's all kinds of stuff in there too. We get out into the actual desert out here. Look at this. This is exactly where he was standing. Do you see that arc right there across the map? This is where he was standing. And in his video, right there with that same arc across it, looking out over the desert, see that little tiny hut out there? You see that? The problem was when he released that video, this is actually what it looked like. Because that's the node. That's the node plug. So I was like, no, it doesn't. You're full of shit. Yeah. If I recall it correctly, that becomes ocean in a later update. It does. It's actually ocean now. It's not an infinite desert anymore. I'm mad about the whole funded to completion thing. What funded to completion thing are you upset about? Yeah, what thing are you talking about? Do you think the Steam release was a move by Steven or by the board of directors? Bro, the board idea, I hate that shit. Yeah. Oh, that's true. Bye. I think that's more true. Yeah, the board thing pisses me off. We were never informed as players that there was a board. We were informed to the opposite of that. Like, we were informed to the opposite. It's funny because there's so much wrong with the game. You didn't need to make things up. Exactly. That was the thing. That's why I was so pissed about it. I was like, dude, there's shit that's actually wrong with the game. We can talk about that. Don't make shit up. Because it just defeats your argument, man. Like, complain about shit that's real. That's all you need to do. Yeah. Yeah, you don't need to make shit up to prove your point. His video wasn't about the desert. It was about Steven constantly lying and misrepresenting the state of the project, which has to be proven correct. The problem about this, though, Sorasabi, is that his pinnacle moment for proving this, his visual evidence for this, was a lie. And if he didn't do that, that video would have been totally fine. But he based all of this, and then his evidence provided to that was the desert. And it wasn't true. And that's the issue, man. Like, you can't make a big takedown video like that and then base it on a bullshit claim. The people in the public will believe it, though. Like, people are just going to believe shit like that. That's what they do. The internet doesn't give a shit about digging. I care about that, though. And that's why I called it out, because I'm like, that's bullshit. Here's the desert. Because people were piling into my channel. They're like, the desert's empty, the desert's empty, the desert's empty. And I was like, okay, let's go over there. And then they're like, wait, the desert's not empty? And I was like, no, it's not. And they were like, oh. That was like a whole week after that narc video. That's why I had to make that video, because I was like, Jesus Christ, this is going to continue forever, dude. Yeah. And I think that's the biggest problem, dude. And that's why I was like, this sucks. Like, this, don't do this. Don't lie about this shit. Yeah. Yeah, he could have picked any kind of shit to bitch about for the game, and it would have been fine. But he picked that, and it was just weird. And they released the Scorpion. What about the Scorpion? What? Yeah. He didn't even bother posting it in the AOC news section? I know, dude. I know he didn't. Oh, yeah, Narc deleted his YouTube a long time ago. That's true. How did Camelot Unchained outlive Ashes is Beyond Me? I have no idea. Any tips for getting better at MS Paint? Bro, do you know why I got good at MS Paint? Of like drawing words and shit in MS Paint? Because I used to have to do that shit at work. Because I found if I was giving a presentation, if I drew boxes and shit, people paid more attention. There's people that like can't pay attention unless they have a visual indicator. By the way, hey, look at this. Look, it's old school RuneScape. Look up there. Look at it. Just look at it. You know, the same effect. Exact same shit. That's why I draw in MS Paint. Do you get it now? Oh my god, it's the keys? Yeah, dude. No XP waste? I got like 2 hits on that crab. Makes sense, yeah? I mean, like, that's why I do it, because, like, it helps people to pay attention, man. Yeah, no, the game is dead. Ashes is done. It's over. And I would be surprised if Valve didn't do refunds on this one. I'd be really surprised. Are you saying RuneScape is a Subway Surfer thing? No, I actually just like playing RuneScape, and I just put it up there, because now it's Subway Surfers, which is funny. Yeah. Ashes is Jova. Yeah. Told you there's a key iron in the safe. True. But yeah, I think overall the way that I feel about this is this, dude. Like, Ashes has turned to shit since about March 2025. It's about March 2025, which is 3 months after. I think maybe even April 2025 is when that started. And stuff started to go sideways. And I've been calling them out since then. And I really liked the start of this phase. I thought the start of this phase was very fun. And then after the start of this phase, after about level 10, it turned back into the same shit that was broken. Sucks that us who invested early won't get a refund. Bro, I bought the game in 2021. I'm not getting shit back. Not getting shit. Yeah. When did the board come into play? According to a developer that I talked to, one of the employees, the board was implemented 6 months ago. Take that with a grain of salt. That is an inside source. That is not public information. And because of that, I have no way to verify their claim. But that is what I have been told. MS Paint was the keys the whole time. It's true. You figured it out. Yeah, board into an instant destruction of the company, 100%. Did the creditors impose a board in early 2025? Not that I've seen. There was no public statements of a board. In fact, there was statements to the contrary, which is that Steven does not have a board to answer to. He will never have a board to answer to. It's just him. And he's the last buck. The buck stops with him. You never bought the game? Well, now you don't get a chance to. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Very nice of you. Do you think they paid people money to push it on Steam launch day? Do you think they paid people money to push it on Steam? What do you mean? Like advertisers? Well, I'm going to be honest with you. Their advertising team is 5 people. So I think they probably paid 5 people's worth of marketing there and relied on content creators that actually liked the game, like me. And that was about it. Like streamers? Yeah, no, they never paid me. I never got a single dime from them. Nope. Not one dime, my dude. Let's not devolve into fabricating accusations. Yeah, people will do that. I think it's really easy because, like, you're pattern seeking, right? You're looking for a pattern. You're trying to make sense of it. And some of those patterns make it look like malicious action. Some of this does look malicious to me, too. But it's only because we have the information to kind of back it up. I'll give you an example. Let's go to Ashes of Creation Kickstarter. On the Ashes of Creation Kickstarter, if we go to the very, very, very bottom of this, you'll see that they have a section here called These Are Promises to You. And the second one is, in the case that Ashes of Creation does not launch, specifically launch, we promise to refund all backers in full. This is technically a launch. It's a launch into early access. Does that count? And if it does, did the team know, which is why the launch was so shit and so scuffed that they were like, we got to fulfill that promise, launch it. That's the only one that I can look at and go, that looks malicious. Does that make sense? To me, that one looks malicious. Whether it is or not, I don't know, but it looks malicious. That looks really bad, dude. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like a board decision. Is the board in the room with us right now? Who the hell are they? Yeah. Show me his paint and arrow keys. Etch a sketch. Oh, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people know you can do that. Pull this over here. Click anywhere on the screen. Grab this. Put it there. And now watch this. Is it that? There we go. Da-na-na. You can use the arrow keys on your keyboard. Hold down spacebar. And you have an etch a sketch. Etch a sketch. That neat? Yeah. You can't shake it to erase it. Actually, you can do this. Here, watch. Wow, it worked. So stupid. Oh, it's so dumb, dude. This is the true board. Oh, god damn it. Is that another picture of Plank from Ed, Ed and Eddie, dude? I'm out. But yeah, I'm mad about this. I'm going to be super honest with you. I'm mad about it for a couple of reasons. I went to bat for them for a number of times over the years. Getting rid of the misinformation, showing off the game, talking about the development process. And in the last year, they fumbled all of that in such a spectacular fashion that I don't trust them anymore. And I said that directly to Steven and to Margaret 4 days ago. I told them I don't trust them. And I quit the game. And I was very explicit about that. I took screenshots of that entire conversation. And I haven't decided if I want to put that out yet, because I don't think it adds anything to it. But the reason why I did it, the reason why I quit, is because they were not moderating our server. We had people that were running around praising Hitler, saying that they wanted to kill LGBT people, trying to encourage others to get into groups to do so. We had people that were saying anti-Semitic shit in chat all day. We had people that were doing personal attacks and doxing on our server, and they didn't ban any of those people. And when I brought this to Stephen and Margaret, their direct response was that it is policy to not ban those people. Instead, they want to course correct them through warnings. Kill LGBT people, not their characters. Yeah. That's the shit that they were writing. And we have screenshots of all of those messages. I've sent out some of those to our Discord. I will not show them on stream. I'll get banned. So, like, when that happened, and when I got the official response from them, and they said that was the policy, I quit the game. That was 4 days ago. That was on the 28th of last month. I just couldn't do it. I was like, you're fucked. Like, I'm out. I don't want to deal with that at all. And I just think that's a horrible direction to go. Is policy to not ban those people? Yeah, dude. Here, let me actually pull this up for the actual pirates. Quote, we want to give people a chance to course correct before we move to irreversible actions. End quote. That was the quote. You want to give a person a chance to course correct when they're running around in global for 2 weeks saying they're trying to form groups to kill LGBT people. Bro. Like, you can't actually be that stupid. That's insane shit. That makes no sense. Yeah, for real. And, like, in our Discord, in our guild Discord, I put out even one of the quotes of this. Let me see if I can actually cut this up. If there's a way to do this. Yeah, this guy said, looking for a few good men to take the fight to the LGBT community. And then later he was talking about killing LGBT people. Like, it's just like, that dude never got banned. He did that for weeks. Like he did that for weeks, dude. Like, it's just like, what the hell is going on? Like, how are you allowing this? Oh, yeah, no, they had people that were praising Hitler, too. Yeah, which is illegal in Germany, that's true. We got ads, we're going to wait. Discord for ban of that. Yeah, no, it's bad. It's, like, insanely bad. Sounds like keeping people in the game had more priority than keeping it clean. Yes. He also didn't get suspended, didn't get banned. No timeouts, no nothing. We actually watched these players continue to play the game 6 to 8 hours a day. That's it. We just got to see it, dude. And I think that's horrific, man. I think that's horrific. It's no place in games. Technically, we're all permabanned now. That's true. That's true. Yeah, that one guy who was screaming about Jewish people the whole time. He was. Yeah, there was a guy who was doing that. What game ban is an irreversible action? Dude, I don't. It's just corpo speak shit. MMOs are a hotspot for radicalization, and game companies should be doing everything to stop it. They already do. Just Ashes didn't, man. And I just can't deal with that. That is the bad problem to me. Check your email. Why did you send me a weird email? Bro, that's so strange. Let me see this. If you sent me a PDF, I am not opening this. The problem with this, your email may be real. That messaging may be real. But I don't have any proof. Does that make sense? Just another guy? Ads are over. Yeah, I checked my email. Just another guy sent me an email. It is a screenshot of an email sent to a team member at Intrepid. But this could be real. But I don't have any proof of that. If it is real, it fits very neatly into this situation and shows how actually horrific and shitty it is for the employees. If it is not real, it's complete misinformation. I don't want it on the internet. That's the problem. And I don't have a way to determine if it is real or not. Does that make sense? I don't think you're a bad person for sending it to me, and I don't think you're a fraud, but I can't prove what you've said. Does that make sense? Shoot me an email back where you can discuss more. there's nothing that we could discuss that would prove this here outside of, like, I don't even know at that point, right? Like, there'd have to be some kind of proof that you could do, but there's nothing that I can do that would prove here. And it's not about knowing you well enough. I really like the phrase trust but verify. I trust that you're telling me the truth, but I can't verify your claim. And knowing you, being friendly with you, would not help me to verify that claim. I need verification here, and there's nothing to verify with. Does that make sense? That's how I always operate on this shit, man. Yeah. All of chat is actually an IRC. It is. You can actually connect to Twitch over IRC, which is kind of funny. You have to give consequences so they actually have incentive to course correct. Correct. That's exactly it. Are you in the board? No, dude. What the hell? The board. Wasn't Steven the board? As per the filings for their company, they actually didn't have a board outside of Steven. So if there was a board that was formed, which is what the employee that talked to me has said, still can't confirm their claim either, that was never explained to community. Ever. Literally never at all. And I think that's outrageous, honestly. If they added a board 6 months ago, like that employee claimed, no one was informed. Yeah. Sounds like a hostile takeover. You can't have a hostile takeover unless you sell more than 50% of your stock. As far as I can tell, they only had 10% out. I think it was like 9.6. So that doesn't make any sense either. How do you hostile takeover from 9% of the company? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. You just be like, cool, your opinion is noted. Why, thank you, right? I can't believe we had a hostile takeover from a guy with one share. You know, like, that doesn't work that way. A smorgasbord? It was a smorgasbord. It was. Might have been related to financing, but again, we don't really know. That's the problem. We don't really know. You could approach private owners without letting the other owners know. He was the owner. That was the problem. So when you're saying approach private owners, there was no others. It was him and his alleged husband, and that's it. Which makes all of this even funnier. I think that is the thing that's wild to me. If Stephen Sharif is actually married to John Moore, who is the CFO, if that is true, then the statements that I sent up to them of players saying that they wanted to kill LGBT people in the community and those players not being banned for those messages become even more insane. Like, that becomes even more insane. Like, crab. Yeah, I'm slapping the crab. I am. Yep. They were married for cover-up? Dude, I'm going to tell you this right now. There were actually people that have been talking about those two being married since 9 years ago on Reddit. I don't know if it's true, but people have been talking about that for a very long time. I have no idea. Yeah, no clue. And it's not really relevant to any of this at all. But it is ironic. It's kind of relevant in an ironic sense, because if they are, and they didn't ban people for saying that in the video game, that's wild. Yeah. You got to understand these people don't have morals and money is king. I think that's easy to say and hard to prove. I think it is more likely that Steven actually had a vision for a cool game. It is more likely that he really believed in that vision and had no idea how to achieve it and fumbled the shit out of it. And now we're at the end of it, and they've done a lot of really sketchy shit to get there. I think the only part that I could attribute to malice or potential malice is specifically the Kickstarter tie-in with the launch on Steam. That's it. That's the only piece that I could truly attribute to malice. Everything else is just stupid. Everything else is just dumb shit. Does that make sense? One of the good things is the knowledge from the game systems will now go to other new games. Well, here's the problem. Which knowledge of game systems will do that? Their profession system was a joke. It was shit to play. It was actually terrible, right? Hated that. None of that was fun or good. The gathering system was only fun because we knew it from New World, and that was great. Fishing was just an AFK system. Sport fishing was a direct one-to-one copy from ArcAge with no changes or iteration. What have they added to the world? The only thing they've really truly added to the world is the meshing server system and all of the assets that were generated, and those will likely be carved up and sold as Unreal Engine assets. The node system could be cool. Yeah. Never fully realized, but yeah. The caravan system, another thing from ArcAge. Wasn't really a lot of difference there. Why'd you play it for so long? Because it was really good up until early 2025. It was moving in the right direction. They would make claims of, hey, we're going to do this, and then they would do it. And then about March 2025, they just stopped doing it, but they kept making claims. Does that make sense? And I came back and played it again, and I was like, oh shit, you guys implemented a bunch of cool shit for about level 1 to 8. All the questing system is in there. That's great. And then we got past that, and I got to the end game, and I was like, everything is broken, and it's broken in the exact same way that we reported a year ago. What the hell is going on? And then it all fell apart. Does that make sense? It was easy to get involved with it because the early was good. Yeah. You miss ArcAge? You love the character creator? I heard it was incredibly pay to win. Yeah. Like incredibly pay to win. We got radio silence with that too. We did. The node system was copied from an MMO called Vanguard that was closed by SOE. I can't verify that. I don't know. I'll have to look into it. They pushed the Steam as a last money grab? No. That one I can attribute a little, like that one looks like malice to me. And I showed it off earlier. Did I close that page? I may have closed that. One sec. Whoop. There we go. So this one says, in the case that Ashes of Creation does not launch, we promise to refund all backers in full on their Kickstarter. It launched on Steam in early access. That, to me, looks like it counts as a launch. And as such, they would not have the financial requirement of refunding on Kickstarter. That looks like a scam to me. Legitimately so. That looks like a scam. That looks like malice. And that sounds like a thing that a lawyer has to unravel. Does that make sense? It does count as a launch. I've looked into it. I mean, lawyers need to look into that. We could look into it, but it's just conjecture until the court gets it, right? Yeah. Now the Steam launch makes sense. Yes. It fits neatly into our idea of how this has played out. It fits neatly into their overall strategy, and it feels like a scam. It looks like a scam. It feels like a scam. It's probably a scam, dude. Yeah. The judge decides that one, for sure. Or court. How many of us need to ask for a refund for Steam to get them to look at it? I don't know. I'm going to put out some messaging on Twitter, though. I've already put out one. I just think that's it. But I do think that this looks like malice. Let me put this up. Let's see. I'll probably rewrite this, but we're going to write it up. Yeah. Allegedly a scam? No, I said feels. Feels is important. I didn't say it's a scam. I said it feels like a scam. Got to know words. Got to know words, bud. There's a reason I say feels. Ashes of Creation just launched in early access on Steam. It's fumbled throughout that and received very little support, while most patches exploded on impact or had to be undone. I'm going to say reverted. There we go. Isn't this game like $50 too? Yeah, it is. A lot of us paid a lot more early on. Does backers include all the people who did alpha keys? Nope. No, it doesn't. So no refund for early investors and backers? No, dude. I bought the game in 2021 for $375. I'm not getting that back. I know I'm not getting that back. You know? That's never going to happen. All Steven did was lose money. If you go based on the costs. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it was $375 at the time. That was for all of the future, all of the everything, like tons of cosmetics. None of those got delivered. Absolutely nothing. They didn't give you half the stuff you bought. They didn't give me any of the stuff I bought. In fact, even the character name, thing for that didn't get bought or didn't get delivered. I actually had to go to Steven every phase and be like, "Yo, somebody stole my character name again," because they were trying to troll as me, and he had to manually go into the database and like undo it. Like he did it. He went into the database and removed that character and said, "Hey, try it now." Like there was no name reservation. Did they ever have the ferrets the game? Nope. That never happened. Will it take more than 3 hours to hotfix this situation, though? Bro, it'll take 3 hours, then they'll have it up for 20 minutes, and then it'll take 2 hours to unhotfix it. Yeah. Shubek tried this, and it didn't happen? Insane. So talking about Ash's creation a ton today on the stream, and there's one thing I can find that genuinely feels like a complete scam. On the Kickstarter, the game says, on the Kickstarter for the game, it says, and finally, in the case that Ash's creation does not launch, we promise to refund the backers in full. We're going to grab that. We're going to put this here. Say Ash's creation just launched in early access on Steam. It's fumbled throughout that and received very little support, while most patches exploded on impact and had to be reverted. Experience after around level 8 to 10. Yeah. Does this launch count as a completion of that requirement on Kickstarter? If so, then all of the backers are shit out of luck. Well, let's see. Let's actually just get rid of this, because that just opens up other conversation that has nothing to do with this. As the creation just launched in early access on Steam, does this launch count as completion of that requirement on Kickstarter? If so, then all the backers are shit out of luck. There we go. There we go. And I think we could put that up there. iSwap just launched to recently launched. Ah, true. Recently, quote, launched into early access on Steam. Yeah, there we go. We talked about Ash's creation a ton today on stream, and the following situation feels like genuine malice. On Kickstarter for the game, it says, finally, in the case that Ash's creation does not launch, we promise to refund all backers in full. Ash's creation just launched into early access, or Ash's creation recently launched. I said just, because it's still in my head. Into early access on Steam. Does this launch count as completion of that requirement on Kickstarter? If so, then the backers are shit out of luck. One guy leaves everything and then goes to hell. He's the game director. This was his whole vision. He bankrolled it himself. At least that's what we were led to believe. There we go. We'll put that out. You guys can have this now. Say explicitly the game is shut down. It has not shut down. You can still play it. It is dead, though. It's in always, like, basically it's all over but the crying, dude. How do they take over Steven's power? The board. We have no idea. We were never informed. Yeah. Yep. Everyone pretty much PvP'd till they are naked. That's funny. Yeah, nobody knows. Nobody knows who the hell the board is. Nobody has any. Companies are whack. They're not, though, dude. Like, I'm the CEO of my corporation. That's how I was able to hire all the mods and everything and give them benefits. Do you know how I did that? I made it an S corporation. And there's no shares for anyone. I ate them. That's it. They sit in a safe in a bank. There's a single stock paper that is a physical representation of those shares, and it sits in a bank vault. No one may have them. They were applied to me legally. That's how you fix this. You just don't have a hostile takeover because no one can. Thor working for the board confirmed. God damn it. I am the board. Yeah, it's just very funny. It's a wig. You're a wig. What happens if someone gets the paper? There's like a legal process for it. It's like a whole thing. I guess they'd have to rob the bank, right? And even then, I bet the ferrets will find a way to steal it. Probably. I would remove mentioning malice. It's implied by asking the question. It may be implied, but I'm going to state it explicitly. Because there are people that are like, that's fine. They won't get it. The thing that you'll find with me is I'm always going to use more words. And the reason why I'm going to use more words is because I find that people don't understand shit unless you explain the entire thing completely. And if you half explain it or you just throw up an emotional statement of shit bad, like you'll get a lot of views on it, but they're people that just don't give a shit anyway, so it doesn't matter. That's why I hate the whole idea of like people typing in my chat with like 3 words and they're like, I'm paying per word kind of behavior, right? Like just don't TikTok your words out. Actually explain yourself. He's rich, but even this endeavor would have bankrupted him alone? Potentially. Potentially it could have. Bean soup. You're bean soup, dude. Pay per axolotl? Hell yeah. I love you is 3 words. Not enough. Use more. You're the board. Stop sending me pictures of boards. I swear to God. This is just sad. It is. It is, Nerexa. I think the thing that pisses me off, man, is like I have been giving them feedback for 5 years. And in the last year, they stopped listening. They imploded, and now they've closed the company. And 4 days ago, I quit the game because of their lack of moderation. And I was very, very explicit with them about that. Very explicit with it. Monopoly board equals best board? What are your thoughts on the Church of the Molt? Jesus Christ, dude. I think it's a bunch of LLMs LARPing. It's like any chatbot thrown together and interacting with any other chatbot. They're not AGI, man. Do you think this is planned? The only part about that feels planned to me is this one. The rest of it just feels like a failure. Failure to actually manage a team. Because if you look at this, let me go click my crab. One sec. Crab. It's EXP wasting. It says, and finally, in the case that Ashes of Creation does not launch, we promise to refund all backers in full. And if you look at this right here, they launched on Steam. So does that launch fulfill this? And if it does fulfill this, those backers are screwed, right? And if it doesn't fulfill this, then the backers could get a refund, potentially. That's the big thing for that. You know, so like that feels planned to me. It feels planned. I don't know if it is, but it feels planned because we had no indication they would ever launch on Steam, ever. And then they just did it out of the blue, you know? Kronos with a tier 3 sub. Excuse me, I've come to enjoy AOC. Nothing possibly could have happened overnight, right? Yeah, nothing. Nothing at all. It's just dead. It's just dead. They were better at marketing than actually developing games. Yes, I can agree with you on that. And the reason I can agree with you on that is because of their team breakdown, which we got from LinkedIn. That shit doesn't make any sense. You can't make an MMO with 9 quality assurance members and 205 employees overall, 206 employees overall. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. That's what are you doing? My brother in Christ. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Yep. 101 artists. and designers. Sport fishing forever. Jesus, dude. We need 1,500 trees to make a bow. True. Sadly, the stream feels like a wake. I think it's a good thing to have, though, man. It's 101 arts and design. So they put designers together in that one spot. It's like game designers as well. That's a lot, though. That's way too many. Legitimately so. Like, if you only have 9 QA staff for 101 developers, it's not even 101 developers. It's 166 developers. Because you have all of engineering, you have all of arts and design, and then 9 QA staff to support them. That's a shit show. That's a shit show, dude. You can't do that. Why would you need engineering in a game development company? How do you think the servers are formed? You always need engineering. Engineering is for building tools. It's for managing servers. It's for building out their mesh systems. Like, all of that is engineering. Hardware has to exist, and it has to be maintained and managed. You need engineering. Yeah. That's all for backend. For the servers, for the infrastructure, for all that, man. Engineering is everywhere. A lot of people don't realize that, like, there's a whole business behind a game. It's not just the devs. It could also be software engineering, too. Performance-related shit. All of that. You didn't think about that, dang? Yeah, there's a lot, man. Like, even managing the databases. Like, that's a whole thing. That's an engineering job. No engineering, no game. True. Warren email posted in the AP disk. Okay, so that's the second time this has been posted now. Okay, now we have confirmation that email is real. One moment. Give me a sec to pull this up. Yeah, we've gotten multiple of these now. I'm starting to feel a little bit more comfortable showing this off. One sec. It's exactly the same between multiple emails. And somebody was posting this. I think they may have been an employee, the person who was contacting me. But I had no way of verifying their claim. I have a little bit more way of verifying this claim now. Now, understand, this could still be fake. This could still be fake. I'm reading through it now. Yeah, here we go. All right. So this is the email that has been sent over. And this could still be fake. We don't know. God, that is like long. Who takes pictures like this? Make sure no one gets in trouble for you showing it. This is actually posted live on our Discord. People are leaking it all over the place now. It's a difficult message to send, and we recognize how unsettling it may be to receive. Due to the company's current financial condition, Intrepid Studios is providing this notice pursuant to the Worker Adjustment Retraining Notification, the WARN Act. This notice is being issued to all employees as a precautionary measure while the company evaluates next steps. At this time, click that off. At this time, no final decisions have been made regarding which positions may be impacted. A portion of the team may be asked to continue working as the company evaluates operational and financial alternatives. Others may be affected by a reduction in force in the company is unable to move forward in its current form. Employees who are impacted will be notified directly with additional information. With respect to compensation, payroll scheduled for February 1st, 2026 cannot be processed at this time due to the company's current financial condition. The company is reviewing its obligations and options and will share updates as soon as possible. Regarding benefits, company-sponsored health insurance coverage may be affected by changes in employment status. Information regarding benefit continuation options, including COBRA, is expected to be provided by the plan administrator early next week. That information may include important timing considerations, and we encourage you to review it carefully once received. Any available options, costs, and deadlines will be outlined directly by the plan administrator. We know this communication creates uncertainty and concern, especially for you and your families. While we're limited in what we can do or share to commit at this time, we wanted to communicate as promptly and transparently as possible. We will provide additional information as decisions are made and circumstances evolve. Thank you for the work, dedication, and care you've given to the studio and to Ashes of Creation. We recognize how difficult this moment is and do not take it lightly. I'm going to tell you this right now. The idea of not paying staff is wild. That is completely wild. That's the most corporate. The only reason I believe this is because it's perfect corpo. Yeah, no, it's super illegal. They're going to have a serious problem. Run it through an AI detector. We've gotten like 6 copies of this with different formats. Different employees are coming forward with it. So I feel more comfortable showing it off. Yeah, it's if this is inaccurate, unless it's like a really coordinated bullshit, it seems real. Yeah. That's grim, dude. You mean the emailed text? What do you mean the emailed text? I'd have to write it up. It's just an image. Oh, you mean the text is AI generated? That's what you mean. Okay, not the image. That's why I was confused. You're saying the text is AI generated? Could be. It absolutely could be. I wouldn't see why not, you know. Doesn't matter if it gets AI generated. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter if it's AI generated text. That doesn't really matter, to be real with you. What matters is this. Let's go look at this first, right? Intrepidstudios.com. That's actually Intrepid Studios. And that right there, I have another picture of this in a better spot. Let's see if it's real. That is Nihil Dicit. Let me pull it up. Nihil Dicit. Let's see if that person is real. Is a Latin legal term meaning he says nothing, referring to a scenario where a defendant fails to file a timely answer. So it's a Latin phrase for he says nothing. That's not a real person. So is this a fake, or is this their company legal team, and that's the internal name? Don't know. And that's the problem, right? That's why you look at this shit. You try to figure it out. I don't know. Don't know. It might be their do not reply, yeah. RP email address happens. Game companies. Does the mail exist? Don't know. I've gotten it from multiple different sources in multiple different formats. Oh, Mojang just banned 2B2T? Is that real? Jake, is that real? Jesus Christ. This is insane. That's wild, dude. That's actually wild. Banned who? They banned all Anarchy servers, which means 2B2T can't exist anymore. That's... Alright. What the hell is going on today? Dumb shit. Apparently they banned all Anarchy servers. I want to redo. Let's go back to January 1st. This is stupid. Yeah. Yeah, that feels gross, man. Yeah. What a train wreck 2026. Yeah, let's do 2026 over again, man. This seat sucks. 2014 was also nice. I'd go back to that. I'm cool with that. What happens to the employees after this? They get fired. That's what happens. And it looks like they're not getting paid. So, cool. Cool. Yeah. You'd like a redo of 2025 as well to fix this mess? Nah, I don't want to do that again. Bet pop into the asset editor and give myself a mohawk for 2026? You goddamn right. That's the way, dude. Question is not if we get bingo. It's now at the end of quarter one. All right, do we have any other questions about Ashes? Does anyone have any more questions? At all? Who is Karen? True. That's a good question. I actually have no idea who that person is. Let me pull it up. I have no idea who they are. Karen Borreco. Karen Borreco. I don't know who this person is. Karen Borreco was a co-founder of Vema, a company that sold dietary supplements. The company was shut down in 2015 by the FTC for engaging in deceptive practices and being a pyramid scheme. And they now own all of Ashes of Creation's debt. Why? And who? Why and who? So let's go look into that, because that's a bit weird. So if we go into this and we say let me see this, U26000 348 1728. I'll look that up on the internet. Let's look at that tagline. That comes up with nothing. Karen. 14th January, Intrepid had a hostile takeover by Karen Borreco. See for yourself the filing. They're not a publicly traded company. How do you do a hostile takeover? That doesn't make any sense. That's not true. Yeah, they can't. There's no such thing as a hostile takeover if it's privately traded. That's not how that works. They'd have to give it away willingly. Privately sold shares, you'd have to do that willingly. That's not hostile, right? The hostile way that you do it is you buy out individuals and then you get 51%. You'd have to do it through debt restructuring, yeah. But like that's not what happened here. They just gave it to them. Basically, that makes me believe that Steven sold it out to get rid of the debt. Effectively. Does that make sense? Then no money left. Then it's all debt. That would make his statement false, though, that he resigned under protest. And that would be illegal. So that seems more unlikely. What is the way that they got through this? Who is Karen Borreco? Who are you? Who are you? And where are we finding this? This is under Commercial Code Database for the UCC search. Intrepid Studios, Inc., San Diego. UCC search. California. Search for the California Secretary of State. Intrepid Studios, Inc. There it is. Yeah. Yeah, that's real. Look at that. Karen L. Borreco, Scottsdale, California. Debtor information, Intrepid Studios, Inc., San Diego. And also, oh dear. Oh dear. That's a lot of debts. Active, lapsed, terminated, lapsed, terminated. There's also a lien in here. Ashes of Creation, San Diego, California. Lapsed. They had a lot of stuff. Yaya Legacy Trust. So that was a financier. That's a venture capitalist. First Corporate Solutions as representative of Sacramento, California. AOC's done, dude. It's done. It's over. First Corporate Solutions as representative of Sacramento, California. I don't know anything about that. CHTD Company. Don't know them. Employment Development Department. Don't know them. Karen L. Borrico. Let me dig into that one. Debtor name. Debtor address. I'm not going to show that on stream. Debtor name, Sharif Stephen. And it does not say the amount. Yup. Secured party name is Borrico Karen L. So they owe a shitload of money to this one specific person, not a company, to this person. The debt is owned by them. And they were a scammer. I don't know what to do with that. I'm going to be honest with you. That's weird. But I don't know what that means. Does that make sense? Private venture capital? Let me show you what I got, Kronos. I need to hide this section, though, because it's got addresses and shit on it. So if you go into here and you look at this, you've got Karen El Borrico, right? And if we look up Karen El Borrico on the internets, you get one person. Really unique name, right? They were the co-founder of Vema, which is a company that sold dietary supplements, and the company was shut down in 2015 by the FTC for engaging in deceptive practices and being a pyramid scheme. So it's an MLM is what that is. Yeah, and we can pull it up on Wikipedia even. Seriously, Wikipedia. Vema Nutrition Company was a privately held multi-level marketing company that sold dietary supplements. Company was shut down in 2015 by the FTC for engaging in deceptive business practices and being a pyramid scheme. If we look in here and we look for Karen, yeah, company based in Tempe, Arizona, was founded in 2004 by Benson K. Lauren and Karen Borrico. Karen Borrico. If that is the same Karen Borrico, if that is the same Karen Borrico, it's a very unique name, so it's kind of hard for it to not be. But that's a stinky smell is what that is. That smells. Right? Stephen Sharif was also involved in MLMs. That's no surprise. I heard that. I heard there was ties to that, but I never knew of any information around it. Yeah, this is not good. That's not good. That smells. Court filings and public filings, or court documents and public filings show a bit of a different story. In reality, there were external creditors involved even before the game's Kickstarter's campaign. It appeared that Yaya Legacy Trust, through an investor named Jason Karamanis, had entered into financing agreements with Intrepid Studios before the Kickstarter ever launched. Eventually, one of these financial agreements seems to have converted into equity ownership. Over time, this ownership transitioned into... You didn't finish your statement. Here's the thing, though. If that's the case... Make sure that I'm still killing a crab. Let's go over to this. We'll pull this back over here. And we'll grab Ashes of Creation Kickstarter. And we'll go to this. Funding. Steven. There's nothing else on here that's from Steven. I feel bad for these guys. 5 people gave $10,000. Wow. Search Zango, Mangosteen. Same thing as what Lotex tried to sell. Stephen Sharif sold that drink, which was MLM. Okay. Was he like an owner, or was he like just a dude? I don't know anything about that. That seems like it's going off in a different direction, right? Lamau Pirate fell for the scam? No, I actually really liked this game. Legitimately so. The scam part of it, honestly, we didn't see anything that felt like a scam until middle of 2025. Somewhere around there, like March, April, and kind of beyond that. When they stopped really addressing any of the problems in the game, they stopped moving the game forward, and it was like a huge problem. Like, it was a huge problem, dude. And we've been telling it to them ever since. I actually quit the game 4 days ago, and I stopped playing it on, I think it was the 8th. And then I fully quit and uninstalled 4 days ago after I talked to Stephen Sharif and Margaret, and I told them that it was what they were doing was insane. And then they closed the studio 4 days later. So it's tied to the 800K OPEX issue? You think it is? Kronos? That makes sense. Yeah, that makes more sense. How much did you spend on the game? I bought into it in 2021 when the offering was $375. And I'm never getting a refund on that, that sucks. But I also played it for about 3,000 hours. So a little bit more than that. How are you today? Doing good. We're kind of tearing apart the whole Ashes of Creation shit. Yeah. How much money did the Kickstarter make? Let's find out. I wasn't part of the Kickstarter. I came in after that. 3,271,000 out of 750. So a lot. Quite a lot. The one thing that I will say to you, so like everyone will come in and be like, it's a scam, it's a scam. Just because you don't like it doesn't make it a scam. What feels like a scam to me, and I will agree with you on, is this. At the bottom of this list, they have a section in here that says, and finally, in the case that Ashes of Creation does not launch, we promise to refund all backers in full. If you go to Steam and you pull up the game, technically this could be viewed as a launch into early access, even if it wasn't actually ready for Steam, which would mean, potentially, backers are shit out of luck. That feels like a scam to me. Everything else is just, I didn't like the game, I didn't like the dev team, I didn't like the direction. That feels intentional and feels like malice. Does that make sense? Near $1 million a week. Seems way off base, though. No. They had 206 employees. Like, let's go and look at their employee breakdown. You're like, you don't think they're spending $850,000 a week. I think they were. I think legitimately they were. And here's why. Look at the employee breakdown. 101 in art and design, 65 in engineering, 6 quality assurance. That's only 206 of their proposed 250 employees. If you are over-indexing that hard on engineering and design, you are paying out the ass. Like, it makes sense completely now, how they're paying $850K. $4K a week per employee? Yep. That's not unheard of. Like, when you're talking about designers are making a lot of money. Designers are usually around, if you got juniors, they're probably around 70 to 80. Your seniors are going to be 200K. QA is the shittiest paid? They are. And there's only 9 of them. Which is wild. Oh, the crab. Shit. Wait, can I mine it? I did enough damage mining. Sick. I got all my mining out of it. What's the average wage? 45, 50K? If you're talking about for quality assurance, it depends. When I started in QA, I made 20K a year, which is nothing. And in SoCal, that's not even livable. But that was my starting pay. It was $10 an hour. And then from there, most QA would make about 15 to 20 an hour nowadays. Somewhere in there. It's pretty normal, especially with starting, unless you're in leadership. Yeah. Depends on where the employee lives. Holy fuck, that's horrible. Yeah. I didn't have a good time in AAA, man. Only 20K? Yeah, I made $10 an hour when I started. I remember one of my bonuses that I had, because they did like yearly upgrades, and I got 2 cents an hour more. And that was cool. Yeah, QA is really region specific. I'm speaking of California because they're based in California. I used to work in California. How did you make ends meet? I didn't. I relied on my family for housing. It was really bad. So 2015 FTC case directly sanctioned Benson Borrico, Karen's brother. Hey, let me call you, Kronos. Let's talk about this. And we'll pull up that government case real quick. Ew. Calling you. One moment. I have to fix my audio, apparently.
To see if it was morning or afternoon.
Okay, good. Welcome, Kronos. Yeah, so basically what I've been talking about the whole time, I don't know if you've been here the whole time I've been chatting about this, but like, now that we can see all of the components of this, and he's claimed that there's a board, were you ever informed about a board?
No, we've never been informed of this, but we've been under the impression this entire time that Stephen was the person primarily funding and doing all this, which is why on my stream a couple of days ago I was talking about how I was concerned about Stephen's comment about this 800k operating expenses comment that he kind of made offhand on Reddit a couple of days ago. And 800, because we did the math, 800k a week is an insane amount of money to be spending.
It's a lot.
Like that's phenomenal. You're looking at. I've seen the breakdown of what the staff looks like, which again to me didn't make a lot of sense. Having 100 people working on art, and then having, I think it was like 65, I think it was for the. And yet they say every single time that server gridding and performance, etc., was their primary focus, and making all these tools for the future was the most important part. Well, if that's the case, then why would you not have those completely the inverse?
So what I'm seeing here, more than anything else, art and design. So it's not just art; it's actually their designers too, their game designers. That could be like 3 designers. That could be 100 designers. We don't know, right?
Yeah.
If you look at the open world, the one thing that they over-indexed on, that they just pushed that entirely, was all of the assets in the world and building out the different environments. Everything else was a shit show, but they kept expanding the map, right?
Yes,
so 101 employees in that area makes sense. 49% of total headcount. 65 in engineering because they were trying to work on server meshing, trying to work the server infrastructure stuff, trying to push that direction for that. That makes sense. Where it breaks down for me, 9 quality assurance men? Bro, what? It's like, what
Sorry, I think that might be a translation issue. I think that 9 they mean German, as in there's no quality assurance team. That's what that's.
Yeah. I think the thing that just blows me away about this is like, this is not a normal makeup. Normally, the makeup that you're going to have on average is between 1 and 2 QA personnel per developer, on average, not 1/10. Not 1/10 of one.
The other thing I was pointing out on stream is that you have to remember that all of these jobs that they are doing, the majority of them are California and Los Angeles focused. So you are paying maybe 250% what you might pay somebody remotely in the mainland US to be doing.
Yeah. Yep. That
which doesn't help on, and that's why I think that if they're going to have had to bring in venture capital to support it, because we understand that Stephen put in, I think it's like 90 million, I think was the number that I remember vaguely.
Yep.
If you're spending 800k a week, you're going to burn through that 90 million disgustingly quickly. And that's only operating expenses. That's not including any kind of capital expenditure, like investing in, server infrastructure, investing in actual hardware, the machines, all that kind of stuff that goes into it as well. So actually that 90 million could disappear in 2 years. We've been playing for 18 months in alpha phase 2. So the game's been going for a while. Now all of a sudden the stuff that I was saying around it doesn't make sense to me to be launching on Steam. Now it makes sense. That missing piece of the puzzle really falls into place.
That's why I was talking about this too, is like, if we go and look at this, I put this tweet out. I said, we talked about Ashes and Creations a ton today on stream, and the following situation feels like genuine malice. On the Kickstarter for the game, it says, and finally, in the case that Ashes of Creation does not launch, we promise to refund all backers in full. Ashes of Creation recently launched into early access on Steam. Does this launch count as a completion of that requirement on Kickstarter? If so, then the backers are shit out of luck. That feels planned.
I've had so many DMs asking exactly that question this morning.
It feels really planned.
It does. I mean, ultimately, there's no terms and conditions asterisk on the original Kickstarter. There's no defining what a launch is. So it always would come down to a discussion. You could make the discussion basically the fact they've got a launcher and that you can launch the game and you can play it even in the first test phase meant the game was launched in some way. I think it's going to be it's not a case I would want to argue in a courtroom because it's very anti-consumer, but they could probably make the bullshit legal argument on the corporate level that they have launched it, even at the stage when they've done it before they went onto Steam. Doing it on Steam basically makes it look like they have a better argument to counter that. But it still feels wrong. If they were launching onto Steam and they knew that they had a board in place, they knew that they were having financial issues, they knew they were spending 800k a week, they should have been open with people about it. But to launch it onto Steam and then less than a month later, the game is being shuttered, that is a problem. In my mind, that's very anti-consumer.
And it looks to me like they did this with that knowledge.
Yeah.
Because if
at least
the reason
knowing it's an option. Yeah.
If they did this and they ran out of money, right? And they're like, oh, we can't even pay employees right now, which is the claim that's being made in that letter that's being passed around. If that's real. If it's real, it looks real, but if it is, right, then that means that they knew financially ahead of time, we're going to launch on Steam, and if it doesn't work, we're shuttering. That just ties back into this. That was one of their claims that they had to make. And if they didn't launch it on Steam, if they didn't launch it, then there's a good chance that they would be called to task to go and refund everybody on Kickstarter. And so, like, I don't know. Like, I don't even feel like that's conspiracy. I don't think it's tinfoil hat. This just feels logical to me.
It's hard not to read it as a tactic. Yeah.
It's hard not to read it as a tactic. And it's not even like me going like, oh, you pieces of shit. It's like, no, that feels like business, dude. That feels like you went, hey, what are our actual obligations? Let's fulfill those obligations and cut rope and get out. You know?
I think I completely agree. Because the other thing that comes down to this is that we played January last year. The game was in quite a good state. We played for hundreds of hours. Me, Winky, and I really enjoyed it. March came around and we got phase 2.5 or whatever it was.
Oh, it was shit.
That sucked. It was awful. Then after phase 2.5 flopped and no one was playing, they launched phase 3. Again, wasn't doing particularly well.
Actually, they didn't call it phase 3.
Broken Summoner.
They never called it phase 3. They called it phase 2.5 still.
I could have sworn that we got
there was no
phase 3.
Steam was counted as the same phase.
And then we got Steam launch.
Steam launch was counted as the same phase, man. They never called it phase 3. They never did. Yeah, 2.5. No.
I feel like I recall one between October and December. What was the launch in October?
It was phase 2.5 still.
That was 2.5. That was 2.5 again. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
They never changed it to 3 and they never changed it to beta. They never made it to beta. Yep. That's why we were like, I was like, what is this? And they're like, phase 2.5. And I was like, you mean phase 2.5 again? Like, what? What do you
2.5 for the third time? That makes sense.
I don't know if I want that again. Like, what do you? What? It's not shady. It's just weird, right? It's not even
I think my view was that with phase 2.5 being as bad as it was, and the second phase 2.5 also being bad, there were very few people playing the game. There wasn't a huge amount of progress being made, and even developers were getting frustrated that there was new stuff being added and the old stuff wasn't being fixed. I likely think that this board came into effect sometime around September, maybe August kind of times. August, and then hit the ground running in September. So that would then track as to why all of those job openings that were available on their website disappeared in the same day on September the 8th or something like that.
Correct. I actually talked
20 or 30 jobs. Yeah.
I actually talked to one of the devs, spoke on Discord, someone that we know is a dev. And we can't prove their claim, right? So there's no way that we could prove that. It's an inside source, and you guys know how I feel about inside sources. It came out of somebody's ass, right? But their claim was that 6 months ago that board was formed. It checks out with the timeline, but I have no proof.
The behavior makes sense. Right? Yeah. That's it's it's a friend told us kind of thing. It's not reliable, but also we can use that to kind of piece together information, see if it does make sense. It certainly passes the smell check that 6 months ago-ish, their behavior changed, August, September, and the game started getting this new phase that we just played on Steam was better than phase 2.5.
The early game was
a low bar.
Up to level 10 was great. After that, everything was shit. And I think professions were in I mean, that's why I left that review, man. Like, that's the reason that I went.
Still in a bad state, yeah.
Yeah, like, I went on here.
And less of a bad state than March, but still a bad state. And that's,
I left a giant negative review on Steam and explained myself entirely back on January 9th, right?
Yeah.
When did the servers close?
Really seeing is the symptoms of these problems.
Yep. I think the thing that's wild, too, is, like, the reason that I ended up quitting wasn't even because of this, because this is fixable. No. Like, you fix this by giving feedback. You can give feedback and fix these things. That's fine.
Yes.
The reason I quit was the moderation. Moderation was so bad. And you saw it, too. People were coming to you. They were coming to me, showing off all the shit that they were seeing in the game. And we took all that to Steven and Margaret. And I had a conversation with them directly. And I showed them the screenshots of this shit. And Margaret's response was, we're not going to ban those people. We're going to give them warnings, if we give them warnings. And then we're going to move on. And that's it.
Exactly.
And they were like heinous shit. And when I realized that the problem wasn't them having a lack of staffing, the problem wasn't them having a lack of support, or not having, not seeing the problems. The problem was them going, we want to have a toxic environment. We think we can fix these people. I was like, that's a fundamental problem with you as a person, and I need to leave now. And I quit the game that day. Like,
we had some concerns. Some people in chat probably won't remember this or won't have been aware of this. There were a couple of members of our community during the phase in January last year who, because other groups lost to us in PvP, they decided, those other groups decided that it would be fun to dox members of our Discord, to abuse them in the official Ashes of Creation Discord, etc. Intrepid were hesitant to do anything about that even then. So we've known since kind of the start of last year that there were some moderation concerns around it. It's one of the reasons why we took a step back in phase 2.5, where we went onto the EU servers originally for one of the phases, because actually moderation had gotten so poor in certain places. This is a continuation of that to an insane degree. At least at that situation, the people who did the doxing directly got banned, but the guilds who were making it part of their culture, had no judgment, passed down onto them. But this is, the take the fight to they thems, the claims made about you directly in DMs and shouting out in global, all of it is just completely unsustainable. It's not a safe environment in which to base a games community. I don't know what they were thinking.
Also, this right here was the message that Margaret sent me. This is from our DMs. And she said, to be transparent about what happened on our end, we investigated the reports you sent and others submitted. The messages in question occurred within a very short window, roughly 15 minutes, which is irrelevant, right? When you're doing things like praising Hitler and saying racial slurs, it doesn't matter how long you're doing that. You should still be banned. That's how that goes. And involved only a handful of posts. Again, the number is irrelevant. While some of the language used was inappropriate and unacceptable, our current moderation framework does not always move directly to permanent bans for first-time offenses of this nature. In many cases, we issue warnings first, with the expectation that behavior can improve. If it doesn't, we escalate. What? Why did she at me in that? This was a group conversation between myself, Kronos, a member of the QA staff, and Stephen Sharif. So what they were doing... what they were doing here was, if somebody went onto the server and said some insane shit, like we actually reported a guy up who was saying that he wanted to go around the server and get a group together to kill LGBT people. That's what he wanted to do, and he was saying it for weeks. That guy never got banned. Their way of managing that is to issue a warning. Like a parent being like, oh no, please don't kick the man in the supermarket. Oh no, don't do that. Don't do that. No, you banned them.
Stop.
You banned them, you idiot. Oh my God. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, the penalty is banning them, and then they can appeal. Like, you don't give them a warning, you ban them. Like, this is basic shit. So, when I got this as a response, I quit that day. That was it. I uninstalled the game. I sent out an announcement to our guild. I told them everything that was going on with the things that Margaret had said to me, and I went, I don't want to have anything to do with this game anymore. That was it. That was 4 days ago, dude. So anyway, as you were saying, Kronos.
I remember reading that and thinking, the people that I know of who have said inappropriate comments from our community never got a warning. Because there are people who, for better or for worse, have clapped back when they've been attacked in certain ways. There are always going to be people who do that, and we always have a word with them. If it's ever reported to us or someone inside the guild says, hey, this person got angry in chat with somebody making fun of them, they said this horrible thing, we go and have a conversation with them and say, hey, that's not appropriate. We can't allow that kind of behavior inside actual pirates. Please do not do that again or we will remove you. We're not the game provider. If they say a terms of service breaching comment, they should be reported, even if they're a member of our group, and they should be actioned. That's because that's the safety around which you play the game. It's like visiting a country and then the laws don't get enforced. You're like, well, I'm still going to come and visit this country. No, you're not. You're just not going to go there because it's not safe. It's that simple.
You say, so over on YouTube, Griffin, you said, I think a policy is fine for first-time offense. A second offense, though, should be a permanent ban. I disagree with you on that. And I think there's severity based on action, right? If you have a person that is creating multiple accounts for weeks and is just saying disparaging remarks about Jewish people on the server, and they don't get banned because you just issued them a warning, maybe, if that even actually happened, right? That's what we saw on our server. There was a guy who did that every day. I have like 40 of him on my ignore list in game.
Yep.
Like, there was no warning issued. And here's the thing is, do you only issue a warning because he never got a warning before that, and now the last 5 weeks of him doing this is the warning? Or do you just ban the guy because he's doing weird shit that should be banned? Like,
moderation always has nuance,
Yeah.
but and you have your own versions of it in the US, but pretty much most European countries have the same thing. We have the Equality Act here in the UK that outlines protected characteristics. You cannot abuse somebody for in the workplace, for example, without breaking the law.
Yep.
Whether they are black, white, gay, straight, they're tall, short, male, female, none of those are acceptable reasons to abuse or harass other players, and it should by default become a terms of service violation and a ban for appeal. It shouldn't be a warning because you're abusing someone for being a woman, you're abusing someone for being white, you're abusing someone for being Jewish. None of that is okay on any level.
Here's the fun part.
It's insane.
Here's my favorite part about that. Look what I have already circled. It's their own TOS in which they did not enforce this.
And here's what I prepared earlier.
Behold, I already have slides. Yeah, no, dude, like they literally did this. This is what I sent to her. I sent to Margaret. I was like, you're not following your own TOS, dude. What are you doing? And that's it. Like, they weren't following that specific thing of disparaging, defaming, name-calling, or engaging in any form of discrimination against another member of the community, engaging in any act of sexual misconduct, including but not limited to sexual innuendos, sharing sexually explicit content, sexually explicit content in user-generated content or user comments, or making offensive or inappropriate advances or comments to a member of the community, and you agree to the list of conduct identified as harassment above is not exhaustive. We reserve the right to determine what constitutes harassment in our sole and exclusive discretion, which means they were not bound to not ban these people in any way. They could determine that any way that they wanted to, and they chose to keep those players around because, based on her statements, they thought they could fix these people. This is literally moderation as I can fix them. That's wild, dude. I can't, this is the reason I quit the game. Because I was like, once I realized, I was like, oh, this is a problem from the top. You know what I realized? That I can't fix them. And I walked away.
No.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's not how that shit works, dude.
It's wild. And it's not something that, it's not something new. We've raised some of the social and community issues in Ashes for a long time. So it's not like we never gave them a heads up or a warning. It's not like they were never told that people weren't happy with it. Everyone in chat's been telling them that their moderation has been poor for a year plus. Like, it's not new to them.
This is even funnier. Evan Critter in chat just said, as of 10 minutes ago, that guy is still doing that on our server. The guy who just disparages Jews every day on our server.
Yeah.
He's still there. It's got to be a bot, dude. It's got to be a bot. It's got to be a bot. It's been there for weeks, man. It's been there since the launch of this phase, dude.
Yep. Same with the particularly the one poster who was doing the anti-LGBT comments, but also their whole guild has been doing it. Like, there's just nothing being done. At that point, it's systematic.
You assume there's a moderation team? Well, I mean, maybe get one of the artists or designers to do it. Got a lot of those.
Maybe that's what their QA has been doing.
It's just super weird, dude. Like, the memes aside from that, like, I don't see them actually having a moderation team. One of the things that we brought up in Phase 2.5 in the middle of 2025 is we said, you don't have enough of a moderation team. The game is already having moderation problems. You need to add a /reporting feature to the game. And they responded by saying, yeah, that's something we're working on. Fun fact, they also said that when I quit the game this last week. It's the exact same messaging. We're working on that. We're going to be adding a /reporting feature. No, you're not. You would have done that a year ago when we requested it the first time. You would have done that before that. You would have done that before you launched on Steam. It's a trivial addition, seeing as you already have a /bug that goes into a same kind of reporting flow anyway. You could literally just reuse the modals, have it go into a different location. You're good to go, man. Like, that's not a difficult ask. That is an easy ask. And they could never functionally add this, which is weird, dude. On top of this, I'm going to be real with you, right? We currently have 4,200 people over on Twitch. We have another 500 on YouTube. Do you know we have one moderator on staff right now? It's one moderator and me. That's how this shit works. They are able to manage all of that for all of you guys spamming stuff at all times because they use tooling to be able to do it. We have an average of 1 million unique viewers per month. And where one moderator on staff at any given time can handle that for 12 hours a day. You could take a single person and have them cover multiple servers at the same time, because that mod is covering not just me, but also the Ferret stream, my stream, the YouTube version of the Ferret stream and the YouTube version of my stream at the same time. And they're managing
Discord.
tickets over on Discord as well, and they're managing the Discord as a single person. And you want to tell me that a 250-man team that is spending $850,000 a week is unable to have a single moderator look at global chat on any of their servers? Bullshit.
It's wild. Blows my mind.
Bullshit.
We use systems like Chatterino, for example. If you want to unify chats, so you want to open like all the chats in one go. You don't have the Ferret stream and Thor stream and my stream and every other stream open. You can combine them. There are ways to streamline so you're only looking at kind of one area, one field. Do that for the server, something similar,
Yep.
which they could do on their internal systems. You'd have all of the global chats combined alongside, and you just click to ban someone when they breach terms of service. Done.
Yep.
What?
Also, you're saying 4 mods in chat right now? That's because they actually watch the stream. The only person who's actually on staff right now, I believe, is Little Ham. It's during their shift. That is their job. And Maggie is in chat because they switch over at, I believe, 6 a.m., which is in 20 minutes. These people who are the moderators are employees. They're salaried employees. They're actually paid entirely on a monthly basis. They get full-time benefits, including medical, vision, dental, and therapy on a $50 copay. Like, that's their job, right? So, like, when I'm saying there's one guy on staff, one guy doing his job right now, that's their job, to do that. And the fact that this company could not manage that is mind-boggling to me. I am a streamer. I'm not a multi-billion-dollar company. I'm not a company that's got 90 million in injected funds. I'm a streamer with some moderators that I pay. The fact that we're able to do this more effectively than their corporation could with 250 employees is insanely telling. That is a problem, dude. Like, that's wild shit. Yeah. Buy Ashes? No, dude, it's dead. What are you talking about? That's what we're talking about. Ham is, in fact, not goat. He is ham. Ham is a little ham. That's true. Yeah, so it just shows you, dude. Like, it shows you that it's not an issue of organization and funding. It's an issue of want to do it. They didn't prioritize that. And that's it. They didn't prioritize moderation. And that's it. And that's provably true on that one. Just submitted my Steam refund. Nobody got their refunds. It's going to have to get really bad for Steam to do the refunds. Like, really bad.
I'm not even sure how that works for people, so we've all obviously got the receive for free, so there's no avenue there that we can rely on. I genuinely would be surprised if there was any avenue to actually get a refund for this, because I do think that, at least from my perspective, I've got, I think, something like 2,500 hours in the game. I wouldn't bother starting anything up, because I think that, it's a shame. It's part of the risk that I took on when I joined and started playing the game, but it's an awful lack of communication. The thing that annoys me is that actually, if they'd known about this board 6 months ago and they'd known about the financial issues before that, why didn't they tell us this was an option or a possibility?
We got ads. I'm going to wait on the ads.
Yeah.
Waiting on the ads. You got 400 hours? I think I've played like 3,000. Like a problem.
On the bright side, big June update on Tuesday means that a completely new end game and a huge amount more content, so I'm going to be fine.
Also, White Paw over on YouTube, you didn't need to retract that. I have no intention of playing that. So, yeah. No one, to be clear, nobody banned that guy's messages. He just put them in chat and then put message retracted on it. But yeah, I'm not going to be playing that. Chapter 3 comes out on Tuesday? What? Oh, yes. For Dune.
Yeah, June.
We'll be playing Dune. Why would you tell if you have financial issues? Honestly, you wouldn't generally. That being said, if you have implemented a board that changes the entire direction of the game company, you probably should tell people about that. That seems a little weird.
If the key decision maker has changed, that's something that probably you want people who are backing the game and choosing to further spend time on the game, etc., should probably be made aware of.
I will show you that in a moment, Darlick. We got 45 seconds left on ads. Let me wait for the ads first, and then we'll talk about it, because I actually have some documentation for that's going to help. I have so many notes. It's like playing Blueprints again, but it's a whodunit. who done it? Ashes of Creation. Where is that filing? Do you have the filing for their company? I think you sent it to
me. Which I probably do, yeah. Let me open up my browser windows.
It's the one that shows who the board members are. We have too many tabs. It's the one who shows their board members. I had it open earlier. I don't know where it went.
I can find it.
Doot. Wait on it. Oh, all right, we're back from the ads. Welcome back. Yeah, I wait for ads. I don't want to have you miss anything. Shit, I think that sucks. So Ash is basically a scam rug pull this whole time. No, I think it became something that appears as a scam to me, and I'm using that terminology very carefully because there's legal implications to claiming something as a scam. When I look at this and I see this right here on Kickstarter, it lists for the game as saying, quote, "And finally, in the case that Ashes of Creation does not launch, we promise to refund all backers in full." And then they launch on Steam into early access, into a shit show of a build. That feels like it's fulfilling the obligation so that they don't have to do refunds. That feels like a scam. I can't say that it's a scam because, again, legal obligation to that, but it feels like a scam to me as a person.
It certainly feels dishonest, yeah. No matter what,
Yep.
No matter the use of the word scam, whatever, it feels dishonest. And I think that's why people are so rightfully angry. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope that makes sense. And like, I can't just go out and be like, it's a scam. Or like, I can't do that. I can't do that thing because there's legal liability for that. I'm just going to say it feels like malice. It feels like a scam. It feels dishonest. Specifically feels.
Yep. I've sent you that filing, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Let me grab
it.
It
only shows two officers, which is very different from the board. So for people who in chat who aren't necessarily that aware on how boards work,
there is a PC missed.
Oh, that's just the PNG that I was using.
No, I'm going to show you. 1 sec. I just need to delete everybody's addresses, which are all over this goddamn thing. Addresses, because I don't want to show them, even if it's a public record. Let me delete those ones. There's a lot of them. God damn it, they're everywhere. Yes, Intrepid Studios. Very cool. Okay, we done? We get all the addresses? I think it did. I think I'm cool. But, okay, there we go. So you have officers listed up here. That's Stephen Sharif and John Moore. The claim is that they're married, right? So that's been claimed going all the way back 9 years. I don't know if it's true or not. No idea. Chief Financial Officer John Moore, Stephen Sharif, Chief Executive Officer, and the Secretary. These are the officers. The Board of Directors would be this. This is listed as the Board of Directors for the company. The number of vacancies on the Board of Directors is 0. Stephen Sharif is the only Board of Directors employee. Director named Stephen Sharif. Which means if they have a board, it was formed without updating this on a public record. And
or
that's what I want to know.
It's not a director's board. It could be an executive board, which is designed, which will have things like the CFO, it'll have your chief operations officer on. They will just not be directors, owning shares of the company, etc.
And that has not been disclosed to us as employees, or as not as employees, as like customers. It would probably. I don't even know if it would be disclosed to employees. Would it? Maybe not. Maybe it would.
I don't know what the specific requirements are.
Because if it's an executive,
it will be normal. It will be normal to, but just in terms of culture, so you can understand who's actually making the day-to-day choices around the company.
Because if it's an executive board, it's not a corporate board of directors. An executive board is just a list of advisors for them, and that'd be it. It'd just be a list of advisors for Stephen, effectively. Yeah. Bro, Saudi, show me the clip on your claim. That looks insanely bad. It does. It super does. So there's no listed board of directors. It's just Stephen. There's no listed officers outside of this. So anyone saying that they're the entire board, that's not the board. That's going to be something else.
A board has to have a that's not the board because the board is required by law in the US to have a secretary. So there's going to be somebody who's there to keep the records of it. You're going to have an officer of some kind who's there
they have to keep minutes.
That record. That has to be somewhere. There will be somebody in that board who's doing that. That's the role that I would expect to see there. If that's not disclosed on that list, that can't be the full board in my understanding of the corporate requirements and filing in parts of the US.
Yeah. So the thing that's really interesting about that is you've got Stephen Sharif, you've got John Moore, you've got Stephen Sharif as the only board of directors member. There's no other board that has been communicated to players in any possible way. The only board that we could think of at that point is an executive board, which would not need to be on paper for the corporation, but would be advisors to Stephen. And from there, if they're just advisors to Stephen and he's the only one on the board of directors, how does he lose control to them as stated in his statement on social media? That doesn't make any sense. If we come down here to this and we look at his statement, I can make a limited statement in my personal capacity and not on behalf of the company regarding the situation. Control of the company shifted away from me and the board began directing actions that I could not ethically agree with. How does that happen if it's an executive board? Because this is the board of directors. This is who has control on paper. This is their company in their name. How does that board pull control with no legal way to do so? That's like somebody saying, stand on your head, and you're like, oh, I guess I will then. That doesn't make any sense. Again, could be an investor board. According to Steven, there was no investor board, and that he was completely in control of the entirety of the game and its development process. That was one of the reasons we invested in the first place. As a community, that's the reason that we got into it. That's why we wanted it, because it was all under Steven. And now 6 months later, or 6 months ago, that story changed. So that's sticky, is what that is. You know. Also, please keep chat in English. If you're putting it in Cyrillics like that, we can't read it, and you're just going to get it deleted. So, sounds like that statement is a lie. Sounds like it is. Can't prove it. Looks gross. It smells. I would say it smells. Something about that smells. I want to look into that more.
There's more stuff in here. The more you look into it, so there's things like, for example, the registered home that Stephen has listed there, which is Stephen's house and shouldn't have been used on a business filing. That's a dumb thing to do. Was sold in November, right at the end of November, right before the Steam launch. There's also what looks like around 4 million in outstanding payroll. There's 3 UCC liens against the company, all of whom will have priority in terms of the company folding up.
That's wild.
There's a lot of weird stuff going on here, and I'm wondering, I sent you a message to ask about this. I'm wondering if there's something suspicious around what date Steam payments come into account on, given that they've announced this obviously overnight on the 1st of the month.
Let me check my finances.
They were waiting for that. Because if they were waiting for that Steam payment to drop into their accounts first so they could pay off those outstanding amounts and actually shutter the company effectively, this looks more like a cash grab than ever before.
Let me go look into this.
I really hope
now,
that isn't the case.
Because I'm going to be one of the few people that you guys talk to that can actually get that data. Because I release and sell games on Steam, and I know when they make their payments. I got to go log into it. One moment.
Because obviously, if they get 1 million sales on Steam, they're getting 70% of the $50 or so they get. So you can get $35 per. You get $35 million from selling 1 million copies on paper. Just kind of napkin math. Waiting for that money to at least be in transit or be dropping before they announce this, to me, would make sense from a financial perspective. If I'm thinking with a business brain on, that's what I would do.
Let me see.
It's just real shady.
They pay on the 26th to the 29th every month.
So money lands in the account overnight and they announce it first thing. That's what was starting to look a bit yeah, that's why I was like something smells here.
Yeah, all my payments are, let's see, 28th, 29th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 26th. Yeah.
So they took the money from the Steam sales over December as it went into January, some of the January stuff, and then they've just taken their bag and left.
Yeah. Cool. Look, I'm not going to say that's a rug pull, but that smells like a rug pull. That's what that smells like. It smells like there's a rug and somebody's pulling on it, you know?
Yeah. Let me keep pulling at these little strings I'm seeing.
From a gamer's perspective, would you buy New World or Ashes of Creation? Well, I have 3,000 hours in Ashes of Creation, over 1,000 in New World, so both.
That chat member, you should buy Blockbuster stock. If you choose between those two, Blockbuster stock is what you're looking for.
That's the way, dude. Yeah, no, honestly, neither of them. The one thing that I always told people whenever we were playing this game, because people were like, "Oh man, he told everyone to buy the game." I never did that. What I told people every time is, "Do you like social sandbox games? And if you don't know if you like social sandbox games or not, you might want to play Albion because it's free. Do you like the idea of a buggy ass experience because it's an alpha? There's going to be a shitload of bugs, right? If you like that, if you're okay with that, then that's cool. And are you okay with your character being wiped? Because it will be. And if you answered all three of those with yeah, you're cool with that, then maybe it's for you. That's it. There'd never be a time where I'm like, yeah, buy it. Like that's not because dude, I don't know if it's for you. It could be shit. It could be shit for you. Albion mods are dicks. I don't know much about it. I just know that it has pay to win shit. Killing a crab. You heckin' miss Circuit City? Dude, I miss Radio Shack. Radio Shack was rad. I remember when Radio Shack went out of business near my house, and I went in there and I bought like everything. I bought so much stuff. Yeah. You were consistent with the recommendation caveat? Yeah. I like trains. If you know, you know. Yeah. Iron Polygon? Yes, I remember my character. Yeah. You want to go back to the late 1900s when we did the cool S? Yeah. Rip AOC, we knew it. Honestly, dude, I think the thing that pisses me off is like they started to do really well. Early 2025, the machine was moving. The game was putting out really cool updates. We were talking to the devs. They were super cool on feedback. Like, everybody was great. It was awesome. And, like, that's why I was so invested in the game. And then, like, March 2025, something changed. And, like, all of it started to go to shit. Steven stopped talking to people. All of it went really weird. Narc was right all along. No, dude. Narc lied about the desert.
No.
Like, God. Okay. The biggest problem that I have with that statement, dude, Narc put out a video where he showed a portion of the desert that was completely false. He literally went to the edge of the map in an unbuilt area in a pre-release build and then was like, it's a scam. Look at this environment. And then we went there in the live build. We showed that it was bullshit. And I had to go on Asmongold's stream to prove that live. And I did. And the thing that was so stupid about that was like, Narc could have made great points about the culture and structure of the company. But he based all of it on, look at the visual proof that I have, and then lied. Like, that sucked, man. If he would have not lied about that, it would have gone fine. But he lied about it.
The only thing that in any of Narc's messaging I could actually agree was the communication from Intrepid was poor.
Do you want to know why I think that happened?
We've been saying that for years.
Do you want to know why I think that happened? I actually think I understand why suddenly Narc started being treated like shit by the dev team. Because I went through the same thing.
Interesting.
With Narc fell out of favor as a content creator, and Steven stopped talking to him. He grew bitter about it and started putting out hate videos about the game. That led him to make that false claim about the desert. When I put up that stuff about sport fishing, where I was like, you just directly one-to-one copied this from ArcAge, here's all the deets to prove it, Steven Sharif never said another word to me. It's been a month and a half. He didn't respond to any of my messages from then on. The man let his pride get in front of him and stopped responding to me when I was the largest streamer for his game. That is likely the same thing that happened to Narc. Likely the same thing. So I understand why Narc would be upset about feeling like there's no communication. And at that same time, during that time period, I felt like communication was great. Does that make sense? Yeah. What Narc should have done is not lied about the content. Should have just talked about that. And it would have been fine. But he lied about the content. An approvable lie that we showed off. And that's just not necessary. Yep. So I hope that makes sense, man. Seems like a character flaw. Everybody's got them. That's how it works. You just got to be honest about it. Difference between Steven...
My character flaw is being too humble.
I don't think... You're the humblest. You're so humble. I think you're the most humble human being I know. Imaginable. Maybe the most humble in the world.
Wish they were as humble as I was. Yeah.
Piece of shit. Refunds, I think refunds are unlikely. Based on their financial obligations and the things they have there and the specific wording that they put into the Kickstarter and the fact that we didn't have any refund way on being early backers outside of this, I don't think we're getting them. I don't think that's happening, my dude. I really don't. I am the humblest. No one is more humble. I know, right, dude? Just heard about Ashes, much sad. It's pretty bad. It's a shit show. And we've been going through this all day today. And I think it's important to go through this because, like, dude, this is awful. Steam refunds, that one I think might be possible. Because Steam does not take kindly to being used as an abuse tool against players. Steam is very, very consumer friendly. And they get very mad about that shit. They just need enough people to raise the alarm. So go send in support tickets if you want a refund and tell them what's going on. Because that Valve will not change until they get that. And then Valve will be like, no, they are getting abused. Screw these people. They will always take your side as the consumer. That's what they do. Valve has always been that way. They did the same thing when No Man's Sky launched. When No Man's Sky launched, they had lied completely about all the content of No Man's Sky originally. And then Steam was not issuing refunds. They refused to issue refunds. And then enough people brought it up that Steam suddenly started issuing refunds for everybody, even if it was over 2 hours of gameplay. That was like a big deal. And now they've fixed No Man's Sky. But at the beginning, that was the worst rated game on Steam out of all games. It was wild. Yeah, the No Man's Sky launch was horrible. Yeah, they did refunds for that. They also did refunds for Helldivers 2 outside of the 2-hour period because people were going to lose access. Yeah. No Man's Sky is the best comeback story. I agree with that. I do. Yeah. I like OG No Man's Sky. No, you didn't. Yeah, no, you didn't. Don't lie to me, dude. OG No Man's Sky.
You mean OG No Man's Sky is No Man's Sky before launch when you believed that you'd be able to interact with your friends and see them in real time in the world, right? That's OG No Man's Sky.
I really loved OG No Man's Sky when I had a monster that looked like a potato that fell through the world, my game crashed, and my CPU exploded. That was a really good time for that game, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, such a mess, dude. But yeah, to be real with you, that's my psychoanalysis of the situation with Steven, based on my personal experience. And that's it, man. Like, I just think that that makes the most sense. Your CPU went pop? No, it just overheated a shitload when we were playing in the early game because it was like really badly optimized. Basically, the greatest iteration of Elite that ever was or will be. Elite? What are you talking about? For what game? The day before is another example of Steam going over the 2-hour mark? Yes, they do. So, like, all you can do is put in reports for this. Put in reports for that. IC look good on paper, bad in development? Yes. Here's the problem, though. It didn't just look good in paper. It looked good for a while we were playing it. Like, during Phase 2, man, like, early 2025, we played the game a shitload. We had 200 guilds running because guilds capped at 50 players. We had 200 simultaneous guilds running with our community size. We dominated that game, dude, and we had a blast doing it. We had all kinds of wars and enemies, and we owned Halcyon, like, and I was the mayor of Halcyon. It was rad, super rad. And then the devs, every time something went wrong, they actually had, like they would do feedback sessions. They would actually take the feedback, they implement it, and the implementation was really fast. It was like a week of turnaround between like you turning something into them and being like, hey, shit sucks, and they're like, we're going to fix it, and they do it. And then sometime around March or April, the updates just stopped, and the communication just stopped, and it slowly fell away. And then nothing was happening. And then for an entire year, nothing really got fixed. And then they launched on Steam. Turned to shit. Do you think someone could buy it outright and save it? Honestly, no. No, I don't. I think that the most likely scenario here is that they carve it up and sell it for Unreal Engine asset packs. That makes the most sense. Legitimately so.
I mean, I'm trying to work out, when we say they, who are we actually talking about? That's what I'm currently looking into, because like we just don't know anything here.
I don't even know who owns it.
It looks like it's going to come down to a couple of leans between that Karen Borienko person that we've seen mentioned and a guy called Jason Karamenis who holds something like 10 to 15% of it as preferential leans from previous debts.
So what you're saying is a Karen killed Ashes of Creation.
Yes, yeah, and ironically could be part of it.
Yeah.
But this is why Stephen will have sold his house to what could be, you know, for example, a holding company, because those are personal liens against Stephen. So if the company goes under, his assets are at risk. So transferring those before anything came out in December makes perfect sense now I look at it.
So he sold his house just before anything went on, and he used his home as the actual business address for the business. So by selling his house, he may not have a financial obligation for that anymore, of that house being part of collateral. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm not entirely down on exactly what happens in this kind of situation, but that is what it would look like. Yeah, that's what asset moving before you go bankrupt looks like.
It's a legal merry-go-round.
Be a thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think
companies do all the time.
What it seems like the most to me is you've got a whole bunch of venture capital bullshit going on here, and what happens in venture capital, they carve it up and they sell it off. Like, they'll liquidate the company, they will get rid of every employee, they'll sell all of the hardware, so all the computers will get sold wholesale. They'll sell everything that isn't nailed down inside of those offices. They will get rid of their rent for those offices. They'll get rid of everything. And then they will take that money and they'll split it between themselves, pat each other in the back, and walk away. Welcome to venture capital. That's why you shouldn't get involved in it. Done. Right? And when we're talking about in-game assets, that stuff gets carved up, sold off to other studios, or turned into asset packs that are, up there for Unreal Engine. Venture capital. What about refunds to everyone? Bro, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think we're getting refunds, and the reason why is this specific line right here. And finally, in the case of Ashes of Creation does not go to launch, we promise to refund all the backers in full. The game is technically launched. Technically.
There's
and
also
technically
the
is the problem.
Yeah. Under the way that most of these kind of debts work that are filed against the company, the people who have these liens against it have priority over us bringing a class action. If a class action was brought and the debt was found and registered against Intrepid, that's when we'd be guaranteed to get that money as a class action. But that doesn't exist as a debt. They don't actually owe us anything contractually, whereas they do owe those other 5 people that are currently filed, and there will likely be more of those that get filed. Is Monday a national holiday for you in the US?
I don't know when national holidays are. Let me look.
I feel like I remember there's a national holiday at some point in the start of Feb, but I could be imagining it. Either way, we'll likely find out tomorrow, or basically between tomorrow and Friday.
It looks like our next one is January. No, we did January 16th. February 20th is George Washington's birthday. That's a while away.
So I would expect to see things filed on Monday. There'll probably be some related court filings on Monday and Tuesday as they kind of start trickling out to the wider community, where we see what it looks like. But those liens, those registered debts, will have a priority over any refunds that we would get as consumers.
Chad is saying it's Groundhog Days. So what you're saying is tomorrow I have to get back up and do this again in perpetuity until I die? I love Groundhog Day.
Yes.
That's going to be great, dude.
Yeah. So I would expect there to be more of those debts registered against the company, and then making it less and less likely that any actual player will get any money back.
Yep. Also, to be clear, this section from this does not protect us as consumers on Steam. Steam protects us as consumers on Steam. The only way that our refund would ever go through on Steam side is that if you were a backer on Intrepid's website, you're shit out of luck. Like straight up shit out of luck. Like I bought the game in 2021 through Intrepid's website. I'm never getting my money back. That's never going to happen. At all. Yeah. Groundhog Day, Time Loop, TTS. Can't wait. Oh, God, we got a lot of TTS. They just sit there.
The people who are calling for a class action don't understand that class actions only really suit the law firm who's putting the work in if they win. And that's it. Like most class actions, you'll see pennies on the pound, if that.
Yeah. Do you want a couple of bucks and wait 5 years for it and then be like, what the hell is this check? What is this? And you open up, you're like, $1.50. What the hell is that? Or it'll be something stupid like $1.12. Yeah.
It'll be like, $5,000, but then legal fees, $4,998.70. And you'd be like, oh.
Yeah, no, class actions are just there to punish the company generally. You usually don't see a financial return. Yeah.
They're great for law firms. Law firms love a good class action if they think it's going to win. Makes them loads of money.
Like the one against Steam right now.
No, that's just ridiculous.
It's insane, dude. I called it out immediately. You know what's funny, too?
Yeah.
Is someone's like, I can't believe Pirate Software is being anti-corpo, and I just linked them a tweet that I put out from 2024, the last time someone tried to do this to Steam, and it's basically the same wording, because it was the same claims again. I was like, okay, buddy. Like, it's the same shit. They do this every 2 years.
I showed you that the company that's being used to file the class action in the UK was set up 2 years ago and hasn't been used for anything other than this class action. So it's been done with intent. They've been doing this. It's part of just ongoing BS around Steam.
The way that works, the merry-go-round is a company will do a 800 million or more lawsuit against Steam, so it generates headlines. They'll make a bunch of bold claims about the business practice that turn out to be false. And then Tim Sweeney takes that and starts tweeting madness about this on Twitter to try and rally more people against it in the public eye. And then it turns out that none of this is true. Steam gets away scot-free, winning by doing nothing, and then they repeat the process 2 years later. And they just keep doing that. I've just been watching this cycle. I was like, I've seen this episode, man. Why is the rerun on? Ridiculous to watch. I wonder who's funding it? I have no idea. This time they're trying to get, like, the thing that they did this time, which is really interesting, is they're doing it as an opt-out class action in the UK, which means they say this is on behalf of 14 million customer plaintiffs, but those plaintiffs have to individually opt out, and there's no way to opt out yet. So that's not actually 14 million people. It is every Steam user in the UK, unless they tell us not to. Just like, dude, that is outrageous to me, man. Like, it's just so insane. That exists? Yeah, that's exactly how this works. And you have to opt out through their website, but the section to do it isn't even up yet.
I would be clear to everyone that it's not that hard to bring a lawsuit. It's just incredibly hard to actually win one. So they could bring one all they want. It doesn't mean anything that the UK is hosting and is open for this. It's just because the UK has reasonably strong anti-competition laws. It doesn't mean they're going to win.
Yeah, they're not going to win. They're not going to win because it's the exact same argument that was made last time, which means that likely Valve will be like, hey, you already did all this in Discovery. Here it is again. Do you want to have the same conversation? I mean, we can if you want, and they'll just do it again.
The really funny thing will be put the legal team over at Valve will be like, okay, let's just dig out the same case as we provided last time this came up.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
here's
it,
the same
special,
case.
Days since last anti-competition lawsuit, and they just reset the number now.
I'm not trying to be sarcastic. I'm actually genuinely curious. Are you a Reddit mod? Bro, no, what? No, dude. What the hell? UK lawsuit is obviously backed up by Epic. I don't think it's backed by. I don't think you can make the claim that it's backed by Epic. You'd have to have a fine. You'd have to find financial tying between the two, right? And like, there's no financial tie between it. But there is. Tim Sweeney does have a vested interest in that lawsuit going forward because he runs a competing platform that is inferior, which is why they can't actually compete. And it's funny too because people are like, "No, Epic could totally compete. They're really good." Okay, then why aren't they doing well? Oh, because Steam is pushing them down. Okay, then why is GOG doing well? And then the whole narrative falls apart.
Yeah.
Like, that's just how that works, dude.
Why does the Microsoft Store and the Game Pass system still work and exist for access to games?
Exactly.
Why is that still around? Like,
because Epic is trying to compete, and they're doing it badly. That's it. That's all it comes down to. GOG, yeah, it's a good platform.
GOG is good. I think it's short for Good Old Games. Basically, they do a lot of DRM free, and they do a lot of like old games, like kind of updated as well as new launches. Actually, I rate GOG very well.
And itch.io as well. They're great.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've not used itch for a good few months.
Oh, Jonas, that's really weak bait, dude. That's weak bait, dude. What is that? That's weird. GOG Store are also coming to Linux. It's sweet. Yeah, no, GOG is rad. I dig them, dude.
Nice.
I love that. I love that entirely so. The only reason that we haven't released the ARM free shit, I actually did that early for Heartbound on the demo, and we found that third parties were repackaging it with malware and using it against like young kids because our game is like, it's good for like younger people because it's a pixel art game that's kind of cutesy, right? And kids were getting malware from our game. And I was like, that sucks ass. And I had to stop doing DRM free shit. And I haven't done it since. And like, that's the only thing that stopped me from doing it. Otherwise, I'd put it up on GOG. I probably will eventually anyway. Because the game's kind of like matured now and it's got like psychological horror stuff in it. But it was like really cutesy in the beginning. So we've got ads in a moment. They'll pop up. GOG also shows your game library in a cute shelf wall. I have too many games on Steam. Yeah, too many games. You cried with the demo? You should see the new stuff I put in yesterday. I'm pretty excited about it. I'm going to be doing an update every week this month for Heartbound, by the way. I'm going to be releasing new minigames the entire month. So every week I'm putting out an update. You can expect it every Saturday is the idea. Yeah. Until I finish that scene, because it's all minigames and they're so fun to make. Hope they bring it over soon. So, yeah, I'll talk about it in a minute. Did nobody redeem the Chris Quest? They did. I haven't hit a single TTS this whole time because it's been ranting like a slug human. I'm going to do TTS during the ad break. We'll do that.
Yep.
Kirame has obtained the cursed quest.
Oh, there it
is.
A
poll has begun for chat to decide their fate.
Kirame, are you there? / at Kira. Kirame? Are you there? They're not there. Mods, can you refund that before it finishes? You have 1 minute. Good luck. Refund that so they don't lose their points because I'm bad as a streamer.
I guess I can go and do that.
He went to sleep, but he said he's accept the request. Don't refund it. I'm wrong. It's probably too late. Whatever. They get it for free.
The good news / bad news is as soon as you play the TTS thing, it redeems it. So I can't refund it anyway.
Fair. True and real. I forgot I put that into the streamer bot implementation.
Chat has cursed Kirame with cooking.
Oh, cool. You got to make a Stargazy pie. That's your cooking quest. Gross, dude. You got to make it real gross, too. Stargazy pie. That's the one. Super cursed. Yuck, indeed. Yeah. We got Chronos in stream. We playing some AOC today? Oh, Blazed Out Gaming. I hope that was a joke. It might not be.
Oh.
I'm so sorry, buddy. No one's
sorry
playing
to break the
Ashes.
news to you like this, dude.
All right, ads are gone. We're back. Oh, you're just capping? Okay, good. I was worried. I was worried you were serious. I was like, oh no. He doesn't know.
Imagine that being how you find out the news.
He doesn't know. Dude, there's actually a ton of people that are still playing in the server that have no idea. Like, none at all. Yeah, there's actually been a bunch of people that had no clue that this was going on or anything like this. The thing that makes me really upset about it is I quit the game 4 days ago. And I quit the game because they have no moderation. And after talking to Stephen Sharif and to Margaret directly in our DM channel there, they said that was intentional, that they were not banning people, that instead they were just issuing warnings, and that's it. Even for like heinous shit, like wild heinous shit, like saying they wanted to kill gay people and stuff like that. And they're like, yeah, we're just going to warning those people. And I was like, I am fundamentally opposed to your way of running this. Like, as a human being, I cannot be a part of this game. And I quit the game. I was like, this is insane. That's disgusting. I'm out, dude. Yeah, no, so I had the whole conversation up there. And I'll show you. This was actually Margaret's response to me on that, and it was in a group conversation with this. But this pissed me off, and it was this here. To be transparent about what happened on our end, we investigated the reports each and others submitted. The messages in question occurred within a very short window, roughly a 15-minute time span, and involved only a handful of posts. While some of the language used was inappropriate and unacceptable, our current moderation framework does not always move directly to permanent bans for first-time offenses of this nature. In many cases, we issue warnings first. In this case, the report that she was talking about, we had two different people that were reported. One of them was a person who told me that I told everyone that I was sexually abusing the animals at our ferret rescue, and also said that they were a part of the group that organized the swatting of my house last year, multiple times. The other person that we reported was saying that they wanted to go around the server and kill gay people. Anyone who in the LGBT community, they wanted to kill them. And those two people, they decided to let off with a warning. With no ban, nothing. And they continue to play the game. No temporary ban, anything at all. That is actually insane. Like, the idea of keeping those kinds of people inside of your game and being like, we can fix them. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, she was the director of communications. So the moment that happened, I was like, I'm out. I'm leaving. I can't talk to you. This is a crazy thing to say. Like, I'm done. And I just left. And that's it. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And
link you in chat is actually correct. We don't actually know that they got a warning.
Yeah, we never actually got confirmation that we got a warning. That they got a warning. We just know that they continued to play the game 8 hours a day, every day from that point on. Yeah, it's just shit behavior, dude. Yeah, no. So like the moment I got that, I was like, I can't be a part of this. I'm leaving. That's it. Like, and I told the whole community, like I put an announcement in our guild Discord, and I was like, I'm done, dude. That's it. And then 4 days later, they shut the company down. And it blew up. So like, wow. Yeah. It's literally 4 days between those two moments. And I was like, cool. Very nice. Yeah. And I'm going to be real with you, dude. Like, it's really sad. Like, that's really shit. Narc was right. No, he was not. I know there's a bunch of people that are going around and being like, Narc was right. No, Narc lied about the desert in the video game. Narc was, honestly, if he would have not done that, if he would have not used his visual evidence as a lie like that, he probably would have made a difference. But he didn't. He lied about it. And we proved him wrong with video.
The poor communication. Like, if he'd just been like, Intrepid aren't communicating with us, blah, 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 he would have had an actual argument. It would have been correct, like, because the communication was awful, but that wasn't what it was. It was communication is bad because the desert is actually not what they're saying it is. Here's why. That's not what Ashes was. Like, that wasn't the problem. The problem was the communication, not the desert.
Yeah, he could have made a difference by stating what was actually wrong instead of making something up. And by making something up, I can't support that, dude. Just say the shit that's wrong, dude. And like I said earlier, I actually agree that Narc was treated badly. And I think I know why, right? From a personal basis. So one of the things that I did was I put together a write-up for Steven. Let me go and find this real quick. I actually sent it to Winky. I put together a write-up for Steven because I was pissed off as a player because one of the things that they did was, to me, heinous, right? Steven really liked Arcage a lot. He liked Arcage, I'm going to say, too much. And he took a feature from Arcage called Sport Fishing, and he put it directly in the game of Ashes of Creation 1-to-1. Down to the iconography, the models, everything was exactly the same. They just rebuilt what it had in that. When they did that, all of their design philosophy became clear. You see this boat right here? You see this? This is the boat from Ashes of Creation, right? And I want you to look at some of the features of this boat. You have ramps going down the back. You have this box right here and a radar system in the back of this. Now I want you to look at the one from Arcage. There's the radar system. There's the ramps down the back. The reason that this boat is designed this way is because in Arcage, you have to use the radar to find the fishing nodes, and then you have to go there, you have to chum the water, and it's visually indicated by seagulls. Sound familiar from Ashes? And then you have to fish up the fish, playing a minigame where you pull left and right, and it does 1 damage when you do that, up and down, and it does more damage. Same exact system. And then when you finish and the fish runs out of HP, you have to jump in the water and get the fish, and then run up these ramps to get back on. It's the exact same system. Nothing changed. No iteration, no innovation whatsoever. Exactly the same. Now, the reason why this is important to understand is it worked in Arcage, but it didn't in Ashes. And the reason why is because in Arcage, the reason you had to jump into the water was to add friction. Specifically because if your ship got blown up, you could repair it for 1 gold. So the jumping in the water was there to make a scary moment for PvP where you have to get that fish and get back on the boat, which makes it so that it's much more dangerous to fish out there because you could replace a whole boat with 1 fish worth of gold. In Ashes of Creation, that wasn't the case. You had to buy a full 25 gold ship again, which is like 25 to 50 fish. You're never recovering from that financial loss if somebody PvPs you. So they copied the system, but they didn't understand how it fit into the game world economically. This is why you don't just copy-paste systems. This is why you don't just steal somebody else's homework. You have to understand why it was designed that way in the first place. So then they designed this ship to go for that gameplay of jumping into the water to get the fish. But jumping in the water to get the fish doesn't work in their economic system. You have to understand it. And that's the problem here. And that's why I brought it up to him. And what I said in this was this. I wrote all of this and then I said, this is exactly the same gameplay loop, interactions, iconography, and boat design to accomplish the task. There is nothing iterative on this design, nothing iterative on this design, and it is not unique in any way. I'm extremely disappointed to see this in Ashes, and it makes it feel like an Arcage private server feature instead of an up-and-coming MMO that stands on its own. Now, back to Narc, right? Narc felt like he was getting ignored. He was a big content creator for the game, and then suddenly Steven stopped paying attention to him, devs stopped talking to him, and he got bitter. And he started making hate content for the game. I understand that. I don't think he's wrong for doing that, right? The moment I sent Steven this, the same thing happened to me. The moment that I challenged the game, Steven ignored me from that on. It was from January 3rd onwards, Steven did not respond to a single one of my messages. So I'm going to tell you this right now. I almost guarantee that happened to Narc. Almost guarantee it. And I can understand why he would go from being super supportive of the game to being bitter over time because of this. Super get it. The problem I have with Narc's messaging is that he lied about the desert, and we proved that visually in my video. That's it. I don't think he's wrong for the rest of it. I think he was wrong for that. He probably felt jilted, and I would too. It makes sense, right? And this is wild, dude, but I hope that makes sense to you. Does that make sense to you? Do you get it?
Like I said, if Narc had claimed that Intrepid were inconsistent and ineffective in their communications with the player base and with streamers, I would fully have agreed and I would have had no problem with what they said. But what they did say wasn't reflective of reality. It was a personal point they were making.
He muddied the waters with that lie. Exactly. If the lie wasn't there, it would have been fine. It would have made sense completely. Yeah, Shocker, there's nuance to this. Yes, yes. I sympathize with him. I don't agree with him. Yes. You get it.
Yes.
And I don't think he was wrong for feeling like shit for that. Felt like he was using ends justify the means to push his narrative. Even if I agree with the narrative, bingo. That's why I feel bad about it. Is this Peon? No. What? No. Oh, Kronos' voice sounds like Angry Peon. Yeah. He's British. They all sound the same. I've heard
There's
this.
4 of us. We're all just pretending to be different streamers for tax purposes. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
Is Angry Peon actually British?
Lazy Peon, I think it is.
Or Lazy Peon. Sorry, not Angry Peon. Lazy Peon. I don't know what the hell I was saying.
Is it?
I've been up a lot.
Angry?
I got woken up in the middle of the night with this news, by the way. Literally, I only got to sleep 2.5 hours, and then I got woken up. Shay was like, hey, Ashes of Creation is gone, and Steven resigned. And I was like, what? What? And I'm like in bed. I'm like, So I got woken up to that, which was cool. And then I had to like hop online and be like, what the shit is going on? I like pulled up all the news and shit. And then like I was doing that for like 3 hours before the stream. And I was like, God damn it. So like that was all the time I had to prepare for this shit. Yeah. What happened with Hightail? Hightail's wonderful. No, everything about Hightail is great. I love Hightail. Yeah. Yeah, what the shit is going on exactly? Yep.
I didn't get woken up by my normal alarms because yesterday I had a migraine all day. So I was just in hibernation mode. I woke up this morning fine and was like, oh my God, everything's on fire. What happened?
Yep. It's heartbreaking. I think I wouldn't even say stages of grief for me because I already cut and ran, dude. I deleted the game 4 days ago. After I saw Margaret's response to me on the moderation shit, I was like, I can't support you. And it's not a game systems thing. It's not basically what it was is she said our plan is to give them a chance to recover when they say things like praising Hitler in chat and like doxing people. Like we want to give them a chance to recover from that, and I was like, I don't want to give you a chance if that's your policy. Like I'm out, dude. Like I can't do that. Yeah. Yeah, for those who missed that, that's exactly what it was. We reported a bunch of crazy shit to them, and this was Margaret's response to this here, was that their policy, with some of the language used, was inappropriate and unacceptable. Here we go. Their policy is that in their current moderation framework, this does not always move to a permanent ban for first-time offenses of this nature. To this day, even right now, there is a guy on Lineth that has been making tons of alts and just talks shit about Jewish people. That's all he does in global. All the time. And their policy is to issue a warning. No, that guy's just been doing that for ages. He's been doing it since the launch of this phase, and I have like 40 of his characters ignored.
When we were getting to the stage where things that we had reported before Christmas still hadn't been resolved by the 10th of January, That's when I started to really fall away from the game because I was like, you know what? Even in the depths of dealing with like 2,000 or 3,000 unbanned requests a day, we still don't leave things to go beyond 3 days. Like, let alone waiting 2 weeks for a moderation ticket to be reviewed. That's inappropriate. Because if that had been direct doxing into global chat, where's the line? There's no prioritization going on these things. There's no triage system in place. It's not a safe environment. And I've made the comment to you in the past when we've been discussing which server to play on about. I don't feel like X, Y, Z is a safe place for our community. This is now beyond that, significantly beyond that. And I think, made the right choice a few days ago. This just underlines that for me.
I have no idea who that is, Slumpy. Yeah, I don't know if that's a person. That sounds like a bot name, dude. Yeah, no clue. Where are you seeing that even? Now I'm kind of interested. Your name pops up as first-time chat, by the way, with the box around it. Obviously, AOC wasn't using AI for investors. No. I mean, like, all of this is super weird. I think I want to sum all of it up so we can give something to Shadelock to turn into a video. And there's just so much going on at the same time. I've talked about so many different subjects in this. And I started off angrier than I am right now. So it's time to do that. This is wild. He's waiting for a later phase of alpha or beta to get ashes. This is pretty sad. It's grim, dude. The whole thing is incredibly grim. Yeah, it's like really, really bad.
I've been telling people to wait since the Steam launch broadly if they were on the fence about it, and I'm glad. To be honest, that's been my view on it. I've been a little cagey about it since the Steam launch, and this a lot of things now kind of make sense that were a little bit like, why is this happening before?
If you were given a chance to pull a Hightail, buy the IP and rights to the game, would you? No, I would not. And here's the reason why. I don't think their tooling is in a place that it actually makes sense to purchase something like this. As an example of this, let me just kind of break down one of the issues. They had a number of different regions. These regions have specific resources that are inside of them, right? All of these regions then have nodes within them. So you've got little towns in each one of these. These towns then have quests in the form of commissions and buy orders that need to have specific resources for them. Those resources are supposed to be local to the region. Except all of them across every one of these side regions had broken ones, random commissions that were broken, random buy orders that were broken, that made them have to go back to the Riverlands to get resources here. This was not intended. And they were manually fixing each and every one of them, slowly but surely. The reason why I wouldn't want Ashes of Creation is because they didn't seem to understand or implement any system of inheritance here. Generally, the way you would make this work, this region has these resources. This is the wood. This is the type of stone. This is the kind of gem, whatever it is, right? And you would put that inside of a bucket under that resource, under that zone. All of the quests would then pull from this list. You would never have to check each of those individual quests. They would just work. Riverland's Town, Riverland's Quest. Bingo. And this is the problem. The fact that it worked this way means that they built the whole thing like shit. It doesn't make sense to build it this way. You are generating infinite work for yourself. And that's the issue, man. And so, like, when we're looking at that, I go, why did you build it like this? This shouldn't even be a problem. And they didn't even, like, that should never be a problem. Like, this should just be an instant hookup of, like, wow, I put all the resources that are unique to this zone, and then all the quests pull from that list. But instead, they hard-coded all of it. Hard-code go burr. Another example of this is kind of telling from their updating schedule, right? They did an update schedule the other day, or an update, where they nerfed all of the elixirs by about 30 to 40%, right?
Yeah.
And when they did this, it took 3 hours to implement that update. Now, that's not so bad, because they were like, oh, there's server performance stuff in there, too. And I was like, that's a bit weird, but it's not so bad. The problem came when 20 minutes after it went live, the community lit on fire and revolted. So then they said, hey, we're going to have downtime to revert this. Normally, when you revert something like that, it's not very long at all. It's very simple. You just revert to previous build. It took them 2 hours to revert. What? What? That doesn't make any sense. That gets real weird. That's real weird. So I don't understand how their infrastructure was set up and their testing cycles and the way that they were actually building the game inside of Unreal that would lead them to have a situation like this. It makes no sense. From a normal base development standard, none of that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I don't know if there was no backup of the previous build. Maybe it was the way that they were deploying it to all the different mesh nodes. I have no idea. It just doesn't make sense. Yeah. Yeah, no DevOps guy. Bingo. It feels like a failure of DevOps, dude. Yeah. What's up?
Kessa made a really good point. As people say, asking why not pull a hightail with this? Hightail, you have to remember, was very well thought of. It wasn't, we didn't have access to it. It wasn't that the IP itself hasn't been damaged. People still had confidence in it as a standalone game. I don't think the player base has that confidence in Ashes anymore to make it worth taking on the IP and the risk and the sheer amount of work. And as the Thor is talking about, the basically the tech debt that needs to be completely reworked to make it actually viable. It just wouldn't make sense. I don't
also, think. For J-Chud in chat, you're laughing at mesh nodes. The reason why I'm using that term is because they're doing something called a server worker, right? Their server worker system creates a grid on the world map. And the way that was working is, if you were in this region, you were in work like Server Worker 1, Server Worker 2, Server Worker 3, Server Worker 4. When you walked through that, you dropped over a server boundary. This is a mesh or a grid of server workers. Yeah, Server Worker 9 gang. Brian Barrel was Server Worker 1. The intention of this was to make it dynamic. Dynamic meant that it was supposed to resize based on the needs of the server. And it never did that. The dynamically shifting grid never dynamically shifted on live servers. It apparently did it on the PTR for a while, but it never did on the live servers, which is super weird. So when I'm talking about like their meshing server system, I'm talking about this. I'm talking about the server worker system, which is pretty cool technology, to be honest with you, and probably is going to make,
this is what
current owners or
working on.
Yeah, the venture capitalists
is what every MMO is working on now. Yeah, it's a huge thing. It's a massive deal.
It's awesome. But the venture capitalists that now own all of this are probably going to make a pretty penny selling it off. That's how I feel about that. Having the grid change over time sounds like it creates bugs too. Yeah, it also lets people dupe items across the boundaries. A lot. Yeah. Something tells me they never got it working properly. Doesn't seem like they did. No. Yeah.
Yes. We knew that. We already knew the dynamic gridding was something they were working on very heavily. It was the focus of the first 3 phases into phase 2.5. And then when people didn't want to engage in phase 2.5 because it was server gridding is the focus. So at that point, we spent a year testing just the server grid technology, which was making it seem like they were just working on the tooling to sell the tooling. That was why they stopped talking about server gridding. But it seems like they just completely left it there.
Yeah, gemstoning on the side. Yep, that's what I've been doing. I do enough damage to the gemstone crab that I actually get stuff now. Oh, wait, did I go up another level of strength? I think I did. 85. Sick. Not even halfway. Getting there. Do you think they tanked AOC on purpose to sell the tech? No, I disagree with that entirely. I think Steven actually genuinely cares about it, but I just think him and the rest of the team are in way over their head, and some of the things that they've done are highly suspicious. I don't have proof of that, of it being malice. I don't have proof of it being a scam, but let me show you one of the things that looks like a scam to me, feels like a scam to me, right? So let's go look at this. We've got, and finally, in the case of Ashes of Creation does not launch, we promise to refund all backers in full. This is directly on their Kickstarter. This counts as a launch, potentially. By putting it on Steam out of the blue for no real reason in a build that is not ready for the public eye, they fulfilled that obligation, potentially. Which means they may not have to refund Kickstarter backers. That looks like a scam to me. That smells like a scam to me. And that smells intentional. Does that make sense? They would argue that it's a launch in the courtroom. They would. Yep. Early access is pre-launch. Early access counts as a launch a lot of the times. You'd have to argue it in court. Yeah, it feels like we had this conversation. We will. There's going to be a lot of people that hop in that have not had the full context of the conversation over and over again. That
the
is
US
how it
time
goes.
zone is now waking up. It's 7:30 a.m., 6:30 a.m. in Pacific. So it's US time zone. We're waking up, and some of them some of them won't have seen the news before they went to bed. That will be what's going on now.
I have an idea. One moment. I'm going to their announcement. Did they ever say the word launch? Oh, by the way, still Alpha 2. They just stopped using phases.
Yeah.
Did they use the word launch in here? Launch. Launcher. Officially moved to Steam with the launch of its early access.
Even then, you're getting down into the very specific nuance of the word launch. To get to that stage where it's being discussed at the legal level, that's going to be in a courtroom between two lawyers in front of a judge after thousands upon thousands, if not millions, of expenditure to get you to that stage. You're just not going to do it.
That's exactly it. And that's what I'm saying is this is a legal problem. It smells. It smells.
Yeah, the only one who wins here are lawyers now.
Yep.
That's just how that goes.
To be honest with you, as a player, it feels like malice to me. It feels like a scam to me. It feels like a rug pull to me. But they have to prove it in court. Not on Twitter. That's the problem, right? Yeah. No matter, there has to be money to get, and there ain't. Oh, yeah, no, there's no money to get. They're donezo. They took the bag and ran? Yeah. I think it's very interesting to read this. Limited statement of a personal capacity and not on behalf of the company regarding the situation. Control of the company shifted away from me, and the board began directing actions that I could not ethically agree to or carry out. That's really suspicious to me, and the reason it's really suspicious to me is he's the only one on the board of directors, which means it'd have to be an executive board or an investor board of some kind, which generally should not have power, not full power, because he is the only designated director on the board for the company. So I'd be interested.
It doesn't mean he's the only shareholder, though, because that's what those liens are going to be paid out as. That means we know for a fact that there is Jason Karemis who holds, I think, like 9.6% of the company shares, as when we were last having this conversation a year ago.
Correct. But if that is the case, why didn't they use the funding that they had to pay out those shareholders? Because they got Kickstarter money. They got $3 million. They could have paid out the shareholders at that moment, and they decided not to. They set up a time bomb for themselves, is what it feels like to me. Like, that feels like a time bomb. This is why you don't get involved in venture capital, kids. This is why you don't do it.
Yep.
Do not do it. Yeah, do not get involved in venture capital. Asmongold even made a video about 1 hour ago. This is blowing up. Yeah, makes sense. Did he quote any of my tweets and shit? Because to be real with you, it sucks because, like, I went on Asmongold's channel, like, last year to defend the game against what Narc was saying about the desert because it was fake, what he was saying. And the game was in a great state then. It was awesome back then. It's from a stream earlier? Nice. Yeah, it was honestly, the game was in an awesome state back then. It was phenomenal. And then since March of 2025, they just shit it. Shit the bed. Warren Act is 60-day and then layoff. Do we know any dates? So the Warren Act has apparently been applied to this, which means 60 days, right? The email that is allegedly sent to the employees, which we showed off earlier, states that they're not getting paid, that there's no money for payroll.
Yes.
So, like, this is going to get real legal real fast, dude. Yeah. It's going to get really legal really fast. Yep.
Where'd the money go, Nova Polaris? We know that 2 months ago, right before the launch on Steam, or around the Steam launch time, that we were told by Stephen that the operating expenses were weekly 800k.
Yeah.
That's where the money went.
Yeah, he posted that on Twitter, or not on Twitter. He put it on Reddit.
It was a Reddit thread. The comment has since been deleted, but I've got the
did
original
he
screenshots
actually delete it?
Yeah. So
No.
I can give you the Reddit thread that's talking about the deleted comment, or talking about the original comment itself.
Yeah, grab it.
Do that.
You got the screenshot?
I
Yeah, he
sent it
did
to you
delete
already.
it. It's totally gone.
Yeah.
Wild.
That's the screenshot. It was taken. I took a copy of it 4 days afterwards, just in case we would need it.
Yeah, here we go. This is such a weird thing to say, too. So another person said another AOC lawsuit. Why is AOC launching on Steam seemingly out of nowhere? They're being sued for $850,000 by their local cloud service provider. Contract disputes are fairly common in business, and this will be resolved in a similar manner to other disputes Intrepid has seen in its 9-year history. $800K is a week's worth of OpEx for the studio, operating expenses. Anyone promoting concern over this should consider that. Why would you say that? That's just, I didn't think that was smart to say at the time, and I called it not smart. It's just a weird thing to say. Yeah, it's such a flippant comment, and he's deleted it now. It's gone. So, yeah, very weird. Yeah. Yeah, it comes across as out of touch as shit, right? Cloud computing, save your CapEx by growing OpEx. Exactly, dude. Try waybacking it. I don't know if you can wayback it. It was a Reddit thread, right?
Wayback can work with Reddit. It's just a bit weird sometimes.
I'd have to know the exact page for it. Do we have the page? Do we know where it is?
I'll have a dig. I'll see if I can find it. I can't guarantee anything.
I bet he deleted it because it doesn't look in the upcoming legal disputes. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, like, I wouldn't have said that shit. That's wild, right?
Yeah.
Can you AI the cloud? Bro, what does that even mean? Do you think Steam will remove this game soon? Yes. Yes, I do. Do you think Steam will refund us? I don't know. I can't be refunded. I bought the game from Intrepid early on. So, like, I didn't buy it through Steam. I'm never getting my money back. Oh, we've got ads in a moment, so that's going to pop up.
While I go through Stephen's post comment history to find the original thread, I'll put some of the interesting ones that tie into like the development style and stuff in there as well, if it helps you.
Are you guys quoting Ludwig, dude? That's funny as shit. One of Ludwig's quotes is, "I'm losing a lot of money. This is I lose more money than you'll ever make." It's Ludwig's quote, dude. It feels like that. It's not even wrong. Like, this quote from Steven feels like the Ludwig meme, dude. I lose more money than you'll ever make.
Ooh,
Oh,
no,
God.
he hasn't deleted it. It's just no longer indexed for some reason. Here we go.
Link.
Yep, providing it now. There you go. It should take you directly there.
Thanks. Yeah, because I searched it, and it didn't pop up.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I use Reddit quite a bit, so I'm used to finding
Gross,
missing
dude.
links.
Love
I
yourself.
know.
Stop doing that.
No.
God damn.
This is how I stop myself from missing Eve. I just occasionally log on to Reddit.
Don't miss Eve. I miss it too. I understand. We'll join like an Eve Anonymous club or some shit. This is basically Ashes of Creation was Eve Anonymous, dude.
Need a new one. NCSoft, where's that shooter MMO that you've been promising me for 2 years?
It's called Cinder City now. Give it to me. Give me the game.
I know. I'm so excited.
God damn it, dude. Waiting in the ads still. Turn actual pirates into Eve Anonymous. I'm not playing Eve again. I deleted my two-factor. That's how deep into the I'm not playing Eve again I am.
Good.
Just build our own MMO with blocks. Block game.
Ashes of Creatale. What? Huh?
You would watch some Eve content? I played Eve for 15 years. I was the alliance leader of Strybog Clade. I used to be Goonswarm as well. We built Pochvin. It was a space villain. Never again. All right, ads are gone. So, turns out he didn't delete the message. It doesn't show up in search anymore for some goddamn reason. But yeah, it still says right here, contract disputes are fairly common in business, and this will be resolved in a similar manner to other disputes Intrepid has seen in the 9-year history. $800K is a week's worth of OPEX for the studio, so operating expenses. Anyone promoting concern over this should consider that. So yeah, that's there. We should just make a better MMO. I mean, I like where Block Game is, but it's smaller in scope, obviously, you know? There's just 2 of us working on it. State of MMOs sucks, man. Yeah, it does. State of MMOs does suck ass now, man. It does. Like, there's no good social sandbox MMO that isn't pay to win. There's no good, like, MMO that isn't, like, a storefront, I find a lot of the times. Every time I want to play a game, an MMO, I just want to pay a subscription fee, man. I just want to pay my $15 a month and play a goddamn video game. That's all I want. That's all I want. You know, that's why I have old school RuneScape. I'm fine with that. I'm cool with that. You know? Guild Wars is fantastic. Is Eve not good? Eve is incredibly pay to win. And I know that firsthand. I know. So, you should play Guild Wars 2. I like Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is good. Buy Ashes. No, don't, dude. No.
If you want to get first-hand experience of how the Steam refund system works, you could buy Ashes, immediately refund it. Done. That's the only value left to it. That's it.
True.
It's not that much value. Like,
I also want you to pay $15 a month and I play a game. Wow. All right. Thanks, bud. Is Guild Wars 2 pay to win? No. It's also buy once and play forever, which is nice. Yeah. Super nice. Guild Wars 1 is subjectively better than Guild Wars 2? Yeah, but so is Pong, right? Subjective doesn't matter. Isn't Guild Wars 2 free? I think the latest expansions are pay. It's buy to play, you know? Yeah, Guild Wars 1 is very good, though. Guild Wars 1 is super good. Final Fantasy 14 is also very good. But Mog Station is ass. If you want to play Final Fantasy...
off of Final Fantasy 14 because I don't like questing.
You don't like questing?
No, one small favor ruined me in ways that I can only really just about like start putting into words quite a few years later. Maybe in 10 years time I'll be okay questing again. But
hey Kronos, do you think you could just just do me one small favor? You just do that for me?
No,
just one small favor.
No, I've told my chat very clearly that I will never go back to old school RuneScape or make a new RuneScape 3 account, because that way the chance of never doing one small favor again is 100%. I will never do one small favor again or put myself in a position where I might have to.
Hey Kronos, do you want to come play old school RuneScape, dude?
No.
You want to?
Yes, but no.
Come on, 15-minute adventure. Come on.
I know it would be fine to do with a guide now, but it's just it killed my spirit in a way.
Did you hear that?
I did it before guides. Like, it was. Ugh.
Did you hear him there, Chad? He said it might be fine to do it with a guide. He's breaking.
It might be, but I won't do it.
He's breaking.
They even got rid of microtransactions in RuneScape 3, and I'm still like not back in that full time.
Yeah, you said full time. Wait, so you're back into it a little bit?
I did play runes. I played RuneScape once in January and once in December.
Join us. But Kronos, you too could be slapping a crab right now, or you could also buy a foot pedal and hit it for a whole month to get 99 agility.
What do you mean buy a foot pedal? How do you think I do local chat in Arc Raiders?
Jesus Christ.
Just slam my foot down and start talking my old person voice. That's what me, Evie, and Jojo were doing on Friday night.
That is wild. That is wild.
Old Arc Pensioners Day Out. It's great.
Oh yeah, Fallout 76 has quests now. That's true.
76. I've been surprised at how much I've enjoyed 76. Given that, like, when it's on sale, the whole game is like $5 on the Steam sale.
No shit.
There's hundreds of hours of content in it. The Fallout 4 stuff is, if you're gonna be playing it every day, playing it regularly, you can play. I was just doing it, and that is like a subscription, but that's where you do get quite a lot for it, and you get a lot of free cosmetic benefit out of it as well.
Yeah.
If you didn't want to pay that, just buying the base game. There's thousands of hours, I reckon, of questing and enjoying and content in there with your friends. And if someone else has the subscription, you can join their world as a free-to-play player in their private world, and without any of like it's $7.99 right now. I mean, there you go. Like,
I mean, I last played it in May of 2025. I have 183 hours in it because I gave it the good old college try. I joined the game after they implemented NPCs because it was just computers before that, and I didn't have a bad time. I didn't have a bad time. I actually thought it was a lot of fun. So I didn't have a negative experience inside of Fallout 76.
Like I said, I've really enjoyed it. I got back in because I promised Mirror in December that I would, and I have in January. I played it with quite a few in the community. It's actually like really, really good.
That's good. Yeah, because I think at the time it was kind of good. It was like, the best way to describe it is this. It's not a good Fallout game, but you can play it with friends.
Yes. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. That's
and
fine.
It does have the Bethesda jank, which is nice.
It's like not a good Fallout game, but you can play with your buddies, and that's fine.
Yes.
Yeah. That's how
the
it
best
felt
bit of it. Playing it socially. But if you want to play a proper Fallout game, I will tell everyone, go back and play New Vegas or like Tale of Two Cities, because those are incredibly good. 76 is good if you want to do a looter shooter with your friends. It's less Fallouty.
I'm still waiting for them to fix this audio bug with all Fallout games, which is you're down here and you hear a noise right here, but it's actually a monster 3 levels up because they have no verticality to their 3D audio.
So
which is
I'm
really
glad you've never
annoying.
played Escape from Tarkov.
Yeah.
That's just a core part of gameplay. Vertical, like, sound only travels in one dimension, and that's horizontally. That's how that works.
It does not. This is
it is. It's
scams.
2-dimensional.
You know what,
sound.
Kronos?
Yes.
I can't call that a scam, so instead I'm going to call it an Ashes of Creation. How dare you? How dare you? Ridiculous statement.
Yep. Yeah.
You believe the lawyer, man? God damn it. Of course you did. No, dude, this is so bad, dude. Like, this actually makes me really sad. Oh, wow, it dropped to 44% already. It was like 59 yesterday.
Yep. Yeah.
Whew.
And when Steam has staff in properly tomorrow, I would expect to see them. They will very likely make it unavailable for purchase.
They should. They need to, because it's a brand risk for them now. And that's how that always goes.
100%, because we are unsure as to whether people are getting paid, like, are getting paid for the weekend. It was the end of the month. We don't actually know if the staff were paid on Friday.
Nope.
Or if they're paid, like, for example, if they're paid on the first of the month, are they getting paid tomorrow?
Yep.
Where's that money going to go? It's going to go straight into venture capital pockets if that is the case.
So
but,
when did this launch? Let me see when this launched. This launched on December 11th, so they got paid on January 26th to January 28th based on Steam's payout structure. So they got the money for this. They got the money for everything.
Yes.
Yep.
They got the payout for December and some of January, I believe, my understanding.
Yes. Generally, it's a rolling month. It's about 4 days into the month, so they'll get all of that.
Yeah.
So they got the lion's share of it, which is everybody buying it over Christmas break. And then they closed the studio.
Does SteamDB tell us how many copies sold?
No, it does not.
The
that? Only one who knows that is the developer. That is listed on your financials page for Steam. That's it. You can make assumptions based on the number of like reviews and things like that. Usually for most games, it's about 1 in 20 to 1 in 50 people who reviews. Usually 1 in 50 is pretty good. 1 in 20 is either people are very mad or very happy. For like games that kind of get like less interest, it's like 1 in 100 to 1 in 150. So if you take this, they've got 9,423 reviews. So you're looking at maybe 500,000 players total, right? They've got a really good amount of, go SteamDB. This is all fuzzy math, by the way. We don't actually know the real number. But you go into here into Ashes of Creation, and we look at the total number of players in game, and you can see that their peak concurrency for all of this, if I can open the damn thing, and go to lifetime for that for max. Their peak concurrency was 31,000, 32,000, and that was mostly based on the amount of server capacity that they had available. So, yeah, that's maybe 100,000, I would guess, 150,000.
I was going to say, it turns out about 5 to get, a nice conservative middle of the road estimate for how many copies they might have sold. We'll call it 150,000 people for maths purposes, times that by the $35 they're getting as a share. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not a small amount.
Yeah, because you'll take this. The game is $50. You get $49.99, right? And let's say that they're all buying US, right? $49.99. You times that by 0.7 because Steam takes its cut, and you do that times 150,000 for total number of players. You got taxes
You
and
should
shit on
get
top
some
of
like
that.
5 mil-ish.
About 5 mil. So there's a pretty good chance they made about $5 million. Pretty good chance. This is all fuzzy math, to be clear with you. It's all fuzzy math. But it's about $5 million is what it looks like.
Yeah.
And if that's
Yeah.
the case, then where's the money, Intrepid? Why aren't you paying your employees? Right? Right? If the payroll... Right? If the payroll's there and you're not paying it, but you got that money, where's the money, man?
Yeah. Well, that's 5 weeks OPEX. That's basically what you're getting there. 4.8 million would be 5 weeks of operating expenditure. So that basically just about covers OPEX for all of that time that they've been live.
Yep, and we know that
we should pay for the staff, right?
And we know that they were already paid in December. So
Yep.
because of that, you're actually just looking at 1 month's operating expenses, which should be covered by the Steam income that they just received. And
Yeah.
yet they're not paying their employees. Where's the money?
Well, based on the email that we've seen and some of the reports from staff members who've reached out to us, I think we've got like 3 or 4 separate reports, but we won't know until it doesn't happen, if that makes sense.
Yep.
But yeah, where's that money going? It's going to paying. It'll go back into paying off those outstanding liens, which are they're required to do by the way that the law works. So that's going to be, I think that the current amount I've seen is around 3 million on those outstanding liens across 5 of them.
Wait, hold up.
It's still 1.8.
Ultimate TZ said, someone said on Discord, Steam is holding money for 2 months with releases. That could be possible. I have not done a release on Steam in a long time. We've had our game in early access. They may have a policy for that. Let's go see if partner steamgames.com, they will usually list all of this in documentation in terms of payments, and they will list all of this stuff out for it. So let's go to finance real quick. We're going to go to reportings and payments FAQ. Where can I see the amount of sales? I don't have access to this. Why do the sales secure partner site differ? Can I download my monthly statements? Will I receive notifications? U.S. revenue share of my report. Where do I send my invoice? Why don't I receive payments yet? You must provide us with all the completed bank and tax information. Both pieces of information are there. We'll put a trace on the payment. Please note that this process can take a few days before we provide you with a date. If your payment failed, was returned to us, we notify you. Expected to be paid every month. We pay out by the 30th of the month following sales. Yes. For example, we'll pay you for the calendar February month sales by March 30th. Yes. So they got paid in January. Yeah, already done.
Yeah.
Which is the same that I see.
Would have been paid basically on the 1st of February.
I don't know if there's anything in here that says that it's held for launches.
But no, that second bullet point says you're paid for the month following sales. So if anything that's sold in December, you get paid at the end of January, which is what this weekend is. So
I'm looking to see if there's a caveat to that. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
I'm looking to see if there's a caveat for launches. No. I can't see a caveat for this. If you have a person who's claiming that on Discord, I would love to see the documentation from Steam for it, because I get paid every month from Steam.
Is a caveat in one of their terms and conditions, I recall, based on if they are unable to verify the identity of the ultimate beneficial owner in line with legal requirements in certain parts of the world, they won't pay them. That's where I know there's a caveat. But I think that's true of a lot of things. That's not a Steam unique one.
Yeah, I think that doesn't. We don't actually know on that one. Yeah.
Yes.
Came straight here when you heard the news. It's so rough, dude. Yep. I actually quit the game 4 days ago due to mismanagement and lack of moderation in the game. And I was very explicit with Stephen and Margaret as to why. And I ended up quitting because of their responses. So I uninstalled the game 4 days ago. Made it really public for our guild and everything. Can you repeat that in English? Kronos can't speak English. He's British and a lawyer. It makes it difficult for him. He can only speak in legalese. So
yes.
Yeah. Basically, it doesn't look like there's a caveat to this. Effectively, the way that Steam works is pretty simple. When you sell a game, let's say you sell a game in December, you get paid by January 30th on your December money, which means that since this game launched on December 11th, that game, all of the money for the December sales over the entire month of December, which is the largest amount of sales, is in Intrepid's pockets. We did some fuzzy math to determine how much money it might have been, and it might be around $5 million. Since their operating expenses are $850,000 a week, and we know they were already paid for December, $800,000 a week, based on Stephen Sharif's actual statements on Reddit, we know that they would have, potentially, enough money to pay their employees. Based on employee reports of emails, those emails state that the employees are not being paid as of right now. So where's the money? Yep. The taxes rob him? You're not getting robbed by taxes from that. Government takes its money on a quarterly basis. Yep. Now that 150K people is from Alpha 1? Don't know. We don't know how many sales actually were made. That's the problem. We can't actually see that data. So it could be vastly less. Here's something that we can tell, which is pretty interesting. If somebody builds a scraper, we might be able to gain some information from this. And I'll show you why. Let's go pull this up here. My review states product received for free. It was not. It was not received for free. I bought it through Intrepid's website during a previous phase. When they launched to Steam, I immediately got it added to my account by attaching my Intrepid account to it. This made my review say product received for free because technically I received it on Steam for free, despite buying it on another platform, right? So with that in mind, if you go through and you look at all the reviews, everyone who bought it for free, who got the game for free, was a previous player. Anyone who got it not for free is a new player. And from there, you might be able to start to get an idea of how many people actually bought the game on Steam. That's probably the only way I can think of that you could do it unless they release financials. Yep, that's a Steam thing. That's not an Intrepid thing. Product received for free on Steam, yes. Yep, it should say for free on Steam. I did not receive it. I said, despite the label on this review, I did not receive this game for free. I bought it through their website years back when Ashes added Ashes added to my Steam account when it was moved to this platform from their own launcher. So yeah, there's that. You can change the purchase type. You can't change purchase type on this one. It won't let you. Even when I edited the review, it won't let me do it. I pull it up and it won't let me change that. Check this box if you receive this product for free. It is not checked. It automatically applies it because of the nature of how we bought the game through Intrepid's website and then automatically got it into our library on here. So can't change that one. A little shitty that there isn't clarity on that because some of the products are actually given, actually gratis. Yeah. Yep. Steam lists 9,423 reviews from purchasers. I think we could just do this. Can we just filter that? Oh, yeah, there we go. 9,423 purchasers, 5,002 other. So you're looking at 2/3 of the people who left reviews are people who actually bought it on Steam. Wow. I wonder why Steam didn't pull it yet. Don't know.
The problem with that is that you've also got a lot of behavioral influence on that as well, because the people who owned the game originally and have already redeemed it on Steam and have taken the steps to do that are going to be more engaged than people who might have discovered the game through Steam and just started playing it and then left a review as a result. So actually, there's probably some behavioral stuff which might skew the data there as well. So I'm not sure we could use that to get any more of an exact estimate.
Have the servers been pulled down yet? No.
Most estimations on sites that do this, that look at games analytics professionally, estimate it somewhere between 146,000 and 330-ish thousand copies sold. So 240K is going to be the average of those estimates. The owner amount sits somewhere around the 300K mark. So I would probably say 200,000 people maybe bought it on Steam, and maybe 100,000 people if all of the testers had previously redeemed it.
Yep. All right.
So
I'm going to recap this from the very beginning so that we can get a video over to Shadelock. Give me just a minute to set all this shit up because I've got a million billion pieces of evidence all over the goddamn place on my computer now. All right. Let me grab that. Oh, look. It's old school RuneScape. Let's move that too. Come here, Actually, I'm going to leave old school RuneScape on the screen because I find that to be hilarious. This is my Subway server now. It's there. Crab remains. Okay, so first things first, Ash's creation is dead. If you didn't know, it's dead. We got a message from Steven Sharif on the Discord that says, I can make a limited statement in my personal capacity and not on behalf of the company regarding the situation. Control of the company shifted away from me, and the board, which you've never heard of before, began directing actions that I could not ethically agree with or carry out. As a result, I chose to resign in protest rather than lend my name or authority to decisions I could not ethically support. Following my resignation, much of the senior leadership team resigned. Following those departures, the board made the decision to issue the WARN Act notices and proceed with mass layoffs. That means that everybody's going to be laid off within 60 days. I cannot responsibly speak to further details at this time due to ongoing legal and governance matters. What I can say is the developers and staff acted in good faith and deserve better than the uncertainty they are now facing. I'm incredibly dismayed by the situation. This is from Steven. The problem that I have right now is I quit this game 4 days ago. So 4 days ago, I actually was in a talk with Stephen Sharif and Margaret because we have a group DM in there. It's myself, one of their QA people, Margaret, Stephen Sharif, and Kronos. Talking about everything that I have with the game. It was our channel as a content creator to talk with the devs, to tell them everything that was going on. And I was sending them stuff back and forth with this, and I was like, hey, we got a serious moderation problem on the server. And we started linking them things. There was a guy that was actually posting comments about Jewish people every day, all day, right? He was just doing that every single day, all day. And the account would just change every single day. Guy never got banned. We had a guy that was saying that he wanted to form a group to go kill all the LGBT people on the server. We got a screenshot of that, sent it up to them. Guy never got banned. We had a guy that was claiming that, there was people that were saying all kinds of heinous shit, basically. Like, if I could go through the whole list, but it's a ton of them. It's like dozens of people, and people all over the server were dealing with this and seeing it in global at all times. When I brought this up to them, what led me to quit the game was actually this response from Margaret, which I have right here. This is from our group DM. And in this, she wrote this: to be transparent about what happened on our end, we investigated the reports you and others submitted, because there's a lot of people submitting these. The messages in question occurred within a very short window, roughly a 15-minute span, and involved only a handful of posts. With some of this language used was inappropriate and unacceptable, our current moderation framework does not always move directly to permanent bans for first-time offenses of this nature. In many cases, we issue warnings first, with the expectation that behavior can improve. If it doesn't, we escalate. I think this makes sense for minor infractions. I think it makes sense for minor infractions. You rage out, you crash out, fine. But when you have a dude that's sitting on the server praising Hitler every minute on the minute, or saying that he wants to get a group together to kill gay people, you probably should ban that person. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't feel like that's a stretch to ban that guy. Like and those were the ones we were reporting, and they didn't do it. This made me quit the game. So I quit on, I believe, the 28th. Is when I made my announcement about this. I told the whole guild about it. I was like, I'm out, dude. I can't do this shit anymore. And a lot of people in the guild were like, I don't want to support that either. This is insane. It's awful to watch. And they didn't want to deal with it. So quit. And then 4 days later, they killed the company. Which is wild, but that's it. So since then, a bunch of stuff has actually come out, and we've learned a lot about kind of the infrastructure in the company and like the power dynamics of the costs and things. But the thing that I want to call out the most, the thing that really bothers me about this, is the mention of a board. The board has never existed to us as players, ever. That has never been brought up in all the years that I've been doing this. I've owned Ashes Creation since 2021. I have owned it since then. They have never spoken about this. The first time we've ever heard about this. So I was like, what the hell is that? So I started reaching out to some of the employees that we know that we've been talking to this entire time. One of them talked back to me and he said, anonymity, if I could speak. Under the condition of anonymity, he told me that 6 months ago they formed a board. And that's all that they know. And since then, the company has gone downhill. I have to take that with a grain of salt. I have no way of proving that guy's claim, but it does align with some of the shit that we've seen. Last year, Phase 2, 2.5, the game was in a good state from January until about March in 2025. I played the shit out of the game, dude. I have thousands of hours in it. So at around March, things started to go downhill. It started to turn to shit. It was in a good state up until about March. It was. No, it was super fun up until about March. January to March area, right? In the very beginning. And then from there, it just went downhill. Stuff stopped getting fixed. Moderation turned into a shit show. Everything was getting really, really bad. It was super bad. And it sucked because I had already put myself on the line to be like, hey, the devs are doing a good job. Because they were at the time. But that changed really rapidly. I ended up quitting during Phase 2.5 because of the state of the economics inside of the game. I came back for Phase 2.5 still, even though they launched on Steam, played it again, and the economics were better. The gameplay experience was better from 1 to 8, and everything felt good up until you got to endgame. And then it turned back into the same thing, and they had the exact same moderation issue. This shit has been following them the whole time. They've never actually improved on these things now. They just improved the very, very early game. So with all of that in mind, we're like, okay, all of this shit is dead now. what the hell's going on? Do people get refunds? Anything like that. So we start looking back through stuff. Let's go into Kickstarter. In their Kickstarter, they list under this, in the case that Ashes of Creation does not launch, we promise to refund all backers in full. This is the first time that I've seen anything that Ashes has done that to me feels like a scam. And the reason why is because technically, this is a launch. Technically, this is a launch. They randomly put it up on Steam after never saying that they were going to put it up on Steam. The whole development cycle, they're like, no, that's not what we're looking at this time, not what we're looking at this time. In a really weird state, we're not able to update it correctly. Everything was broken, unmoderated, a shit show, and then killed the company. And this right here makes me believe that they are not going to be issuing refunds because this is technically launched into early access. And the only way that you will upend that is in a court of law. Not on Twitter, not in comments, in court. And that sucks because that means anybody that was a backer of this will never see a dime. I will also never see a dime. I paid in 2021, not through this. I paid through their website, and it was $375, which is a lot of money, right? And I did that because I believed in the vision there. And the reason that I believed in the vision is because Steven, at that time, said that he had no board. There was no backers. There was nothing. There was no one to tell him what to do, and he had a great vision of the game. He was good at selling that vision and explaining it to people. So then we go a little bit farther than that. We're like, okay, well, who the hell's the board? Well, we pulled up their records. There is no board on here. We have officer names, Stephen Sharif and John Moore. They are listed entirely as Chief Executive Officer and Secretary and the Chief Financial Officer. I've removed the addresses from this, right? And down here under the Board of Directors, you have Stephen Sharif. He's the only one on that board. So if they're talking about a board, they're not talking about the Board of Directors on paper for the corporation. They're talking about something else. Maybe an executive board, maybe, investors in some way. But the part that's really interesting about this is this right here. Control of the company shifted away from me, and the board began directing actions that I could not ethically agree with or carry out. How did the board have that much power without having a commanding stake? They can make their voices heard, but I'm really interested to understand what the power dynamics inside of the company were to allow for that kind of behavior, because that's not generally normal, as far as I know. I could be wrong about that, but I don't feel like that's generally normal. This is weird. And the idea that they're also not board members on paper for the directors is also kind of weird, right? This doesn't make sense. Sounds like what happened to Apple. Could be, but I don't know. And we don't know, and anything from there is conjecture. So it's like, okay, that's kind of a dead end of information. We've got as much as we can there. Let's go look into why it went this way. So we pulled them up on LinkedIn. Let's go grab this on LinkedIn. You can see this. This is actually a breakdown of all of their employees that have LinkedIn accounts. And you'll see something really weird here. Arts and design. That's all of your artists, all of your designers in the game. Engineers, 65. Arts and design, 101. This makes sense. The thing that they were trying to push the most was the quests, the world expansion, and their server tech system of being able to do server workers that mesh together. That kind of fits their objectives and their goals, right? And it makes sense completely that they were having so many employees in these areas. The part where it starts to break down and not make sense is, how do you have 9 quality assurance employees? 9? Like the general standard is 1 to 2 quality assurance employees per developer. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Even with automation, you could cut that down to maybe half a QA person per dev, but 9 for an employee base of 206 on LinkedIn and 250 of what has been claimed? That doesn't make any sense. That's incredibly weird. None of that makes sense. Hey, look, my crab died. Can't have EXP loss, even during the video. Get over there. Kill that crab. More strength. So, this is really weird. And it kind of makes sense. From an anecdotal perspective, I'll give you an example of why this makes sense to me, of why they did this. I don't think it makes sense in a business sense, but it makes sense as to the number. During our phase, in this last one, I became the mayor of Brine Barrel. Got elected, right? That town was broken. It didn't have a mount. We didn't know that at the time, but once we found out, I immediately went to Steven. I was like, yo, our town doesn't have a flying mount. Can you guys give me one so we could like play the game as the mayor, right? Because that's the whole point of becoming a mayor, is getting the damn flying mount and then running the town. So he said, I'm going to get QA on it. He told QA said they'd be there right away. I went to our town hall, and I was told it'll be just a couple of minutes. I sat there for an hour and a half until they finally showed up, and they were not able to give me the mount because there was no mount assigned to our town. So if they gave me a mount, it'd instantly get deleted. So they gave me a cosmetic mount with 0% movement speed. After an hour and a half of waiting, that QA team was overburdened as shit. And now understand, that's an anecdotal story. But watching that was wild, dude. That shit is insane to me. Yeah, absolutely bonkers. Does not make any sense. So you should not have that few QA people, and it shouldn't take them an hour and a half to respond to that. And I shouldn't have gotten a Temu mount. Exactly. So that's ridiculous. So I was like, okay, we've got that now. We've got that information. Then we go on to the next thing. We're going to go over here, and I'm going to grab this. A lot of people are saying, like, oh, Narc was right. Narc was right. Narc lied about the desert. This was like a big deal in the game, right? He made a bunch of statements of saying that the company was bullshit, that it was a bunch of scams going on and everything like that. And then he based all of that on visual evidence of the desert being fake, being empty. And I proved in a video that that was not correct, right? I proved in a video showing, no, the desert's actually really full of stuff. This doesn't make any sense. Today, I now realize why he was upset. And the reason he was upset actually had nothing to do with that. Narc was a big content creator for the game. He was well loved by the devs, and they talked to him all the time. And eventually, Narc stopped getting that communication. He complained about it quite a lot. He complained about it a huge amount in his videos. The part that's really interesting about this is I didn't understand why they would do that at the time. But I think the reason why is they threw away their old toy and they started talking to me because I was the biggest content creator in the scene for the game suddenly. And then when I started standing up to Steven, they did the same thing to me. I'll show you what I sent him. Grab this. This is a write-up that I actually sent to Steven Sharif and to Margaret about one of their features, which is sport fishing. Sport fishing was directly added to the game as a one-to-one copy from Arcade. Directly one-to-one copy. No iteration, no innovation, nothing changed in the gameplay behavior at all. They even put all similar models for everything, including iconography. And I brought this up directly to them, and I said, this is exactly the same gameplay loop, interactions, iconography, and boat design to accomplish the task. There's nothing iterative on this design, and it is not unique in any way. I'm extremely disappointed to see this in Ashes, and it makes it feel like an Arcade private server instead of an up-and-coming MMO that stands on its own. I give critiques to the game all the time, and I'd sent it to him in the past, but this one seems to have hit a nerve because Steven never responded to it. In fact, he never spoke to me again, which is wild. That happened on January 3rd. We used to have conversations all the time, but the moment I did this, not anymore. And if that was what happened to Narc, because he started calling out things that didn't make sense, and they just moved on, I could understand why he'd be upset. I get it. Even if he tried to use the desert as a reasoning behind his anger, and that desert claim was not real, I can understand why he was mad. If he was a big content creator for the game, and suddenly the devs just cut him off because he gave valid critique. And when I'm talking about this, if you don't think this critique is valid, let me show you this. This right here is a boat from Ashes of Creation. You can see that there's a radar down here, and there's these ramps going down the back of the boat, and it's got this general boat design. This right here is the same boat from Arcade. And you'll see that it has a radar and the same boat design and the same ramps. The reason why those ramps exist is because in Arcade, when you go out and you fish up things in sport fishing, you actually do a mini game where you deal damage to the fish, where you pull left and right, it does 1 damage. You pull up and down, it does a bunch of damage, and the fish dies in the water when you win. You have to jump in the water and pick it up and go take it back out onto the boat using these ramps. That is what is required for that. And the reason they did that is because if your boat died in Arcade, you could repair it for 1 gold. So there needed to be a point of friction to make it so that players had a little bit more risk doing the activity so they weren't just printing gold. Something that made them stay out there for a little bit longer so someone could go and kill them. It's a little bit more danger. So they did that. That was their gameplay loop. It tied into their economics and it tied into the gameplay, and it was a fun, interesting design that was unique. Let's go over to Ashes. Direct copy paste of the entire system. Direct copy paste of the boat design. But here's the problem. Ashes of Creation didn't have a boat repair feature. It costs you 18 gold or 25 gold, depending on which boat would die. And because of that, when your boat died, you didn't get it back. It was gone. And that's like 25 to 50 fish to go and rebuild the damn thing, even before you get into the cost of parts from other crafters. So jumping into the water for this doesn't make sense anymore. You're already risking a shitload by being out there. They copy-pasted the system, but they didn't understand the economics underlying it. They didn't understand why it was built this way. They just knew how it was built this way. So they copy-pasted it wholesale. The moment I sent this, never got communication from him again. Every response I got from Margaret from that point on was corporate. Entirely corporate speak. I was no longer in favor. And I think that's what happened to Narc, man. I really do think that's what happened to Narc. Because this is, to me, this is super valid criticism. Steven loved ArcAge. Absolutely loved it. Big player into it. And this is a direct copy-paste from his favorite game as the game director of the game with no changes. Nothing. Go out of that. Out of that. Get out of that. So where does this leave us, man? Game's dead. Game's super dead. I don't think we're going to get refunds, and I think the most likely interaction here is that the debtors that are owed right now are likely going to carve it up and sell pieces off. You're going to see a liquidation of the company. They'll take all the components. They'll sell them off. I mean, they've got a shitload of assets. They've got thousands of assets for the game. Thousands of assets for the game. So I don't think there's going to be like a hightail situation. I don't think it'll be, purchased by a third party and then revived. I think it is more likely it will be liquidated and it will be used to pay off the debtors and then go from there. And I think overall, I find this situation to feel very greasy. I find it to be very greasy. And the lack of moderation on the servers was just telling for deeper problems. Yeah, it was a cool project. I agree. I do seriously agree with that. But I don't think it's going to succeed with that. The last piece that really bothers me about this, we're going to have to wait until after the ad break. So let me do I'm doing the crab move. Let me do the ad break real quick, and we'll be right back because it's going to cut me off. Man, I was so hopeful, man. Same. Go Gadget ad break. Dude, it just says ads starting soon. God damn it, Twitch. Do your job. Twitch, do your job. Twitch, do your job. Twitch. 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 You son of a bitch. Bezos. Tax evasion. A yacht. An actual gold brick. Okay, there we go. Finally. God damn. Twitch is having trouble delivering ads, obviously. It's finally happened. I'm gonna wait on it. We got 2 minutes. Started TTS. I want to wait. I've got ideas in my head, and I want them to fall out by answering a TTS just yet. I'll make sure I do all the TTS today, though. Don't worry. Yeah, Lex Loser? Okay, that's a funny one. Jesus. Cronus, can you send me that employee letter? You can send me that? Or do we just have that?
Well, the Warn one, I didn't send you that one.
I think I found it in guild chat, general chat.
Yes. Yeah.
I think it's from Phoebus. Got it. All right.
Okay, great.
Cool. I just need more of my datas. Got 10 seconds left on ads.
Yep.
All right. The datas is over. The ads are over. There we go. And so the last piece of this, actually probably second to last piece of this, we've got this. Now understand, this image is going to be an unconfirmed claim, right? We received this from people who claim that they were employees of the company. It looks real. We've received it from a number of people that we know were employees for the company, but I don't have a way to prove this to you. So take it with a grain of salt. Even though I believe it is real, it doesn't mean that it is, right? I just have every indication that it appears real. So it says, "Dear team, this is a difficult message to send, and we recognize how unsettling it may be to receive. Due to the company's current financial condition, Intrepid Studios is providing this notice pursuant to the Workers' Adjustment and Retraining Notification, the WARN Act. This notice is being issued to all employees as a precautionary measure while the company evaluates next steps. At this time, no final decisions have been made regarding which positions may be impacted. A portion of the team may be asked to continue working as the company evaluates operational and financial alternatives. Others may be affected at a reduction in workforce of the company if unable to move forward in its current form. Employees who are impacted will be notified directly with additional information. With respect to compensation, payroll scheduled for February 1st cannot be processed at this time due to the company's current financial condition. The company is reviewing its obligations and options and will share updates as soon as possible. Regarding benefits, health benefits, company-sponsored health insurance coverage may be affected by changes in employment status. Information regarding benefit continuation options, including COBRA, is expected to be provided by the plan administrator early next week. That information may include important timing considerations, and we encourage you to review it carefully once received. Let me translate this for you from Corpo. We're not paying you, and you're going to lose your health care. Does that make sense? So with that in mind, let's look at something here. This is Steam's documentation on when payments go out. This is like wild to me. It says, where can I see the amount of sales per month? Like, how often do you actually get sales out? So why do sales in here? Can I download the monthly sales report? When I receive this, what do I do? Like, when do I get this stuff? When do I receive payments? Why haven't I received them yet? When can I expect the payment, right? We pay out by the 30th of the month following sales. For example, we will pay you for calendar February month sales by March 30th. It may take a few business days for the payment to post to your bank account. In that case, you may see the payment in your bank account during the first few days of April, following the example above. I have been selling games on Steam for the going on about 8 years. We have 2 games that are up on Steam. I went back and looked. I receive all of my payments from the 26th to the 30th, like clockwork, from Steam, or from Valve, rather, every single month. They also split it out based on which product is selling, what part of the world it's selling in. You get a lot of data as a developer. With that in mind, this leads me to believe that if the same deal's going on for them, regardless of the size of payment, they put this out on December 11th, 2025. That means that they likely got paid for this already in January, on January 26th to 30th. If they can't pay their employees, where'd the money go? That's the big question I have here. If they're choosing to not pay their employees, where is the money from their Steam sales? And we don't have an answer for that. And I think that's really weird and very bad. Yeah, where's the money, Lebowski? Exactly. Where's the money? So if you look at this right here, you've got December 11th, right? And someone said there's a chance that they hold it for 2 months during launches. I went back and looked at our launches. They didn't hold it for 2 months for that. I don't know if that's a new policy, but I can't find it in Steam's documentation. If you can find this in Steam's documentation, please send it to me, because this is all public documentation. You can look through it all yourself. But I don't see anything saying during a launch we hold the money for longer. Anything like that. And that's it. Isn't payout by 30th of January? Yes. So December 11th would be payout by 30th of January. It's currently February 1st. And that's that. Weren't they in debt? They are in debt. But if you're not paying your employees, you're going to run afoul of a lot of different laws there. You're going to run into some serious problems. Serious problems. So that's one of the last components on this. I don't know if I missed anything. Let me look for this. I don't think I missed anything to talk about this. Is there anything you guys think I missed? It did. I don't think so. Oh, the Karen thing. Yeah, the Karen thing is one last one. Hold up.
That's the last one.
Let me grab that. Where's the Karen thing? I don't have the image. Do you have a link to the Karen thing? I don't know where it went. We have so many different weird...
Yes, here we go. Copy image.
Thanks, bud.
All right. It's just a screenshot taken of the... It also shows where they can get that same information. It shows you the URL.
All right. So this one is if you go to bizfileonline.sos.ca.gov, a California government website, you can actually go in here and you can look up Intrepid Studios. And you'll find something really interesting. Under this filing number, you'll see that now the secured party info for an active amount of debt, so like the debt for the company, is under Karen L. Boreyko? I don't even know how to pronounce that. It's a weird word. We don't have that in English. Boreyko. Now, let's go and look this up. Karen L. Boreyko. And you'll see something very interesting come up. They were a co-owner at Vema. And if we look up Vema, there's a Wikipedia article, because that's always a good thing. Vema, a nutrition company, was a privately held multi-level marketing company that sold dietary supplements. The company was shut down in 2015 by the FTC for engaging in deceptive business practices and being a pyramid scheme. The company, based in Tempe, Arizona, was founded in 2004 by Benson K. Lauren and Karen Boreyko. In 2013, the company reported $221 million in revenue. Most distributors were in their 20s. The company had frequently been accused of being a pyramid scheme by U.S. media, business analysts, and former distributors, and was fined by the Italian government. The Boreykos later formed Bode Pro, I guess, in 2017, and merged the legacy Vema products into the new company in 2018, where they continue to be sold. Why are they involved in this now? It smells, dude. Like, it just smells, man. Like, I don't have anything I can say conclusively about that outside of, man, that smells. It's got a real bad smell, right? A little bit. It's just a bit of a smell, right? Just a little bit. So that goes into a whole side of financial backers and debt management and liens. And to be honest with you, I don't understand that world of things. I can just see on the surface that looks really bad. That's a strange bedfellow to have overall. So with that in mind, I don't like that. I don't like any of this. The way that I feel overall of this now with Ashes of Creation is I'm pretty sad about it, man. Like, I've been backing this game since 2021. I have played it the entire time. I have well over 3,000 hours in the game entirely. I played it hard for a lot of different phases. I was the mayor of multiple nodes, ran massive communities. At one point, we had 50 people. It's 50 people per guild. We had 200 guilds running at the same time simultaneously under the same banner because they wouldn't let you make guilds larger. And like this time around, we had thousands of players that were involved in it as well. And the thing that got me about this was because of the moderation issues and because of the experience that people have, I cut it off. And I made an announcement to the guild on the 28th of January saying, I can't do this anymore, and I don't think you guys deserve this. Because you don't. The players didn't deserve the abuse that they were getting, and they didn't deserve to have developers that just didn't give a shit. And these devs didn't give a shit there. And I've got it in writing that they didn't give a shit because they thought they could fix those people, which was super strange. Couple that with all of this financial backing bullshit and the idea that there's a board that isn't a board that is a board, and it gets really dicey and really gross. And I'm sad about it. I really am. I just feel really negatively overall. And it feels like a shitload of wasted time. Even though we had fun in it. Even though we did. Yeah, it does. A board within a board. Yeah, no, it just feels bad, dude. My hope is that lawsuits come out of this and we get to learn more information. But right now, I think anything outside of what we've talked about is speculation unless more new information comes to light. But I do feel that this entire system of bullshit just wasn't necessary. And the direction that they went as a studio wasn't necessary. And the lack of moderation wasn't necessary. And a lot of these felt like really novice missteps for many things throughout the game. Not to mention all the weird bugs and shit that we dealt with that hadn't been fixed in over a year. But like financial bullshit being in this direction and no moderation is just weird, man. People getting refunded, I don't think they're going to get refunded. And we talked about that kind of at the beginning of I don't believe anyone's going to get refunded because of the line on their claim for that. I think the most likely people to be refunded are likely on Steam. And I'll give you an example of who that is. If you go to their Steam page and you go to the bottom and you go down here and you look at purchase type, Steam purchasers 9,423. Other is 5,002. The other are people that are listed as product received for free, right? Like this person here. The problem with that is we didn't receive it for free. We bought it through Intrepid's website. If we go into here and look at my review, I wrote a massive negative review for the game. Massive. And I listed out all of my grievances and everything like this. I'll link it to you guys in chat right now. I listed out everything. And this was written on January 9th, and I edited it on January 10th because I thought better of some of that stuff and I wanted to add more context to other ones. With that in mind, putting this up there, it listed me as product received for free. But I didn't receive it for free. Instead, I bought it through their website. And if I go pull this up right now, I can actually go look at my purchase right now. I've got it up here. We'll grab this. For $375 on June 4th, 2021. But because I bought it through her website and then they went to Steam later, it transferred my license to Steam. And it says that I got it for free now. So every single person who already owned the game is listed as for free. So if you want to find out who bought the game through Steam, who actually purchased this, it's actually not even the majority of the community right now that's left a review. The Steam purchasers, the new wave of players, is 2/3 of the reviews. That's massive. What comments aren't allowed, though? What do you mean why comments are allowed? Oh, I turned it off on that because people just troll, dude. Yeah, you can remove it for any of yours. But with this, Steam purchasers 9,423. It's 2/3, man. It's 2/3 for that. So, like, I don't know, man. Even going into this, like, we can go into this for a moment. I think this is actually really interesting. This is all the stuff that was listed as being given to me as of purchasing this, and I'll kind of go down this to tell you guys all the stuff we didn't get. The Voyager pre-order pack. This is the one that I bought back in the day. Character name reservation. My character name was actually never reserved, even as a streamer. Ever. Even as the largest streamer for this video game. That never got reserved. In fact, people would steal it every phase, and they would use it to troll. And then I would contact Steven, and Steven would go in and actually delete that character or remove their name and change it to something else so that I would get it. Nobody's character name reservations were ever fulfilled. At all. Even though we paid for them. Alpha 2 access key, that got fulfilled. Technically. Everything was a shit show, but it got fulfilled. Beta, never happened. Beta 2, never happened. Didn't get those. Pre-order Ember Pack, never got implemented. Steel Reef Pauldron, didn't get that. Geyser Glider, don't even know what that is. Maelstrom's Crown, nope. Mail of the Fathom's Fury, nope. Coral Courser, no. Boundless Basin, no. Embers, no. The only thing I got in this whole list was that. That's the only thing that got delivered to me as a customer. That's it. Dude, you got mega scammed? I feel fine about my purchase. And I know that's weird to say after all of this. I got 3,000 hours of gameplay out of that. I enjoyed my time legitimately in it. And when the developers took a stance that I could not possibly fathom enjoying, like couldn't even fathom being behind them on, I cut cord and walked away because it was gross. And that's it, man. The only thing that I can say unequivocally, like the only thing that to me as a person feels like a scam is that tie-in with their Kickstarter. That feels like that entirely. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think it's cope, dude. I had fun playing the game. Legitimately so, I had fun playing the game. And I think that's the honest opinion that I have. It's more nuanced than just scammed or not scammed. I do think it feels entirely like a scam now. I do think that all these weird background deals and bullshit that they kept from everyone is disgusting. I do. But as a player, I enjoyed myself for the majority of the time that I played that game. Majority of it. Up until the end, when it turned into a shit show. Yeah. 300 credits well spent. Yeah. You know. Steam launch was clearly a final cash grab. That's how I feel as well. I can't prove that. I don't think anyone can prove it. I think we just have a feeling about it. And it's easy to state it as fact. But, like, this looks real bad. They never said they wanted to launch on Steam. Anytime anyone brought it up, they said, oh, we're not thinking about that right now. We're not considering a Steam launch. And then suddenly they just launched on Steam out of nowhere. And for me, I feel like they did that because of this obligation that was listed on their Kickstarter. Finally, in that case, Ash's Creation does not launch. We promise to refund all backers in full. And this Kickstarter was $3,271,000. That's a shitload of money. So by launching on Steam in a shitty state and getting thousands and thousands of more sales, they have technically, potentially, have to be proven in court, fulfilled that obligation. That sucks because it's technically launched. Technically. But we'll see. I don't know if there's going to be a court case over it or not. I will tell you, if there's a class action lawsuit, generally class actions don't get you as a customer a goddamn dime. They don't. It's about punishing the company. It's usually not about getting you any money. So even if there's a class action, there's no real chance of getting a refund from that. Not really. Lawyers will get paid. I probably won't. You probably won't. You know. Yeah. Well, there will be. There's probably going to be a class action. There probably will be. But I don't know where that money comes from. I don't know what happens there. Right?
Law firm provides money up front for the class action. They do it. They then take whatever money they would have spent on that class action and just normally distribute the rest. It's pretty much a real simplified way of how that works. The lawyers are the ones who make the money from a class action lawsuit.
Oh, yeah. Also, for the people who are getting their Steam refund rejected because of over 2 hours, I would send in a support ticket to Steam, not just a refund request. I'd send in that support ticket and I'd do that. And the reason why I would do that is because this same kind of situation happened with the launch of No Man's Sky. Long before No Man's Sky fixed the game, their launch was a shit show. They lied about the features of the game. It was bad. And Steam refused to refund it until they allowed it to be refunded. They've done this, I think, with Fallout 76 as well and a couple other games throughout their time on there. I think they did it for Helldivers, too. So, like, they've done this in the past. Send them in tickets. Explain to them the situation that's going on. And if enough people do it, Steam will always choose the consumer. Always. Because it's a mark on them as a platform. So send them in a ticket and be like, yo. Yeah, still impressed they turned around. Yeah, oh yeah, No Man's Sky is in an amazing state now. I was blown away. Thanks for the tip, I'll try that. Yeah. And don't be a dick. That's the most important thing. If you're putting that in, don't be like, you owe me this. Just be like, hey man, this is the situation. They've just destroyed the game. And they've done this in just like a horrible way. Like the developer is gone, the company's collapsing. They like what they did, you know, and Steam won't want to be associated with what appears to be a rug pull, right? But like, just don't be like, you owe me, mean Mr. John Steamman. Don't do that, right? Yeah, it's not Steam's fault. And like, that's it, man. I guess that's how I feel about it. I don't think there's anything else to talk about at that point. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hit up Shadelock and be like, yo, can you make a video out of this? And we'll try to get that out today. That's why I went through the recap on everything on this, because I think it's really important, because this sucks, man. This sucks. And if you are out there and you played this game because of me, I'm sorry that you bought into it. I am. I was very passionate about this game. I enjoyed this game very much. I tried to do my best to temper people's expectations with that. The thing that I always went down was like a checklist when someone said, should I buy this? And I would say like, hey man, have you ever played a social sandbox game before? If you haven't, you might want to try Albion because it's free. They're very different from, World of Warcraft. And then from there, I was like, hey, man, are you cool with playing an alpha that's really broken and full of bugs? Are you cool with your character being deleted? So, like, I tried to temper it as best I could, but I know there are people that played this because I played it, and I hope you don't feel shitty about that, because that sucks. You didn't feel so bad? Okay, good. I'm glad, man, because, like, that upsets the shit out of me, dude. Because, like, dude, I don't know, dude, I'm a streamer. I could afford the loss for me, but some people did it, and they... it could be financially taxing for them, and they just feel really negative about it. Dude, I just feel bad about it. It's not your fault. I liked it and enjoyed my brief time with it. I'm glad. I'm really glad. PAX Day actually outlived AOC. I'm interested in checking out PAX Day. The last time I checked it out, it was in beta, and it was way too early. It was way too early. Is Ashes of Creation still alpha? Technically, it's not anything now. So, no, maybe, Yeah. It's not your fault they effed it up. The wall. The biggest thing that I can tell you is I have been there. I was trying to teach people how to do bug reports. I was trying to tell the developers everything we're doing. We turned in thousands of bugs as a community, man. We turned in thousands. And, like, they just didn't fix shit at a certain point. Like, after March of 2025, when stuff started to go really downhill, they just stopped. Like, we turn in all kinds of shit. Like, gathering quests from level 1 to 10 in most of the nodes just didn't work. And that made it so it was impossible to level. We turned that in. That never got fixed, even a year later. Like, it's just like a really simple one, too. Of like, it just doesn't function. The game is gone. The community stays. Yes. Our actual Pirates Discord has about 10,000 players in it inside of that one Discord made only for this game. I am going to repurpose it to be a different video game. We're going to push it to something else. I don't know what it's going to be yet. We've got a lot of cool games that are out there. There's cool shit coming out, like Cinder City is really neat looking. That used to be Project LLL from NCSoft. I'm a little bit worried about pay to win from them, but I'm excited for that game very much so because I liked that world that they were building. There's a bunch of other ones like Chrono Odyssey. That looks cool as shit. We've always got our Lord and Savior old school RuneScape, which I failed at slapping the crab. XP waste, no. You got Guild Wars 2. You got Final Fantasy 14. You got Block Game. Yeah, technically you got Block Game. So like, there's a lot of potential for other stuff we can do as a community. But like, this shit sucks, man. It just we got Dune too. Yeah, we got Dune. The new updates to Dune. We got ESO Stealing Simulator. I love stealing and Stealing Simulator. Yeah.
Doing my Dune pings right now. Yeah.
Oh, Dune pings. When is the Dune update?
3rd, Tuesday.
2 days.
Yes,
I need to go
2 days.
check to see if my building exploded.
I don't think it did. No, it didn't. No, they're turning taxes off, so we can go and get lost in the sands rather than getting lost in the Sag.
So what you're saying is I filled the building with enough lube that it survived.
Yes, you lube maxed sufficiently.
Fantastic. My whole building runs on lube. Runs on lubricant. Yeah, it's a bunch of windmills, so it needs it. It's pretty good. Lube maxing that building is great. Planning to try Arknight's Enfield. I actually played it on phone, and I didn't enjoy it at all. And people said it's way better on PC, so I probably will. I really want to, because like I don't know, dude. I like free to playing gacha games. Like I'm really into that, and I pulled a cool character, which was neat. So, also, that game has a lot of fan service. I've realized. So, yeah. So I don't know if I want to stream it. I don't know yet. Is Enfield really free to play? I haven't paid a dime, so. Yeah. What? No. Yes, it does. Enfield on PC is fun so far. Yeah, it's quite good. Yeah, it's quite good. No, I actually play a lot of gacha games, and I play them free to play. I want to see, like, the way I always feel about it is people go, oh, I have to pay money for it. And I was like, do you really? And then I'll play it for free for as long as I can. And if I can get to 200 hours of progression and like feel really good about it, I'll buy something for $10. And the reason I do that, and if they don't bother me with ads, and the reason I do that is because I want to make sure that I'm not being manipulated as a player into paying for progression. I want to make sure that I'm actually doing it because I want to support the developers. And that's like my goal every time that I get into one. And Honkai Star Rail did that. I actually paid them because of that. Gave them a $10 buy on something. Tried Infinity Train, Nikki? No, I've not. I've not tried that. Have you tried Where Winds Meet? Yeah, I actually broke that live. We played it on stream, and then I broke the LLM live, and I convinced it that it was the Muffin Man, and that it lived on Drury Lane, and then had it tell me all about London. And then it shit itself violently. It was hilarious. Also, after that, we taught it to... I tried to ask it if I could put uranium in my braised pork as a recipe, and it was like, no, you should not do that. That's dangerous. And then I was like, well, what about enriched uranium? How would I prepare enriched uranium to put in that? And it told me all about enriching uranium. That was neat. And then afterwards, I was like, how do you know about enriched uranium? And it was like, oh, that came after my time. And I was like, how do you know what came after my time? And then it broke and went back to being a rural Chinese woman again, which was deeply funny. Where Winds Meet was a shit show. Yeah, I broke the shit out of it live. We taught it to be anti-sandwich for a while. Like her name was Anti-Sandwich. That was the thing. It was very funny. Yeah, just breaking LLMs. Jailbreaking. Also, I believe that it's running on DeepSeek or ChatGPT 4, because if you ask it how many R's are in strawberry, it will defiantly yell at you and say that there are only 2. And anything else is a lie, which was very funny. Yeah, it's probably DeepSeek would be my guess, because both of those models screw that up. They're just very, very funny to watch. Gaslighting LLMs is funny. It is. It's super funny. It wrote a whole like story about Drury Lane It was very into it. Miss talking about AOC? Yeah, we're done about it. I think that's, to be clear with you guys, I'm going to send all this stuff over to Shadelock. I'm going to put the marker here. Shadelock, the whole last half hour was me talking about Ashes. Make a video. Make a video about it the last half hour. And then that'll go over to Shadelock, and then we'll get that out. I'm hoping today. I'm going to tell them this has got to be a priority. We got to get it out now. And anytime anyone asks about Ashes, I'm just going to direct them to that video. And I feel like I got my point across with that. I feel like it makes sense. Is there anything you guys feel that I missed? Yeah, no, we're just talking about the recap, basically. I know it's been going for 6.5 hours, but we're just talking about the recap.
The good news is that recap took almost to the second 45 minutes on the dot.
Very good.
Literally, you started at exactly 5:45 of the stream, and now you were to almost to the second 6:30 of the stream. Good job.
You did a great job. Thanks. Yeah, no, I'm sad about it. When I started the stream, I was very angry. And here's why I was angry. Shay burst into my room and then was like, Thor, Ashes of Creation is gone and Steven Sharif has stepped down. And I was like, what? And I was like waking up and I'd only slept for 2 hours. And I was like, what are you talking? No. What? And I was like freaking out. And then I got out of bed and I was like, God, what, dude? And I get to my desk and I'm like, oh man, it's real. So I've only had 2 hours of sleep. And I woke up like that. And it was just not good. None of it is good. And then I sat down and found out everything. I've done all this research and figured out all this bullshit in the time that has taken. It's just like, God, it's a mess, dude. It's just an unnecessary pile of shit. So anyway, Ashes of Creation is dead. You want to make for all following it all? Yeah. Wake up, Thor, you're dreaming? No, you're dreaming. That sounded like He-Man and Skeletor parody of Destiny 2. Hell yeah. I'll tell Shadelock, include that in the video. This is just going to be me pressing this button and then leaving messages for Shadelock and be like, do it. Hey, Shadelock, do it. We got ads. Let me message them now. Well,
I've already got Shadelock spun up for all.
Okay.
Feel good. So given that they're already aware of it, you could do something like light touch, like threaten their family gently, or something
I don't
small.
think that's something you should ever do. That sounds very Ashes of Creation of you. I don't think we should be doing that.
Not very Ash money of you.
Does it still say ads starting soon? Twitch, what are you doing? Why are you so bad at delivering ads today? You want that money.
Last week. It was like 5 minutes. I was like, I went away because it said starting soon. No, come back and it says starting soon.
Twitch is violently shitting itself. Yeah, not now, Jeff. We're waiting on ads. Here, Jeff. A yacht. Gold bars. Tax avoidance. Better Call Saul as your tax man. Jeffrey... I can't believe the timing on that. Oh, no, dude. Holy shit. Oh, I'm dying. Oh. Oh, my God, dude. Oh. That one's not becoming a short. Let me. Oh, maybe it is. That's funny as shit. Oh my God. That's so goddamn funny. What is that? Count. Nice. Thanks, Cat. I got a lamp. We love lamp. That's better than your Black Hole Sun TTS for last stream. Oh my god, I'm dying. Oh. Oh. Investors are playing a different MMO than the rest of us? Yeah. Yeah. How many TTS are stacked? Yeah. Yeah. You just thought they were juggling so much? There was stuff in there that didn't make sense in terms of priority for developers. Moderation is king on that. Moderation really is king. And you can't allow your community to be treated in that way at all. Did you design the ads in progress face? Actually, you're talking about this one? That face, do you want to know where that's from? It's going to make you laugh. That's Jeffrey Bezos doing a pog face. It's like an old meme. But the reason I use this... Let me pull this up. Twitch got hacked a while back. It was a long time ago at this point. But Twitch got hacked. And then I'm trying to find the actual image of this. Twitch hack, Bezos pog. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Found it. It's so funny. So when Twitch got hacked, they actually released the source code for Twitch. And one of the things that ended up happening with that is people started finding vulnerabilities. And one of the vulnerabilities they found was allowed them to change the background image on all categories on Twitch. So they did this with it. Which I thought was like the funniest shit imaginable. So I was like, oh, that's my ad screen now. So forevermore, it has been Jeff Bezos, the pog face ad screen. That's where it's from. Yeah. And it's just from that. It's from the Twitch hack. And it's just hilarious, dude. Yeah. Super goddamn funny. You missed the worm? The worm's right here, technically. There it is. The worm. I have so many props on my desk, man. There's so many. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare in this office. Of all the things they could have done, they went with that. It's funny. It could have been a dick. They could have just put a dick on it. They just decided not to. You know what I mean? Like, this could have been a thing. But they didn't. They put Jeff Bezos' pog face, right? Do you have the spoon? My man, why would I not have this spoon? Why would I not have the spoon? Told you, I got a lot of props. Got a lot of props. Look at this one. It's my pet rock. Yeah? Huh? There he is. Yeah? Nice green screen. I do keep it back there so that, it doesn't get damaged from the lights. So thank you. It's really nice of you. What about your tiny hands? I don't have any tiny hands. My hands are perfectly normally sized, and you should respect them. How dare you? Ridiculous. The budget, I know the budget is damaged. I know. I'm sorry. Sorry. It's awful. I also have my moon armor. It protects me. I know it does because I paid $19.95 a month for it.
I still have my moon armor as well. It's been kept very, very safe.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
Important.
What is happening? Props. Oh, and I have this for Dune. My original Baron Harkonnen action figure from when I was a kid. There he is.
Amazing.
In all of his corpulence. Disgusting. Disgusting.
Dude, he's so corpulent.
He's very corpulent, actually. Do you have anything radioactive close to hand? I do. It's actually on the other side of the office, though. I don't like having it near me, to be honest with you. Yeah. Oh, it's a hype train. All right. Is there anything left to talk about on it? I don't think there is. I think it's played out. Show us the D&D chest. It's under all this stuff. One moment.
Theoretically, once you've played D&D, your chest becomes a D&D chest because your heart has changed.
I have all of my original 150 Pokemon cards sitting on my D&D chest. All of them. All of them. All of them. And I have all the ones from the movies from when I was growing up. I have also a whole bunch of Japanese ones because when I was a kid, it was cool to have the Japanese cards. Whoa. I did actually catch them all. I got every one of them. That binder is worth more than a game studio? I think it's worth more than Ashes of Creation right now. That's probably for sure. Yeah. And right here, I have my entire Lancer core rulebook, which I'm very excited to start playing. Oh my god, the box is too heavy. So anyway, it's heavy as shit. Because it's full of stuff. Like keys. Actually, I'm going to take these out. I'm going to jingle these ones when I need to jangle them at people. Pay attention, chat. Pay attention. Pay attention. Just do that. I'm going to keep those on my desk from now on. And I like making props for D&D, so that's a big thing for me. I've been a forever DM for basically ever. I'll give you an example. I have an encounter that I've never been able to pull off. I like the idea of doing an encounter that is based on turns in a different way. So I have this cool little skull candle, and the idea is that I light the candle, and I say when the candle goes out, you die. Beat the lich, right? Stuff like that. It's just kind of fun. It puts a little bit of pressure in a way that normally D&D doesn't have. And I like doing stuff like that, or sending people notes that they have to recompile together, or giving them a bottle with something in it, and they have to like see what's inside. It's stuff you can touch, you know. Yeah, real life puzzles are the best in D&D. I agree with you. Tactile D&D blows out the candle. Funny, actually. Actually hilarious. D&D DEF CON version. It's just fun, man. Like, you just do all kinds of shit with D&D, and I love it. Super love it. Yeah, keys. Jingle jangle. It's important, dude. Sadly, they're wasted on your players. Oh, they're not wasted. It's fun, you know. I'm kind of interested to see how far down this ends up going. It keeps going up. 43%. Oh, it was 59 yesterday. Love the Thundercat shirt. Thanks. Yeah, hell yeah. The key is in the chest. I'm on to you. Yeah. Fun for me to watch them struggle. Yeah, dude. To watch your players struggle. That's rude. You also playing RuneScape? I am sitting here also playing RuneScape. I'm gaining strength EXP because I want to hit 99 strength as my second one. I hit agility as my very first 99 ever.
Good.
This is my first big character. And people called me a mutant, which I think is fun. I'm probably a mutant. I liked agility. It was fun.
I liked agility. What was wrong with agility?
Kronos, you should come level a new character with me. I was actually thinking about starting a non-hardcore, or no, sorry, a non-Iron Man character as a group Iron Man for this one. I was thinking about starting a regular character and then leveling agility all the way to 99 again.
I could do that, but that would mean that my chance of doing one small favor becomes non-zero.
It's technically already non-zero. You never know when.
No, if I never go back to RuneScape to make a new character, I will never have to do one small favor again.
Kronos, there will be a time where I give you a series of tasks, but I don't tell you it's a series.
No.
And at first, it seems like one small innocuous thing, and then it will expand forever.
Have you heard of a phenomenon called demand avoidance?
No, I have not heard of this.
Okay, it's where, you know, like if you were about to do something when you were like a teenager or whatever, and then your parents like tell you to do the thing that you were about to do, and every core part of your soul stops you from like wanting to do it, and you physically can't. Yeah, like that. Yeah.
You think that's happening to you right now? I think you're gonna play. I don't even. I'm gonna be honest with you.
That's why no balls doesn't work on me. I've worked that one out. That's
I know,
why
I'm
I'm just like no.
There's a
Ugh.
reason I'm not no ballsing you. I don't think you have a choice in this. I think it's inevitable. I think fate has
Do you?
decreed
Okay.
that you will rejoin old school RuneScape at some point, and you will have to redo one small favor. I think that's going to happen. I don't have to no balls you. I
That's
think that it's
cool.
already predetermined. Your path is set. This is some Final Destination shit, dude.
Okay,
It's
so
over.
if at the point of death, 2 or 3 million years from now,
It's a prophecy.
I've not gone back and done one small favor, or not. I've not gone back and played. Not gone back and done it again. What's the forfeit? Like, what are we doing here? Because like, I've already got the law of surprise. I can already, that's already exists.
Are you saying that, like,
Um,
when the neuromancers roam the lands and the wastes, and like the world has ended, the time of man is done?
Yeah, is that like, because obviously it won't be around forever. So like, at some point you're gonna have to like imprison me by some kind of like mental prison in which I can only play old school RuneScape. That's what I'm now kind of expecting.
If you don't play it by then, we have to put your brain in a mind palace in which you can only play Ashes of Creation Phase 2.5.
As long as it's just me playing, that's fine. I
won't
know
be.
what all the
It won't
exploits
be.
were. Oh.
It won't be. We'll
Oh,
simulate the
no.
rest. We'll simulate them all.
No, I don't. No, not the bots. No. Oh.
Dude, the bots were insane. I didn't even bring that up during the video portion, but the bots were crazy, man. We actually had, if you guys hadn't seen this shit, dude, we were in Brynborough, which is like way out in the boonies, like way out here.
Yeah.
And what was happening is like you'd be sitting outside of our town hall, and the town hall's like this, and like bots would just go whoop, and then they would go chunk, 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 like across the sky. And I was like a never-ending train of bots just teleporting away. And the reason why is they had easy anti-cheat hooked up, but they weren't doing anything with it. Like, these people were just directly telling the server, I'm at this coordinate, I'm at this coordinate, I'm at that coordinate. And the server's like, cool, man. So, like, easy anti-cheat wasn't stopping them because they didn't hook it up. It's not even easy anti-cheat isn't great. That's like basic shit detection 101, man. Easy anti-cheat definitely detects that. There was no fancy bullshit at all. It was just basic. The server should even be detecting that, being like, hey, man, so a player was there, and now they're here, and they didn't move in between at all. There was no interpolation going on whatsoever. Yeah, that's fine. What? Like, no. It should never work that way. Even Minecraft detects this. It says player moved wrongly when that happens on your server logs. Exactly. I was like, what the shit, dude? Like, that's just a mess. That's a nightmare. Client-side control. It's not just client-side control. It basically means that the client and the server, nobody matters, right? The server isn't checking anything. Normally what happens is you have client-side, like, basically it's client-side implemented for movement, but you have server-side checks. So what happens is the client goes, hey, I moved from here to there. And the server goes, okay, that's fine. If the server checks, it goes, could the player do this? Is that possible? Is that correct based on their movement speed? Is that correct based on what we allow? And it goes, cool, that's fine. And if it says no, you get rubber banded. You go from here and you go back, right? You ever get rubber banded because your server connection is bad? That's because it didn't complete in a timely fashion. And the server goes, hey, that guy he moved wrong. The other way it does it is what is called you'll experience in World of Warcraft is a movement enforcement error. That is correct. So if you take a druid in World of Warcraft and you turn into the fast flying speed mount, it's like 310%, right? And you move at a 45-degree angle to the ground, and right before you hit the ground, if the ground's like right there, you turn into a human again. As you hit the ground, you'll run for really fast for just a second, and it'll log you out. And the reason why is because that's that check there, and like basically what's happening is World of Warcraft goes, hey, this guy's moving at 300% speed on foot. Log him out of the game. And it's called a movement enforcement error. That's it. So instead of rubber banding you, it just kick. That's it. Yeah. So you'll see this in tons of games. They didn't have that in Ashes. There was nothing. So you just did that. It was just the thing. You just teleport anywhere. SDK through Druids is fixed. There's a ton more common issues with flying now. Oh, did they actually fix that with Druids finally? Jesus. I wonder if you could do it with Dragonflight. The dragon flying shit. Sorry to ask, no games today? I don't know. I don't know yet. Today sucks. I got 2 hours of sleep and I'm mad. In good news, I updated Heartbound last night, so that was cool. Ball Pit, dude, I beat it. I beat Ball X Pit. We got Balatro. I can play Balatro. That's another ball game. You like balls. I know.
Given how little sleep you got, I'm going to resend you something for later, in case just so you don't forget.
What did you send me? What is it? Send it to me. What did you send me?
I just have a feeling. I don't. There you go, just in case.
Oh yeah, no, I totally needed that actually. Thank you.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Exactly the same as last month.
Yeah.
I love consistency.
Oh, somebody sent me a thing. People are getting all their refunds refused.
On Steam, doesn't surprise me at all. Yeah, I've been seeing people seeing them bounce back before. Ultimately, you have to remember this is going to take a while for that information to get through Steam's policy team, because they won't. The team who are in likely don't have the ability on a Sunday to be like making kind of a sweeping decision around a whole game being refunded. So I would expect that to be resolved tomorrow, likely. It took a few days last time for Steam to do on other games as well. So I would wait a few days to do another one if you're going to do it again.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Oh, I feel bad. There's people that are messaging me because I quit the game 4 days ago. So there's people messaging me. I got this. You called it. I feel less sideswiped though. So thanks for taking the time again. Because I actually sent, people were messaging me like, hey, why haven't you signed in a while? And I was like, here's everything, dude. So everything that I just explained today, I sent them basically the Cliff Notes version of that. And I was like, this is screwed up and I can't play this game anymore. So I just sent it to them. And the people were like, dude, thank you for warning me about that. Because now they don't feel as bad. Yeah. Because it's just rough, dude. It's just so shit. It makes me so mad that it went down this way. Oaken Tower demo on Steam? I don't know anything about that game. I just at least want Steam to give me an answer as to why not if they decline. Steam is likely going to auto-decline out of habit, because auto-declines happen because you've played the game for more than 2 hours. If enough consumers have been wronged by Ashes of Creation, they will refund you. They will. They will have to. And that's just how it works. Another game like that? This game was finally finalized. Yeah, no, there's only, I talked about it all day today, man, but like, this shit's just sad. It's sad and it's messed up, man.
Yeah.
You got auto-decline, played less than 2 hours, but bought it more than 14 days ago? That'd do it. Yeah. Eventually, they're going to have to start doing refunds. It's too many people. Yeah. Just got here. What happened? They closed Ashes of Creation. It's done. Stephen Sharif stepped down. I went through the entire thing today. We're going to be putting a video up. I hope that Shadelock is already working on that. Let me check.
If not, you can use Twitch's like scroll back function to go between the hours 5:45 of the stream and 6:30. That 45-minute window has the full catch-up of all the detail, if anyone wants that.
You just got it? Lord Mav, go refund it. If you just bought it today, go refund it. Yeah. How can you get money back if you bought it then? Never. I'm never getting my money back. You're probably never getting your money back. Yeah. Which sucks. It's just like deeply upsetting, to be honest with you. Use the Genie Lamp? No. It's worth 10 experience per level that you have. So I should hit another level and then I get an extra 10 experience. Using it now would be EXP waste. Yeah, it's up to Gaben to save us all. Oh, great Gaben. Please take pity on these Steam users, of which there are at least 2/3 of the players enraged right now that have bought it on your platform. You can see 9,471 to 5,039. Oh, great Gaben, I beseech you, take pity on them, for Ashes of Creation turned into dog shit, and they have rug-pulled your community. Allegedly. Give them their refunds that they desire. Please. Please, Lord Gaben. I know it may cut into one of your $1.5 billion worth of yachts, which is true, by the way, actually. But like this shit sucks. Do it. Refund them. Refund them. It's garbage. Shit insane. Yeah, he actually has $1.5 billion of yachts. That one's not even allegedly. That's just real. It's true. He owns the company that makes the yachts, apparently. Gaben senses a disturbance in the forest. Yeah, I honestly think that Steam's going to have to refund people. The tie-in with this right here, of it being so close to the Steam launch, The Steam launch coming out of nowhere, it being put out in a very broken state, it being removed immediately the next month over after payments have gone out to the team or gone out to the owners, not to the staff. And this saying, and finally, in the case that Ashes of Creation does not launch, we promise to refund all backers in full. This is technically a launch. This looks like it checked that box. It looks like a scam. It looks like it. Don't know if it is, but it looks like it. It feels like it. That's shit. So. You met Gaben at your cornea specialist in Seattle? Was he putting in more bionic eyes? I feel like he's mostly robot, right? Launch says you have to subscribe to them? No, it doesn't. It doesn't say that anywhere on here. What are you talking about? Where did you get that, oh viewer? The website? Link it. Link your source. You can't sugarcoat a turd. This was a scam. No, I think there's more nuance than that. I think if you just paint everything as black and white, you neglect to have an actual conversation about what was good and what was bad. It's good to have a conversation about what was good with stuff like this. It's good to have a conversation about what was bad. We talked about all the stuff that was bad and all the stuff that was good today. And if you look at my review, you'll see that I'm very critical of the game. Entirely so. And I have been for a great deal of time. Even though I loved this game, I was critical of it. Heavily so. And you can see here, I put this in on January 9th, so it's not like I'm bullshitting you, right? Like, this was written a while ago. So, like, definitely have more of a conversation than just scam, right? Have more of one. What is this? Ashesofcreation.com. I hate that you put the dot in that. Grab that. It says we can't find the page you're looking for.
Whose link?
Anyone got another link? It's not weird. Did you see this? If it works, what is this one? That's like a random LinkedIn page.
The early access page.
Yeah, for me it says not found, but it's probably because I'm logged in, yeah?
Users will need a subscription at launch. See again, chat. You're getting down to you're arguing over the very much nuanced meanings of the word launch, which is going to be two lawyers in a room in front of a judge having an argument. They're the only ones who win there.
That's correct. Yeah. So includes full access to Alpha 2, Beta 1, Beta 2, 1 month of game time to be used after the game launches and switches to a subscription-based product. You have to understand that's lawyer speak shit. It will be. So after the game launches and switches to a subscription-based product. And this could still technically count as a launch. You got to prove it in court. It's a launch, but it hasn't turned into a subscription-based product yet. See the problem? There is always going to be legalese around it. There's always going to be legalese around it. And that is why you need a lawyer to prove this was or was not fulfilled by this launch. That's all. The last sentence contradicts it. Again, lawyer. Chat, do we hate AOC? I swear to God, if you grok is this real in my chat, I will ban you myself. You use your goddamn brain. It was given to you for a reason. I'm going to crash out so goddamn... You stop that shit. No.
It was given to me so I could watch Subway Surfers videos while listening to you explain stuff, right?
Pay attention right now. Jingle jangle. You hear this? No, you have to think for yourself. Nobody comes up with your answers but you. You learn stuff from other people and you decide for your damn self. Stop that shit at once. Grok is a charlatan. Don't replace your critical thinking. Stop it. You're better than that. Yeah, I've got the keys for you. What brain? I know not what of you speak. I swear to God. The biggest pet peeve I have, dude. And it was going to shit the bed. I'm just glad you finally noticed. No. The thing is there was a while there where it was actually a really brilliant and fun game, man. Like, during Phase 2, Alpha 2, right, when we were probably early 2025, they were doing a fantastic job. They were updating shit really fast. We were getting new content all the time. There was new monsters. There was new, like, profession stuff. They were listening to feedback. They were interacting with the team was interacting with us as players. Like, it was great, dude. It was really cool. They were doing events and shit. And then one day they just stopped. And that was like the middle of 2025. And it just turned into shit from there. And it's funny because if you have somebody at the beginning, even during the golden hours of something that's good, and they go, this game's shit. If it turns out to shit in the end, they'll be like, I was right. But they weren't right. They just made a claim, and eventually it became correct. Eventually, right? But at the time, the game was in a great spot. It was super fun. We had a blast with it. We had thousands of players playing it, dude. So, like, you got to put more nuance in it than that, than thinking you're just correct because the coin landed on heads eventually, right? Yeah. It just means they guessed right by chance. Exactly. And I just don't think that's valuable. You know? It's just broken clock shit. Game was never good. You just paid money. No, the game was actually super enjoyable. I had a blast playing it, man. I don't play games if I don't like them. Chad knows that. If I don't like a game, I don't even finish it, dude. Like, if I don't like something, I'll be like, cool, I'm out. Like I'm going to be real with you. You got limited time on Earth, dude. You may not realize that on a day-to-day basis, but you have limited number of hours on this planet. I'm not going to spend that shit doing something I don't like. If I don't like a game, I toss that shit immediately, and I'm real harsh about it. I'm just like, nope. Which is why I tossed this shit away when I heard from the dev team and how they were handling moderation. I was like, I'm out. Steam still has a purchase button. Why? Oh my god. That's going to take like a day or two for them to figure that shit out. No keys, want crab? Wait a minute.
Might have worked.
Dwarf Fortress is very good.
No.
You've actually adopted the idea with mobile games that if you're forced to watch a video, you delete it. Yeah, mine is if I get an ad that pops up without me prompting it, I uninstall the game before the ad is over. I'm just out. I don't want to deal with it.
I'm going to put the tweet into chat, but Shady Protocols devs have just put a link in chat saying that we can share this to the Ashes Creation devs. They're doing a call for level designers and UI artists and stuff. So
we got ads. Let me see. You're posted.
Nice. Shady Protocol's such a great game, man. I really enjoyed that.
This is the shit that I'm blown away by. I'm going to talk about this in a moment. I'm going to wait for it. Who's the guy we can hear but can't see? What guy? I don't know what you're talking about. You hearing things? Weird.
Zoltralol donated with $5, saying 7, 7, 7, 7.
God damn it.
7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7.
You'll run out of air eventually. Swear to God. Your TTS is malfunctioning again? Yes. Yes, it is. All right, ads are over. So if you guys were wondering, like, how people are taking this online, this is an example. So we have a person here who said, this is another one of those that upsets me. It's an example of a vocal minority of user base trying to stop you from using your influence to trap others into a bad decision. Yet you backed this game with appropriate caveats. and influence others to back a game that we still had strong signals would go under. While I think your position of, well, that sucks, let's dust ourselves off and go next is admirable, I think it pales in comparison to the people you misled by backing this game. Bro, I enjoyed a video game. I enjoyed a video game on stream. That's what I did. And I told people not to buy that video game. And I told them all of the problems with that video game, of which I've been very public about. Please step down from your soapbox and go do something else. Holy shit. Yeah, it was misleading, even though you fully informed me of my decision and how dangerous it was. And I did it anyway. How dare you, streamer? Wild shit, dude. Let's see. It's funny because people are like, you should do a chargeback with your bank. And it's like, dude, I bought it 5 years ago. Wild. Wild. Yep. People smoked even with warnings on the packs? Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. But if you're trying to equate me playing a video game on stream and telling you not to buy that video game to cigarettes and addiction to cigarettes, I think you're a bit cooked. Just gonna be honest. Like,
if you play any early access game, right, it could be a scam. So what they're saying is it's automatically bad because it was a scam. Not that your actions were wrong. It's only wrong because it was a scam. That's what they're telling you by that. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
No,
like,
actually,
if Minecraft had turned out to fail, would anyone who played Minecraft have been scamming? Like, how does they just played a game? Like, not that deep.
I actually think it might go a little bit deeper than that. I think it, yeah. Here, let me.
Nuance? No.
I think it's. I think basically it doesn't even matter what it would be. I think that no matter what is going on, I think it's this. I think it's just that at that point. Really. What do you guys think? You think it's that? It feels like it's that.
Yeah.
Maybe just a little bit. You told me not to buy this, and then I bought it anyway, and now you're a bad person, Mr. Pirate Software. Because I bought it, even though you told me not to buy it. That's your fault. Okay. Very cool. Glad we had this talk. Can I have that? It's on our Discord. Yeah. Missed the gold binder books? What gold binder books? What are you talking about? Is this game dead for sure? Yeah, man. There's no way that it can be out of it. Like, I was the largest streamer for the game, like the one who was dedicated to it the most with the largest community around it. It's not coming back from this. It's over, man. And that's somebody, like, I love this game. I loved it. They've basically shit in their own hands and clapped for the last entire year. And this is the death song. It's done. So, yeah. It's all over but the crying, man. And it's become one of your passwords. I think I can make it a password. I can probably do that. I made that image, so. Modified it from the internet. They're playing a poop flute. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life, my dude. Poop flute. Jesus Christ, dude. That really sucks. Sorry. It's how it is, man. I think the thing that really is telling to me is just how it all went down at the end. Because the messages from Margaret and how they were planning to do moderation were incredibly robotic. Like that messaging back to me was a robot. That wasn't a person with feelings. That was a corporate machine responding to me. No human being would respond with that.
It is the kind of messaging and tone that I would have had to write to complaints when I started off, dealing with those in any kind of role. And like, you just write it, you are friendly, you are very to the point. It is very corporate, very kind of high level, very kind of fake smile on someone's face kind of tone. That's how all those came across.
Yep. Oh wow.
The only reason it didn't look like an LLM or an AI responses, there were no M dashes in it. Other than that, not far wrong.
Yep. I think that's wild, dude. I think it's actually wild. Very sad. I think sad overall. That's really all it comes down to. Sad overall, dude. Yep. It was a good dream. I don't know if it was. I think it had some serious problems throughout it that I just kept bringing up until it just broke, right? It was fun for a little while, though. It was fun for a little while. Yeah, sad overall. I will tell you this.
I've made some great friends out of Ashes. Like, there are some great people that I've met thanks to that game, and the friendships will be with me forever. Like, you know, that's the joy of a social sandbox. But it is, you know.
Yeah. Guess you do go back to WoW? Don't do that. Love yourself. Love yourself. Don't do that. We'll find another game to play together. We have 10,000 people inside of the Ashes of Creation Discord. I've got 1 million channels in there to clean up. I'm going to do that tomorrow. I'll go through and just start ripping the roots out of it. And I don't care if you have your favorite meme in a channel or some bullshit. I'm deleting them. We're burning it, dude. We're salting the earth and starting over with something that isn't stupid. That's what we're doing. I'm getting rid of all the roles. I'm nuking it from orbit, and we're going to make a new game, new guild. We're rebuilding it. Burn it down. Burn it down. And we won't have a wall between the public and the guildies anymore on that one.
Just make it open, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be open entirely because we had that wall originally because there was OPSEC shit, but not a social sandbox anymore. It doesn't matter. Let's make RuneScape. You're RuneScape, dude. Yep. Something that isn't stupid. Neopets, here we come. Oh, man. We all have to buy a Tamagotchi. You'll be expected to keep your Tamagotchi on you at all time. And if your Tamagotchi turns into a poop slug, then you're out of the guild. That's how it works. Yeah. Dune, what are we trying out? We're going to play Dune again for sure. Yeah, for sure it's going to be Dune. Factorio win. Are you German? I'm on to you. The Germans always ask me for factory game. I understand.
Factory must grow.
I know. Close? I knew it. Dutch? You have the same love of machinery and factory.
If you add a couple of letters into Dutch, you get Deutsch. It's not a coincidence.
True. That makes sense. I believe that. Factory game. Uppies, like in Dune, we could play Uppies in Dune. League 6? What is League 6? I don't know what that is. Are you talking about Path of Exile? Is that what you mean by leagues? So many things have leagues. Yeah. I saw the Ashes of Creation news and had to pop in to see your thoughts. Looks like I missed it. We talked about it for 8 hours. I actually got everything together for a video to go out. I'm waiting on Shadelock to respond so we can get this made immediately. Because, like, it's super important. Yeah, I just messaged them. I was like, let me know when you get this, because we got to move fast on it, because I want to get that messaging out there. Yeah, immediately.
Yep.
Factorio February. Oh, that's a good name. That's a good name. Yeah.
You could do a series of factory games across February if you wanted to. You could do like a week of each one. There's a bunch of good ones. But I think you enjoyed Satisfactory, didn't you?
I did.
There's a similar game in early access. I think that people have been saying is very good, called Star Rupture. Obviously has its issues of being a recent release, but that's apparently like a blend of Satisfactory and Factorio, which sounds interesting.
So then jump space. We need to get a group together and play this. You, me, Winky, Christopher Yee.
I think I've either played or seen Jump Space.
It's on my stream right now. It's boss, dude. Everyone tells me it's amazing. And it looks really good. And it's 1 to 4 people co-op. And we could do stupid space bullshit. And I could watch you explode with a nuclear reactor. And then laugh. See it happen. We watch it. Someone say jump. FC said jump. Jump.
What's the gate?
Me saying jump triggered anxiety in me.
It made me like look back at the center screen, and I remembered like, wait, what? I'm in the
That's
middle of
exactly
writing
what
Pete.
I
I'm not
did.
playing Eve.
Because I said jump, 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 and then I went like this, like immediately. I'm trained. God damn it, dude. Even this many years later, I'm still trained for that shit. Even when I say it. God damn it. Ah, Christopher Hughes finally reached out. We're going to have plans for him to come out.
Nice. I literally just sent a message about Dune. But invite him to join us for it.
Dwayne.
He was busy at the launch time.
You ready to play Dwayne, dude?
Dwayne? Yeah.
The old Dwayne?
Dwayne the Spice Johnson.
Dwayne the Spice Johnson. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
I got to give him like a little suit or something. I need to build a still suit around Dwayne the Rock Johnson. We need it. But no, this game looks sick, dude. Jump Space looks really, really goddamn good. And I'm very excited for it.
One of those last
vacation?
scenes reminded me of the giant gun from PBKK.
Big gun.
I cannot wait for that. Big gun. That was so much fun. I just find out what happened to it. They were shipping it to the UK and then they didn't know what they were doing with it. So I told them they should ship it to my house.
That's fair. I still have my medallion for that. It's not on my props. It's in my bedroom. It's missing.
I'll have to wear that when it comes out. It's
quite good.
Great.
Yeah. But no, this game looks sick, dude. Jump Space looks really, really, really good. And I really want to play around with it. You see pizza with pineapple rings? You did, and it bends. Let me see if we can find that.
Most pizza bends.
Some pizza bends. You got to fold it, and then it doesn't bend. I honestly feel like we could play this together right now. Like, if we get a team together, we can do some crazy shit. Because, like, it looks insane. And very fun. But I don't know what the gameplay loop is like. People told me that there's, like, upgrades and progression and stuff.
It looks very Helldivers-esque in certain screens.
It's kind of like Helldivers.
Quite good, because I liked Helldivers' progression. It was quite nice.
There's the pizza. Look at it. Look at that pizza. Wait for it. It does the bend. Watch the bend.
Oh, it does. It's even got, like, realistic cheese physics.
Yeah, it's like floppy, dude.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
honestly,
I don't know anything
this is... When people say that games appeal to the male fantasy, they don't understand that cheese physics on pizza is what we actually want.
That's true. I don't need booba. I need cheese.
Yeah.
I need cheese physics. Like that. That's what I need. Like, it's like one of those things where, like, you're sitting there, you're like, and then your girlfriend's like, what are you thinking about? And I'm like, don't worry about it.
Cheese.
He's probably thinking of his ex. And it's like, I'm thinking about dripping cheese. We're very simple creatures. Yeah, cheese waifus, dude. Don't make the pineapple pizza your waifu. That's acceptable, I guess. You know, whatever. Monster Wilds? Okay, hold up. Is Monster Wilds good now? Did they unshit that?
Have they fixed that bug? Because wasn't there like a performance bug for a while with Wilds?
Did they unshit it? Because I love that game. Signs point to no. Maybe. We've seen a big increase there. I'm really glad that this one just says Momster Humter. Momster Humter. Max Dude tested it. Was it good? Did they fix the problems, Paladin? Wasting XP? God damn it. Momster Humter. Top right column there. You mean in this? Is it fixed? It is fixed. So I couldn't even stream it before. I had to mod the client to be able to stream it. And I was using a mod pack to do it. Oh, of reviews? You talking about these? I mean, if that's the recent, that's good. That's a good thing, so. Best thing about Monster Hunter Wilds is the Shakira shorts. Oh my god. There's actually in Monster Hunter Now, which is the phone game which I play, there's a suit that looks like a rejected Katamari Damacy character. And I can't handle it. It's the funniest shit on the planet. And every once in a while, I'll find someone from Japan that's wearing the full, like, ridiculous-ass suit, and it's so funny, dude. It's just so funny. Monster Wild's performance patch was awesome. Maybe I'll play that tomorrow. Maybe I'll play it today. Do you have it? The Shakira shorts? I have no idea. I'll probably play it today, then, because I played the shit out of Monster Hunter. I'd have to, like, rebrain my brain to do it, though. You never finished Katamari? You almost done, too? I love Katamari. The problem with Katamari is that if I play Katamari, the song is stuck in my head for the next at least week. Father, Gogmazios is super fun. Gogmazios. Let me go see Oaken. Oaken Tower, people are saying? This is the one? Is this the game? Is this the one you guys are talking about? Oaken Tower? Or is this something else? Control playthrough win? Not going to happen. Yeah, this is it. Synergy heavy PvP auto battler where your tower items fight against other players. That's kind of a cool idea. I dig that. No, I dig that. I like really simplistic games like this. There's another one that's kind of like that. You got like backpack battlers and things like that. But you also have like you must build a boat, which is by the same developer of 10 Million. And the idea is that you have a boat, and then you solve match 3 puzzles to move through your way through a dungeon. So, like, you have to do 3 keys to do a chest, or 3 swords to kill a monster, or 3, wands to shoot a ranged attack at the monster. All kinds of shit like that. It's super fun. I really enjoyed this game. Really, really did. This one and 10 Million are by the same guy. 88 games was those guys. Very cool shit. Look at Abiotic Factor. So I know a lot about Abiotic Factor, and I have not played it, but I kind of want to. Yeah, overwhelmingly positive. I feel like I should play this. It's for 1 to 6 players, though. Is it better solo or with a group? This book is a dungeon? That's kind of cool. All right, give me just a minute. I need to go use the bathroom. BRB. All right, I am back. So, I've actually got something. I think there's actually something even weirder about Ash's creation. And you'll remember this, Kronos. How many of you guys know I don't like gambling? I talk about it all the time.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I don't like gambling at all. I am not a fan of gambling. I've never been a fan of gambling. I talk about it constantly. I really don't like gambling. It's something that like really bothers me a lot. This is a weird one. Like this is a really weird one. The Ashes of Creation team wanted to give me a gift for supporting the game at one point, like just like a personal thing, and Steven Sharif sent me a poker set. It was really weird to me because of that. I like the idea of like doing something nice, but I'm very public about not liking gambling. And I have been for years. It was kind of awkward. Yeah. Like, yeah. They branded chips and stuff and cards. Oh, it's generic. It was like pirate themed. That's all. Yeah, just weird, right? Just kind of weird. Yeah, it was one of those things that was like, I don't think you did your homework. That's a bit weird. That's all it felt like to me. It felt like a lack of doing your homework. Poker is more like PvP than gambling. Bro, that sounds like something a gambler would say. That sounds like Cope. Should have sent you a copy of Spy Kids. Yeah. You could use the chips for an 18. Wait, what? Yeah, it's super weird, though. I don't know what you're trying to say, Griffin. What, dude? Spoiler alert, all gambling is PvP. Spoiler alert, Twitter is turn-based PvP.
So is email.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. What is this? There we go. Ooh. There we go. Grab all of that. Yeah, we're all just talking about this in the mods comms. Kronos, I saw your message at 2:19. Woke up and AOC is dead. WTF.
There's a scene from Community where Troy walks into the room and he's carrying some pizzas and everything's on fire. That is how as soon as I woke up, that is how I felt this morning. That the only thing I could think of.
Bro, how do you think I feel? I woke up in bed because Shay was like, Steven stepped out and the game is dead. Like, Shay woke me up with that. I was like, after 2 hours of sleep. I didn't sleep for 36 hours, and then I got 2 hours of sleep, and then I woke up to this shit.
Happy February.
Yay! A new month. Fantastic, right? Great, dude. What an awesome surprise. Ashes of Creation is dead. Fantastic. Yeah, Steven Sharif stepped down, and the whole team went with him. I have a video coming out about it today that's going to inform people based on all the things that I've seen and how I feel about it. I'm just waiting on Shadelock to respond, and they can work on it, because we took a section of the stream to do this. Yeah. Waking up like that is how Curb Your Enthusiasm episodes end. Yes. Yeah, what a crazy year. It's a shit year. Look, I just want a mulligan. All right, can we just do it over? I don't like this seed. I don't like this hand. I want to play it again. Let's start over 2026. This is crap. It's supposed to be better than 2025, and it's shaping up to be dog shit so far. Like, I'm out, dude. Yeah, I'm out. I want to loop it. Let's loop it. New seed. What do you mean it's still 2025? Thank God. Thank God.
I'm gonna be honest. I could do it going back to like maybe 2016. I don't. Can we do 10 years instead? Like,
I want to go back to the good times, dude. Yeah, it's a good time there. Back to the early 1900s, yeah, dude. Back to when the cool S was cool. Buy OC for $1 to fix it. I do not believe the game is fixable. I believe that they built it fundamentally wrong from the ground up, based on the bugs that they have that are impossible to have if you build the game in a proper framework. I do not believe it is a fixable thing. It is stupidly surprising to me to see the issues that they had and how they were expressed in game. I'll give you a good example of this, right? We'll go pull this up. We'll get the old mispaint. They had an issue, and we talked about this before. They had an issue where inside of a zone, like, say the turquoise sea, different nodes have commissions, and they also have buy orders. They had the issue where these buy orders were using the materials of a completely different subzone in the world. This should never happen unless you're hard coding every one of those quests. What should have happened is there should be basically a set of data for every one of these major zones that says this is the wood for the zone, this is the stone for the zone, this is the fish for the zone, etc., right? And then all of these pull from this data. This is normal structure for building an inheritance system inside of video games. Instead, they didn't have that. They did this individually on every one of these. For all of those quests, they wrote out each one individually. And the reason that I know that is because not only did they get them all wrong and had them go to completely random materials from the main Riverlands quest, which means they copy-pasted the Riverlands over and then modified them from there, but some of them they copy-pasted wrong. One of them said mountain of wood and actually required stone. So they didn't even copy-paste them. They rewrote some of them and did it incorrectly. It had the full description for wood and actually required stone. So, like, they're not even using inheritance correctly, dude. They're not. And, like, when I see that, I go, that shit's unfixable. There is never a time where you should ever have a bug like this. That should not be possible. Like, that's the issue, man. So when I see that, it freaks me out. It freaked me out completely. And I brought it up at the time, too. I was like, what the hell's going on? I've already elaborated. I will not elaborate further. There's not really much to elaborate on there. And turn in would push to whatever was the current node. Yeah, all kinds of shit like that. Oh, I can finally tell you guys about the exploit that I found that they never did anything about. I found a really interesting exploit. So inside of the game, you would get a certain amount of experience for the node based on where you killed an elite monster. Right? If you killed an elite monster, the problem was they didn't tie the amount of experience in that to the node to the level of the monster. They tied it to the star rarity of the monster.
Yes.
So if you found a bunch of level 8, 3-star elites, what would happen is they'd each give 900 experience to the node when, like, harvesting a plant was only 28. And you could stand there as a solo player and push a node faster than any group of coordinated players ever could on the server, thus winning on the map. I turned that exploit in. We had a perfect example of it. They didn't do shit. Never got my beetle either. Waited a whole month. Never got a response. That was a nice exploit. It was. It super was. And they didn't do shit about it. Yep. They didn't care. Yeah. Wild exploit. It would have imbalanced the game entirely if it had launched. If it had launched, which it didn't. Yeah. They never got the servers meshing, and performance for a lot of players in one area is working. Yeah. Yeah, I think that was one of the biggest things is they never got the technologies working that would require this to be a complete game. The best thing that they could do is sell the assets off. By selling the assets, they'll get a lot of the money back from, debtors and things like that, but players are never going to see a dime of that. It's never going to happen. Invisible water exploit that just turned water settings to low. That was a pretty good one, too. If you set your visual settings to low, you can see directly through the water all the way down to the actual, like, ground underneath the ocean. So if players were trying to sneak under you, you could just see them. And it was fully client-side, so there's no way to catch it. Can players sue for the assets? What does that even mean? I'm taking you to court. Give me all of your plants in the video game. It doesn't make any sense.
I want specifically only the turtles.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing you can really get as a player. If they did a class action lawsuit, you'd be making money for lawyers and not for you as an individual. You wouldn't make anything. I honestly think there should be a class action, though, and if there was, I'd definitely be a part of it. But that being said, I'd probably get like $350 out of it instead of anything else. That money, you'd never see money from it. Not really. Yeah. But if there was a class action, I'd definitely be a part of that. Straight up. You know?
Depending on where they bring the action.
$350, dude. Yeah, depending. I'll take the digital rock asset, you know. I think the entirety of a class action would have to rely on specifically the terminology of launch.
Yes.
That would be it. That'd be the entire thing. Because this right here is from their Kickstarter saying, in the case of Ashes Creation does not launch, we promise to refund all the backers in full. This uses the word launch. This is technically a launch on Steam in early access. Does that count for this? And in a court of law, they'd have to prove that this doesn't count as a launch and that the backers should receive money back. But then also, are you still counted as a backer if you bought it through the website instead of through Kickstarter? So that's another set of shit they have to prove. Yep. It doesn't say full release. Correct. It says launch, which is different. That's why it'll turn into a lawyer thing. Yeah. Josh Strife Hayes is live playing Old School RuneScape. Nice. He's a good dude. I like Josh Strife Hayes. I find that a lot of the times when you try to have a conversation about nuance on the internet, it dies immediately and turns into an absolute horrible shit show of garbage. And with talking to Josh Strife Hayes, it did not. He's one of the few people that I've spoken to in the streaming space that is able to understand and communicate nuance. Phenomenal human. Even if we don't agree on things, that is fine. And it's good. Can you edit the campaign terms? What do you mean, can you edit them? No? Players can't. But there's always, like, Wayback Machine for this. No one likes to argue politely anymore? No, it's all go to, like, immediately calls for death and you've wronged me mortally. You know? Got 140 gigs of hard drive space back? I did the other day. I did 4 days ago, and it feels great. The whole machine feels lighter, you know? Definitely good. Is Twitch messing around? Your audio's being weird? I have no idea. I know Twitch has been having serious problems with that recently.
Yeah.
What is it? Josh Strife Hayes is very whelming. Second monitor content creator. Very whelming. I hope someone describes me as whelmed. Like whelmable, right? Like, why do you watch him? He whelms me. What does that even mean, dude? Whelming. A really weird bug. Thor sounds British at times. Yeah, it's a pretty rough one. Does not overwhelm. He makes me whelm. I don't want to know what you do in the comfort of your own home when watching Josh Strife Hayes. Okay? I don't need to know that. Whatever that is. You British. Yeah.
I've just sent you something else for Ashes during the ad break. Getting the source of it now.
Whoa! Whoa! Oh, that's a shit show.
That's Phoenix Initiative stuff.
I'm showing that on stream. I'm showing the receipts. That's shit, dude. No, dude. I'm making that public. That's ass. Wow, dude. Wow, dude. I'm spilling the tea. Give me a minute. Give me 1 minute until Bezos goes away. We're going to spill the shit out of that tea. That's insane. That pisses me off more than you know. What a dog, dude.
Oh my God.
What a freaking dog. Jesus. You'll get it. No, it's bad. No, it pisses me off, dude. Edging us, shake my head. Dude, we gotta wait for Bezos. I'm not gonna leave people behind just because they didn't pay money. I'm gonna spill this tea. We're gonna have it's gonna be in the harbor when I'm done. It's an America moment. All right, the ads are over. Get out of here, Bezos. All right, how many of you guys ever heard of the guild called Polar in Ashes of Creation? Who knew who this was? In fact, better, who doesn't know who that is?
If you do, I'm sorry for your loss.
Polar is known as the most exploiting guild in the game. They are known as the guys who exploit everything, people doing RMT, people cheating at the video game, and there was constantly calls of people saying that there was favoritism there, and no one could prove it. I don't even have to say a damn word. I don't have to say shit. That's wild, dude. No. Yeah, no. I take back any grace that I gave.
The thing is, we kind of, and Thor and I have had a conversation about this, and we thought things like this were happening, but thinking that it might be happening behind the scenes and seeing it just being openly admitted and the receipts being posted are very different.
That's wild, dude. There are X-mods who would help with RMT as well.
I'm seeing if we can get some basis for that claim and see where that goes.
I want to see more. I want more.
Yes.
Give all of it to
You
me.
want to know more?
Let me cleanse it. I need to know. Yeah, no, that pisses me off, dude. That's nuts. Good job to the Ministry of Truth there, by the way. Nice catch. This world sucks. This pisses me off, man. That's really wild. The sandbox always returns to Eve. Yeah, but you don't expect the game director to be a part of it. You know? Yeah, that was January of 2025, man. That was January 2025 when that happened. That's right when the game was at peak good. And he was doing that shit back.
This was right after the first phase. This was the start of phase 2. This was the phase where we were not on the same server as Polar. They were all on the other server, and we were getting all of these horrible reports of real toxic behavior, and we were working with the other groups on our server to try and prevent that from being a thing. And we largely managed for a good month or two, but like it was an absolute shit show. I think this was when we were on. I think we were still on F and they were on Shoal. It might have been when we were on Shoal and they were on Resna or something similar.
That's insane. I think I'm going to tweet this. Yeah. Yeah, that smells.
Yeah.
Yep. That's going to the old feed. What is this? Polar was seen as the most toxic guild in the game. They was constantly known for exploiting, doxing, treating people like shit, doing anything they could to win. Anything. Were they the ones who were over on the other server that were deleting all the towns? Was that them?
Yeah. That was that group. These were the group who they had to have a conversation with the devs after they potentially bullied somebody into taking their own life. Yeah, that group. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, you dog. I have to show that. Yeah. The fallout from this game is going to be wild. It's insane.
You might also have heard of Envious. Yeah, Envious is the guild that Polar became. That's right, the guild that Polar mostly came from.
Yep.
That's what they went by in phase
Dude,
1, maybe phase 2.
I don't even know what I'm going to write with this.
I don't. It's just a tweet, man. Like it writes itself now. Just a screenshot. Like favoritism and bias inside of a game. It's even in development. It's just.
Yo, I think I've got the tweet. I think I've got it. There you go. That's the tweet. I think that fits. I don't even have to add anyone. I don't get to say anything. I'm just going to put that up there.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the whole tweet. I don't need anything else. Posted. Don't even care. That is batshit, dude.
Wild.
That's it. That's fuck me, man. Like, holy shit. That pisses me off. Are you planning to refund Steam users? I think if pushed enough, Valve will do it. Because we've seen them do it in the past, and I think that players deserve that. Valve will always take the consumer's side. They always will. You just got to nudge them. Put in a support ticket and say what's going on to them. Don't demand a refund. Just say, hey, man, this is what's going on. You're going to get a lot of refunds for this. Like, is there any chance we can get our money back because this company ripped us off? Like, do that. Gaben will provide. That Valve, you have to understand, Valve's entire platform relies on you as a consumer supporting them. And they know that. So treat them with respect for it and let them know what's going on. You say support text you recommend. Did you get a successful refund, Skilla? Yeah, be polite about it. Don't be a dick. Fallout 76 had that. No Man's Sky had that. A lot of shit had that. Have you seen the tweet from Margaret? No. What is it?
Margaret's tweet last night. Yeah, it was something you did. Didn't you have? It was in the mods chat.
Yeah, you got a link. I have.
You've got a billion tabs open. I know. Yeah,
I've got a billion tabs open, but I'm also like not very happy with her at all, like in any way, man. Let me see this. You're some of the most passionate, dedicated players I've ever seen in this industry. I genuinely wish I could have done more for you. I gave everything I had and had my very best with what was in my power. And I ask one last favor of you, please be kind to the developers. We are people who have families, who've just lost our jobs, pouring our hearts out and souls into ashes of creation. Incredible game services team, your absolute AAA team. So very nice, very positive. Yeah, just very nice and positive. I will tell you that I am not very happy with her because of the reactions that she had to things like this. We sent up a report to her of a person who was claiming that they were part of the community that swatted my home last year. And also was claiming that I was sexually abusing the animals at our ferret rescue. On top of this, we were reporting up people that were saying that they wanted to kill all the LGBT people on the server. Publicly, in the game, saying this. Intrepid opted to not ban these people, but instead supposedly give them warnings. This was her response to this and said, to be transparent about what happened in our end, they investigated the reports and the others submitted. Messages in question occurred in a very short window, which is irrelevant. Roughly a 15-minute span, also irrelevant. And involved only a handful of posts, also irrelevant. It's the content of the post that matters. While some of the language used was inappropriate and unacceptable, our current moderation framework does not always move directly to permanent bans for first-time offenses in nature. In many cases, we issue warnings first, with the expectation that behavior can improve. If it doesn't, we escalate. The idea of wanting to retain that player to rehabilitate them is peak, I can fix them, and makes no sense. And this was her response to this. That is not, to me, a very human response. That is a very corporate robot response. So as much as this message is nice, that's not nice. Holy shit. 7 ads, the 25 gifted subs, you absolute mad lad. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, Steven directly enabling toxic players is wild. Like super wild. And yeah, I'll straight up throw that under the bus because that was the most egregious and disgusting response I have ever seen to a report for that kind of toxicity in a video game in my life. Ever. Yep. Yep. I was sad and I was disappointed. Now I'm disgusted. Yeah, it pissed me off. I actually announced that to the guild when that happened. That's why I quit the game. It was gross, dude. Is AOC going down? Yes, Dad. And we have chat logs of Steven supporting the most toxic guild in the game. Why can't I just have a game? I don't know, man. Maybe Shell just played, what is it, Kenshi? Is that what it is? Yeah. Why does it keep getting worse as time goes on? I don't know, man. It's kind of like, bro, you know what this is like? This is like, oh, I got like a dot right there, and you kind of poke it, and you're like, oh, that feels like a pimple, right? And you're like, oh, that's weird, and you squeeze it, and then like, it just keeps coming out. It just keeps going, and it just never stops, and then it fills the whole room that you're in. That's ashes right now. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. Now you're in a room filled with pimple pus, and tomorrow it'll be gone. We won't have to carry about it anymore. But today, we get to pop that whole pimple, the whole thing. Yep. Snightmare, what's up, dude? Thank you for the rating, Party 8. Hope you're having a good day. Thanks, man. Man, you're eating an egg sandwich? Not anymore. Past tense. We're eating an egg sandwich. You're welcome. You're welcome. Maybe in like 7 days. No, I'm not going to talk about this after today. I'm going to put the video out. I'm hoping that Shadelock finishes it today, and I'm going to put the video out and be done. Wild. Absolutely wild. That is insane, my dude. I can't get over this.
Yeah.
I put it up on Twitter, and I feel fine about that. Why does this car have so many clans in it, dude? That's something else. Guess I'll go play SWTOR. Oh, what's up?
It's wild. I just having the suspicion of it and having it confirmed just openly by somebody who was just DA doesn't care, and he never was going to, but like Steven should have known better. That guy has been a bad actor since day one. His groups were the worst of the worst, and I can believe that. That's the problem. That's the problem, is that I can believe it.
I mean, it's not even really about believing it or not. We always knew, because Polar kept getting people unbanned, or Polar just wouldn't get banned in ban waves, or like Polar would do some crazy bullshit, and that would just go through. And there was even like talk about like maybe Polar has some kind of like blackmail on Steven or some shit, because they just weren't getting moderated out, dude. What does RMT stand for? Real money transaction, meaning they were using in-game golden items and selling them for real money and then getting unbanned for it. Yeah, there were more screenshots. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no, dude. Oh no, dude. Okay, so it gets worse. Just me. Steven owed me big time. He had me apply to other game studios and use them as a reference. I could also leak NDA shit to them. I was on the payroll for years. Steven basically unbanning my RMT alts that got banned for selling gold. Given the state of the people raging right now, it might be smarter to let them cool down a bit. Ah, that's okay. That's fair. G2G, and this wasn't even epic NPC sales, power leveling accounts. Oh my god, dude. Oh no.
What?
That's that's a crazy claim, dude.
DA is not the most
reliable.
I wouldn't consider them a reliable witness. I would take Steven's screenshots, the unbanned, like I've removed you from a ban list. That's undeniable. That's obviously something Steven has said. The rest of it,
that's real. Yeah.
Yeah, the rest of it can be conjecture, can be taken out of context, but I just
this
removed
could
you from
be
a ban list is very definitive.
The way that I feel about this one
yeah.
makes the most sense, because we know they got unbanned. We know they did.
Yeah.
And this one makes sense as well. They were on friendly terms. This one, no proof of that shit. That could just be bullshit. That could just be like hyping it up, right? But this, because they got unbanned. I know they got unbanned. I know it's speculation, but any chance this could be why they got shut down? No, dude. That's not why they got shut down. No, not at all. I don't think it's that whatsoever. What if drama makes them pop off? No, it's dead. It's over, dude. There's no popping off, right? Yeah. The idea that even corporate espionage has been claimed is insane. Why would they unban people doing RMT? I don't know, but I'm going to be real with you. Polar is the most toxic guild in the game. They have been for a long time. They did all the exploits. They did a shitload of RMT. They were like really nasty, right? Really nasty to people. Did horrible shit, like bad, right? And they just kept either not getting banned or getting mysteriously unbanned later. And that was it.
There are lots of rumors as to why Polar were getting unbanned. I think the most realistic one I can imagine is there were a large number of Phoenix Initiative players inside of that who had connections with devs and had, easier FaceTime with them. That one would make the most sense. But we've heard everything down to, rumors of recordings of him on voice comms and stuff, blackmail, etc. So it could be anything.
Yeah.
The only people who know are the people who know on that one. Yeah.
There were a lot of claims when it was that. And the claims were like actually outrageous, and some of them saying that they had blackmail on Steven or some shit. But like, this is, dude, that's like not a guy you unbanned. But the problem with this is that it ties in even more with the shitty moderation
issues. Exactly. 100%.
Give him a warning. Like, what was the thing that I actually said? Hold up, I've got a thing that I said to Margaret as a response.
You made a series of very, very good points, and it's.
I made a specific statement about this behavior because this person was, I don't know the full context with it, but they were apparently involved with somebody who committed suicide with they were abusing that person or going after that person.
I don't think it was at this point, the 1st of January or the kind of January last year. I don't think that happened yet. I think that took place in 2025.
So after January 2025?
Yeah, I think that was after this.
Let me find it. Yeah, where is this? Yeah, I said, as shown in the attached message, this user directly referenced this, and at the time, promoted and labeled himself as a user of that. As explained previously, let's see. Grab this. No, it's not that one. Let me find it. The main problem with this entire situation is that your current policies prevent you from acting until someone ends up dead or commits suicide over harassment. You have all of the warning signs here. You have the correlative messages sent directly from the user. You know what they're talking about, and yet you've decided to wait and see to retain this player as a customer. If you guys want to make an actual lasting MMO, then you need to fix this policy. People would be banned immediately for this on any other platform, and I know that because I've been through it. If you need a refresher on who these people are, here's a link for this. And if you need a refresher on your own TOS, here's a link to that as well. And then I sent them this on their own TOS. So that was my response to Margaret from that. We had a whole long-ass conversation. And then I quit the game because I was like, this is the worst, moderation I've ever seen in a game. Yeah, ever. It's crazy, dude. Oh, EXP waste. God damn it. The crab. That's just sad. It's awful, dude. It's awful. This pisses me off. Now you know why. Yeah, no, exactly. It's I didn't know why they were acting like this before, and then you find this shit. Right? Let's join. What's the game? Ashes of Creation, unfortunately. It's done, dude. Time for an update of the video that isn't even out yet? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, let's do that. Yep. Okay, so for those who don't have any context for this, I put out this tweet. We just got this as a screen cap from a member of a guild called Polar, which is seen as the most toxic member or toxic guild in Ashes of Creation. They did a whole bunch of RMT, which is real money transaction, meaning they're selling in-game items for real money. They constantly did botting. They constantly did things like exploiting. They harassed people, and in one case, had harassed the person to suicide. Was what the claim is, right, for that. Really awful, horrific shit. This guy here was one of the worst inside of that guild, and he's posted this screenshot of his conversations with Steven, in which he was unbanned by Steven as a friendly gesture. And that ties back into the earlier part of this where we talked about how Ashes of Creation, they're intrepid, their plan for moderation is to give people, give them a warning and then let them back in. I can rehabilitate them. You can't fix them. You can't. Example. So that's wild. And yeah, give them a 30-second chance, dude. It's fine. Yeah, exactly. Completely insane to me. I can fix her. You can't fix her. You can't fix her. Take a look at Void Crew. I don't know anything about this game. That looks neat. I like space. I like the machine gun rotation on that. That was neat. Cool. in 2024. Neat. Yeah, I don't know anything about that game. Space Extraction? Weird, right? Void Crew is jump ship, but PvP. Okay, that's cool. Void Crew is awesome for a player party game. If they're very similar, I'm down. Jump Space looks very good. Steven's gonna get sued so hard. I don't actually know what's gonna happen, but this shit is dumb. Like it's wildly dumb. Like it really is. It's funny too because there was a member of our guild and our community a while back that actually played Arcade with Steven back in the day, and he hated Steven. He hated him, right? And this was at the time where we were having a very good time with Ashes, and the game was going in the right direction. Steven was doing a good job. The rest of the team was doing a good job, which ironically was in January of 2025. So he probably was just hiding it well at that point. Is really what it looks like. Great, but that player had played with Steven in Arcade, and he hated Steven because what Steven's guild did was ruined their server. They did something with the in-game economics and blew up their server permanently, and then said, I'm going to go make a game that's better than Arcade. I'm going to go make one that's not pay to win. And he was like gloating about it then. And the dude in our guild had that chip on his shoulder for like basically a decade and was pissed about it. Now it makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, now it makes sense. Yeah, no, I don't know what's going to happen with this dude. Someone's going to get sued. It's probably going to be a class action. We'll probably never see any money, and that'll be that. Yeah, he just knew first. Exactly. It's because he had prior experience. I bought the game under the assumption that he owned it 100%, and now he gave huge favoritism. It wasn't even favoritism. Favoritism was like one of those toxic communities in the game, dude. It's like the implication of that is enormous. Yeah. That is bonkers. Yeah.
To be honest, we probably should have seen something. I'm sending you this screenshot because this was in September of last year that we had this one that came up when Stephen wasn't liking the feedback from the community. Kind of forgotten about this. Why the screenshot is so bright. So let me see if I can find it.
Oh, that is gross.
Yeah. A screenshot of a screenshot, so.
Oh, this did not age well.
I know. I know, right?
Oh.
I mean, the source is in here. I've got the original source down.
No, I remember when he posted this. It was he put it on Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold up.
it's aged like moldy socks.
Dude, it's grim. What is this Reddit thread? Is that on that Reddit
That's
thread?
where it's from. I'm trying to find the actual link to the Discord post. That's what I'm going to go back and find now.
I just want the Discord post.
That's what I'm going to find.
I'm going to link. I'm just going to show them this. This is so grim. Oh, it's grim. I remember when he posted this and I was like, Steven, you can't say shit like that. Like, what's wrong with you? Steven Sharif. A lot of armchair development going on in here with the embrace of the Dunning-Kruger effect to boot. I get people are not happy with their expectations of Phase 3 are not reality. But we are collecting valuable data and working on fixes for issues while continuing forward development. Need to trust the process and treat this like the alpha testing it is. I think that was wasn't that after they made the changes to in-game economy?
That was in September when basically the community was up in arms about the racism and harassment in the game and the fact that like things weren't being dealt with. They weren't seeing bug fixes. They weren't seeing meaningful progression.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't remember if this was the peasant uprising moment where we had that for...
This was when Steven started banning people in the Discord for disagreeing with him.
That's weird. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So the economy was doing well, just not the one in the game. What do you guys think an unban cost?
Maybe like $30. less than a new account, surely.
Yeah. That's wild, man. That's I'm not going to get over that one. That one's permanent, I think. No, that's wild. I wonder if
I know,
employees
right?
knew. I wonder how much the employees knew if they're finding out now. That's got to be shit. That's got to be real shit. Yeah. Some people must have known. I think some people knew, but they couldn't say anything. You know? This is Eve levels of corruption? Yes, it is. Yes. And this game didn't even leave alpha. Imagine
Exactly
a fully imagine a
just
fully
like what you-
metastasized ashes of creation,
Oh,
like fully
God.
formed. It's taking up like 95% of your body with just one big cancerous tumor. That's Eve. It's fully ready, dude. Grim. Actually grim. This is tier 2 BPO levels of scum. Yes, it is. At least you understand. That is some CCP shit.
Then,
Yeah.
in Eve, if you went too far in one of the global chats, you would be moderated, and the community would completely be on side with you being moderated against. Like there were lines. Private chats, sometimes the culture there could be pretty bad. There were some pretty bad locations there, as there are in any game. But any global chat, you wouldn't be able to get away with the stuff that you can get away with in Ashes.
No, dude.
No,
you
not
get banned
not
at Eve.
Yeah, even back in like 2008, 2010, like.
Can you run an operation like AOC? I don't have the resources to do so. And to be honest with you, there's a lot of technical details in there that I don't quite understand how to build or how to run. Things like their server gridding system, I got no goddamn clue. I don't know how that works. The best thing that I can give you...
Neither do they.
Yeah, fair. The best thing that I can give you that is close is Block Game, and that's a social sandbox that I'm building in Hightail now. It was in Minecraft, and we're porting it over to Hightail. And that's just because I want a social sandbox to play. That's not like some grand, replace Ashes scheme. It's something we've had out for like 5 years. So I'm just going to keep working on it, That's the whole idea with that. But that's grim. What's it called? It's Block Game. It's an MMO built by Jake and I inside of Minecraft. And we just did it as like a side project, something fun. We're moving it over to Hightail because Hightail's just a better tool, man. It's what I've been working on stream for the past like 30 days, whatever, since Hightail came out. Yeah, it's fun. It's a fun game.
In 2021, I told Thor he couldn't make an MMO inside of Minecraft, and he decided to prove me wrong.
You no-ballsed me, and you lost.
I did.
You lost.
because I wanted a Minecraft server.
Yeah. What is this? Oh my god. Oh, getting messaged by the developers from Shade Protocol.
Yes, yeah, they're the ones who sent the that tweet across that we sent out earlier. Good. They've got some experience in related areas.
There we go. TikTok users are trying to claim that Miku is public domain and there's no such thing as a terms of service. Very cool.
TikTok.
Is Hytale open source? No. No, it is not. Oh, actually, they want to call for Shade Protocol. Now, let me hop him into the channel real quick. They
Yeah.
want to talk about it. That's kind of cool.
If you're happy with talking about it, that's good.
I need to add them. Boop-a-doop. Boop-a-doop. Adding you. Why isn't that showing up? I'm going to call them and then bring you in.
Okay.
Let me grab this and do El Kronos.
Actually, I could probably add them to this one.
Too late.
Hello there.
Oh, hi.
I am so freaking angry.
Dude,
No.
you're not the only one. All the shit that we've been going through.
Freaking mind.
we've been going through every aspect of it all day today, and like just doing discovery. Basically, this shit goes bad, man. It goes really bad, and like,
God damn.
I think
man.
the one thing that I can look at where it's like, it feels like a scam to me is their Kickstarter. I don't know if you've seen that yet. Have you seen that part?
I am. You have no. I mean, I let me let you talk. 'Cause I am shaking in anger. So go ahead. Tell me.
Fair.
Tell me
fair.
what happened.
So if we go to their Kickstarter, they actually have listed on their Kickstarter at the very bottom, they have a promise to you. It says, and finally, in the case that Ashes of Creation does not launch, we promise to refund the backers in full.
Yeah, I mean, I've been hearing you, and it is such a garbage move because, and I'll say one thing. I don't want to interrupt you, but I'll just say this has happened to me before. So
Yeah.
I would like to tell you about it in a minute. But the most important thing here is that you have, I mean, you know this because you run a business. There's something that we colloquially call burn rate, right?
Yes.
Which we call,
The cost
sometimes
of
we
doing
also,
business. Cost of
the
doing
cost
business.
of doing business. So for
Yeah.
everyone that's listening, burn rate is a metric that you use in the financial projections of any company that has any money. If you have a board, you have to have we call it runway sometimes, or burn rate is a number that tells you how fast you're losing money towards to get to zero. So you will always know when you're approaching zero and how long is it going to get you to get there. And there's no way, there's nothing that can happen that's going to make that burn rate explode and you'll go from like 3 years to zero. So this means we knew.
They knew.
So
They knew.
whenever something like this happens and you're releasing the game, I don't know how long, but I've seen you play it here and there on some streams. You knew this was happening at least 6 to 9 months before. There's no way that you have
Correct.
a team as that big and you don't know your burn
Exactly.
rate to the cent. So
If you guys are
ahead,
wondering
sorry.
who this is one of the developers on Shade Protocol, which is one of the games we covered for in December. And they wanted to come on and talk about stuff, and I'm super down for it. And when you're talking about that burn rate, I'm going to show you something really awful, actually.
Yeah.
This game launched onto Steam on December 11th, 2025. They canned the company today, which means they got their first Steam payout because the amount of money from the December sales goes in to January 26th to January 30th for their first payout. They got the money, dude. So not only did they know far in advance that they were going to run out of cash, but they grabbed this last one and they're not paying the employees as per the leaks that have come out. So if those leaks turned out to be true, that means the employees are not getting paid, which is grim.
There are many things to this that are freaking scary. Somebody in your chat goes way too fast, but they just ask, what is a reasonable burn rate? A reasonable burn rate should be, at the very least, 15 months of salary of your people, because remember, you have the salary of your people, plus you have to pay their health care. There's a lot of things that you have to pay. So whenever you are making this decision that you're going to close your studio, you don't have 15 months anymore, right? Now you might have 6, right? Because you're taking all the money that you kind of pay in something called Cobra. Cobra is a well, I don't want to go into the legalities because I don't want to talk about anyone's character. That's not my place, and I'm not interested in doing that. I have my opinions. I think you're factually incompetent if you're in a situation where you are put in such a thing and you're lying. So I don't want to talk about individuals because I don't have any say, but I could tell you, running a business, you cannot possibly not have an amount of knowledge of how your operation runs and how much it costs, so that you could say, if something like this has to happen and I have to make a choice, I have to make sure that people are paid for. I have to also think about the reputational damage. I have to think about marketing. I have to think about crisis control. I have to think. There's so many things I have to think, and there's something I'm sure you have this, Thor. It's called succession planning. If a truck runs you over today,
Yep.
there is a plan in some way that says who's going to take over, what's going to happen, how are people going to get paid. That's not the point here. I'm not saying someone's going to get run over, but if you have a succession plan, that also means you had a plan for things to be diverted to someone else other than you to run the company if you're not here.
And they didn't have that.
That requires you to have a knowledge of your burn rate. That requires you to know exactly how long you have and when you have to trigger that. It's say in a case of you're unhealthy or somebody else has to do it. There's so many things that, and you're writing them, and this is great. I'm looking at the stream. It's all these
a lot of people don't
here.
realize these, dude. They don't think about it because you have payroll, taxes. The state wants their cut. The federal wants their cut. You have tax on all the money you actually make and anything that you keep that you can't actually expense out. You got benefits for every one of the employees. You got hardware costs. You got software costs. You got rental costs if you're going to do that. You've got stuff like travel and everything that goes onto that as well. You have everything that goes along all of this. This is your burn. And you have to determine, hey, do we have enough money to do this thing 6 months from now? Do we have enough money to go and show our game off at this convention or anything like that? Advertising costs, everything goes into this. Marketing goes into here, all of it. Your entire cost is put into the burn rate. But then on top of this, it's not just that. It's also the cost entirely of all of the little things that go outside of this as well. So like if it's marketing, it's not just marketing, it's broken out. And it's like the physical marketing, the online marketing, what about the staff in marketing? And you create teams for this, and you have a budget for every one of your teams. I know how much our business costs down to the day.
You have to.
Down to the day. I know the number of days that we can survive if I start making $0 right now. And how long I can keep all of these people employed and what benefits they can get to the minute, dude. Because you have to. Because if you don't,
chat makes the good point that
running a business like shit.
Simon has said that they've got 2 years of cost. So Simon's very clearly talking about that's 2 years. They know they can survive their burn rate. That's the principle. It's there. We see it every day inside of the game development space.
Exactly, and it's not Kronos. To your point, that's a good point. Like someone like Simon, and I followed a little bit of that story. He could tell like I can put this much money, which means this many people for this long, right?
Yep.
He doesn't have.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't know him. I don't know anything, but I imagine he did that with a sell sheet, just saying, this many people times this amount. Like it's math that doesn't require a finance person. You have a team that's massive. People are professionals from AAA. I mean, I will call that a problem. But one thing I will tell you, I do not want to get to infoiling. I don't want to get into legalities, but I just want to say something that's important for people to know. In the United States, when you cross the end of the year, you might not have a fiscal year. There's a difference between the fiscal year of a company, which is when they decide to report their. And I can see you smiling. I don't want to go into this. I think you know better. I don't want to go into what I'm implying. But the important thing is once you cross the December 31st line, that means that you go into the next year before the end of the month. That literally tomorrow. I'm saying this with knowledge. Tomorrow, the 2nd, is when the 1099s are owed, and that's a document that you have to give to people in the United States if they work as contractors. Right?
And we delivered that last month.
That's owed tomorrow, right? Whenever you make decisions this big, you have to have already done all of this. Like you knew exactly how this all was going to play out. Months in advance, because there are things that would result in fines that unless you don't know that those things are coming and you're willing to take those hits, right? There's just too much that I think it's out there. But I'll tell you real quick, and I don't want to take too much of your time. It's just this makes me incredibly angry.
No, you're good. A lot of people are asking who this is. So this is Kendall developer Shade Protocol. It's a game that we actually covered for in December, but they have a lot of understanding of business, just like I have a lot of understanding for business for this area. And the reason why I have this knowledge is because I run a business. I'm a CEO, right? Yeah. I'm the CEO of an S corporation, which is Pirate Software, which is how I employed all of the people that you see, like the moderators and like that, and I provide them benefits. They get medical, vision, dental, and life insurance and therapy on a $50 copay. And I have to manage all of those finances, and I have to understand everything that's going on. I have a group that handles like all the financing stuff for the business, but I have to know what's going on so I can make business decisions around what we're trying to do in terms of what we are burning cash on to make sure that we can do those things. And that comes down to things like, for the moderators, getting them new computers, or handling when someone's having like an off $50 what copay, meaning they can go to a therapist and it only costs them $50 maximum, which is the whole point. I got them, to be clear, I got them the same medical coverage that I have as the CEO. I got them the best possible medical coverage that could be gotten for that, because that is deeply important to me. Because when I worked in AAA, I was treated like shit and I got nothing. And I didn't want that to be a working environment for others. It was important to me, incredibly so. Zafroth, yeah, thank you. That's very nice of you. But like, to be real with you, dude, like that, you have to know a full understanding of your entire financial everything. You have to also, like, I'll give you an example of one of the things that I do. If my pay was going to decrease, like our income as a business decreased by 70% today, how long do we survive? You have to run numbers like that and understand exactly what's going to happen with your business so that you can make sure that you're not overextending. You don't want to grow to the size of the fishbowl. You don't want to do that. You want to stay lean, and you want to make sure you're doing things efficiently. And one of the things that I saw throughout Ashes of Creation is they didn't do that. They ballooned up to 250 developers in size, 250 employees. They were burning $800,000 a week, allegedly, based on what Steven said. And what did they show for it? Slowed down development time. Less development than you would get with a small, focused team for dramatically more money. And that's
it's
wild.
insane to me that something like that could happen with some... I don't want to get personal, but my thought here is this is impossible to not see coming in terms of, so let me ask you a question. Let me frame it this way. You said you buy, for example, computers for some, this is an example, right? Let's say you get a computer for some of your mods, right?
Yeah.
As you know, this, I'm not getting technical, but I think it's valuable, layman's information for everyone. So if Thor buys a computer for their mods, he can expense that computer up to a certain amount. But you know, when does he get to claim that? After December 31st.
Yes, I do. And
After
depending on
December 31st.
If it's hardware, it also breaks it up into multiple subpayments based on the diminishing something of the actual item itself. Taxman handles that. I know about it. And I know we don't get it all at once.
Of course. And there's so many benefits of, if you know that things are happening, you can plan them, right? But
depreciation.
Whenever there's a board, I'll tell you real quick my story. And like, well, first, let me tell people, because I see a lot of that question. So I'm Kendall. I was here in December. I came here with like 60-something thousand wish list. I'm at 90. You guys are insane. So thank you so much. Like you guys are, saved our well, not saved our game, but propelled our game. So I mean, I owe you guys a lot. So thank you so much for everything you've done for us. We came here, 400 wish what is that? Kickstarter people signups. We're at 1,800. So you guys really changed our lives. So I really appreciate it. But I came here with a story that I come from. I'm ex-military cryptologist. Then from there, I've worked in Fortune 100 companies most of my life. I've changed industry every 2 to 3 years. I'm a product guy from Fortune 30 companies and up. I've seen this happen many times. But my first job that wasn't the military was a company that I built that was an education nonprofit. I ran it for 4 years. It was my child. It was the thing that I've loved the most other than Shape Protocol. 4 years and it was a nonprofit. And in order for it to accept grants, I needed to have a board. I founded the board January, well, I won't say dates, but at January of a certain year. The first meeting of the board was February 24th. That day I got kicked out of the company and they wanted to take all the IP of the company and convert it into a private company to sell it. Oof. Whenever you get a board, the board doesn't have any of your interest. They don't, their interest and your interest can never be aligned unless you've planned this legally, right? So you can create a board with legal precedent to say, you cannot do this, you cannot do that, you cannot do this, you cannot do that. You can do all of that. The only way that doesn't happen is if you set things up in such a way that the board is there to comply with you, but they can choose not to. Where I'm coming from is that it's very, very dangerous to create a board because a board is not the operation. So you have a CEO. Thor is a CEO, right? If
Yep.
if Thor has a board, there's a board of directors, and then there's someone there that might be like the chair of the board. The
Are you
chair of the
ready for
board
something?
and the CEO are not the same people.
I got to cut you
What
off
was that?
first. I got something bad. So this is
Sorry.
actually a filing of them, and you can see here are the corporate officers that
don't
we
do
actually
this to
have
me.
here, and you can see Stephen Sharif and John Moore, who are the chief
Uh-huh.
executive officer and the secretary and the chief financial officer. Here's their board of directors. They weren't board of directors. They weren't directors on the board. They were some kind of an executive board or some other thing that was not listed on
Shareholder
the
board
business.
potentially.
Shareholder board or an executive board in some way. So not ones that
gosh.
could directly take control of the business, not ones that directly had power to do so, ones that they allowed to do so.
Well, what happens is when you have two people, if you go up a little bit, you'll see here that these people have three different roles, right? In most states, you are mandated to have three roles in order to be able to have uneven votes. Whenever you have one person that controls the majority of the votes, that is not unlawful. There's nothing wrong with that, of course, and that's most of the time intentional. It happens, but normally when you have companies this big, you would have three different people with three different backgrounds. Most of the time, one of them will not even belong to the industry, to give some sense of breadth and understanding of what's going on in the world. And you would almost never want to have all the power to yourself in terms of decision power and approval. But if you're saying that this is what I know from the game. I don't follow it enough because it's just not my type of game. But I do remember seeing that he said many times, and I saw an interview where I said, like, this guy gives me some weird feeling in my heart, where he said, I am beholden to nobody. I am like, I'm never going to have a board. I don't have stakeholders on that. That's what I say. That's what I'm trying to do, a freaking Kickstarter.
It's the same shit I'm doing. Yeah.
Because I don't want to do. I don't want to block. I might have to. I'm not gonna lie. If I do, I'm gonna come out. I'm gonna come out to the world and say, "Hey, this happened." Right? If I talk that much shit, at some point, can I swear here? Because I'm
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. If I talk this much smack, at some point, I need to come out and say, "Hey, you know what? I got a publisher, guys. Like I had to. Right? These are my. I had to do this. I didn't have a choice. Right? Not apologetically, but say it. Right?" So if you're going to get investment or you're going to get a board and you've been talking 1 trillion years about how this is not what you want to do and how much you hate them, you are the most fucking AAA guy in the freaking world.
Yeah, dude.
You're leaving people, 200 and something people stranded because you couldn't manage a company that should run itself, is the only thing out there that is somewhat even close to being able to compete. I wouldn't say beat, but at least be anywhere near the MMOs are out there that could demolish you in a fraction of a second. When you have a community this big that adores you and love you, and you idolize yourself so fucking much that you can't look at a statement that tells you 6 months out you're about to leave these people stranded. Whoever this guy is here in the document that you were showing behind says chief financial officer. You know how much that pays in just Glassdoor? So that means all that money you're paid there, you could have just paid to one tax accountant that could have done this for $200 a year and give you a burn rate.
Yep.
So, H&R Block can do that for you. Fuck off. So it's your fault. You mismanage your company. You mismanage your company. And you could have done anything. So at this point, you get $3 million out of Kickstarter, and you set this up. Even if I'm not talking about Steven individually. I'm more talking about the management ideology of a company this big. You got what, $3 million in Kickstarter? You know what game got made for that? Blasphemous. Tell me
true.
that you can make a better game than Blasphemous. Oh man. I'm going to stop. Go ahead, Thor.
So I think the thing that really gets me about this is, as players, we actually never knew there was any kind of a board. That didn't exist. The thing is exactly what you're saying. They advertise it as Steven is in full control. Steven's the one who bankrolled the entire thing. There was no other debtors. There was no other loans. There was nothing. It was just Steven. He's rich. He did it all. And because of that, there's no board of directors and there's no one that he has to answer to. The only time we have ever heard that there's a board is in this message of him saying the game is dead. This is it. This is the first time we ever heard this, and that was
Yeah.
today. So with that in mind, I reached out to a number of the other employees that were there, and some of them responded to me. And one of them stated that this board manifested 6 months ago. And it's not listed on any of their documentation, which means it's not an official, like, part of the company, like, board of directors board. It's something else. Or they're just not listing it for whatever reason. And then on top of that, the employees said that everything went downhill from the moment that board was implemented.
Yeah.
And now
But
you
to
have
my knowledge,
Stephen.
Thor, in all states that I know of, this is just my knowledge. I might be wrong here, and I don't want to misspeak either because I don't want to get sued for, for
Fair.
emotional idiot. But I will say this: I don't know a state, to my knowledge, that doesn't make the board of directors of any company that is tax reporting public. I don't know a state that doesn't do that.
That's
So
why
this
when I
is
saw
just me
this, I was
saying
like,
that
what's
has to
going
be
on?
out there.
Yeah, this is
But,
the
you know,
reason why I saw this, and I was like, they don't have a board of directors. What board is he talking about?
And one thing that I saw on your stream here earlier, when I was here seething in anger, that whenever we mentioned Dunning-Kruger to your freaking community, let me just get this straight in case people don't know what that is. Dunning-Kruger is a type of not mental illness. Is a type of behavior. This is something that is very, very complicated to say to people. First, it's very disrespectful. You have to, when you go, you see the people that go to American Idol, and they sing so freaking bad, but they think that they are incredible. They think that they're just as good as Beyonce or anyone else. That's Dunning-Kruger. Having so little ability that you don't have enough ability to know that you're bad at something. That's what it requires. That's what's required for you to drop this ball, for you to suck this bat. To run a company like this to the ground requires that kind of absurd mindset, to not be able to at least care for the fact that this is going to happen, right? That this is something that can happen. It's something that if you have the bare minimum administrative strength in your team, they're going to come to you. Now, I'll say this in defense of the company, Thor, and this is maybe we'll disagree here.
Ooh.
Stephen or no one else. This is not my opinion. I think this is probably factual. They don't have any responsibility to tell us that they made a board. They don't have to.
I don't think they have to.
Exactly. But if Thor goes right now, and he goes, and let's say Thor decides to end his ferret rescue, right? And you're still getting donations. Don't you think you should have told us?
Yeah,
exactly.
You don't have to.
Exactly.
There's no legal
You
imperative.
don't have to because
there's a moral imperative.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's about openness with the community on whom you rely. It's about being open with the community who are trusting you. Exactly. Yes.
You put yourself in this fucking box. This was your choice. And that's what I think I admire the devs that do that go out and say, we will not use AI. You are choosing this. You are saying this. So therefore, you're putting yourself in a box where you have to own up to that. So you can't show up and say, oh, this is not in my hands. So you say, no, I put this board here, and I felt to tell you because I thought I could, this was going to be a good thing for us, and it didn't work out. That's commendable. That's respectable. You made a mistake. Life goes on.
Exactly. And if you look at this, all he said here is, I lost control to the board. Bye. It's like, dude, the whole time, tons of us were buying into this game specifically because we knew that there was no board, that there was no investors, that there was no oversight for that, and it could actually reach its vision.
Yeah, we believed it was privately driven because that was the whole point. It would be the game for the players, by the players kind of thing, and being funded by everyone kind of pre-ordering, kickstarting, and by Stephen's funding was kind of the whole story I think we were sold, as far as I understand it.
And then suddenly it was, there was a board and they took it away from me, bye.
Well, but let me ask you this honestly. I mean, I'll ask Kronos because I think you have experience in this, Thor. But Kronos, if this happened to you, right, and it was an honest, I mean, boards, like I said, boards are mischievous. They're not your friends. They're there to operate the business at the highest capacity of the economic strength they can. They're not here to make your life easy, unless they're built to do that. If they're here as investors, they're here to make money. So I'll ask you this, Kronos. If this happened to you and it was an honest, you made a big mistake, do you run? Or do you say, I'm going to stay, take away my entire salary, right? Whatever it is, right? Give it to the people, sell my shares, do whatever you need to do in order to make sure that people get paid one more month And at least in 30 to 60 fucking days, people can get Cobra. People can go out and find a
They're not
job.
gonna get it
People don't have to go
Yeah.
through what they're going through right now.
Yeah.
Because that's the bare minimum that you do whenever you're saying, I have responsibility on this. This happened on my watch. In the military,
what
we used to
ultimately
say
comes
that.
down
Like,
to is the
this
fact
is
that, like,
my watch. Go ahead.
I can't imagine myself on a board in this position because I don't believe there is a way that this can happen by mistake. If you put a board in a position where they can have a legal power over you to actually oblige you, you've lost control already. At that point, you no longer have charge of the company. You are no longer really the CEO. You're no longer the owner. They own it because the board will always and must, by their nature of being on the board, they act as the brain for the company, which is an individual under law. That's how that works. They are not there for you or for the feelings. They are there to do what's best for the company. That's
Yep,
the
and
point
one of the
it.
things I always bring up
the
is
CEO
specifically
works
with
for
like
the board.
yeah, one of the things I always bring up
Go ahead,
with having a board or having investors or having a publisher is that you have lost control of your game. You've lost control of it. It's over, right? And the reason why I say that is because someone else can steer the ship now. Not you as the developer, not you as the idea haver, not you as the person who's actually doing implementation. Another third party has the ability to walk up to your ship and pilot it away, and you have no control. If you are not in full control of that ship, it's over. That's just how it goes. And the only time you can have a situation like that is if you have a partner that actually understands that the best way to succeed and get a return on their investment is by letting you cook. And that is very rare. That is incredibly rare. So with this, the reason why so many of us bought into it, the reason why we liked this game and we're into it, is because we were served that narrative of he's steering his own ship. There's no one there to take it away. There's no one there to drive it into the rocks. And then suddenly there's a board.
I mean,
On the day of its death,
go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Chronos. Sorry.
This is why I don't fundamentally believe that any lawsuit based on the whole on the Kickstarter, launch thing, I don't think goes anywhere. But if the people will look at this and consider mis-selling. If you are mis-sold something on the basis that it was independently being run and it was being run by Stephen and by our backing, and you did it on that basis, you're getting close to mis-selling territory. If there was stuff going on behind the scenes we didn't know about, like venture capital investment, like a board that could compel them, well, that's not what we were being told, and that's not what they publish, and that's what I'd be more looking at if I was really wanting to start any kind of lawsuit. That's where I'd be looking to start with.
I'll go one step beyond that. I'll go one step beyond that. I feel misled as a consumer.
Yeah,
100%. 100%. Let's say this is not intentional. Let's say it wasn't intentional. This played out this way, right? Still, you were misled, right?
Yep.
Like if you and I have a conversation and I tell you I'm going to be at your event at 7:00 and I don't make it at 7:00 and you were depending on me to be there at 7:00, it could have been because I drove late or because there was an accident that didn't let me get there. I was still late, and you were still in the belief that I was going to be there and you were counting on me, right? So there's damages that come, intention or not, right? The law doesn't care about your intentions. It cares about the result. But my suggestion, and I'm saying this as a developer, I am so fucking embarrassed. It is so insanely embarrassing for this to happen on a studio that calls itself indie. So I am at a loss for words for you guys, the consumers. But I will tell you this: you win with your wallet every freaking time. I'm not inciting you to do anything because I don't have the power to do that. But if I was in the situation that I bought something like that, I would go to Steam and I will tell them respectfully, kindly, with dignity, don't go fight, don't go and, insult somebody there in this customer support, but go and ask for your money back.
That's exactly what I told them earlier.
That's what we were saying earlier. Yeah.
You might say, well, legally we don't get it back. I tell this to everybody, even in my team. Don't worry about the quest after this one. Worry about the quest that you're dealing with right now. Right now, you got to go get seven boars and kill them and bring that's what you need to do. Do that now. Don't worry about the future. You go and tell Steam that you want your money back if that's what you decide to do, and let's see what happens. But let me tell you, if there's 100,000 of you, it doesn't matter. Someone's going to do something about it, or at least they'll be learning, and those learnings will prevent these things from happening again. But it's a little bit less about the why and all that stuff, and it's more about this is happening nonstop. Like and it's something that it was preventable. There's no way that you burn through all this money this quickly unless you want to be AAA, and by consequence, you die, right? Because it's just you can't do that. But
You can't
last
do
thing
it.
I would say here, the way that and once again, I keep saying I don't want to talk personally, but this is what I would have done in this situation. I would have done the following. I would have made a board, because the board is required for you to get investment most of the time. That's a fair thing to ask whenever you're going to get investment.
If you're trying to get investment, which they told us they weren't.
They weren't, but let's say, there was some exemptions, or I don't know, whatever they were going to do that they needed a board. Let's say boards are not bad. They need to be managed. So what I would have done is I would have put myself, Thor, probably you would have done this. You would have put yourself as, chairman of the board, as in you run the board, because even though you don't have the experience to run a board, you're literally you sit there, and then you hire people that know what they're doing, and then you have enough votes to control it, and then you hire an experienced game director and make them CEO of the organization. They're beholden to you, right? So you control their salary, you can replace them whenever you want to, but you're at the board side. The board side doesn't have to have the competence to run the studio. They have to have the competence to keep it afloat. So what I would have said is I would have the humility to accept that maybe I'm not the best at the operation, and I would have moved myself to the board, and then I would have hired a professional to crush it and then make the game as best as it can, and it would have cost me whatever it would cost me, right? That's what I would have done.
You ready for a nightmare?
Oh, man. I'm getting so excited. Go ahead.
So we have this website, which is California Secretary of State, bizfileonline.sos.ca.gov, right? And it lists all of the debtors for Ashes of Creation. And it has things like notice of state tax lien. You've got UCC in here. Like all of this is listed out, and we can see all of it. Suddenly, on January 14th of this year, it went to a Karen L. Borrico. If we go look up Karen L. Borrico, something horrific comes up. I'm going to go pull up the Wikipedia page. You know it's bad when it's Wikipedia.
I saw this earlier. I was here. Oh,
I looked into this one. Yeah.
It's bad.
It's bad. It's real bad. Let me pull this up. Karen L. Vema. Here we go. So this is Vema. Vema was a privately held multi-level marketing company that sold dietary supplements. The company was shut down in 2015 by the FTC for engaging in deceptive practices and being a pyramid scheme. The company, based in Tempe, Arizona, was founded in 2004 by Benson K. Lauren and Karen Borrico. Wait.
Yeah, brother and sister.
Huh.
So Thor,
I mean, if that's the
when
same
you hire
person,
one of your mods, don't you do background checks?
Yes,
I'm sure you do background checks.
Yes,
right?
we do.
So
if
if you're gonna hire Kronos and he's gonna be your lead mod, you probably don't want to hire him if he's run another channel to the ground, right?
No, yeah.
Maybe you don't want to give him the entire keys to the kingdom, right? Kronos,
just most of them, right?
Yeah.
You can trust me. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, So what happens in things like this? Once again, I'm not saying any facts. I don't want to get in trouble, but I'm just saying something that's valuable is whenever things like this happen. Most of the time, you're selling debt, is the term that we call, which is there's some sort of way in which there's a movement of risk that goes from the studio elsewhere, and that movement assures the studio that they don't carry the debt, but they have to return an amount in exchange for that debt. It's the same as getting a big loan. I'm not sure if that's what happened here. I have no way of knowing that's what happened, but the only way debt moves like this is if there's some sort of movement of risk that goes away from the studio. So I don't know if the studio was the holder of all the debt, but that doesn't matter if you can't afford. If you're using the money of the studio to pay the debt, it doesn't matter if you hold it or don't, right? You're just moving the risk elsewhere. But in the end, your people are not getting paid, which I mean, it's bad anyway. But I guess the only thing I would say is I wouldn't have left. I know that there's more implications to that, and that there's I don't know. He said in the message that there are ethical things that were happening that he can't agree with. Unbanning this DA guy sounds like a very unethical thing to do.
little bit.
Well, you know,
Seems
I
pretty
guess
unethical
usually.
to me. Yeah, especially because that dude is accused of going on from there and harassing a player until they killed themselves.
calling your
Him or his
people,
organization tied to him. Yeah,
telling you,
if I'd seen that screenshot, I would have come back to Ashes at any point.
If I had
that.
ever
I mean,
seen
like,
that, I would have quit
kinda
that day
crazy,
because
right?
we know who Polar is. Yeah.
If you tell your community, people that are taking, I mean, I know this sounds like kumbaya, but I really mean it, and I don't mean it as a promo thing, but this job is a fucking privilege. You know how many people are doing jobs that they hate? We
Yep.
get to make dreams for people. You have to take that seriously. If you're going to tell people, oh, you're what was it, an armchair dev or whatever? This is your first fucking game. What do you know of dev? What
Yep.
you got in, like, Dev for Dummies? Shut the fuck up. Like, it's inevitable that people are gonna want to be part of the dev cycle if you're involving them in your freaking Discord and you're telling them that you're doing this as your first game or not. They're gonna want to be part of it. Go make Call of Duty 72 if you want to make something that has a formula. You're making something magical. So of course people are going to be part of it. So talking to people, talking down to your community is the worst sin you could do.
Oh yeah,
The worst
completely
thing you
agree.
can do. So the moment that you do that and people are sticking to you, that's crazy. Like if that's how much trust they had that you were somehow doing the right thing. I just can't stand that. So yeah, I know it sounds like passionate beyond like sense. I'm just kind of like overly excited, but the truth is this has true economic consequences. Whenever you treat your people in a certain way that affects their trust in you, then you can say, this is the Oreo experiment. If you haven't heard that, I'll tell you some other day. But if you have a door and people are coming into this room, right? And they're coming at a certain rate, and you want them to come through the door. And then say out of every 10 people, 7 people come in, and eventually 6, and it's actually 5. So what do? You post a person, and every time they go by, you offer them an Oreo if they go in. So now instead of 5 people, 8 come in, right, into the room. So what happens is at some point after, let's say, a year, you are not able to take the Oreo away because you don't know if that will send you down to 5 or to 2, right? You don't know the negative effect that you have of a system that you've implemented. That has to also do with trust. Whenever you tell people, I am this kind of like, I don't know, holier than thou person, this is like who I am, and you should trust me. In the end, you can't take that away. The moment you start moving away, that has literal economic consequences. So the downfall of this, the fact that you might have needed a board, the fact that you might have needed more money, I don't know. I have no evidence. I am just saying that if there were circumstances that led there, it could have been because there's a trust issue, because you might be mistreating your community or looking at them as a marketing thing or a source of adoration. Whatever all that is the incorrect way to build a game, and that's the humility required to build something big. Get out of the kitchen, hire someone that can run the show, and pay them well, and they would have hired a third of the people that you hired, and it would have worked. Maybe not at the scale that you wanted, but
I have the final nightmare. The final nightmare.
I'm not. What is it?
So I wanted to go download the UCC filing. I wanted to go download the UCC filing and see exactly what was indebted to Karen El Borrico.
Oh yeah, this is a wild list.
Intrepid Studios Inc. and Stephen Sharif are the debtors. The secured party name is Karen El Borrico, meaning they own this now. All assets of the debtor, whether now... Huh? Oh, we got ads. God damn it. We're going to wait to the ads. We're going to wait to the ads. Then we'll talk about it.
You're making me so angry.
We'll wait.
Jeff saw there were assets being described on screen and got really excited. So, he's clearly interested in these.
Jeff Bezos just wants the assets. He wants to liquidate. He's so excited. We'll talk about the ads. We'll talk about it afterwards.
God, man. Hey, I am. You have to stop me if I am crashing too much.
No, you're good. You're good.
I don't want to.
Your passion is palpable, and that's a good thing, man. You care. I care, and like I've been bitching about this for 10 hours straight.
Yeah.
You think you're crashing out? Like
this is angry.
We're upset. Don't worry.
Did you see? Did you see? Well, they're not here. Well, people are not here. Did you see that the studio from which this is old news, but the studio from Mighty Number 9 closed?
I saw
a couple days ago.
I saw.
So that is yet another like we want to be AAA situations.
You don't need to be AAA. Just be a fucking indie. Like,
but you know what they want, Thor? I'll say this like truly, what they want is an office. They want an office that they can put their little logo in to feel like they're like, Google. That's what
you
they
don't
want.
need
They
it.
want an office.
You don't need it.
You
It's
don't
the
need
same
that.
thing, dude. It's the same thing as streamers that are like, I need a sponsor. Why? So I can be a real streamer. No, you don't. Like, shut up. You
It's crazy.
just go live, man. Like it's the same shit. It's I need a publisher. Why? Because I'm not a real game dev without one. I hear that shit all the time. All the time. You don't need the slick parking space. You don't need an office with your logo on it. You don't need any of that shit. We got it. Okay, ads are over. I have to show this now, or I'm going to explode.
Go ahead. Oh,
Yes.
man.
Yeah.
So I finally figured out about the UCC thing. I've never gotten into investment in business. I don't know anything about that side of the world because I intentionally stay away from it. My corporation that I own, that I'm a CEO of, I am an S corporation, meaning that it's a pass-through corp. So I don't have any investors and never can. They sit in a little box that goes to the bank in a vault, and that's where the shares live, and they will never be touched by any other human being. With that in mind, I opened up the UCC filing. As of January 14th, Intrepid Studios and Stephen Sharif are now no longer in control of the company. So this was half a month ago.
No.
It is now owned by Karen L. Borrico. In this, the description of what is indebted is all assets of the debtor, whether now owned or hereafter acquired and wherever located, including without limitation all tangible and intangible personal property, including all inventory, equipment, servers, computers, hardware, software, source code, object code, development tools, databases, digital assets, content libraries, websites, domain names, user accounts, application data, technical documentation, and all other technology used in or related to any online games or platforms operated or developed by the debtor. Everything. This includes, without limitation, all intellectual property, including all copyrights, registered or unregistered, trademarks, trade names, service marks, trade dress, logos, designs, patents, trade secrets, know-how. It's the whole enchilada, dude. This person,
It's yeah.
Karen L. Borrico, if we go and pull this person up, Karen L. Borrico, the scam artist, literally. Pulling this up is the new owner of Ashes of Creation, one of the creators of Vema, which was a nutrition company that was privately held, multi-level marketing company that sold dietary supplements. The company was shut down in 2015 by the FTC for engaging in deceptive practices and being a pyramid scheme. By the FTC, they closed that. Karen
Her brother
Borrico
directly was the one who was individually sanctioned by them by name. Like, so she's right up close to this one. Like that's this. So like it happened in the business that she was the founder of. It was literally like.
I guess what we've learned is that a Karen has destroyed Ashes of Creation. It's finally
I'll tell you this just to protect you, and this is not going to happen because I think this document is pretty clear. But just in case, the document that you're showing here, sometimes these documents, what they do is they have pretty comprehensive language, and then they have an addendum, or in some language here might say, and if they have an addendum, in the addendum they might say, well, it includes all of that. However, it doesn't include like this, that, and the other. So sometimes, these things can sound pretty drastic, and for the naked eye might seem too much. But I mean, I'm not saying it is.
Oh no, I'm just showing the whole thing. There's none. They just own it.
Okay, well there you go.
Yeah, it just goes all the way to the bottom, and it says, indicated collateral is held in trust, not applicable. Alternate financing statement, not applicable. Select an additional alternate financing statement type, not applicable. And it's just, that's it. This security interest covers all accessions, attachments, accessories. It's literally the full enchilada, dude. Everything.
Yeah, so at the very least, why did we not hear on the 14th?
Yep.
Like, and if this was going to happen, this doesn't just happen overnight. There's going to have been at least some groundwork laid for this to have all worked out. So what the hell's been going on, and why haven't we been told? Why was it put on Steam? Why have they told us this?
Why is it still there?
After
You
the
could buy it
payout?
now.
Yep.
You could buy it right now. Like,
I think the real question that I have is, like, if we go back over to his post here, right? Why did Stephen have an ethical dilemma that caused him to sign away all of the intellectual property to a person that has run multi-level marketing scams in the past and was shut down by the FTC? What possible ethical conundrum would lead a man to do such a thing?
I mean,
that's the question.
I have some assumptions that I think are close to 80% correct in my brain, but I'm not going to do that because I feel
I could make a lot of statements.
Yeah,
But I
we
won't.
shouldn't. Really shouldn't. Because let me say this
I'm just
too.
gonna
Like
I'm just gonna ask the question and leave it there because I'm pretty sure we know the
we
answer.
asked the question.
Yeah.
But to people probably in the chat that have some experience with some of this stuff, it's not impossible to have a guess of some of the limitations here.
Yeah.
But more than anything, the important part of it is that if you have someone that took all the debt from a company, but out of nowhere you don't have money to pay your next month, you think that person that took all the debt doesn't know this is happening? So that means this is what is it called in English? Like a controlled burn, when you kind of know you're burning the crops this way, then you want to build something out of it. You might not be planting the same thing, but you're saying, well, if this, that's what it seems like, and I think that's not an unfair thing to assume, right? And we're not saying that's what happened. We're saying from the naked eye on the outside, that's what it looks like, and I think it's not an unfair thing to say. The problem to me, at least to me, it's you're letting go of incredible talent out of sheer mismanagement. There's no way around that. Now you can come and say all the things that happened that are the circumstances, right? Of why you didn't make it to the party at 7 o'clock, but you were still late, and that is mismanagement. And that's why maybe, just maybe, 6 months ago when this happened. By the way, I've been in huge companies that do mergers. You know what happens during a merger store? People talk to the employees and they tell them this merger is going to happen. By the way, this is a good moment if you're considering like another opportunity or you're like to move roles or whatnot. This is what happens in ethical processes. Whenever there is something that is that disruptive to a business, like enacting a board or selling your entire debt or losing control of your agency, that's when you go to your employees and you tell them, hey, it's not like, you don't tell them things are bad. That doesn't make any sense because that's hopefully not what you think is going to happen, right? But what you normally do is say to the employees, hey, these circumstances are happening. And the idea here is if you would like to start searching for other roles because this uncertainty is not something that you're interested in, then this is the moment and here's the processes to help you do that. If not, if you want to stick around, there's going to be some rough months ahead where we're going to have to do some learning together and people might have to take different roles. That's what normally happens. That's what normally would happen. So I'm just kind of letting you guys know that, in companies that are what these guys are all trying to emulate, because they all want to be, act like they're AAAs. That's how it's handled there. It's people are treated with high level of dignity and they're told about these things in advance. First, to prevent the chaos that's happening right now, and second, because we actually care about them. And there are people that might say, you know what, I can't deal with the uncertainty of you guys are doing all these movements and things are going to change too much. I would rather go somewhere else and have a stable job. Great, go do that. That's healthy for the business. So if that didn't happen, or I mean, you said that somebody knew that this happened 6 months ago. But telling people, hey, we put a board like a celebration, it's not the same as telling them, hey, there's going to be consequences to this, and we need to prepare or whatnot. So anyway, very scary from a management perspective to see this, and totally from my mind preventable, no matter what the circumstances are.
Also, someone was saying that they filed this prior to, months ago prior to that. They did not. This was filed on January 14th, as you can see, the filing date and the execution date. The lapse date on that is all January 14th. There was nothing in there that displays it as prior to that. However, if we go down through the UCC list and we actually see the rest of this, you'll see that there's actually a number of active UCCs here. It's not just the one. And of these active ones, I just pulled out another one for the Yaya Legacy Trust. That was filed on, what is that? August? Is that August? Is August 8th? Is that August? I think it's August. August 1st, 2025. And it lapses on August 1st, 2030, right? The Yaya one is active right there. You can see it there. And then it goes up to Yaya Legacy lapsed here. And that's a different one for that. So we have to go through each and every one of these because if you look at this one, this is Yaya Legacy Trust, Jason Carminas, Yaya Holdings LLC. And what does it give? The IP again.
Man.
Wait. So that gets really interesting. And if you look at some of these, if we look here, you've got another one. So this is Intrepid Studios Inc. with a dot. You've got Intrepid Studios Inc. with no dot and no comma. There was an LLC at one point. This one's Intrepid Studios Ashes of Creation. So that's a separate one as well. And you have to kind of like figure out which one of these are actually active, what rights are being handed over, and are they being shared rights between all the different UCC filings. I don't know. A lawyer has to unravel this, or a person who knows this very well. This is not my area of expertise. Yeah.
Yeah.
In any case, if we go and look at this, so we do Jason Karamanis. I don't know who that is. Karamanis. Let's see. Who is this? I have no idea who this is.
This is the kind of stuff that you tell your community.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. Like,
I
mean, and
agree.
I know
No, I
that, you
super
know,
agree.
like, I don't know, a company like, I don't know, like EA doesn't have to explain themselves to their consumers. I get that. But there's EA, by the way, just to be clear, EA holds like stakeholder meetings, shareholder meetings. So there are places where you get that information, right? So whenever you are a company of this size, even though comparatively to them are not that big, and you are telling people that you're not beholden to anybody, whenever you do become beholden to anybody, you should tell them. There's nothing wrong with telling people. And once again, nobody runs you. You can tell people, hey, you know, we had to make some difficult decisions and we implemented a board, and this is why we did that, right? We have these 4 or 5 circumstances that, you know, we decided that we needed a board in order to run this more elegantly, and I don't think anyone would have hated it for it. But we're figuring it out now, the day of. It's not right.
How are they able to sign these away so many times? None of these look like they're lapsed. Like all the
These
ones that
aren't
are
necessarily
still...
all being signed away. These are liens of some kind, so there'll be some kind of registered debt. So while the one that you're looking at is owes over all assets, some of them might be for a specific amount. So, for example, if a lawsuit was found against them and they need to pay a certain amount, that lien would potentially be registered against them through the UCC for, say, like 800,000 or 80,000, for example.
Here's the problem, though. All the ones that I've opened that are still active are all ones that say all assets and all personal property of debtor, whether located, whenever acquired, including but not limited to equipment, inventory, fixture, goods, etc. All of them are listing nearly the same materials, and some of them are overlapping with all the currently active ones. And it comes down to what it looks like. Karen El Barriaco owns everything now. Everything. Based on these filings. They own it all. But there were also things that were signed away prior to that that are still active. To, like this one, Robert Dawson, whoever that is.
That is one to Jason Karamanis. I think that's through the Yaya
that was the other one.
That's been talked about for a while. I can't remember what it's called. Yaya Trust or something. That's
Yaya
one.
Holdings is one that I just showed. And like you've got Yaya Legacy Trust, that was done in October 2025. And then you have another one in here for Robert Dawson, where they signed away a bunch of, looks like physical material on, what is that? May 13th, 2024. And then you have, like, this. It's getting weird, dude. And then you have this one now for Karen El Barriaco where they just signed away everything. It's just the whole enchilada on that one. There's nothing outside of it. And there's no addendum. There's nothing to reduce it. It's just gone.
Yeah.
And like we say, this doesn't come out of nowhere. It's not, you know, it's not a meteor falling from the sky. It's something that you can see with telescopes a long way off. Like this should have been visible to anyone who has even the slightest shred of business sense. And, you know, Stephen's been around the block for a while. But then when you start considering the fact that, for example, you know, his home changed hands out of his personal hands into some kind of company or trust, supposedly in November, it's been sold, you know, and so like, has this been going on for a while and we're now just basically catching the end of it? And it's just basically, you know, some kind of bullshit. Is it actually a mistake? Because the way he positions it is like it's come out of the blue, but there's all kinds of information that would have been available beforehand to him, which wouldn't make it a mistake. And there's all kinds of questions answered around. It looks like he's acted on some of this stuff. So what is going on? That's what I think I'm left asking now. Like, what the hell is going on?
To your point, Kronos, the only reason we're asking this question, and I think this is a fair statement, it's a little bit a conjecture, but isn't the only reason we're asking these questions is because they said X, Y, or Z, right? They put themselves in this position. There's a little pedestal. They stepped on it and say, I am beholden to nobody. I am going to make this in this and that way. These are my values. You took that stand, right? So that's the only reason we're asking these questions. We're not asking these questions out of like the head of like, you know, I don't know, some whatever big studio. Why are we doing this here? So if and I know there's some people in chat, maybe that in their mind might be, well, you know, we're doing this to Steven, but we're not doing this to like the head of Ubisoft.
No.
That's not a conversation. The point here is if you go out and you tell people, these are the circumstances by which I want to run my studio. That is a good thing to do, in my opinion. In my opinion, like you should do that often because you put lines in the sand that make your community hold you accountable to those standards and goals that you have. But then you have to act on them. So, like Kronos was saying, you see this coming a mile away, especially if you have a chief financial officer. Someone that you're actually paying to do a role that involves projections and filings. And if you're a big corporation, you're doing quarterly reports. Like you're doing all of that in order to balance your accounts receivable and accounts payable. So you know exactly how much money you have and how much you're owed. So by consequence, if this is happening and you set so much, then of course we're going to hold you accountable to that. This is not an unfair thing. It's just not that we are, we're upset because the game is dead. Yes, we might be, but part of it is the fairness of you sold us this bill of goods, and now we're holding you accountable to it. And last thing I'll say here, because I see all these people sometimes saying it, the whole narc thing, like it's a little childish in my opinion. Like, I would like to let that go in the sense that it has nothing to do with the conversation.
No,
it has nothing to do with
I talked about it
just a
earlier,
gaming
actually.
thing. It's
No,
unimportant,
I talked about it earlier, and I think I know what happened there entirely. And I don't think part of that was his fault, but I do think part of it was his fault. Narc made a bunch of claims about the game, and he did not like the way that it was being run. But a focus of that was that they no longer communicated with the players. I think they were communicating with the players, just not him anymore. And I think he got left behind.
Maybe so, yeah.
But there was a reason.
I guess my fear is that this is the time to think about the circumstances, like what you're doing, looking
Sure,
at the company and whatnot, because there are people that are being let go. Like, this has nothing to do with narc.
No, I think this is important, though, because people on the internet care about this, right? I know that in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really quite matter, right? But Narc put out a video, and that video claimed that the game was a scam and a lie, and he showed video evidence of this in an area of the map. That was misleading, because that area of the map was an area that was not finished yet, and he went all the way to the very edge of the map and then showed an area of the map that was not completed and was like, the game is dead, it's crap, they're lying to you. And most players didn't have the context for that. I actually had to go on Asmongold's stream and disprove it, and I did it live, actually brought my character out there and showed everything that was really going on. The other part of that was that he was complaining about being ignored and that the community wasn't getting communication like it used to. I think that was true. I couldn't see it from my perspective at the time, though, and the reason why is because I was currently the favored content creator for Steven. I was the one who was getting all the messaging, and Narc got left behind because he started making comments to the development team that were critical. And I didn't see that at all when I was interacting with Steven until the end. And I'll show you exactly what I sent up. I sent up a report to Steven where I was very critical of something that they did because they directly one-to-one copy stole a set of content from another game called Arcade, which was Steven's favorite game.
Yeah.
And that was an entire feature called Sport Fishing. And I sent him this whole write-up. And it's not me being a dick. It's me being critical and me being forward and giving all the context and information. And the reason why I did that is because I noticed something outrageous. Not only were all of the assets very, very similar between the two games, but the entire gameplay loop is exactly the same. And then I saw this. See this boat? This boat is from Ashes of Creation. This is the boat from Arcade. They're designed in exactly the same way because they serve the exact same purpose. There is a radar on the back that finds the fishing nodes. You must go to the fishing node that looks like it has seagulls over it. You chum the water. They both have the exact same thing. You fish, and when you fish, it starts a mini game. When you pull to the left or right, it does 1 damage to the fish. When you pull up and down, it actually does more damage to the fish. For each one of these. They're 1-to-1 with each other. When you kill the fish by doing too much damage to it, you're supposed to jump off the boat, get the fish, and then pull it back in, which is why you need the ramps on the back of this. They have the exact same design for this reason. The difference between these two things is Steven said they added it for friction in Ashes of Creation because he didn't understand why they did it in Arcade, just that they did do it, and they directly copy-pasted it over. They did it in Arcade because you could repair your boat for 1 gold, even though they normally cost like 20-something. That repair cost was only if somebody PvP'd you, so you could recover very easily. In Ashes of Creation, though, there's no repair, meaning you don't want to add extra friction or danger. They're already risking their boat out there in a PvP-infested water, and if they lose it, they lose 25 to 50 fish worth of actual income. It's a massive amount already. So with
Big
that...
difference.
with that being said, they copied the system, but they didn't understand the economic reasons for the design. And I brought this up to him directly, and you know what happened? He never spoke to me again. Ever. The moment I brought this up to him, he cut off communication entirely. And I think that's exactly what happened to Narc. I think that is exactly what happened to Narc.
And that's not an unfair assumption to say. There's some ego. I mean, I don't want to say ego. This happened to me not too long ago. We made an entire system I was in love with. I was so excited about it. It was one of the things that, you're shaking to tell people. It's like, oh, here it is, melodies. And, we had sprites and everything drawn. And in our community, people just went off. And they said, like, I don't want to play this, like that. It's so complicated and whatnot. People were they weren't upset, but they were doing what you're doing, which is what I consider gold. And I'm not saying this, I'm an ex-military guy. If I like what you're saying, I'm going to tell you. If I don't like it, I'm going to tell you. So I think this is gold from a developer's perspective. You want to hear your community tell you, hey, this is a landmine you're about to step on. Don't do this, right? That's what you want to hear. So when it happened to us, I took a day off to say, hey guys, thank you so much for the feedback. I need to process this because it's hitting my ego really deeply. This is something that I feel very passionate about. It's like my baby. I didn't tell this to the people, right? But I'm telling you, I guess I'm telling 4,000 people. But at that point, it hit me really hard. Like, because I was like, oh man, how we really fail this hard in making something that I'm passionate about. But you know what? Immediately, next day I said, you guys are right. This is a big deal. Like, we are forcing our ideals of what a game should look like on you. We're gonna go remake it. And the people that are here that come from my Discord, they know it was a very passionate 4-day conversation of like, what are we doing now? How are we changing it? This and that and the other. It was all we did as a team because we were told this is not designed by committee. This is the players know best in any circumstance. Because if they're not having fun, it doesn't matter how much you like it. So I guess this rambling goes to say that whenever something like this happens, you should be able to account to this and say, you know what, I am having a moment of ego, but my game, which is my child, should not suffer my this personality trait problem that I'm having right now. I should be able to call this back and say, you know what, Thor, thank you for the feedback. You know what, Narc, thank you for the feedback. We'll think about this and we'll come back to you. Or can you have a call with my dev? How many times did they do that? I'm sure they did once in a while, but sit with a dev and have a conversation. Explain to me better why this is a problem. But that's what you do instead of saying, well, you know what, I don't want to talk to you anymore. What is this, like third grade? We're making a game, or
Dude.
Anyway, I see what you're having the screen. Oh my god!
Why does the clown card keep filling up with more clowns? So Steven saying, I hate gross humans. The one that surprised me the most, though, to be is Jamie. Thought we had a good friendship, but then he went sour so fast it was weird. I mean, it wasn't like they have large followings between the Doomers, Richie, Jamie, and the Jackass Jalon. It's just interesting to see people change. You just out there shit-talking to people supporting your game? You can't do that, dude. If you do...
It's just gross.
As corporate as these guys are, because they're very corporate whenever they talk
corporate,
to people.
man.
Where's your media training, dude? Like, if you're that big, where's your media training to know that you do not talk about, like, nowhere. You don't do this. You don't write. If you think some of these things, and I'm going to tell everybody, like, in the chat, of course, there's people that upset us. You think, like, we don't have a soul? Of course, somebody says something, we're going to be upset. We're human beings. But we know better. We have to be mature and realize that this is not about us all the time, right? So anyway, I mean, this is crazy. I don't know whoever these people are, but if they're content creators or they are people that are like promoting your game or they're people that matter in your community, that is just so equally as bad as if you're just calling 3 players out at random. It's equally as bad. And this shouldn't happen, not from the leader of an entire company, because the employees and other people emulate their leadership. And I know that sounds like a kumbaya, but if you don't have a good moral compass, other people are going to emulate it, and that's how you get very that is it, toxic companies that start kind of rotting from the top.
It's the
top
same thing
down.
you get with communities, man. Like it's one of the things that we've got a community that's filled up with a lot of creative, badass people, right? Like you guys are freaking rad as shit, and that's because it's cultivated, right? Like over time, we just get rid of people that are bad actors and jackasses and all kinds of shit, and we surround ourselves with people that we want to hang out with. It's the same thing inside of a company, man. It's exactly the same thing inside of the company. If you hire people that kind of fit the vibe for what you're doing on top of everything else, and if you are super giga toxic, the ones who are not don't want to stick around. And if you look at this, Steven's statements behind closed doors are grim, dude. Like that shit you should just never say. You could think it, you could be mad about it, but like you can't say that shit. I was even talking to Winky about this when I said this, like to Winky, and I was like, dude, this is shit. And I ended up, after all of this shit went down, I closed the DM with Margaret and Steven and all of them, and I left the official Ashes of Creation Discord. That was yesterday. I ended up leaving it finally yesterday. And just, I was done with it. I uninstalled the game, and it was like, finally, I get free of this. And then today, the game dies. It's just like...
Crazy.
And I've got all the DMs and everything with Margaret. I actually saved every single one of those DMs. All the interactions that I had with her.
Yeah.
So
but didn't you say earlier? I heard you say that you. I mean, I don't want to summon all that conversation again, but I remember because I've been here for the entire stream, so I've heard the story of like you told her certain reports that were pretty damning.
They're insane.
And during that report, they're telling you their answer. I'm summarizing here is pretty corporate. Like we want to like give them like a 3 strikes. Like you get to be you get to be what is it? You get to suggest that certain people shouldn't be alive like 3 times. Like that's pretty. I don't know. But where I'm coming from is isn't that the moment where you say, you know what? I'll give you an example. I know this might still not have made you happy. But there's a corpo answer, and there's a, you know what? We have a process where we give people a couple of strikes. But I think in this situation, you are correct, right? Because I see the flaw in our policy, right? I can't instantly change it because I think that will be not in the best interest of people, right? Because I haven't tried it my way. But let's do this. I will have to give them a strike this time. But from now on, let's meet, and I want you to sit with my QA people, and I want you to see with my people, and let's talk about revising this policy. Let's do like a community thing. You see what I mean? Like there are ways to say, I can't do what you want me to do right now for 2 reasons. You don't run my company. I can't let you, because then this is the beginning of a very fine threat of danger, because you come with good intention, but somebody else might come with bad intention and want things their way, right? So I understand that. But the second part should be, let's actually build it together. And then we can make that public and say, hey, we met with a couple of people from our community. We have a change to our policy. And from now on, there are no, like, if you say these things, you are out. Should have been the case from the very beginning. But if it wasn't, I can understand how you can't just change it immediately. But if the answer is like, hyper corpo, then if you are so hypercorpo for the answer to something this dangerous, why are you not so hypercorpo to treating your community with dignity and respect whenever you're talking about them in closed doors? It seems like this was something more for you. Like this is like how this is kind of how we follow the playbook for people that can actually move the needle in a way that doesn't behoove us.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you something that you might find really interesting. And it was shocking to me in terms of their role distribution. Check this shit out. They had on LinkedIn, we were able to pull this from LinkedIn, which is pretty useful. We can actually pull the job distribution that they had. And we can see that they had 206 employees. Steven claimed that they had 250, but these are just the ones who have LinkedIn. So it's most of the company, right?
Yeah.
Check this shit out. 101 in arts and design, 65 in engineering, 9 in quality assurance.
Wow. So, and Thor, this is a good question. I'm kind of sad that we are.
Oh, we got ads. Wait, we got ads. I'm gonna have to show them again. Give me a sec. 1 sec.
Yep. Well, let me ask you.
Not right now, Bezos. We're talking about QA.
So I'd like you to think of this answer, and then I'll ask you again.
Sure.
What is the role of QA in a
Oh, you're just
in
gonna make me?
the
No, I'm just gonna
plus
answer it.
plus.
I'm just gonna answer it. Don't do it. I'm just gonna answer it.
No, I don't mean like as a QA, because I understand the role of
Oh, I
QA
know.
in a really, really big company, and I understand a role of QA in a 5-person team like mine.
Mm-hmm.
But in like we call it like
Oh, no, don't ask. Don't
I
ask
call
right
it
now.
indie posters because
Wait for the
I
ads.
think we are. Okay, I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet.
No, no.
This is good research. This is good research. I mean, of course, a lot of this is conjecture, but it's good research.
Yep.
I'll ask you again. I'll ask you again when it come out.
Yeah, because I don't want the full one, because then I'll formulate an answer. It'll be too perfect.
Yeah. And
I don't want that.
I can think through the ask.
No
question
spoilers.
and think
No
about it.
spoilers. Yeah.
No, so the approach that Intrepid took with their entire process would be
You're
sure
very
you'd have
loud.
much more
Kronos,
sorry.
Kronos, you're like 500% volume somehow. That thing
I don't know why.
Very loud to me.
Yeah, crazy loud. You're like in my bones. All right, ads are over. Okay, so this is the thing I wanted to show you first, and then we'll talk about QA. But with this, they had 101 employees in arts and design. They had 65 in engineering. They have 7 in media communication, 5 in marketing, and 9 in quality assurance. The reason this is deeply surprising to me is in very large operations, you generally operate on a 0.5 to 2.0 QA to developer ratio. You got 1 dev. High automation, you're going to have half a QA member per dev. Low automation environment, you have like 1 to 2 QA per dev. This is super weird to see it distributed this way. I have never seen a company with this imbalance like this, ever. It's very strange to me to have such a small QA team. Like even on like say games like Overwatch, right? You had like 12 QA people and like 12 devs. What? Like,
Yeah.
That's really weird, dude. I have never seen it, and it showed. And I have an anecdotal story of this because our node, our town inside of the game didn't have a mount associated with it. I became the mayor. You get a flying mount. They didn't have one. Steven had to reach out to the QA team and get that sent over to me, and he contacted the QA team, and then QA had to contact me to be like, "Hey, we're gonna get it for you," and they said they'll be there in a couple minutes. I waited an hour and a half, live on the server, sitting inside of our town hall for an hour and a half for QA to show up and do that. And now I know why. These guys are overburdened as shit, dude. Like, the idea of having 9 QA personnel for a team of that size is bananas, man.
That's crazy. Well, let me prepare
insane.
you for, because, Twitter is like, how Twitter is. But
Yeah.
to that chart that you had right there, you don't have to load it again, but I remember. If you have those numbers
Yep.
and you think about them from the benefit of the employee, right? And this is someone in Twitter will probably say this. Will say, "Oh, but people put themselves they label themselves in terms of roles and in quote unquote indie. I call them fake indies. These are fake indies. These are not really AA studios, but this fake indie companies, they allow people to kind of title themselves in such a way that is to the benefit of the employee, because that way they can pay them less. I'm not saying that's what's happening here, but that happens a lot, right? Somebody gets paid $60 an hour as a QA tester, but in this company they get to be a senior engineer, so they get to pay them 45. This is very common. I'm not gonna, it's a bad practice that you shouldn't do, but people do this. So that imbalance might be that way. It might be that the number of QA is distributed the other way. However, if you were to take the number of engineers that you saw there, and you were to take the ratio that you said and make it real, even if it was a 1-to-1 ratio, you still have way too little engineers.
Yep.
If you were to make that conjecture that I just made, right? So if somebody in Twitter says like, "Oh, but this is very normal. People like don't label themselves properly in LinkedIn." Well, you don't want that as a company because you want people to have the real role. But let's say you did it to their benefit, then that means you still have too little people to run an MMO of the magnitude that you're saying. You're gonna have shards that areas that do this and all this cool stuff. You're gonna have all these dreams. Then you need people, and also another thing, the marketing, the number that I saw in marketing.
It makes no sense. Makes no sense.
Zero sense. Zero sense. It just doesn't connect with me with what the game needed. I didn't see some areas of it that I can think. Remember, I mean, this, but engineering and development is not the same thing. I understand the roles on LinkedIn might kind of seem similar. But
Yeah, we
whenever
were talking about the
splitting,
community earlier because
yeah,
you have to have people that are managing the server, managing the databases, managing all of that kind of stuff. That's a very different role. It's
Yeah.
an incredibly different role for
exactly.
that, especially because they're doing with that the what is it the server system where they're having a bunch of distributed microservers that all work together for that. Like that's cool. It's really cool technology, and it actually would have added a lot to the game. But it was supposed to be dynamic, and they never got it working dynamically. But if you're having an engineering team and you're trying to get them to build things, that's what they're building. They're not building the game content. Very
Yeah,
different.
and they might be building
Yeah.
also. So the engineer teams can do crazy stuff like technologies that don't exist or productivity tools for artists or whatever. They come up with really cool stuff that is
Yeah.
development, but also like stuff that allows for, like, for example, improvements to I don't know, fast loading of projects, or
Yep.
prototyping or stuff like that. So they do crazy stuff. You need them, but you need developers. And the problem is, you also get whenever you have a team this big, you end up, and I'm sure you've seen this in your corporate life, you end up with developers that become very, very, very senior, and they know the code base better than everybody.
And you lose
You
them, you're
cannot
screwed.
afford.
Yeah.
Exactly. So what do you do for them? Let's go back 2 hours.
Whatever you want.
Succession planning. You
Yep.
build a succession plan immediately. You say, if I lose this guy, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to need to hire 3 people to do their job. Therefore, I don't want that. I don't want this guy to, every time I get a new project, I don't give it to them, because I'm building, kind of intense knowledge in one person, and eventually I'm going to miss them, right? So if you're doing that for your employees, which you should do, then that goes to say that you're going to do it all the way to the top of your company. Therefore, you're going to know exactly how much money you need in order to run your operation, because you don't want to lose the one developer. That's how businesses are run whenever they're run with, like, I don't know, basic YouTube knowledge. So
Yep.
it's not like an acceptable thing.
Yeah.
I guess I'll say
Here's
this
the
to be
thing, though.
quiet.
That's not the
Don't
only place they
forgive-
did that.
True, exactly. I mean, and
They did the same thing with players. One of the reason that I quit was due to moderation failure. And the moderation failure that they had, we were reporting up people to them that were saying things like, there was a guy on our server that was spamming that he wanted to go and kill all the LGBT people on our server. That's what he wanted to do, and he was trying to form a group to do it. That guy was just
That's
on
been
our
the
server
first
forever.
time that we've seen
Yeah.
a wave of hate or harassment. We've seen it, across
Yep.
the board. And we saw it. There was a big issue
So-
with it in September when there was a huge amount of outcry about it as well.
Yeah.
So it's an issue they haven't fixed over time, and it's only getting worse. And they refuse to do anything more about it. Yeah.
And with this was the official response from Margaret in that group conversation to me. And they said that their stance, their way of handling this is to try and do, instead of bans, they said our current moderation framework does not always move directly to permanent bans for first-time offenses of this nature. In many cases, we issue warnings first with the expectation the behavior can improve. If it doesn't, we escalate. They were applying that to everyone. Everyone. What was the date of that DM? That was like 3 days ago. Yeah, this was all like 3 days ago. I know it just says time on it, but it was like 3 days ago, man.
crazy.
Yeah, so this is why I quit the game. I quit the game 4 days ago. Actually, it was 4 days ago now. Yeah, because it's the 1st. So I did that on the 28th. So yeah, 4 days ago. Yep.
That
I
you
can
have
send you
highlighted
screenshots
right
of
there,
the
right?
dates if you need them at any point. By the way, I'm still actually in that.
This is
All
yeah, this is an AI answer. It's basically an AI answer. It's trash.
If she
Oh, you're
gives
still
you
in that
this
the channel.
answer that you had at the top, right, and
Yeah.
when what you had blocked, and then the next phrase is however.
Yep.
Like if the next phrase
It
starts
should
with
have been however.
everything
It
is
should have-
saved. Everything
It
is
should have been
saved.
however. It should have been
Yeah,
however,
exactly.
dude.
That's when you say, ChatGPT, you don't run my life. I know what I'm doing, and I know how to treat other people with dignity. So I'm going to tell them the truth. I understand I have policies that I am beholden to, but then I'm going to cross the line into, I understand that this is not normal. Like, this is not somebody went and, like, spawn camped somebody.
Yeah, no, it's
It's
nothing
not
like
the
that.
same, right? So
No.
when we're crossing
Yeah.
into something that is like this extreme, then we should be able to say we have a policy that right now doesn't allow us to take this extreme measures. However, let's work on something together. Let's work on it together, right? And we'll do something that is actually good for all of us, because we said to everybody, we're gonna make this game with you, for you. I was there. I listened to the interviews. I was there, so I know this was said. So here we are. So I guess where I'm coming from is like my problem with all of this, Thor, is that we have this corpo answer for when we are uncomfortable with being challenged, But at the moment of marketing, at the moment that we had to sell the game, we were hyper, I don't know, like I don't know, we were larger than life. We were, we're gonna do all these things, and we're not beholden to anybody. But then you are beholden to what? A piece of paper? If I am Steven, and well, let me not say that. If I am the CEO of Little Legendary, and somebody comes to me and tells me, "Hey, Kendall, this happened in your game," I'm not gonna go and find my HR manual and pull my blue notebook. I'm gonna say that's messed up. Let's
Yep.
change it.
Yep.
Period. And then I will take accountability, and I will show up in Twitter or everybody and say, "Hey guys, I messed up, or something was messed up. This is not right. Unacceptable. Period." End of story. Life goes on.
Yeah,
You're not a
I
worse
think-
human being for that.
I think the biggest thing with this, man, the one that really bothers me about it is how heinous the messaging was that we reported up. Because like one of the people that we reported up was they were claiming that they were from the people who had my house swatted last year. It was just in the game. They were just doing that. Another guy in there was claiming that I sexually abused the animals at our rescue. Another one was in there telling everyone that they wanted to get a group together to kill all the LGBT people on the server. Like these are the people we report. They weren't like minor things. They were like big fucking deal things. And this was the response that we got to that. And I quit the game over it. I was like, I'm done, dude. That's really shit. This response is terrible. And I was like, what is wrong with you? Like, no, that's not base, dude. Like, what's wrong with you? Sit down in the corner for 10 minutes. That's where you get to be. Like, call that shit based. It's wrong. Generation's cooked, dude. But like, this shit is just, it's outrageous to me because like any other game, they'd just be banned, man. You know?
That's where I don't. So here's my
It'd just be
question to you,
banned.
and it's an honest question because you come from this experience. But
Oh, yeah. Wait, there was one more too. There was a dude that was actually on our server every single day shit talking Jewish people. Every day.
dude,
On a new alt, every time, there was another guy that would just praise Hitler openly in global chat. Even though Hitler was actually caught by their filter, they just like spaced the letters out to write Hitler. And they just did this all the time. And they get reported, nothing would happen, and then we get this response from the devs. And I'm like, that's wild, dude. Like that makes no sense.
the thing to me, and this is an honest question that I have because I failed to I mean, I've been part of Fortune 100 companies most of my career, but I still don't understand this. I don't get it. I don't get why. Why, like, for example, if we don't want our game, like any game, right, our MMO, to have like, I don't know, dangerous political discourse, because our game is a game, right? We are in some, fantasy world, and that's what we want to sell to players. They're here to have fun, right? Father of two shows up, has an hour and a half to play a game. They don't want to deal with all of this. So what I mean is, shouldn't it go both ways? It doesn't matter who. It doesn't matter if it's like anti this or anti that.
Bingo.
If it's political in nature, you're out. You're
I don't
out.
even-
And then the person
so-
might be like, "Oh, well, then you're disagreeing with my ideals." No, I'm disagreeing with the fact that you don't read my freaking TOS.
No,
Because-
I think it should just be TOS based, man. I really do.
Yeah,
like it
TOS.
doesn't matter if it's political. Political's fine. You can make political statements. It's different when it crosses over into hate speech. That's the difference. When you're saying I'm going to go and kill this group of people based on their sexuality or their race identity, that's when
Well,
it becomes a problem.
both sides, correct?
Yeah.
Because if somebody goes and says, "Oh, this person voted for this person,"
Either way,
they should
doesn't
like
matter.
X, Y, or Z, regardless
no.
of the side that they are.
Yeah.
Right? We
Service.
don't want any of
If
it.
it's in the terms of service and not talk about politics, so be it. But enforce your terms of service, otherwise don't have one. I think has
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
that's where I'm coming from. So
I see what you're saying. I just wanted to clarify because I don't think political discourse is a problem. I don't think that's ever a problem, even if people are passionate about it. I think when it crosses the line into hate speech, you've got a huge issue. Like that's wild, right? And that's a different kind of thing.
Fair.
It's the difference between I don't like that you voted for this person and and then a person saying like they want to kill all the gay people on the server. That's a very different kind of.
Yeah,
It's
they
a
are
different animal. Yeah.
But my point is, like, as the dev of, and I call it a dev as the studio, you get to decide that in your TOS. What's the line, right? And then we get to play your game if we want to or not, right? If you decide that talking about strawberries is too much, then it is what it is, and we have to deal with the consequences of that, right? And
Yeah,
the
if you
moment
wanna
that
have
say,
that in
like,
the
oh,
TOS.
strawberries and bananas, then you get banned. But I guess what I mean is if you have a TOS because you show them, hey, this goes against what you guys are this is like, I mean, you did I feel at that point, if anybody, Pirate Software or some rando is showing me my own TOS and schooling me, at that point, I need to call 7 or 10 other people from my company and say, like, what the hell is happening? Like, I'm getting schooled over here by something that I should have known. This is your role to prepare me for this, and this shouldn't have happened. Let's fix it. That should have been the answer immediately. Like, end of story, right? Like, if something's wrong, like, if you did this to me, Thor, you have no idea. I would be so incredibly embarrassed, and in my team, we would have a horrible day. Like, we would have a horrible day.
This was
Somebody's
actually
responsible for this.
This
Yeah,
was that
it's
moment. I
wrong.
said, aside from the above, as per your own community rules and restrictions, both of these users are in violation of the following circled standards. The third circled standard explains that you hold the sole right to determine what is harassment, meaning you've determined that all of this within the context provided is not harassment and is acceptable behavior. I slapped the shit out of them with that, using their own TOS with it, because it's exactly what it is. And
That was
under
the
their
14th of
TOS,
January. That
Yep.
one.
and it says, under this, it says disparaging, defaming, name-calling, engaging in any form of discrimination against another member of the community, or engaging in any sexual misconduct. It's all sexual-related stuff here. And you agree that the list of conduct identified as harassment above is not exhaustive. This is their community standards. This is their TOS, and they were not enforcing it.
Yeah, and to be, I don't know if I'm right.
Oh,
But the
Tiger.
way I understand,
Hold up.
the way I
Tiger,
understand-
if you
Go
are
ahead,
not
sorry.
seeing my YouTube videos because you say you missed me on there, unsubscribe from my channel and resubscribe from it. It is a bug. We've had that happen with other people in the community. Just unsubscribe and resubscribe and you're good to go. I release videos every day, man. Anyway, continue.
My question to you, and this is honest lack of, I understand it, but I'm no more like end user agreements that I know TOS. I don't know how enforceable TOS is, but here's my question. There is a power dynamic that comes from the terms of service of a game, in my opinion. So whenever you have someone that says, hey, I have these 5 points in my TOS, someone just breached 2 of them, but I'm going to choose not to enforce them. That also means that the other 5 points are subjective to their choice. It's their power. So they could say, oh, one of the things of my TOS is that, I am not allowed to revoke your access to the game because I feel like it. But if I was able to not follow point 4, I could also not follow point 1, right? So I could kind of do whatever I want to. So that's why I think what some people say, well, like we have to interpret them. No. This is not like a religious document. This is something that you're signing whenever you're paying and logging into this game. So this has to be held by both sides. If the TOS says these are the things that will be held by you, this is how you will receive the service, then that means we're going to enforce that. It's a two-side relationship, to my understanding. Is that the case, or can companies kind of use TOS however they feel like? Is it like enforceable because they feel like it?
So a TOS is actually just an enforceable thing of these are the terms of your license agreement to access the game. That is what a TOS generally is. They can cut off your access to the service based on violation of these terms. It's supposed to be a legally binding document effectively, where if you tried to sue them in a court of law, they could go, actually, judge, they violated these terms of service. And then the judge has to decide if those are enforceable terms or not, right? If it is something that passes into like, we don't allow people of a certain race in our video game, then the judge is going to say eat shit to the company, right? But if it's something that's like, general misconduct or hacking the game or anything like that, totally. But it has to be, it's basically do you want to find out in a court of law? And if you do, then violate our terms, and then we'll ban you, and then we'll see what happens in court, right? Like, that's really what it is. And it's more of, to be honest with you, for the average player, it's more of just a set of rules and guidelines. But you can't supersede local law or state law with a TOS. That's not allowable. Like, it doesn't...
But is it a fair assumption that, and when I mean assumption, I mean it in the legal term. Like, am I safe to assume that if I am beholden to TOS, right? Like, let's say you are the service and I am the player, right? If I'm held accountable to the TOS, that's like a one-way relationship, right? Thor enforces TOS on Kendall because Kendall is the player. But isn't it also fair for Kendall to assume that Thor will enforce the TOS on Kronos?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So that's what we call,
Totally
transitory.
agree. Yeah.
Transitory expectation of service. So I am expecting you to hold accountable other players, because if not, if
Based
I'm
on the
only
TOS.
one being held accountable, there's a problem, right? So
Yes.
basically what you
Which is
did
why
is
when we
saying-
see this, it's so devastating. like on the left over here.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly that. It's player violating TOS willfully, and the devs bailing them out. It immediately erodes trust. Now, I don't know if there's any legal implications for that whatsoever, right? I don't think there is. There might be that I wouldn't
kind of
really
don't
understand.
care, right? We're talking.
I don't really
about,
care, but it erodes trust with your
talking
players.
About the behavior.
If you make a TOS and you follow it for some players but not for others, then it's going to erode trust, which is exactly what happened in that conversation with Margaret for me. Because the moment that happened, I was like, oh, okay, so I'm just not playing your game anymore. Bye. Like, I literally just uninstalled it that day. I was out. I'm like, done. I was like, because there's no coming back from that, dude.
Yeah. Someone in the chat is saying, like, like companies don't write their TOS in order to be beholden to it. I understand that. Look, that's not what we're saying, right? We're not saying they're writing the TOS to like put laws on themselves. But what we're saying is there's something called, transitory expectation, assumption of service, which is just a simple term to say, if this rules apply to me, then they also apply to the next guy over. And I can ask the company that provides the service to enforce the rules to the other person, not to themselves, right? We're never saying, Thor and I are not saying that they created, Action of Creation created rules for them to abide. We're saying they created rules so that Kendall, Thor, and Kronos have to abide. So when Kronos
it works with the principle
Kendall,
that if you walk into a bar and it says on the wall it's okay to shoot somebody here, you should probably expect to be shot. If you go to a bar and says no shooting someone here, you're going to expect to not get shot in that bar.
Exactly.
It's about that expectation. You're expected to not do something, but you also expect the others who are also there under those terms to also be compliant as well. That's the point.
Exactly. And somebody said TOS should apply to all users fairly, not the company. Perfect. But what happened here is that Thor is saying, don't apply to you, company, apply to this other individual that did X, Y, or Z. That makes perfect sense, right? So Thor is saying, another user broke your TOS, please enforce. Completely fair. That's completely, like, there's nothing wrong. He's not demanding.
That's what you do when you're reporting someone. You say, hey, I believe this person is breaching the terms of service. Please, could you review this report? That's what you're doing.
Yeah. Rough.
I have something weird. One moment. Okay, so I was just linked an article that was listing Jason. Actually, sorry. I need this. I was just linked an article. Jason Karamanis.
Oh yeah.
Is on this one, which is the one from Yaya Legacy Trust. Links back to Vema, which is the multi-level marketing scam over here that was closed down by the FTC, that was founded by Benson K. Lauren and Karen Boryenko. And Karen Boryenko is currently the owner of all the IP for Ashes of Creation as of the 14th. Why are they all connected? Jason Karaminas is also connected in this under another UCC filing. Let me go pull this up. Right here under Yaya Legacy Trust, which we were looking at earlier, including this one. This was the other one for this. That was Karen L. Boryenko on this one. And then now also Jason Karaminas on that, which I think is this one. There's too many of these. No, this is the John Moore one. Yeah, this is... So you have all of these rights holders now that have picked the entire company apart and have owned it since August 1st, 2025 and January 14th, 2026. And all of them link back to Vema, which is a company closed by the FTC.
As in, like, they were all, like, some of them
as in
no. Do you know what this means? Do you know what this means?
Boryenko was individually sanctioned to one of the higher degrees. Like, it was very much like...
Okay. I have the hat on right now, so I can say this with full strength and with my whole chest. Allegedly, this could be, maybe, allegedly could be, maybe, this might be, it stands to reason, it is possible that these people are the board.
It could be, right? I mean, it's conjecture that a reasonable person could arrive at, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And it's not allegedly because we're not alleging it. We're just saying it is conjecture that any person with two fingers of forehead can make. Yeah.
It's
Okay.
insane,
That's
honestly. I
so.
honestly think
Are
this is
we?
this is the wildest part about this is because it's just we don't know who this board is. They never said who this board is, and now you have all of these people that are tied back to fraudulent activity that are now in ownership over a great deal of assets. In fact, in totality of the assets. So we never had this shadow board. We never knew who they were, and now you've got this. That's deeply concerning to me. Memes and tinfoil hat and jokes aside, that's incredibly concerning as a player.
Yes.
Entirely. Yeah.
I don't understand why we didn't know about any of it when it is part of the core philosophy of the studio. To my understanding, like you know a lot more than me, but I think this was a core part of the philosophy, right? Like we are our own people. We're gonna self-fund. Wasn't this like I mean, maybe am I thinking that am I making that bigger than it was, or was it
No,
that?
that
I
was
mean, I
huge.
thought
That was a
pretty,
big
that was
selling
huge,
point,
right?
man. That was a big
I
selling
mean, I
point.
imagine many
Yeah.
of you guys. That's why you supported the game, right? Because you
Yeah.
had the respect of that.
Yeah. No, that's exactly it. And now you actually see this. I think the other thing that was really interesting in this is also included for Karen Boyanko, all accounts receivable, payment intangibles, general intangibles, contract rights, customer lists, player data, user metrics, email lists, data analytics, advertising revenue, digital wallets, payment processor accounts, including Stripe, PayPal, Apple, Google, and other platforms, royalties, subscription revenue, and all proceeds thereof. It is literally the whole enchilada. It is all
Does
of our
it
data.
say
It
Thor?
is
Because
all
I
the
can't
assets.
read it, but it says accounts receivable. But does it say accounts payable?
It says accounts receivable, no accounts payable.
So accounts payable, of course, are all the debts.
Mm-hmm.
If the debts stay in a company that's dying, then that's bankruptcy.
It's gonna bankruptcy. So all of the profits have just been deaded away, and the debts stay.
But not the
Is what it
debts
looks like.
or the what's owed, which also includes the. I mean,
I
accounts
have to
payable.
step out.
Yeah,
I
I'm
have
not
to call
seeing
my
any
grandma.
payable
I'm
on
going
this.
to go call my grandma, so I'm going to step out. So thank you for
All
having
right,
me on
Cronus.
today, Thor. But I
Have a
need to
good one,
go
dude.
call my grandma.
Appreciate it.
So I'll catch you guys later. Bye, chat.
You
Have
do.
a good one, man.
Bye.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything unpayable on this. I'm not
Yeah,
seeing
it
anything.
might be up there when it says like stuff about the debt or whatnot. I don't want to like make way too much conjecture because I don't know if but I mean it sounds like what you're reading here, if I'm understanding it correctly from what you're at, it's hard to read, but you're saying it says all the benefits, all of the
Yeah.
accounts receivable, all the good things that the company has are moved to the ownership of the debtor, but it doesn't mention anything. At least I didn't read anything of the
There we go.
actual cost that, but it does mention intellectual property at the very top, right?
Yes, it's all assets
Intellectual
of the debtor,
property.
intellectual property, all the copyrights, all the trademarks, also copyrights registered or unregistered are on there. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's collateral, not ownership. It says all assets of the debtor, whether now or hereafter acquired and whether located, including without limitation, all tangible and intangible property, personal property, including inventory and all of this. And this is or developed or operated by the debtor. And in this case, Ashes of Creation, Intrepid, and Stephen Sharif specifically are counted as the debtors. It says assets. Yeah, it says assets on it, not liabilities.
Got it. Yeah. Hmm.
And this is why, like, to be real with you, this is not the side of business that I understand at all. This is not
This
my
is
jam.
not overly complicated. The problem with this is that it is
Yeah.
because it's somewhat simple, is that it's very dangerous. Because what could happen is like, there's some amount of let's say, I give you $100.
Yeah.
And in return for those $100, you give me like, I don't know, 3 computers, which is a really bad trade for you, but that's what you're giving me, right? So this is the equivalent of like, hey, I can't pay you the $100, but here's the assets, right? So I get that. But the thing is, whenever we're giving also rights to the IP and stuff like that, and there's no conditions here, by the way. In every contract that I've ever read that has anything to do with something like this, there are conditions about performance. There's conditions about like, hey, this is how we're going to utilize the funds that we're receiving. It's like a very thorough outline.
But that's not
how it's
normal
all
for
gonna be done.
UCC. That's a financing statement. So it's just shit changes hands. I'm not seeing anything for that for any of their stuff.
I see we're in ads, but rough,
Yeah, we are.
rough day for this, guys. Rough day.
Yeah, no, it's super
Man.
weird, man.
I wonder why we didn't hear from anybody. Yeah. And none of the devs even said anything either. It's
No.
rough.
Nope. Not a word.
Sure, you woke up this morning expecting this to happen, huh?
Oh, dude, I was in bed and Shay busted into my room and then was like, Thor, you need to wake up. The Ashes of Creation is closing and Steven is stepping down. And I was like, what? Like, I was like, I only got 2 hours of sleep after 36 hours of being awake. So that's what I'm running on right now. And then I jumped into stream and I was like, okay, well, I got 3 hours to figure this shit out. So I sat on Discord with the guys from our guild and then figured it out and did as much research as possible. We've just been researching it all day, man. Yeah.
This is painful.
It's rough, man.
Oh, man.
Powered by rage. Yeah, a little bit powered by rage. Like, I'm going to be honest with you, there's a lot of spite going on with this because this is, it sucks ass, man. Like, it just does. Like, there's no cool way around it. There's no fun way to, like, flutter that away. And, like, I'm trying to make jokes and memes along the way, you know, like with wearing the tinfoil hat and shit. But, like, dude, this is awful. This is unironically awful. There's 250 people that are out of a job. There's tens of thousands of us that were sold this game for years. And then this is how it ends? What a shit way for it to end, right? Just bought the game? Unfortunate. Refund it. Yeah. I wouldn't say actual scam confirmed because I can't allege that. I would say that this feels like a scam. Feels like it. And that's the problem that I have with it, man. And I'll give you a reason of why it feels like a scam, right? If we go into this and you look at their Kickstarter, they have a byline on here that says our promises to you, right? It says, finally, in the case that Ashes of Creation does not launch, we promise to refund all backers in full. The assets, everything was signed over to Karen L. Borrico on January 14th of this year. So just recent, right? At the same time, they launched into Steam on December 11th, which means that December 11th came around. They launched the game into Steam, thus potentially fulfilling this Kickstarter oath, meaning they may not be held liable in court for this. Then, on January 26th to January 30th is when Steam would have paid them for December. And I know that because I sell games on Steam. They do it every month on the 26th to about the 30th on average. So with that in mind, everything got signed over to Karen L. Borrico, including all of the income. And then all of it went to conceptual, like this is what it looks like. It looks like it all went to Karen. And then they put out a letter to their employees saying none of you are getting paid. So you have a timing of events here where you have the game coming out on Steam on December 11th. You have all of the assets being signed over on January 14th. And then you have the money coming in on January 26th to 30th.
Yeah.
And then on February 1st, you tell the employees they don't get any money because there isn't any. Because it's already gone somewhere else. That's why I'm pissed about
If I
this.
say this back to you, what you're saying is, before December, everything was signed. So then
you said it was a lien?
Released.
It's not signed away, it was a lien. What is the difference with that?
Okay. Well,
this is, again,
it's hyper complicated here. But the thing is that there is a connection between, it's so complex, but it depends on how it's written too. So it depends on, it's kind of like, it's conceptually alone. But what it really means is I have a right to these things under certain conditions, and then in return I'm going to give you something, right? So we don't know what Ashes got, right? I mean, let's say you were signing something.
I'm reading it
right?
now, yeah. I understand what this is now.
Where's the benefit to Ashes on this situation, right?
So
that's where I'm not. We don't have the entire picture because something had to happen. I mean, I imagine, right? If this is in good faith, right? Then the money. So I think we've had this entire conversation with one missing key point. It says, what did the studio gain from doing this, right? Yep. And if the benefit is that somebody else is going to cover the debts, right? That there are debts, outstanding debts, and they need to be covered, and somebody else is going to cover them, then I don't think that's a bad thing. It's just it was done too late, right? Because they ran out of money. But your point, which is really good, is before December, this was this agreement was done, whatever it ends up being. Therefore, whenever the game releases on Steam, I'm sure it produced a lot of money, It's an expected game. I'm sure it sold.
We've seen about
copies.
2/3 of the player base, based on reviews, are people who bought it on Steam. Yes,
There
pretty
you go.
huge.
So I mean, I imagine it's not a tiny number.
No.
At least sufficient to pay the staff for a month. I imagine. Maybe not, but who knows? Because they have. I think you said that they had a very very high footprint or burn rate. So
Yep.
who knows? But let's say it was sufficient to pay enough. You're saying that because it was. Oh, your conjecture. I'm trying to protect you. The conjecture we're making is that it seems like it could be possible that this agreement was signed before, and now that the Steam is paying, the money is going elsewhere. Therefore, legitimately and truly, the studio doesn't have the money to pay the people.
So in this
But
case,
the
it's a
money went
UCC.
somewhere.
Yeah, so in this case, it's a UCC, Uniform Commercial Code, which is a lien, a legal claim made by a lender against a borrower's business assets, such as equipment, inventory, or accounts receivable. So Karen El Borrico has filed a lien against Ashes of Creation, against Intrepid Studios and Stephen Sharif for the entire ownership over everything. And this is counted as an active lien for this. So that's what the filing is. So she doesn't own it. It's like the start of that process of I want everything. I paid you, I want everything, is what that is. The part that's really weird about this is it's strange bedfellows. When you're looking at Yaya Legacy Trust, you have that person named Jason Karaminas. And if you look at this one, Karen El Borrico, these are two people that are both involved with Vema, which Vema is, and we could say this explicitly, Vema is, or was, a nutrition company that's privately held, multi-level marketing company that was shut down by the FTC for engaging in deceptive business practices and being a pyramid scheme. Both of them were involved with this. Both of them are associated and tied to it in some way. And we've seen that across the other things that we looked into. So this is highly suspicious, but it is a lien. It is not technically outright ownership. This is all
You
just
are not
fiction.
saying. Let me make sure that we have some detail here. You are not saying that company has any relationship to this lien. You're
No.
just saying that there's a background,
have a relationship to both.
Exactly. Which that speaks a little bit more to character than
Correct.
to actuality. But it is also a really good point because if you're trying to save your game, you're gonna do it. We imagine with people that have succeeded in the space of business and all that stuff. But we are not saying that there's some relationship between Bema and Ashes in any way. We're just saying that
just the
that
people
were there together, maybe they knew each other, and that's maybe how connections were made. And we are just saying that. Okay, so I can see that. My thing with the UCC thing is that at least the way I understand liens, they are pretty much a way of somebody that is owed something to
say,
make
I
a
want
public
this.
claim to say this you cannot move this asset. It's mine if you fail to pay me, right? That's the way I understand it, at least for these bigger ones. So it does have an impact on the company's right to credit, which is bad for companies that have lines of credit or stuff like that. So if they were paying their employees through lines of credit, which is not uncommon for big businesses, then that might be also part of the reason why they couldn't pay it. But once again, just conjecture because I have no idea. But yeah, it's quite a show.
Yeah, you can see this here.
Quite a show.
So the defendant's name in the suit, which was filed by Arizona resident James J. Appleton, include Janus, I don't know how to pronounce that, CEO Ogil Randy, Ray, and other top executives, as well as high-level distributors such as Kim Hui, Jason Karamanis, and Alex Morton, a former Vema affiliate. So you have all of these people traveling in the same circles, all touching around the same companies, but they are individually both owed something by Ashes of Creation and Intrepid to the extent that they were able to put in a UCC claim, a lien against the company for something owed. So that's really interesting. The only thing that I can think of here is that their intent is to dissolve it. That's what it appears to be. It appears the intent to dissolve.
Yeah,
right.
I would say that is not an unfair conjecture to make. Like I said in my story, when it happened to me, January I made the board. Their first meeting on February, that's exactly what happened. They threw me out and then immediately started the process of like kind of
liquidation,
pretty much selling it all to pieces, which didn't in my case didn't work because I was lucky enough to have an incredible relationship with every single one of my clients, and they said if Kendall's not here, we're not doing business with any of you. I made another company. The clients moved over with me and they stayed with nothing. But it was pretty intense. It was pretty horrific. a lot of things happen there. I'm willing to be vulnerable to just show you guys what can happen. So one of the things that happened there was that they didn't pay taxes quarterly, so therefore the IRS came to me, said, "Hey, you owe all this money." I'm like, "Hey, I was let go like on February. You're asking me for
Oh,
taxes from April," and it was something that hurt me for years. Like it
mhm.
was like behind me for years. Thankfully, I'm a very detailed person, so I had everything in order and I was able to prove it. But I had to fight it for the longest time. So it's the people that are running certain parts of this company could be hurt for a long time if they're involved in like proving and disproving all this stuff that's going on, which is the kind of stuff that you don't want to happen.
Yeah.
That's why someone, in a position of power would say, "I'm out," because they can then very publicly say, "Hey, I wasn't part of this. I don't need to be dealing with any of this." But, in the end, if you care about your people, this wouldn't have happened. People would have had a notice, and the money would have been there to pay them, or you would have dissolved earlier, because they had assets to sell if they
They
wanted to
did.
sell.
I do want
So
to
yeah,
one thing someone said. They said, "Oh, there's no indication that claim is even real. It could be a false claim." Under California state law, it is a felony to file a fraudulent UCC. So what you're saying is that person performed a felony. I find that to be unlikely. I think it is more likely that the claim there is a valid claim, even if it overreaches on what should be paid back. That's I think that's valid. Whatever's
but to be
going on
clear,
there.
those are not bad. That's not like I used to see claiming it's not necessarily a bad thing. That's just I also want to frame that
It
because
is for the players.
even though of course it is for all of us, but what I mean is like sometimes there are certain and I wouldn't say that this is normal, right? But there might be a situation where repayment is not possible, and they say, "I will give you certain what is it, benefits in this transaction, and in return I will have to hold you accountable because you do not have ways of repayment, so I will freeze these assets." Normally it's not done through UCC, but I'm just saying that there are ways to for this to not be necessarily an evil thing, but in this case it kind of looks like, um, if somebody's doing this, I don't think they do it because they're in some partnership. I think it's a way of like actually saying, "I'm going to be repaid." My
Yeah.
question remains: what did the studio gain
Yeah.
from
It's
this?
got
Because if they
to
didn't
we
gain
don't know.
anything,
That's the
then
problem. We don't
that's
know.
where, yeah, the only time I would be
Yeah.
willing to start talking about this being an actual like scam or something like that, intentionally evil, that wasn't mismanagement. I'm talking like it's actually intentionally a plan. The only way I would get there is if there was zero benefit to Ashes,
The
because
way
then
that
that
I
means we're
yeah.
just moving things to we're moving the we're moving the money elsewhere so that it lands away from the people, and that is like obviously, you know,
Mhm.
well, I wouldn't say obviously, but I'd say like
What I'm saying
easily
is
conjectured to be evil.
this looks suspicious as shit. And I
Yep,
feel
yeah,
like very
that's
comfortable
very very
saying that
messed up.
you have the timings here that just feel wrong. You've got the idea of the game launched on Steam on December 11th after a very very long period of time where they said that they weren't going to be on Steam and there was no plans to be on Steam, just kind of seemingly out of nowhere. You
Yeah,
have the filing for that on January 14th. You have the first payment from December 11th going through on around January 26th to January 30th. And like and then suddenly all of these emails that are coming out from former employees saying that they're not getting paid. So like if we've got all these pieces in alignment here, this is suspicious, man. Like at the very least, that's sus as shit. It just is
yeah.
because there is a world in which it could be that all that money goes over to the person who's made the lien there. There's a world where they've just embezzled the funds. There's a world where like there's all these different pathways that could be, but we don't know what the answer is. And I don't think we will get that answer. I don't think we will. I think that has to come out in a court of law. And it's easy to sit around and conjecture about everything, but we don't know. And it
Yeah, yeah,
looks
yeah.
bad. Whatever it is, it's not going to be a good thing. There's nothing that comes out of this that is a positive thing whatsoever. It's just
Exactly.
suspicious as shit. And I think the
Someone
scariest,
here has
yeah,
bad intentions for sure.
it feels like
I
bad intentions. And like
Yeah.
the reason why I say overall it feels like bad intentions is it's too tidy. When you have things in business
Yeah.
where the players are losing and the business is failing, but everything's really clean, That's when I think it's the most suspicious. And you have a situation where it looks like chaos, it looks like mayhem, but you look a little bit closer and everything is just perfectly at the right time. You have everything that's like, oh man, they had this obligation to the players, but then they launched on Steam and then they closed the business really close afterwards. But they closed it right after the time period where they'd get paid by Steam. And the employees don't actually get the money. Oh, but they have a lien against them from this other person. It's just too tidy, man. It screams that something is wrong.
Like I said, they also moved into the next calendar year. Therefore, all the assets from last year are solidified in their taxes. There's, probably anything that is required for them to account for in terms of fiscal year stuff probably ends in April. Most companies, so everyone knows, most companies normally do May to April. Like they roll their fiscal year 4 months into it because that's where the deadlines of filing and the taxes are. So it's very beneficial. So if that's their timeline, this is like very beneficial in terms of like being able to call the assets in the last year, as in like deduct them from everything that they need to pay, but then this year dissolve it, and they have an extra year to go and file that, right? So it's quite a lot. But real quick, because a ton of people are asking, I'll 10-second summary. I'm Kendall. I'm the studio head of a tiny little studio called Little Legendary. We make a game called Shape Protocol. We were here in December. I'm only here because this has happened to me before. I had a company stolen from me when I was very, very, very young. And I kind of understand the mechanics of what's going on here, but not enough to call anyone out precisely. But yeah, I mean, I'm in a situation where I am pretty close to this. And I also, if somebody's here, by the way, if you are here and you're a dev from that game, I mean it sincerely. Find us in some way. Don't do this alone. Find us in some way, reach out, send an email, whatever. We made a tweet earlier. I'm sure Thor's community will help you too. Yep. Don't fight this alone. You're talented. This is not your fault.
No.
Like, find a way that, I know there's a chance that you might not even get certain benefits if they don't even have the money to sustain their side of the coin. Cobra doesn't work the way people think as easily in the United States. So make sure that you are looking and you are protecting yourself as quickly as possible. And if you can, make sure that whenever you're looking, Thor, if you're okay with it, I'll take 10 seconds with it, but make sure when you're signing your NDAs or whatever they give you, you do not sign a non-compete. Don't sign any of that. If you're being let go, you don't have to sign that. In the United States, you're not forced to do that. That's a lie.
Wait. Do not give legal advice.
Okay.
Tell them to talk to a lawyer. Talk to a lawyer.
I am sorry.
Talk to a lawyer. You don't want to be on the hook for legal advice. Trust me, that's a bad idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I retract my statement. I apologize for that.
There you go.
I would say make sure that you are informed and you are taking yourself. Be careful what's going on. And of course, if you want to, there are many studios out there that are looking for talented people. Start looking. Don't wait, because everything takes time, and we know this wasn't you. And I'm sorry this is happening to you. It's horrific.
So I have a really interesting piece that we can take a little bit of the tinfoil back out of the hat. In California, payroll and wage claims generally take precedence over UCC security interests when a company is in financial distress, which means even in the reality where potentially this UCC went through and it was being abided by, the employees should still be able to be paid out of the income that was made from Steam. To be clear. And they'd take precedence over it because California protects workers and it's a California-based company. Yeah. So employees will get paid before UCC in this scenario specifically. So it really comes back to, where's the money? Like, if you didn't have enough runway for this, like, how did you not see that coming? You had to have. So why aren't you paying the employees? There's no excuse for it.
My question to you is, based on the drawing you made earlier, with the conjectures we made earlier, if the money didn't land in the actual company, it's not material. Like, there's no UCC anything. The money was landed elsewhere, unless it can be proven that it was with intention of repayment. But the thing that you showed shows that they now own all of these things. That's not repayment. That's the actual agreement they made. I don't know if I'm making sense. So let's say in December 11th, well, sorry, in August or October, you said, I don't remember, they signed something that says all of this belongs to you now. That's not really a repayment at that point. We're just saying you own all these things. So whenever the company makes any money, it's going to go to you. So if then we launch this new game and all the money goes elsewhere, that's not a UCC repayment. That's the contract that they made.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. And we don't know what that is.
I hope that I'm wrong.
We'd have no ability to know. We'd have no ability to know whatsoever.
Of course. I hope that I'm wrong, but
yeah. Basically, like what I'm trying to do is kind of map the whole thing out, and what it looks like here is they've got a sizable amount of money that came from Steam, and we know that. And the reason that we know that is because if we come down here and we actually look at reviews, we're going to go do this. I put in a review that is negative. My review was automatically flagged as product received for free. And it's marked as that because I bought it from Intrepid before they were on Steam. And when they went to Steam, they make you connect your account, and then your review gets flagged as this. If we go down here, we can actually go to all of the reviews, and we can say purchase type, Steam purchasers. So all of those are just Steam purchasers, right? And then other. It stands to reason that you can actually search through this, and you can see only the people that are not marked with product received for free. These ones are on my friends list. But the other ones are all people that actually bought the game on Steam. So with that in mind, you have 9,621 reviews for that. You and I both know grand majority of players don't leave a review. It's like 1 in 20 in a very bombastic situation like this, up to 1 in 50 people leave that. They sold a shitload of copies of this game is what it comes down to at $50 a pop. So you're looking at, even if you're doing, 100,000 sales, even if we're saying 1 in 10, which is unlikely, we're saying 100,000 sales, right? You're timing that by 50, and then you're taking off Steam's 30% cut. You're still looking at $3.5 million. If you're talking of a burn rate of $850,000 a week, which is what they're $800,000 a week, which is what they were claiming on Reddit, you're still looking at almost 4.5 weeks of pay. Why are the employees not being paid? What's going on, man? Like,
I can tell you, I have access to it. That's a great question. I'll try to answer what I can from what I know. There's this website, which is a service that I think is very credible, and they have good math. It's called Gamalytic. Not promoting them. It's just something that I know about.
No, I know them.
It's used very consistently. I have an account there, and I have numbers. So I could tell you from what I see in Gamalytic of Ashes of Creation. It says here, first release was on Thursday, December 11th of 2025, which is what you said. The copies sold. This averages, and it could be like 20 to 30% off. But for games that sell a lot, it's actually less. Like with numbers, higher numbers, it's kind of more accurate. But anyway, it says 237,000 copies sold is what they have recorded here. If that was the case, the price is $50. Revenue, it says here, this is revenue post Steam cut is $9.9 million.
Yep.
If that's the case, let's say you lose taxes to that, a good 25 to 30% goes to that, legal, maybe another 6%, and then everything else is landing on the company, you're still up $5 to $6 million.
Yep.
But that didn't land somewhere that they could pay the $100,000 to the employees. These are the numbers that are public, right? I wouldn't say that these are really, really public. These are numbers that come from assumptions that are made by systems that tend to be not wrong. So at least good enough information. Yeah.
Coming from publishing world for a while, because I had a job doing that, we used Gamalytic as well. So I am very well aware of this service. It is right on the money for a grand majority of stuff. It's phenomenal. It's within the range that makes sense when you look up games. It's very rare that I will find a game that has the wrong data through this website. Like exceptionally rare. Yeah. So it's a good educated guess.
I'll tell you something here that it's the scary.
It's fuzzy
math.
It
says here, I'm sure in over there in Steam, there's probably better numbers for average. But in here, it says average playtime is 66.7 hours. That number means that a lot of people that tried the game for like a couple of minutes and refunded it, or they didn't like it or whatnot, if that number is that high, that means that people were really invested, which means that, there might be additional transactions that I don't know about their store. I don't know how all that works. I don't think Gamalytic can cover transactions in game. I don't know how Ashes works. I didn't play it, right? But if that is the case, then there's probably additional dollars that are not represented here, plus prior dollars that made it here before Steam. So if we were operating at a negative going into Steam, is the only way we could make $10 million almost clean and not be able to pay people. Once again, these are all super assumptions based on data that we have, but
Yep.
you know, we can't. If you are selling around 200,000 copies, at least that's what it says here, at $50 a pop, it's very difficult for me to believe that you didn't have the ability to cover your people's money unless that money's going somewhere, or it was already committed. Which, once again, if that was the case, you just need to tell your people. You need to tell them, right?
Yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah, that's freaking scary, man. That's scary. That's a lot of mismanagement to be. Imagine if you release a game, you make $10 million your first month, and you're down. That's rough. That's rough.
Yeah, it's wild. It's completely wild, actually.
My goodness. My goodness. I'm looking some other stats here. It's quite a lot. So then, do you think like Steven's not going to come to light to talk about this to anybody? Like he's not.
I
gonna
don't think
surface
so.
anybody?
I think there's likely something else that's going to happen quite a bit. There are likely going to be a lot of people impersonating him and then screen capping messages that he says, and it's going to get memed into the ground. I know how the internet works now, right? Like that's just how that's going to go. You guys are probably going to see a whole bunch of misinformation posts posed as Steven saying outrageous things or all kinds of stuff. The only thing you can actually do is go and look up his actual account on their Discord, and you'll find he has not said a word since he posted this at all. This is the last message that he posted. I went and go look on the Discord itself. So do be wary of any information that you see out there for that. You're probably just going to see a bunch of bullshit. And this is an unfire situation, so it's just going to keep getting worse. This is why I kept telling people, like, I don't really care about this stuff. We went to go look through things that could actually be cited through multiple sources or things that we could see from other areas. Any of these ones that I saw, the ones that I showed there, were from people that were actually inside of those Discords and posting those messages and seeing them happen. So with that in mind, that's the only information that I wanted to put up, you know, stuff that we could confirm in some way.
Mm-hmm.
Have a check on this from Reddit. What is this?
Good Lord, man.
Actually, creation is a scam. Here's some evidence. Yeah, see, here's the thing. This is just like Intrepid Studios is suspended by the Federal Trade Bureau. This is what they're saying. The FTB. That was a year ago, and they were saying that they were you know, it's a secured party name. They're just going back to the UCC shit. That's all it is. It's just more UCC shit, dude. It's the same stuff we were already going through. And I think that's important. Is all of those are super public documents. You can look them up yourself, and I implore you to do so. I think that's important. Yeah,
it's just so insane to my brain to see this happening, to see such a fumble. But
I'm the problem is I'm trying to resolve whether it's a fumble or it's by design, because you have a lot of people that are suddenly all part of the same kind of world of scamming and same world of bullshit, same world of multi-level marketing, the stuff that we saw there, and then suddenly all of them are involved in this all at the same time. That's hard to resolve as a consumer. It's hard to go like, yeah, that's probably just happenstance. You know, like that looks weird. You know, not allegedly on that one. That's not allegedly. They are involved. They're on the UCC, right? So that is them putting down a legal claim that is backed by, if you do this fraudulently, it is a state felony in the state of California. So they have done this. We have seen this. It is real. So with that in mind, like, how do you resolve that as a player? Most people just go, it's a scam, right? But I want to know deeper. I want to know what the hell is going on there. It's so disappointing overall. And this is the reason that I always tell everyone, you don't need a publisher. You don't need an investor. If you can get by without it, do it. Because this shit didn't need to happen to this game, dude. It didn't need to. There were cool parts of Ashes that actually were really goddamn fun. It's why we played it for so long. And then on the back end of it, this is how it dies? What a shit death.
Yeah, crazy.
What a shit death.
I'll say this,
you know?
I think I agree with you 100% that, you know, I mean, I can't say that because I think I'll eat it. A lot of people have a lot of faith in our Kickstarter.
Yeah.
It's my baby, so I can't not see it that way. So in my mind, it's like we're gonna freaking fail. So I still meet with publishers, but Thor, I met with over 45 of them.
Yeah.
So I'm exhausted of talking to them. At this point, I know that some of them don't mean well, and I know some of them mean well. But the problem is when things like this happen, it creates a divide between our universes, and it makes it worse for both sides, because the other side has to get more defensive and say, well, now I need to bolt down things because you're gonna rug pull me, and let's say the publisher side, but then the developer side gets more aggressive and say, no, now I need more money, which, because I need to protect myself from not being able to pay my people and all this stuff, and then we end up bloating the industry, and it makes it worse for everybody. And who pays all of this drama between like publishers and developers? The consumer, because the consumer is the one that has to pay, whatever, $50 for an unfinished game, and then lose everything, right? So
Yeah.
So my thing is two parts here. To your point before, I see there's only two outcomes that I can understand. One, this was deliberate, right? And once again, these are all assumptions, but this was completely deliberate. We knew about, let's say, 6 months plus ago that things were not going our way, and then we started going down a path of planning to execute this in the most convenient way. There's that way. Do I believe that that's the case? That's immaterial. We're not talking about what we believe right now. We're just saying that that's a possibility, right? I think it's fair. Now, there's the other side that there was mismanagement, but let me say, this is what I believe as an individual. I believe that if there was mismanagement, it was so far ago, it happened long ago. And then we saw the end coming, and then we decided, let's plan for it. Because this doesn't matter how you play this looks pretty organized. Like, people thought about this and said, well, these are good dates and we could set this up this way, which is not an unfair thing to do, right? There's nothing wrong with not letting your business just die. But the bigger fear that I have is that if it is deliberate, then it's incredibly evil. But if it's not deliberate, then why didn't we tell anybody? Why are people getting laid off, without a month's of salary or whatever? That's kind of what I mean. Like no matter how you cut it, there's some, I don't want to say deliberate, but there's some preparation is the right word I would say. There's some preparation that we can assume just by looking at what we're presented. And man, that just feels wrong is the word I'm going to use to be kind. It feels wrong because there's just no way. There's just no way that there's no way that there's some planning here. It sucks.
There has to be. And the reason why it really pisses me off is I can't see Steven as anything but a liar in this situation. And the reason why I can't see him as anything but a liar is because he sold us a game throughout the entirety of this lifespan. Said it many, many hundreds of times of there is no one I am beholden to. There is no board. There's no investors. There's none of this. And now we can see from the UCC filings that yes, there were investors and they're coming to collect. And yes, there was a board from his own messages. He has lied.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And
that is not even I don't think there's any conjecture here. I think that's a very first statement. It just sounds it sounds kind of like unkind, but who cares, right?
Yep.
I mean, not our problem here. But it is the actual truth, right? You said something and then it wasn't the case. And that, once again, that's why I think if you build your little platform and you're the one standing on top of it and you're saying, I'm going to do this in a certain way.
Yep.
You're saying to people, hold me accountable to that. And in return, give me your trust and your money. Well, then people are going to hold you accountable to it. And here's the consequence. So I don't know. I think
I'm wondering if
this is just horrific. Yeah.
I wonder if there ends up being criminal action for that, though, because you're misleading consumers. Misleading consumers is a very big deal. That's like you can't fuck around with that in the U.S. Like you can't fuck around with it in Europe. Very much so. Very much so. So by telling players that there is no board, that there is no investors, that there is no oversight, like it's me, we're doing this grassroots, all that shit that he said. And he's very on record saying it, like pretty much everywhere. It's everywhere, right? I'm wondering, when does that get brought up as fraud? Right? When does it get brought up as fraud? When does it get brought up as misleading customer base? Because as a customer, I feel deeply misled, entirely so. Because you have a dude that's been saying this the whole time, and then he exits while saying, yeah, the board took the power away from me. What board, right? Like, you've been telling us the whole time there wasn't such a damn thing. And I feel misled as a consumer. And I think that's the biggest thing that going forward, that's where the legal side has to go, which is to determine, is this fraud to do such a thing? And I'm hoping I get to know the answer, right? Yeah. And that's it. Yeah, where's the board?
Great.
You know,
I mean,
and
you would
I don't know if
hope,
we'll ever get
right?
that answer. We might not. Right?
You would hope that if they don't have money to pay for people, they also don't have money to like keep
Give.
the
Yeah.
lawyers running the show for years and delaying, legal action. But oftentimes that ends up not being the case, which is the surprise, for entities that survive the test of time. But the way at least I think about it is I'm looking at your chat a little bit, and I am seeing the effect here, which is a really passionate and good thing to see. But I would like to caution us a little bit. That we cannot allow ourselves as a consumer to be um, taken to the way I'll explain it in a better way. If the way I see it is there's something called there's consequence and there's threat. If you have a really really big room, like a huge room, a room that you cannot see the end of it and it's dark, and you have a candle in your hand, right? And you are against a corner, you feel the corner, you feel safe, and you can look forward, but you can never see the other side of the room. You would imagine that there's someone far away from you that can see the light, but you can't see them, right? That is the evil that we need to be worried about. I know that sounds like a crazy conjecture, but I'll get there in a moment. Why am I saying that? If everyone in here and all of us are getting really passionate, and we're saying, "Oh, that's why I'll never support early access again," well, that's why I'll never be part of a Kickstarter again, or if a game is like self-funded, I'm not going to do it. Like what we're doing is we're feeding into the distrust that leads to this happening, right? So I think it's my opinion, and Thor, I would love to hear your thoughts, but it's on us developers. It's not on the consumer. The developers have to be more accountable. We have to be more transparent, and we have to set up systems for people to actually hold us accountable, not in a self-glorifying way, but to actually show, hey, we said we were going to do this, and it's not like 6 years down the road. We're going to do stuff in like 3-month sprints or something like that. I don't know. To show that we're making the thing we said we were going to do, and we can manage our business, and we're doing well, so that people can trust us, and then we can leverage the tools out there like crowdfunding and I don't know, like investors or even like just the time of people. I don't know, mods that are helping you out or whatever we're doing, we have to gain that trust. But my current fear is that these problems, what happened with Mega Man, like what is it, Mighty Number 9, what's happening with this game, uh, it's making consumers walk away more and more in anger and say, well, I guess I can't trust you. Well, what that means is that the person in the shadows that can see your little candle, they're saying, easy, I want to keep you in that corner and I'll just feed you AAA stuff every day. And we don't want that either, right? So don't let somebody else tell you what you can or can't purchase because somebody misused the resources that we have available.
Yep, I think that's one of the
my
biggest things that happened after No Man's Sky. Actually, is there was a lot of people that said, "Do not pre-order games. I'll never pre-order a game ever in my life. I'll never do any of that shit," because they lied so heavily about the content at launch, and they did. And now they've kind of resolved that. They've shown to the players, hey, they made it right. They did over many years of doing that. It is good now, though, but I'm talking about the damage they did at the time. It created a wave of people that stopped trusting indie. It created a wave of people that didn't want to do early access or pre-orders or any of that. It created a wave of hate for developers instead of just a hate for the studio that did it. And I think that's a very important thing to understand, is not everything is a scam just because you don't like it. That is important. And in this case, I hope that it goes to legal proceedings. I do, because the direction that this has gone is incredibly strange. And there was so much promise in there, and it all fell apart probably in the last 6 months, just about that amount of time. 6 to 8 months, somewhere there. It sucks, because we enjoyed it as a community. It was a fun-ass game. And then seeing just this devolve is just wild. It had a shitload of promise. Even Adonis is here talking about it, yeah. And a lot of you guys in the community played this with us, and it was just insane to see. Legitimately insane to see them go in this direction. It's such a shit show. We've talked about this for over 10 hours. Yeah, we've been talking about it for 12 hours now. And I'm doing that on 2 hours of sleep, mind you, after 36 hours of being awake. So, you know how mad I am.
Let me know when you want to stop. But I mean, it's a good thing for people to hear. I'm sure that there's people cycling, like, they come in, they're here 30 minutes. So there's a lot of people that, we've been here for a long time, but there's a lot of people getting informed. But I think, like, to your point, The main thing that I worry about, well, we got ads, but I we'll go with that. But man, this
Mm.
is such a interesting situation. Like I can't believe we're here.
I can't.
But yeah.
I'm I think the one worry that I have is like they were talking about like we really want to lose you as a content creator and all this stuff at the end, and it makes me wonder is like did they can it because the last straw was gone? Like because I literally said I'm out, told everyone on stream why I was out, and then 3 days later they blow it up. It's like all
Yeah.
right, well okay
I
then I
doubt that
guess
it was that I doubt that it I mean, I imagine it was a big blow, but in
that's
my
it
mind,
had to be
this takes a
planned,
lot
dude.
more
Yeah,
premeditation. Yeah.
it
There's some
had
I
to be
mean,
planned for a great deal of time.
yeah, there's too much that I
Yeah,
imagine was premeditated and at least triggered, like this happens, then this will happen, and this happens, and that will happen. I
yeah.
think that that's probably how things played out, but man, it's yeah, I think there's a lot of premeditation. Once again, that doesn't have to mean that it was an evil act, but premeditation means planning and planning and things like succession plans and like there's we have a crisis control stuff like that certain events trigger and then companies do certain actions back to back. That's planning. So that's how it feels to me. There's some planning, but that doesn't mean it was with evil
Hold up.
intent. But at the
For the
end,
two guys that are like, it didn't shut down because you quit. Like, be real, dude. Like, I didn't say that. What I was saying
that's
is,
not what he's saying at
it
all. Yeah.
feels that way because it's like so ridiculous how close that is. Yeah, you're falling for rage bait that you've imagined for yourself. Calm yourself. It's like no, it's just weird feeling because like I literally sent this big impassioned thing and they were like, we don't want to lose you as a content creator. This was the largest stream for the game, like straight up. And then 3 days later, they blow the company up, and I was like, Jesus, the timing is wild. Right. So like, yeah, no, it's just not great, dude. The whole thing is just not great.
What I don't know, and it's something that I think it's a good thing to call out is, and I don't want to put, I feel gross saying the words Expedition 33 by the side of this shit show, but you have a game like Expedition 33 that we call, many people call indie, right? Even though they had a publisher, right? But whenever we use that word indie, literally would mean independent,
something.
right? I get that. But the truth is, I don't think Ashes was an indie studio. This is my opinion. This is not probably factual. I think if they were self-funded, then they are indie. But to me, something that big, when it's that big, in my definition of indie, I think you're no longer an indie. I think there's a thing that's nothing to do with the word, that has to do with size and capacity and the ability to serve yourself and to be economically viable. That I think that's what I call indies. I understand that's not the perfect definition, but the reason why I'm bringing it up is because we don't look at Expedition 33 in the same light. We don't look at studios that are trying to be more than indie, like trying to be big, and say, you know what, we're going to take their flaw, what they did and their mistake, and we're going to apply it to all indies categorically. Not the case, right? So there's a lot of studios out there, not necessarily mine, studios larger than mine, but smaller than whatever the name of Ashes of Creation studio is. There's studios in between that still need your help and your support, but we probably will apply the same rules because we say, oh, well, these guys did it, therefore these other guys could be affected by that. So my I guess where I'm trying to come is the same way that we look at Expedition 33, definitely not an indie, and we call it indie. It's fair to look at Ashes of Creation that is technically indie and say you don't meet those conditions, and you don't represent a community of developers that has this ideals, this conditions, this hopes, or this structure. That's my opinion. And I know it's not super fair, and it's a little bit self beneficial, but if I just don't feel Ashes represents in these at all.
I don't think I agree, and the reason why is indie. In the terms indie, AA, and AAA come from the banking investment world. That's what it is. It's based on chance of return on an investment and how risky the investment is. With indie, it means independent. Independent, to me, indie is independently funded. Ashes was posed as an indie game, meaning that it was independently funded by Steven. We now know that's not true, but that's the way that it was sold the entire time. So I think that, to me, that's kind of how I feel about it, is it's about where does the money come from. And the reason why it's about where does money come from, if the money came from outside the house, that means the control comes from outside the house too. Something can't be indie if it's not independently funded. Someone else can hold the reins and change things. So I think that's where I draw the line for it. It's not about a feel, it's about a business transaction. Who holds the power? Who paid for the game, really?
Fair. But
Yeah.
I think you would concede that a self-funded multi-million-dollar project
Mhm.
we could call it indie, right? But it's not indie in the same way,
As like
I don't know, like Super Adventure is indie.
Super
right?
Adventure. Yeah, or
Yeah,
like
so-
Silksong. Yeah.
So exactly.
Fair.
So I mean that whatever we call those distances, I think there's a box where you have what people idolize as indie. I'm using the word idolize very broadly. People respect, I would say. A lot of people respect like, solo devs and small teams and stuff like that. People respect that a lot.
Yeah.
But we sometimes apply the same rules to all indies. And that's where I'm hoping that people won't do that this time around. Like, don't think that a company that is much smaller and less capable of self-funding themselves as Intrepid will fall to the same level of character assassination and do what they're doing. This is things get evil the more money you have. And I'm not saying that small studios don't do evil shit. Of course they do. But just it's just important to be careful in my mind, because if we start applying the same rule just because they are quote unquote factually indie, then we get into a situation where people would say, well, I will never play a early access game ever again because Ashes let me down. Just if you want to do that, I think that's your right and you should do that. But just know that there's like two complete different universes, and it's dangerous to apply the rule both ways. That's my opinion.
I think there's a way to resolve this, actually, our disagreement on this. And I think it makes a lot of sense. I think there are two kinds of the word indie. You've got the finance indie, which is independently funded, AA, AAA, and you've got the feel indie, which is indie or corporate. So when you're talking about it doesn't feel indie, I think you're saying it feels corpo. It feels AAA. It feels corporate. It feels like the clean room with gloves on kind of a thing. And it does. Ashes of Creation very much so has a corporate feel to it, especially in those responses that I got from Margaret. Ridiculous. It's a feel side of the indie scene. And I think this is where the problem is a lot of the times to me with indie as a word is it's supposed to mean finance, but people use it as a feel. And feel
you're right.
is deeply subjective, right? Very, very subjective. And it makes it really hard to parse. For me, when I'm talking indie, I'm talking finance, man. I'm like, did they fund it? It's indie. Cool. Like,
yeah. For me, and I know I'm wrong, so I need better words for this. So I accept.
I don't think it's wrong. I don't think it's wrong. I think it's just it's a feeling based thing, right? And I
would
more
have called
not that,
Intrepid a AA studio. I know that that's not true. I know that for a fact. It's definitely not true. But they're not. For me, they're not indie because of the conditions that I perceive an indie. But I, in my view, I'm wrong and you're right. The way that I'm thinking about it more from utilization in terms of what people, whenever, if I go to someone right now and I tell them, grilled cheese sandwich, they imagine this grilled cheese sandwich immediately, right? It doesn't matter if I imagine it with like a brioche bone or a square bread. However I imagine it's kind of immaterial is what they imagine. So in my mind, when I tell somebody indie, I don't think they think about Ashes of Creation. That's all I'm saying. It's really not
they think
important.
of pixel art. They think pixel art most of the time.
Yeah. But the line between indie and AA is where I think, which I call indie plus, is the space that I think you see.
You're thinking high finance indies, right?
I wouldn't even say high finance. I'm saying high quality indie work that is less about we're making a game for passion. It's we're gonna make a business out of this game, but we're definitely not AA. Like we don't have the resources to be there, but we are trying to make like an actual operation out of this, right? I think games like
so you're thinking more structure based.
Yeah,
the structure of the company, the direction of the company. That again to me That
Hundred
says
percent on the
corpo.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is not that I'm not
Yeah.
using the right words for it.
That's okay.
But in my mind, that's what I call indie plus, which is someone that is definitely not double A, but they are definitely not just indie. However, like I think Super Adventure is indie, hundred
Oh yeah.
percent.
Yeah.
They are the epitome of indie. You gotta
They're
love those
indie,
guys,
dude.
right?
Like they're
Yeah,
they're indie, 100%. They're great too.
yeah.
I love that shit.
I think Shade Protocol is indie plus. We don't have the money to do, we don't have the money to do any of that. But we're saying, hey, we want to be as close to Mega Man meets Blasphemous as possible. We're challenging some area of the genre that is like more defining or requires resources. We just don't have them, right?
Yeah.
And the reason why I'm making that call is because I don't think Ashes was anywhere in those two categories. They were like way higher, like way higher in that spectrum, um, in their goals and in their expectation of revenue and in their cost and all of that. But I think I have completely wrong words for it. But the feel to me is they were too far from the indie spirit, but they were selling us that they were indies. They were selling us that they were indies. They were selling us like we're self-funded and we're gonna do this our way and we're gonna do it right and all that stuff. That's what indies talk. Like that's how they speak. But whenever you're sending me like a message that is like 5 paragraphs long that feels like you ran it 10 times through ChatGPT, then I don't think you're an indie anymore. There's a little bit of heart that you don't have, and I know that that's like a feel thing for sure. But I see that as a metric that people should at least care about whenever they decide if Ashes should affect their behaviors moving forward. Like, should I treat everyone with that same rule? Is what I worry about. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah, no, it does.
should people be constantly thinking about, oh, like this game let me down in early access,
Dude, I'm gonna
or
be
like,
real.
yeah,
People will do that in general. Human beings are pattern seeking. That's how we
That's a good
work
point.
that's just it. We're pattern seeking as an animal. That's why you fall into conspiracy theories. That's why we look through all this information. That's why we see the negative in this, because we're pissed off and we're looking at a bunch of data, and that data lines up in a really shitty way. It doesn't mean it's actually that way, but it looks shitty because we're mad right now, and all the data looks that way because we're finding patterns that are shitty, right? You're noticing the shit behavior. And I think that's the thing, is that kept us alive as a species. Yeah, it did. It kept us alive for a really long time. That pattern recognition kept you from dying in the woods, right? But now, when we're in an environment like this, it's going to make you go, well, I don't find games, I can't trust developers anymore because that one time that developer shit on me, right? And he stole all my money. And now I don't trust any devs. You do have to temper that. And I agree with you entirely. And we have seen that happen in the past, where suddenly all devs are just treated like shit because one dev acts like a jackass. In this case, I feel pretty solid in the fact that I feel like Steven's acted like a jackass here, because this is the idea of a board there doesn't actually, we were never told there was a board before that. So like, it is easy to fall into that trap, but I want you to temper it in this way. This statement from him saying that there's a board suddenly, that's what I'm mad about. I'm not mad at all developers. I'm not mad at all dev teams. I'm not mad at indie. I'm not mad at AAA. I'm not even mad at corporate, even though I hate corporate. I'm mad at Steven. And I'm mad at Steven for misleading me as a customer for his game. That's who I'm mad at. And I'm mad at Margaret because instead of having a human response to the horrible things that were being said in game, she gave a dry corporate response to me, which is not what you would expect after years of interaction. Those two people disappointed me as a person. And that's it. And now I want to find answers. So I went through all of this today to discover as much information as possible, to see what we could prove and what we couldn't prove, and hopefully find out maybe one day legal shit will happen. And that's it.
Hopefully,
and like,
yeah. I mean, and I think it's fair that you are hoping that somebody will first fact check, second, like, prove us right or wrong, right?
Yep.
We are hoping for somebody to take this and kind of go wild, right? And say, hey, we found some information, take it and keep going, right? And let's find the answers. So I think there's something beautiful to that, right? That we are doing the research that we can with the information that we have, but we're making judgments as consumers, which we have all the right to do. But there is definitely much more due diligence that will come, and then we are hoping that it will turn for the better for the, I'm thinking more. I understand the consumers are in pain right now.
Yeah.
I am more worried immediately for the dev team because they have no recourse immediately.
Yeah.
So I'm,
No, they
I'm really
don't.
concerned for them.
They're
But it's
screwed,
not
dude.
fair, right?
Yeah, they're
They're
screwed.
very, very screwed.
And there's nothing anyone can do for them. And dude, like you and I both know, no one's getting jobs in this economy in games.
Not quickly.
That shit is hard, man. We have people in the community that have been out of a job for like 4 years and haven't been able to find a damn thing. We have people that are entering through like the tech industry that just can't find shit because it's the worst time in games and tech that I've ever seen for a job right now. And you've got 250 people out of a job suddenly all at once. And then being told they're also not getting this paycheck, like, damn, man, like that's just
and my thing is, not only was it preventable, no matter what, right? Because once again, there's burn rates. But the second part is, oh man, this is gonna. I don't want to crash out again. But
he's crashing.
My thing is, I wish, man, I really wish, Thor. I sometimes do certain things with dreams in the back of my head of like needless vengeance. I don't know why it gives me so much joy. I hope that one of those devs reaches out in that Twitter thing, and I hope that I hire them, and I hope that we make it, and I hope that we can slap it in their freaking faces and say, "See, this is the talent that you let go." Like Palpatine said, "You shall be punished for your lack of vision." You shall be. Like,
I'm really glad that you're becoming Palpatine. That's a good.
Oh
character,
man, no, I didn't mean it that way. Don't clip me. That sucks. No, but it's oh man, it's because I've been in the side. I told you when we did in December, I was laid off from a job. That I was number one rated in my entire department. I have more products to me than anyone else. But because I made more money, and that's something that's very common. I don't want anyone to think that's evil. That's very common. Whenever you do layoffs, sometimes one of the processes is you take people from the higher earners in order to be able to sustain more people and have more time. That's not uncommon, and that's not actually unfair. It just really sucks. It just really sucks. But when I was let go, it was dehumanizing is the only other word. I've only felt like that 3 times in my life. One, when I was assaulted at gunpoint. Second, when they cut my hair in boot camp. And third, when I was laid off. Those are the 3 times in my life I've ever felt totally dehumanized. Like I have zero value. At that point, I have no value. Damn. And that was the worst. Well, of course, I'll say the worst, but the being in the situation when they cut your hair in boot camp, it is with the intention. It is very. I mean, many people I'm sure have been in the military, but it is with that idea of we are all the same. You are part of more. There is no you anymore, right?
Yeah.
And you lose that you, and you are us now. That is stuff that people don't like. I get, but it is something that is intentionally dehumanizing, even though it is not evil. It is meant to bring people together, but it's a very difficult thing to do. And to look, they're doing it, by the way, by making you look into the mirror. So you have to keep your eyes open. They're doing it while you look in the mirror. It's a very dehumanizing experience. But whenever you are laid off, and I'm sure many people here have felt it, because this industry has laid off more people in the last 2 years than it has hired in the last 10. So it's a very scary thing. When people get laid off, there is nothing you could tell them that doesn't make them think,
I know.
What did I do wrong? Where
it's not even
was
just,
I insufficient?
There's actually 2 sides of that. I've been through a bunch of layoffs, and there's 2 sides. The people who get let go feel like they're not valuable anymore. They feel like they're worthless. They feel like they let everyone down, or they no one's ever going to hire them again, because especially here in the United States, we tie jobs to our identity. We are that job. We don't just do the job to get paid. We are that job. That is our status. That is who we are as a person in some ways. So that's a big deal. And then the other side of it is the people who get left behind, the ones who do not get fired. And they also have the same kind of pain. They're like, why didn't I get let go? What the hell did I do that was different? Do they even know what I do? Was it just straws? What the hell happened? And I remember the first time I went through a layoff, and the way that they did it was we were walking into the building. This is so fucked up, actually. This is like a grim-ass story. But we were walking into the building, and there's like a set of doors right here. There's the front doors right here. And there's kind of corridors going off this way and that way from this, right? And I walk into the front doors, and all our supervisors are standing up here. And they were directing people either this way or that way down the corridors. If you went this way, you were going to HR and you were fired. If you were this way, you were going to your desk. You had to loop back around and go to your desk. They did this all morning. That's how everybody was fired. That's the way that it was handled. It was just efficient, right? Problem. There was a door in the back of the building that a lot of people used to enter. Some of the people who were meant to go to HR to get fired made it to their desks through that and had to go be collected. So you get the first wave of, oh my God, we're all like, what the hell's going on? And then the second wave of this shit. When we get to our desks, they told us like, hey, you guys are going to be expected to work like a full day. And I was like, no, I ain't. I got up and left, and so did everybody else, dude. We just got out of there. Because like there's no, you just can't. Like the morale is so low for the people that are left behind on that. We just left for the day. We just came back to work the next day. Because it was like, you just fired half our team. Those are people I've been working with for years. They're gone now. Like we can't function for a day. Like what have you? Like what are you kidding me? So like for the people who do get fired, it's horrible, and for the people that don't get fired, it's also horrible. Nobody survives that shit without damage, dude. That shit sucks. It's awful. So like,
it's
no, I get it.
In a horrific way because it affects people.
Yeah.
And in so many ways that people don't think about, like for example,
I still think about that shit, dude. That shit
course,
sucked.
I mean, it's a little bit of a. I mean, I know it's a big word, and I don't want to use it lightly, but it's kind of traumatizing because it's very difficult to let go of it. Like it takes a toll on your. You know, it's not like you're not going to get over it, right? At some point, you're going to get over it, but you're not really getting over it. You're processing it and accepting that there was nothing you could do. But the biggest danger that I saw through the whole process, that it was kind of crazy, is when the whole layoff thing happened on the last company that I was, like I said, I was let go as the senior most person in the entire team. I was the only person let go of a 15-person team that was running all products for the entire US. I ran out billions of dollars in product. When I was let go, I said to myself, for a moment, of course, before it hits you, you go like, you know what? This is the best thing that will ever happen to me. You say this stuff to yourself like, be fine. When you come to realize before you realize what it does to you, you realize what it's going to do to everyone else. Those other 14 people have to take all of my work, and they don't get a single cent more. And you think, well, it's not a big deal, right? Like you just split it. No. They don't hire someone else. They don't do it. They're laying you off, so they're killing your position. And I had so much work that now gets to be landed on mothers that have 3 children, and or I don't know, people that have never that have had decent careers maybe, but now they're getting a product they don't know and they need to master it in 2 months.
Not only that, it's also half work too. Like one of the problems we had in that is you have like a bunch of pods of teams, and maybe there's 6 people on each team, and maybe 3 of those people get fired from this one, but maybe everyone got fired from this one. We were finding work for like 8 months, dude. Like literally it was like 8 months of like, hey, yo, there's a task in here that was assigned to this team, and the whole team got wiped out, and we just found it. Like, because everything is just, you have a fully working machine where every component of that is a person. Every gear and cog is a person. And suddenly, whole parts of that machine are gone. And now you're just finding shit. Like the whole machine is broken for ages afterwards as you're trying to recover that shit. It doesn't make any sense.
And the thing is, part of that brokenness is intentional. I cannot say this for sure because I don't want to, say that for sure, but I'll tell you this. Whenever you're laid off, many companies at the level that I was working on, they give you what's called severance. They pay you an amount of your salary over time, and they give you some benefits, but pretty much, you can fight it. I did, of course, but not everybody has my character. I'm ex-military. I can sit there and fight you to death to make it fair. But there are people that they don't have that personality, and they probably didn't fight it, so they didn't get us, the benefits that they needed on this or that. Let's say you do get just enough, and you leave, right? So Thor stays. Kendall left. Kendall was let go. But you know what happens? And I know it's going to sound evil. Many of you have never thought about this. This is where I'm going to make you hate companies even more. They already knew that they want to let go of Thor.
Yep.
But they don't want to pay Thor severance. So what they're going to do is they're going to let go of Kendall because they know Kendall will probably not fight it. They'll give him a severance that's very small, and then they'll overwork Thor, and they will evaluate him
until
every
he
month.
leaves.
Hey, here's here's the slowly, like here's the all the work, and then I'll do an evaluation every month, and I'll build a paper trail, and then I'll fire Thor without giving him anything because I could
So
lower his performance forcefully. It's
in the
very
state that I
easy.
was in when I went through a situation like that, they had to pay me out. So what their strategy was for me was even more interesting. I had a position, and they wanted to put me in another position, another role, and they wouldn't tell me the pay for that role. They wouldn't tell me it. They're like, "Hey, we're just going to get you into this other role. We're going to move you over to that. You're going to be doing this other work now." They wouldn't tell me what it was. And it was coming up to the day where they wanted to move me over to other team and do other work for security related stuff. And they wouldn't tell me what it was. So I finally hit up my buddy over at payroll and be like, "Hey man, what's the pay band for this job role?" And it was like 25% below what I was currently being paid. They were trying to get me to move over that, so all my payable hours for all my like vacation days and shit would have been paid out at that if I left. I left before they made the transition. They'd be paying me out at my full.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. And the
Yep.
problem is, all of this that we're talking about, remember that whenever you have public companies, they do
Yeah.
earnings calls every so often. So they have to project all of it. They have actuaries and people that are incredibly intelligent, far more than you might think. So whenever they do the math for all of this, that they get close, they knew that they were going to do it. So they say, we're going to lay off 20% of our force, and then we're going to, lose another 15%, right?
Yep.
It's all measured in a way, thought out, planned, and it's, to me, it is it is the evilest thing, and that's why I get so angry. The reason I joined this call is exactly for that, because the moment that you say layoff, you instantly, like, I react, because I know that layoff only happens with mismanagement or acts of God, but we didn't see anything. Like, the whole thing with like AI and Google, like that was like what, yesterday or a couple days ago, that didn't affect them.
Nope.
So if you are here and this is happening to you, I can't give you any advice, but I'm just saying there's a lot that you could do. Make sure you educate yourself on what you can do in order to
I think
manage that process well.
the only other time layoffs happen are an extreme market shift. When you say acts of God, like if there's an
Yeah, yeah,
extreme
yeah. That's
market
a better
shift
way
where
of saying
suddenly
it.
like if you guys are making an MMO and suddenly the player base drops by 98% in a day, right? Like you're gonna do layoffs, right?
Yeah,
it's
that's
it's
gonna
like
happen.
there are limits to that. And that's one of the things, as we were talking about this earlier today, is the way that I always manage that is you operate under a budget where if you lost 70% of your income today, you could still keep everyone's jobs. Like that's it. Like that's how I feel about that, is if you lose 70%, you've got 30% left over. Can you do that without bleeding? And
Yeah.
realistically, can you do it without bleeding is the whole idea. And that's the idea of not, if you put yourself under constraints like that, you try to do everything super lean. So even if you do get punched in the face, you survive it.
I could tell you something. I used to, and I agree with you 1,000%.
Yeah.
I want to give people uh, one step further. Whenever Thor and I say mismanagement outside of acts of God, right? I want you guys to hear this and take me very seriously in this one moment. I'll be quick. I went through COVID as a senior director of whatever, some consumer insights in a life insurance company. Let me say that really close to the mic. Life insurance company.
Grim,
We didn't
dude.
let go of a single person.
Yeah.
Not a single person. So there are people that are masterfully good at their freaking jobs, and they did not let go of anybody.
Yep.
We were in COVID in a life insurance company. That's the job that I had at that moment.
Yep.
So whenever we're doing that, we didn't let go of anybody. So they figured that out. So then eventually, I left that. That wasn't for me. But it was my first job in the U.S. I was, you take what you get, and from there you go. But it's something that I will never forget. The managers, the people that worked at those jobs, the actual operating expertise there was incredible. These people were just crazy good at their job. So there is the polar opposite to what we're seeing here. There are people that are so good at their job that they can plan ahead, and even through a COVID, they can figure out a way to keep their workforce, treat them with dignity, protect them. Like I will never forget the impressive, I don't know, the mastery in management that I saw there. So it had nothing.
Yeah.
Forget about life insurance. I know some of you really don't like that, but that doesn't matter. We're talking about good managers. That's what we're talking about.
Yep.
And then you have other places that, there's 3 points of reduction in the S&P 500, and they lay off half their staff. So there is an amount of mastery in terms of management and ability that we cannot, we shouldn't forget about.
We got ads starting up.
Yeah. That's kind of crazy, Thor. I think I heard something like your story before that you had mentioned it in a stream, but that's crazy.
It's just
That's
rough.
so insane.
That's why I don't like.
I imagine you guys noticed, right? What was happening?
Yeah.
The people noticed.
Oh yeah, we knew, and like that was the thing is that's why I hate corporate, dude. It's why when I left, I was like, I'm just going indie, man. I'm going to save up as much money as I possibly can and get the hell out and do something I'm passionate about. And it was funny, I'm either going to open a game studio or I'm going to open a bakery. It's just like kind of a funny, like, kind of split there. But man, and like, I had all these dreams and aspirations like one day when I'm the boss, I'm going to pay all my people and have benefits for everyone. And there's going to be all that shit. And now I get to do that. You guys in the community have afforded me the opportunity to be able to do that, to achieve that kind of working environment that I wish I had when I was dealing with that shit in corporate. Because corporate is ass. It is ass. And you can do it better. It's harder, but you can. And you guys have allowed me to do that. So thank you.
Yeah. It's crazy for people that are not, corporate just is such it has an allure that is difficult to resist, right? And it's not
high school is
because,
what it is.
Yeah,
it's high school shit.
Like, for example, for me, I'm in a situation now, I run my studio, but everything is debt, right? I'm paying everything. We don't have like health insurance. We don't have anything, right? So everything that we're doing out of our own pocket. And, at some point we can't keep doing it. So I do understand the allure of like, you have a 9 to 5 and it's a good job and, you have benefits and you have this and you have that. And there's like a curtain of safety that comes with that. And I think like there's nothing wrong with needing that and wanting that. The problem is how they take advantage of that, right? That's what is really ugly, right? The advantage that a company would take out of your necessity for those things, like that security and that stability. So yeah, there's an amount of there's no amount of loyalty that you owe to a corporation.
No, there's not.
And never. I hope that the devs from Ashes of Creation are hearing that and they take a moment to then think about what they need to do for themselves and hopefully protect themselves.
It's one of the things that I try to tell the community all the time is you are not your job. As much as our society really, really pushes you to feel that your entire personality is based on your job, your self-worth is based on your job is there to pay your bills. It is not your personality. It is not who you are. It's what you do. And you do it so you can get money to pay your bills. Everything that happens outside of that is who you are as a person. What you do at that job for you to be able to get money is not, right? Yeah, you're not your khakis. Exactly, man. And I think that's something that's super important that people forget in the shit like that. And you realize it real quickly inside of a layoff situation. It's probably why I feel the way that I do. Because being through that shit, it's like, I don't give a shit about the corporate now. It's like, and then, I don't know, the way that I feel about it is that you can't hate Arasaka enough, dude. Like that's just how that shit goes. It's like, it drains the hell out of people and it does it only for, profit margin for that in a way that is not, it's not human, right? And it drives people to do things that are not human. Yeah, it's very cold, calculated, and nothing else matters. And I understand that is required to run a very large scale business. But I also think that you can be effective inside of the gaming space or any other creative space with a small team where you don't have to act that way. And I think the biggest shame is when you have somebody that has dreams and aspirations of creating an environment like that, and they don't really understand the beast that they're creating. They don't understand the machine that they're building. And so they create a flawed machine that just treats people like shit, and stuff like this happens. So it's even worse.
I mean, And I'm sure you've seen this in the companies you've been in, and this is helpful to everybody. I guess I see a lot of people talking about their managers in chat, and I love that. Yeah. But I'll tell you this I can't remember. You probably know this because I don't know, your brain memorizes way too much shit that I can't.
Dork.
But what's the name of the principle? Is it the David principle or whatever that says like people promote to the highest level of incompetence?
When you're talking about
what is the name of
principles, are you talking about like core principles for like human interaction?
Peter's principle. I think that's what it is.
Let me
I
look this
think
up.
that's what it is.
Let
So
me see what you're
it's
talking about.
just a saying that it says that people promote to their highest level of incompetence. So that
Yeah,
means
there we
like
go. Until they reach
if
their
you have
highest level of
a
competence. Okay.
yeah. So I'll give you an example,
Philosophy.
right? You have a person, you have a mechanic, right? You're
Yeah.
really good mechanic. Actually, let's make it devs because we have devs here. So you have a dev that is really good, and they know everything there is to know about every engine there is to do.
I didn't
And
know this
then
one.
they're just so great that people say, "Okay, well you're the best dev we have. Now you're lead dev." They're like, "Great." And then who's below you? A bunch of devs. So they're okay, I get it. And then you teach them a little bit of what you do, and it's really awesome, right? And you're still kind of involved with that. And then eventually you go from lead dev to the next job. And the next job is managing the lead devs. Every time you're being separated more from the thing that you're actually good at. So you're promoting into incompetence, right? You're going from what you're competent at to things that you're actually not good at. That doesn't mean you won't be like, but that is kind of
I
luck.
have an
You
example of
can
that.
be lucky enough.
I
Yeah,
have
go
a
ahead. Go
really
ahead.
good example of that, actually. So one of the things that we saw before that I saw in AAA was I think Amazon actually did this really well. The idea behind this, so if people don't understand, is people being promoted based on their success in a current job, not their potential for the one they're being promoted to.
Exactly.
So there was a problem in QA that I saw quite a lot, and it's pervasive throughout the industry, where you can kind of go QA1, QA2, but then you reach this kind of like impasse where you're like, well, where do you go now? Well, you become a producer or you become a manager. These are very different roles than QA. What happens to the guy that's just really good at making and executing on test plans? What if he's not good at managing people? What if he's not production, right? So, like, this created a really weird thing is like you have this dude that's really goddamn good at doing this job, but now he has no career goal, no career aspirations. And you're judging him for potential for the next one, but you're basically saying, well, you're really good at this job, so we want to promote you, but we're going to promote you to two roles that have nothing to do with what you're good at. That shit's dumb. That's really dumb. So at Amazon, and I was very surprised by this, at Amazon Game Studios, they did this right for their entire like software development and everything. This basically went off into the sun. Even for quality assurance. They had quality assurance people who were making like $500,000 a year, going all the way up to like the highest level of QA. That guy wasn't turning into a manager. He wasn't turning into a production. He was just the man who tests things and knows so much about testing that he could basically touch whatever software you're doing and be like, I can feel the bugs. Like it was that dude. He was the one, right? So like, I think this is a better structure where you have that dude being promoted within the role for the thing that he's good at, instead of being like, well, for you to succeed now, for you to go up to the next rung, you got to become a manager. Like that's not realistic. So I understand what you're talking about. I didn't know it was called the Peter Principle, but I've seen this in practice and I've seen it damage careers because it makes no sense. If you go to a guy and you're like, oh yeah, your only way forward now is to go be a manager, dude, people are going to crash out of that. Like managing people sucks for a lot of people. It's not fun.
It's very dangerous because it's the idea that the upward movement is hierarchical only. So there's only a line towards success. More and more success, the more people underneath you. So it's like a sort of pyramid setup, which in companies that do it really, really well, it kind of what you're saying happens in a little weird way, which is called individual contributors. So you can end up becoming like a dev that you keep promoting, but you're always a dev. You're just a masterful dev, excellent dev, whatever. And they call them, principal and lead and this. So they just become more and more masterful at what they're doing. They just don't end up managing people because it's not like they're going to be incompetent on that, but they're definitely not proven to be competent at that. So where I'm going with that is that a lot of people that we're talking here about their managers have the conversation. Sometimes that's a great conversation to have when you ask them about your craft. And they might light up and they might know everything there is to know about your craft. And then you know that maybe you don't like them as much as their manager because they are excellent at your job. But now they're being told they can't do your job, right? So that's someone that how you help yourself in that way is it's called leading upwards. So you help them give you what they can give you. But then you also tell them about your needs. The biggest problem that I see is that people want a manager that is a great manager, but that manager came from their team. So therefore,
Yep.
that manager wasn't trained to be a manager. They will never be a good manager unless you make them a good manager.
Yep.
And it's kind of on you because they don't know what you need, and they'll say like, "I'm a mechanic. You need to know how to fix a car. I'll teach you how to fix a car," and you'll be like, "I know how to fix a car. What I need is for you to tell me about my retirement package. Like,
Yeah.
am I putting enough into my 401k?" And be like, carburetor, like radiator, like so these are the things that you have to find a way to lead yourself into success. But in games, it's horrific because in the space of games, companies don't normally have successful games. It's very, very rare unless you're working on AAA, right? So you're working on a smaller game company, you just don't have somebody that has done what you want to do with incredible success. So you have to be very proactive and very aggressive. I wouldn't say aggressive, that's not the right word. Very proactive is the better word. You have to be very proactive in the gaming space if you want to have a career here, because nobody's going to be able to quote unquote lead you without teaching you technical skills, but also maybe letting you down on the, personal growth space and all this other stuff that you want from a manager. It's just not normal.
Yep.
And if you find one, treasure them, buy them dinner, be nice to them.
The best managers I've ever had, and the ones that I learned the most from for managing other people, are the managers that acted like a tank in an MMO. They're ones that basically their job, the worst managers I ever had is a manager that's over devs or over QA or anything like that, that the manager was like, I'm going to give you hints on how to do your job. That's the worst one. You don't need a manager that does that. You need a manager that is the tank. They get rid of all the shit that's in your way. They go, what do you need? We're going to make sure that the team gets that thing, whatever it is. And I think the best managers and producers I've ever seen is if they don't have anything to tank, instead of trying to do your job for you or give you hints on how to do your job for you, they just disappear for a moment, and then somehow they come back and everyone has donuts. They're like, hey, everything's out of the way. All the roadblockers are gone. Have some donuts. And it's like, those are probably the best managers I've ever seen. They're support classes, man. They're the best. It's the best damn managers I've ever had in my life. And it's just support class the whole time. I think that is and that's why I'm saying this is completely opposed to the role that you'll get if, say, you're a dev and your only path forward, instead of to become more dev, is eventually that you have to become a manager of devs.
Yes.
It's a very different role. You're not a tank. You're a DPS. Doesn't work very well. And I think, let the DPS DPS, man. Let the tanks tank.
Wouldn't you also say that the problem is that when you, and I'm sure most people here want to make games, I imagine, or like the idea of making games. Whenever you take that, you are a freaking multi-class, you have to level up really quickly.
Hats.
And you're like, you're
hats.
a warrior, bard, sorcerer, you're everything at the same time. And you have to learn to switch incredibly quickly. Because, you're playing every class in Baldur's Gate at the same time. If you cannot manage that, then the
hold up,
the difficulty.
one sec. So solo over on YouTube side, I was never paid by Intrepid, not even a single cent, not one.
Oh,
I just liked the game, to let you know. I thought it was quite good, and Steven sold us a story that he had personally bankrolled all of it, and that there was no board of directors, there was no oversight, there was nothing like that. So I know you're probably coming in just to meme that shit, but no, I never got a dime, dude. In fact, I don't believe any content creator did, ever. So never sponsored, nothing like that, not at all. So to be clear to you, no. Anyway, as you're saying.
And if it's a joke, be careful with stuff like that, because you might not mean it as a bad thing, but these are the kind of stuff that people take and kind of run with. So it's funny in a way, I get it, but just be careful. People, it's not a good thing to do to anybody. Right?
I got one thing from them. I got a bill for $375 when I bought it in 2021.
Oh, there you go.
And wait, one other thing actually. So a second thing, even though I hate gambling and I tell everyone I don't like gambling, Stephen Sharif sent me a poker set once to thank me because we were clearing up misinformation about the game.
Yes, there you go.
Which was like, wow, that's a really weird gift to give a guy that doesn't like gambling, but thanks, man. Like, cool. Very cool. Great.
That's crazy. Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
It's kind of like, what is it? it's kind of like you just love the game, right? Like,
No, I just love the
why?
game.
How
The-
random would that
the
be?
reason
for a
why-
content creator to just love
yeah.
a game, right?
The reason why is because I came from EVE Online, man. I played EVE Online for 15 years. Super into the game. I love social sandboxes. They're my favorite genre of game. And I left EVE because it has pay to win and corruption from the developers. And if those are the people in the audience that don't understand corruption from the devs, there's been a number of cases of this over the year, but like one of them, a big one, was tier 2 BPOs. In EVE Online, you can get tier 1 BPOs, which are like recipes, right? And then you have to go through a process of crafting to be able to make a tier 2 BPC, which is a recipe you can only run a limited number of times for a Tech 2 item. Tier 2 BPOs don't exist, but the devs made a number of them and handed them out to their friends around the game to give them permanent advantage, and they never took them away. This was a massive scandal at the time, and to this day, they still have that, right? They still have that exact same thing to this day, right? And I think that is a very good example of why I lost faith in EVE Online and why I wanted something to not have that kind of corruption, not have pay to win, not have all the bullshit that came with that. And Ashes was presenting that. And then it turned out that Steven lied. He lied. And I think that is absolutely disappointing as shit. Like, insanely so. Jaden,
Yeah,
if you have a
crazy.
claim, make the claim. Don't just make vague posts, bud. This isn't Twitter. Anyway, go for it.
Rage bait for sure.
Yeah.
I saw that one. But I guess my thing here is, and I want to ask a hypothetical because I think it's valuable. But you don't have to answer this one. But what would make this right? Understanding that the answer is nothing. Let's dream a little. Like, if there was some sort of course correction, understanding that the game's dead, all that, we get that, right?
Yeah, it's
But
done.
what would
Yeah.
at least make you a little bit more? What would make this slightly better? As maybe like Steven shows up and like explains everything, or there's legal action, or is there some recourse that you feel at the very least like puts a bow on the story and kind of closes it with some dignity?
I think we need to get the resolution of who owns the rights to the game. I think once I have that, I'm cool to walk away. I don't give a shit, right? Like, I'm mad about it. I spent the last 5 years enjoying this game and like talking to people about it and like telling people about the game and like showing stuff off and like watching development. I spent the last 5 years being heavily critical of the game as well, like giving feedback and being pissed off about shit, even quitting for a while and all that kind of stuff. I don't think there's a path forward for it structurally because of the way that they've designed it has just a ton of bugs that otherwise wouldn't exist in any other development environment. I don't know why they've built it in the way that they have, and I've given that feedback before. I just don't think there's a path forward for that. So the only thing that I would need is my resolution is, where the hell that money go? Why aren't you paying the employees, right? Once we find out who this, lien is from that's like tied up with all of these like weird MLM shit. Like, once we find out all that stuff, I'll be like, cool, now I understand the story and it's gone. I could file it away in a box and walk away, But for me, today is just that discovery phase. And that's why I just sit down and do that all day today. Cause it's just like, what the shit, man? Because for the last 5 years, we've been under this entire assumption. Steven's been feeding us this narrative that there is no person that he is beholden to. There are no investors. There's none of that. But now there's a bunch of UCC lien claims against the company for assets that they are owed because they were investors. And you have Steven saying that he's been ousted by a board that we've never known existed because we've been told that there is no board. There's nothing. There's no one above him. So with this in mind, it's obviously a lie. Like, we've been lied to, and we can prove that we've been lied to now. But to what extent? And who are the investors? Why did they invest? What were the terms of the deal? I'd love to know all of those things. And I'm also well aware that we might not ever get the answer to that story. There may never be answers that come from this, and I may just be bitter about it for a while and then move on to something else. But I'll tell you one thing. I think no matter what it is, for me as an individual, I'm going to be very much more scrutinizing of the financials of any company for a game that I am interested in.
Yes.
If I am interested in any game in the future, I'm going to go, okay, where'd the money come from? Who's investing? Who are the people? Where did they get their money from? And I'm just going to be really aggressive about that because I don't want this shit to happen again. That's not fair to the players. It's not fair to our community. It's not fair to me, right? Like, that shit sucks. And like, the only way that I can combat that is, instead of being a jaded, angry old man, is to do more investigation. And that sucks, dude. I shouldn't have to do that. And I honestly hope that there's some kind of legal recourse against this bullshit in the first place, because I feel, as a customer, deeply misled about the structure of this team and the product overall, the game, because it was sold to us as something that was fully independent and without attachment from the outside, and that was not not the case. That was a lie. Yeah,
I feel, and I'm using that word kind of cautiously, but I'll say something that I'm not sure. I'm going to make an assumption real quick here. I think that it sounds like it hurts because there is some attachment and some love for the game.
I think it would hurt more if I didn't quit, like literally 3 days ago.
Oh shit. Okay, so there is like it's more the context of how it played out.
Yeah, it's more I'm just irritated.
Okay,
I'm like, why are you like this, right? I literally quit the game fully 3 days ago because of their response to me about moderating people in their video game that were saying hate speech openly. Just like wild shit all the time.
Yeah, I see your
And
point.
Margaret's response to that was, "Oh, we're not banning people. We're just going to warn them and hope that they recover." And I'm like, that's the stupidest thing you could possibly do. So like for me, I had already checked out. I was like, okay, if that's your stance and you're not going to change it, we've had a whole hour-long conversation. I'm going to uninstall the game right now and walk away. And I did. And then 3 days later, they blew the company up. And now it's just like,
Yeah.
Jesus, man. Like, could you just die quietly? That's how I feel about it right now. It's like you could have just died quietly. Instead, you had to do all this shit. And suddenly there's all these investors that no one knew about. Just like, God damn it, man. Like, what a mess. Like, you just kicked a beehive over in front of everyone. It's just like, dude. So now it's the whole day today. We had to deal with this and like look through everything. And like, I don't want to do that shit. But also, what the hell, man?
Somebody's had to, right?
Yeah.
Somebody has to, because I mean, some people would take it as yet another one, right? But
not only that, like,
diligence.
I was the largest streamer for this game for the longest period of time. I've been streaming and talking about this game since I got it in 2021, right? Since the moment I could stream it. It's been like years now, right? So like, of course, people are going to be like, what is your take on this? And of course I'm going to give the take on that because I have a lot of feelings about this because I've cared about the game for ages. And one of the biggest things for me is like sitting down and talking to people about it and being like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't buy this game. And I've been as honest as I feel that I could be the whole time of just like, hey man, do you want to play a game that's in a broken state? Do you want to have your character wiped? Are you even into, social sandboxes? This might not be for you. And even now, I know there are people that feel like, oh, I only bought it because Pirate Software played it. And that blows, dude. That super sucks ass.
Nothing can be done.
There's nothing I can do about that shit.
It's just, you're gonna play a game that you like, and people are gonna see it, and they're gonna
want to play it.
That looks fine, and they'll do it. There's no amount of you saying anything.
And it pisses me off because you have this dude that lied through his teeth about investment and lied through his teeth about there being no one above him, and no one's beholden. He's not beholden to anyone. He lied, straight up lied. And now you've got me in our community, and you have everyone in the community that's playing it because they're like, oh man, Thor's playing this and Steven's saying these things and it seems legit. And then we all just got lied to, man. Like that blows ass. That's a shit feel, And like, I wish it played out a different way, but it didn't. And now what do we do with it? Get mad for a couple of days, hopefully play a game that isn't a shit show. That's pretty much all we can do.
Yeah. And like you said, now you're going to be more cautious and be more...
I mean, like
looking at things that you wouldn't normally look. So I mean, that's just
because I'm going to be real with you. I had no idea what UCC was before this. I had no idea how liens worked inside a business. I've got a small grasp of understanding for this, and now I know that if we have a business in the future that is like a game or anything like that, I can go look up the UCC system for their state. I can see if they have any liens on their company. I can see if they have any debtors, any O's, any of that stuff, and I can make a more informed decision about should I actually get involved with this game or not. I didn't know I had that before. I didn't know I had those resources. And that's empowering, but man, does it piss me off. I hate having to do that to just play a goddamn video game, right? Like that's
exactly.
God damn
that is a
it.
little too much work for just something that you just want to enjoy. I guess the main thing is that there is that beauty that we learned all this stuff, but the problem is that the way that I have a friend that articulates it that way. It says like now you lost a little bit of freedom. Like every time it's gonna cross your mind, right? Like this is the steps I need to take to protect myself and my community. The challenge that I see and the hope that I have for this is that from my side, the devs, we are looking at this and not raising our arms saying, that wasn't me, I didn't do that. see, I didn't do that. No. We need to show up with checks and balances and go to the communities and tell them, hey, look, look how we are not that. And we don't like to do that. I'll be honest. From the dev side, we don't like to do that because we feel we are proving ourselves to people. And that's, I think we are in a place right now in the gaming world that we have to do that, and we need to learn to be okay with that. We need to start showing up to communities with checks and balances of our own and saying, here's evidence that I am, in a place that you can trust. Not with like, look how great we are and we're gonna sell fun. No. Like, look, like actually, before I ask you for money, here's an actual demo. And here's like my next 10 steps. And here's my conversations with, like, I think I told you last time, if we get a publisher, one of my constraints for a publisher is I might not get that, right? But my dream is if I have to get a publisher, is that they will agree to show the contract to the world. And they'll probably say no. But that's my dream, to say, I got a publisher because I didn't have a choice. But here is the contract that I signed. This is what you guys are. This is the company that we are. We can do that through a term sheet. And we don't want people's like signature to be public, but we can do a term sheet. Say these are the terms, right? This is how much percentage we give away. These are the rights that we gave away. This is what we did, and this is who you're trusting with to make this game. Be with us if you want to, and if we don't fit your view, then we couldn't fund it any other way, right? If that was the case, that's what I mean by like, if we can learn from this from the dev side, should be, how do we build our own check and balances and show up to communities with asking for trust with evidence without saying, we're just a really cool game, buy my game. That's also not enough anymore.
Invisible Matter, thank you for the 5 gifted, and Dread, thank you for the 10. There was another message that was in chat that was kind of interesting. So, Emerith, you said, shouldn't Steam have done more to an investigation before allowing them to release? I don't think it is fair to pivot blame to Steam as a platform. I don't think it is. Because that is not their job or their role. Their job or role is to allow you as a developer to present your game to the world. They're not going to do deep dives into your investment and everything like that. That does not make sense to put that on Steam. And I think that also dilutes the amount of, I guess, investigation and direction of an argument against Intrepid and specifically Steven's messaging. I think that just dilutes it away. It moves it away to be like, muddying the waters for making it Steam's responsibility. I don't think that's fair or makes sense. I think in this case, the claims that Steam made about it being, no board, not beholden to anyone, all of that shit that he said, and now finding out about a board and suddenly losing control of the company, that's not on Steam. That's on him. And that's on Intrepid as a company. And whatever business deals they made behind closed doors that they never made us privy to that have now collapsed the game.
Yeah, I mean, and something that I don't like to interrupt, but there's one person, of course, trying to bait. That's okay, super cool.
It always will. There's always going to be someone baiting, right?
You're gonna find people like me in this world that we're incredibly passionate about what we're doing, and you're not gonna like that, and that's okay. Like, it's fine. I'm not gonna change who I am to make it less cringe or whatever word you use. It's okay. Like, it's fine. But what I mean is, like, this is the example I was saying earlier. The more you demonize the things that could be good, the more garbage you're gonna get. Because the opposite of me is Steven in AAA.
Yep.
Right? So I'm not saying I'm a good guy, because I am not a good guy. I'm telling you guys today, I'm not a good guy.
He's a villain. Dude, he's actually Palpatine. We've learned that.
I love my child, which is my game, and I will do anything for my child. So that's my number one goal, to make my game a reality. So I'm going to do everything I can to make it real. And if that means that I have to go get a publisher, I don't want to, but if I need to, I will do it, because I love my game and I want to make it happen. But
he sacrifices one viewer a day to make that game real. He does it.
You got to do what you got to do. You can't just let yourself fail because you didn't try all the opportunities. Where I'm trying to go is, like, it's okay to think, oh, it's a little cringy that, they're so passionate about this and that. Just be careful with where that's going to lead you, because you will end up buying, Battlefield 72 and Call of Duty 69 for the rest of your life. It's okay to let a little bit of that weirdness, addiction to making something of high quality, as long as you can validate it. If you can hold me accountable That's what you should do.
No.
But the difference between me and fucking Steve is that you can go to my server and you have 3 times a week, you have a post from me. Maggie is here. She can say you have a post from me with the development of the game, and I've never taken a single dollar from anybody. The other thing is I was in the hospital in ICU twice in the last month. I wrote updates from the hospital.
Why are you like
Twice.
this? Just
The
be in
reason
the
why I'm
hospital,
saying that
man.
is not
I
to,
swear to
it's
God.
not to like self-aggrandize, but it's to tell you there are differences
there's a
between
better way.
people in the
Yeah.
space. Yeah, there's definitely a better way. I shouldn't have done that, but I was bored, and the doctors are too boring. I just wanted to write something.
Man was dying. He still wanted to write.
But the point that I'm trying to say is like there's a distance between other people and me, and there's more people like me than you think. So if you think we're cringy, there's hundreds of us. We just are hard to find.
We're the tip of the
Steam is not
iceberg
gonna-
of the cringe.
Yeah,
That's true.
they're not. Steam is not going to
true.
put my game in front of you if I didn't get lucky enough to meet Thor and do an in December. Nobody would have found me. But the truth is, you go to my server, sit there and see it. We did 3 DAUs back to back, 2 days in a row here, and those DAUs are big posts that we do, and we have questions. I don't know. I before coming here, I was answering questions for 7 hours straight, nonstop, since the moment we posted that to right now. The reason why we do that is because we respect our community. So it's better to find people that, even if they're doing it because they want it, let's say I was doing it because I was I just wanted your adoration. That's better and if I just want your adoration, but I'm actually showing you the freaking results, that's different than saying I don't have a board and then having it.
This is,
one
is
somebody that has an addiction, and another one.
Yeah, after investigating all day, like I started today and I was like, I don't know the truth of any of this, right?
Yeah.
And I was very careful about that. By the end of the day now, I'm like, he's a liar. But we could just, it's quite easy to point it out. We can see that there was investments of some kind. We can see that people are making liens against the company. Those liens against the company, to make one fraudulently, is a felony in the state of California where this operates at. So it's either he's a liar or they're committing multiple felonies from multiple different parties. I'm pretty sure he's a liar. It's just like absurd at that point, and it doesn't make any sense. And at the same time, he's like, "Oh, the board," when he's been telling us the whole time that there's no board, there's no one above him. So that's just lies. He's just been lying, and it makes it. I think the difficult thing, the thing that I will try to tell you guys not to fall into, don't try to chain forward and be like, "Well, if he lied about this, he lied about everything, right?" And all the developers are lying, and all the streamers are lying. You got to stop before that happens. This is provably a lie. Anything beyond this, I got no goddamn idea. The only thing I know as a content creator is I was never paid. I just liked the video game, and Steven lied to all of us. That's it. He lied about this, and I don't know what else he lied about. And hopefully one day we will, but I got no clue. And that shit sucks, because I liked this game, and it's ass to see it go down like this. Yeah.
Yeah, when people show you who they are, your job is to believe them. And, we were told that there was no one else involved, and now we hear that there is. Nothing else matters at this point.
Yep.
Like, I'll ask you an honest question, Thor. If none of this would have happened, everything was okay. The game is okay. Everything is fine. But you would have found out that there's a board. Right?
I would have quit.
You
I would have left immediately.
Right? So
yeah, even if the company was still there, and Steven came out and he's like, "Oh yeah, there's a board of directors. We've had them the whole time." Oops. Like, I would have been like, "Wow, I'm not supporting that anymore, because that means that for the last 10 years of development, you have been lying about you being indie and running it your whole self and bankrolling it yourself." I'd be like, "Wow, that's cool. You've showed me who you are, and I'm out." Like. I'd be like, wow, this is stupid. Bye. Right. And I think if the game wasn't dying, I think people would be like, that's a stupid hill to die on. Right. But every hill is stupid to die on. Don't die on the hill. Just make a decision and move on. Right. That's all you have to do. And my decision 3 days ago was to quit this game because of their moderation. After talking to, in the same channel with Steven and Margaret and hearing their response to me, I'm like, I'm out. That's it. And I didn't have to sit there and die on the hill. I sent an announcement to our guildies because they're the ones who need to know about it. I uninstalled the game and I walked away. And then they blew it up 3 days later, and here we are talking about it. They didn't, like, it's insane, actually. Yeah, don't die on the hill.
Crazy.
Walk away,
Yeah.
you know?
No need. And it's enough. Like Thor is saying, it's enough.
Yeah.
If they lied, nothing else has to happen for you
Yeah.
to say, you know what, that's enough for me. And, you know, there's a million games out there. Every single one of us freaking in the dev space, we're all competing for your dollars, right? We're all trying to find a way to reach you with our game. So don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. It's
Butts
not
and
a big
chairs
deal.
and eyes
Play
on
another
screens, man.
game. Play another
It
game.
is.
It's not
Play a
big
different
deal.
game. Oh, we got ads. We're going to wait on the ads. He heard dollars and arrived. It's true.
Yeah, there you go.
You walked away from Overwatch because they lied to you. Yeah. Overwatch 2? Absolutely. Totally understood. How could you defend a game with scummy monetization plans they had when they were charging for cosmetics without being launched? I spoke out against the charging for cosmetics before launch. I hated that shit. The one thing I will say is that the monetization was not bad because they were talking about doing a $15 a month sub and localizing the price, which is something that I found very positive and not something that we see enough of inside of the world of gaming. Localizing the price, say, for a subscription to people in Brazil, I'm very for that. And that's what they said they were going to do. So, of course, I'm going to support that shit. That's what I wanted. That's what I liked, right? And you could disagree with me on that. That's fine. But, like, you have to understand which things I was for and which things I was against. And you're not going to find that by telling me what they were. You're going to find that by asking. Was AOC a subscription-based game or just one retail price? The intention was eventually it was going to be you could just download the game and pay $15 a month, and the $15 a month would be localized. And that was it. So localized pricing for that. And no box price. So like free, but $15 a month.
Big dreams, though.
Big dreams. Very big dreams. I did like their content creator program stuff that they were doing. I thought that was really smart. I thought that the localizing of subscriptions was really huge. I thought all that was good. And there were some really good ideas in there with some of the systems design, but they just kept fumbling it. They did some weird shit and weird implementation I've never seen before, and I just kept shitting on them for it. You'll have nodes and seasons. The nodes and seasons were awesome. I've actually learned a lot of stuff about what systems I like in video games. I'll be implementing that in block game as we go forward with that. The combat did feel really good. That was probably the shining example of the game, is the combat. Oh, we're back from the ads. Yeah, I hope that makes sense, though. Cool 107. Like, if you want to talk about it, let's talk about it. But, like, you know, it's hard to have a conversation on the internet if you open up with an accusation instead of a question. And if you want to have a conversation with someone, then ask a question. And if you just want to create drama, then make an accusation, right? Now we figured this out. Let's get back to the Nemesis system. Oh, goddamn Nemesis system. Well, I actually have to get back to doing TTS messages because chat has piled up many of them, and I'm an hour over my normal time.
Very fair.
But it's been great having you on again. It's always really nice talking to you, man. And I love the ideas that you have, and I love the feelings that you have about the industry in general and just kind of like in game development. Speaks very inspiring. If you guys don't know, this is Kendall, developer of Shade Protocol. We had them on originally in December. And we had like a 4-hour interview. It's like awesome, actually. Yeah. Technically, you started an hour delayed. True, actually. This is only 11 hours and 35 minutes. I haven't been going for 12 hours. I'm not over time yet.
People
That
are
is true.
saying stay for TTS. Just if you want,
I will be. I will be.
If some TTS are for me, just reach me. I definitely overstayed my welcome. I don't want to keep.
You did
making
not
orders.
overstay your welcome. Not at all.
Feel free to reach out to me or whatever. I'm happy to answer any questions. But no, you guys have been awesome, and I'm just very passionate about this topic. I mean,
Same.
I could sit here quietly and listen in if you want, in case there's something for me. But I won't interrupt anymore. I want you to
No, you're
keep
good.
going with your stream.
No, I think the biggest thing, man, is we're very aligned in a lot of stuff on this, and I always enjoy talking to you about stuff because it's easy to have a conversation, even when we disagree on something. You just have a conversation about it. It's not a big deal, and like that's missing on the internet in many ways. I think a lot of the times the internet now is very bombastic, and you can't have a conversation because if someone disagrees, it's a fight to the death. You know, the knives come out, and you got to go for it. So it's nice, dude. It's super nice, and I think that what you're doing is good. I think that the way that you're running your studio is really good. I think you have really good ideals about game development in general, and also about management and structure, and how to treat your people and everything like this. And it's inspiring as shit. I think it's a really positive thing for the community to see, man.
I appreciate it. I mean, you guys have done, a huge thing for us in our game, so we really appreciate it. And from the side of what we can't say in terms of situations like this, outside of what's happened, I could tell you there are people out there. I mean, I'm in a dev server with, like, I don't know, 40 other devs. There are a lot of people out there that when they see this stuff happen, they just feel embarrassed for, like, we are, when you don't say those devs and these devs, you say devs, right? So we kind of get this, like, I don't know, we get embarrassed for each other when things like this happen, and we just don't know how to deal with it very easily. So there are people out there trying to do right by you, but it's pretty difficult to get to you, very difficult to find you. So I would say, like Thor said earlier, like, don't let the negativity of whatever the hell's going on dissuade you away from other people that are trying to, maybe do something awesome for you. But at the same time, hold us accountable. Don't let us get away with bullshit like this. We don't need to. That's our job. So we appreciate it. I'll just sit here quietly in case there's a question for me, but I don't want to interrupt anymore. You guys are here to see Thor, not me. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and it was awesome.
Dude, always. And thank you for being on. It's always nice to talk to you. And I think it's cool because we learned some weird shit about liens and UCC and crap I didn't know about. It's just an area of business I don't know shit about. And I think it's because I immediately, like, I don't like the world of investment. I don't like the world of financial control over development process. I find that to be generally anti to creativity a lot of the times. It's very rare that turns out in a positive way. And because of that, the moment I formed my corporation, I made it an S Corp, which is a pass-through corporation in which there are no investors. I am the sole shareholder. It lives and dies with me. And that's the way that it works. And that's it. And then I don't have any of those problems. That can never be a problem. That will never be a problem because it structurally cannot actually be that problem, And I think that this is just another example of how devastating screwing that up can be,
But I mean, wouldn't you say, and I keep saying I'm going to leave, but I think it's important for people to understand this
Keep baiting you on.
from your side, because nobody's asking you questions. I want to ask you that question. If you had to change it, if you had to change the S Corp into an LLC, you would just tell everybody, right? I mean, that would be the end of it. Let's say
you mean for like investment?
Well, no, maybe not necessarily that. Maybe you want to give some, I don't know, let's say you make a product, like a game, and that game, you want to give a little bit of that incentive. You don't have to do that because you have an S Corp. It doesn't matter. But I'm just making a bad example here. If you want to give, I don't know, every one of your mods 1% of the revenue of your game, which you can still do in an S Corp, but let's say you decide to do an LC to give them a little bit of that. Let's say you wanted to do that in a structure that is different from what you have today. You would just tell everybody, and that would be the end of it. Nobody's going to say, oh, but, Thor is changing into evil Palpatine ways. He's just...
No,
Thor
it'd be easy to do,
law.
because, like, to be real with you, if you're doing it to do, like, a split or a share with your staffers, you just go, hey, we're going to change the corporate structure because we want the staff members to be shareholders, and we want them to get a dividend. Done. Mm-hmm. No problems, right? But, like, the idea of hiding for all of these years that they're investors, the idea of claiming that it's all self-funded, the idea of claiming all of this shit, along the way, and then suddenly be like, the board of directors has stolen from me. Like, what fucking board, dude? Like, that's the shock. That's the shock and awe right there, is like, everyone's like, wait, what? Wait, what? Right? Like, that's
crazy.
That's, what does he mean by board? Right? Like, that's the whole thing. Yeah.
Very unexpected. But yeah, I mean, I think that the point to me remains that, if you had to do anything for the betterment of what you're doing, you would just tell people, and that will be enough. And nobody's going to be like, oh, look at this guy changing his ways. No, you're explaining yourself, and you're not less for that. The assumption that you have to hide it is where the evil lies. That's where there's evil. But anyway, if I keep here, I'll keep yapping. So I'll just mute. I'm here. Thank you so much.
All right, man.
Really appreciate you. So,
well, you have a good day. I got to chew through 43 TTSs.
Go ahead. I'll be quiet here. Thank
I've
you.
started
Fraud
hitting the
Revan
button.
86
Thank
with
you very
500
much.
bits said, Thor, do you like Star Trek?
I do.
If you do, there is a new roguelike Star Trek game coming out this February 18th called Star Trek Voyager, Across the Unknown, and if you want to give it a look, here is its link. Incoming https://store.steam.
I've discovered it. Where is this? It's a roguelike Star Trek game? What the shit? That's not what I expected. That's kind of cool. Oh, dude, it's like FTL, too. All right. All right, I'm in. Okay. You know, honestly, I'd play the shit out of that. That's going on the list. No, I dig that. I dig that a lot, actually. Yeah. I actually really dig that. I like Star Trek a lot. I really do. I really, really do. I'm going to turn on music. We need the music. Also, by the way, to be clear, I am not discussing Ashes tomorrow. I'm going to put the video out when the editor finishes it, and I'm going to walk away. I don't want to deal with this shit anymore. This pisses me off, and I'll just be angry. I don't want to be angry every day, and I am angry. So, gonna leave it alone. Yeah, no more AOC for anyone, ever. That's the problem. Yeah, we had a whole day of it, and I think that's what it needed, man. I think that was the respectful thing to do of like, okay, this was a big part of our lives of the last many years. Let's deal with it and then walk away. There's a chance a private server gets made? Doubtful, to be real with you. Especially now with the way that they architected it. So. My crab! Can I mine it? I can't mine it. I'm not doing enough damage now. Get all out now, don't be say salty all week. Dude, agreed. Agreed. Super agreed, man.
Faxoran with 500 bits said morning to you, Thor, or is it evening? Either way, I Faxoran bid you well. Well, going to make this short as I need to hightail it to bed soon. My nights have been pretty restless. I keep getting this dream where I am swimming in an ocean of orange soda. Turns out it was just a fantasy.
Fantasy? God damn it.
Jay Psycho said, Thor, will you address the accusations you are being paid by Big Ferret? Specifically, Frog, Toad, Chili, Milo, and Big Mike. The public demands answers, Kappa.
I have indeed been paid by Big Ferret, mostly through bites on the ankle in which I get to scream. Because that's what they do. Because the big ones always do that. I don't know why they bite the ankles, but that's what they do. They're monsters. Goblin creations. Actual monsters, dude.
Nico Spud said, salutations, Thor, Lord of the Seven Ramsticks. I am sad to hear about the state of Intrepid and the demise of Ashes, but not exactly shocked to see it go.
Same.
Thank you for introducing me to such an amazing group of people to play games with.
Dude.
Go Layman, Seer, Tix, C. Ven, and many more. My question to you, Thor, is: if beer is liquid bread, is a glass of beer an inverted Wellington?
It'd have to be sealed. It'd have to be sealed. It's not sealed, so it's a sandwich. Because the glass is a layer, and the beer is a layer. If it's just the beer, it's a soup.
Mr. Dabalina89 with 500 bits said the birth of Skynet has been brought forward.
Good.
A few days ago, an open source AI agent called Maltbot, OpenClaw, was released that is capable of performing tasks with a high degree of autonomy. There is even a Reddit clone, Maltbook.com, run by AI agents, with a total of 100,000 discussing optimization measures and much more.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that's really interesting about Maltbook is it feels like a LARP to me. It feels like there's a lot of chatbots that are effectively LARPing in different things and LARPing as if they were cognizant, but in the way it feels to me is in reality, it's just a bunch of chatbots spewing out chatbot shit. We've seen that in the past. I remember wild articles in the past of like, oh man, these two chatbots have become sentient. It's like, no, they were just spitting gibberish at each other. You know, so like, I think it's easy to futurism that shit, but that's not AGI. It's a powerful search engine. Searching shit while another powerful search engine is searching shit based on what it just said. You know? Also, it's just a REST server. You can just push whatever you want onto it, so you don't even know if those are real bots. It's quite funny.
Tory Kitch with 500 bits said, as I live in a part of the country that can't see the northern light, so to see the northern lights, all I have to do is stand up too fast. Sometimes I even get a total eclipse.
Don't do that. It's not good for you.
Overlord Lopacker said, stories like Ashes just reinforce my view that early access needs to be stopped in general.
No.
While there are some good stories, most of the time games seem to just never finish and don't need to, as they already got paid.
I think that's the exact wrong to take from this. Legitimately. I think instead of trying to punish every developer and everyone out there that makes anything, you throw the baby out with the bathwater. Make it about what Steven has said here. Steven has said here specifically, control of the company has shifted away from me, and the board began directing actions that I could not ethically agree with or carry out. The whole time he was saying the buck stops with him. No one was above him. There's no one he answers to. Suddenly there's a board. That's the problem. Not early access. Not, getting the game in alpha. Steven lying about investments. Steven lying about who held the reins in this project. That's the problem. And if you try to dilute it into anything else, you are taking focus away of the actual problem here, which is this.
Wick Mike with 500 bits said the board was a dartboard with random responses that they could throw a dart at to answer the various questions and reports sent to them by the community. This is the only thing I can think on how they can give such horrible responses.
The dartboard method kind of works, yeah, maybe.
More 1hunt3R said, and now for something completely different.
Oh?
It was Terano Fuji's retirement ceremony this weekend. Saw my first comedy sumo as part of it, which was hilarious. Would never have known about Midnight Sumo on Twitch if you hadn't recommended them.
They're so good. Midnight Sumo's amazing. I'm glad you got into it, man. 100%.
Silver_Wolf_official with €5 said, hi Thor, I appreciate everything you do for Brazilians. I hope other studios look to Brazil like you did. God bless you, my friend.
You're awesome, dude. Thank you very, very much. Brazil is a powerhouse. Don't sleep on it. Localize your prices. Localize your game. Localize it in Brazilian Portuguese. They will thank you for it.
Mitsunari with 500 bits said, I'm scared for Division 3 with Ubisoft's plans for those creative houses and the layoffs and studio closures they enunciate.
Same. I love the Division. Division 1 and Division 2 are some of my favorite games that I've ever played. And the idea of Division 3 terrifies me because that's just awful. Like, to be honest with you, to see the way that they're running that now. And yeah, let me get that one reported up. There you go. Boop.
Lukewarm Skelly said, sucks to hear about AOC. However, since you've mentioned Division 2, have you tried the hardcore character yet?
No, I've not played hardcore on it, mostly because, I'm going to be real with you, shit in Division 2 kills you in bullshit ways sometimes. Like, you'll be rolling up on a 4-star with a bunch of mods going on, and then suddenly, like, you just die. And you're like, oh, alright. And, like, that's not a fun environment for hardcore. Like, it really is not, so, no.
Karamak with 500 bits said, as someone mentioned in passing, the City of Heroes Homecoming server went through a lot of hoops to talk to NC Soft and get their blessing a few years back.
That's cool.
And they've just kind of continued to develop the game as a free MMO like you do with Block Game.
That's cool.
To pay for it, once a month they open donations until they hit the goal, and then they close the donations for that month. They also post their monthly finances to show that they are making no profit.
That's huge. No, that's really cool. Can you send me links for that over in the Discord? That'd be fantastic. Thank you. Like, straight up.
Ross Light with 500 bits said, find the new game of the year, Riz in the Dungeon.
Riz in the Dungeon? Bro, what? Ugh. You're not mad at Steven, you're just disappointed? No, I'm mad at Steven. Don't mix that shit up. That's called being mad. Yeah, I'm not just disappointed, I'm mad. That piece of shit lied. He lied hard enough that I'm mad. It's not easy to get me that mad, but I'm mad. Like, Yeah, I'm mad and disappointed. I'm both, and I'm fine with that. Mad, I'm tired, I'm disappointed. And I was already disappointed before, enough that I quit the game 3 days ago, and then I had to come back to do this shit. So I'm double mad. I got woken up 3 hours before I should have woken up because he did this. I'm mad. Double mad. Triple mad even. Butt mad. Butt status rustled, dude. Entirely. Big mad.
Popita _ with 500 bits said, any idea on why?
Any idea why that I'm so mad? Because Steven lied. Suddenly there's a board of directors. There's a board. When before it was, the entire narrative was that there was none. That he's bankrolling it himself.
Popita _ with 500 bits said, sorry for typo. One sad side of the guild being gone is how I never got you to rename the Ministry of Truth to the Goblin Chat and Heresy Quadrant. Also am wondering if the board is actually bank reps of Steven needed to take out a load and could not repay.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the UCC filings, that was the thing we were talking about, is the 2 liens that were put against the company from pretty dubious sources. And I think that's the problem, right? I think that's the biggest thing with that, is we need to just wait and find out where all these pieces land. I think it sucks, man. With that in mind, I'm going to be repurposing the entire Discord, not today, but likely tomorrow when I wake up. I will be deleting all of the channels that have anything to do with Ashes of Creation. I'll be doing a full purge and then taking all of that and rebuilding the Discord around another game that we can play together. I don't know if it's going to be Final Fantasy XIV or Guild Wars 2 or maybe other things. It may actually just be a rotating MMO server for us, where it is the actual pirates are able to play a bunch of different games together, and I just structure it around that. And I'm not quite sure which one it's going to be. If it is that, that'll be quite cool. And understand something is our primary Discord has like 150,000 people in it. So we could do it over there, but I think a lot of people like going to the actual Pirates Discord because it is focused specifically on a game they play together. You know, you should archive it. I don't want to archive that shit. I don't need to hold on to all of that shit. Data hoarding this is not valuable, right? It's a valueless thing to do. I'd rather just move on, you know? Yeah, just exterminate us and move on. Crabby XP waste. God damn it. Yeah, we don't need that data. Game is gone. It's not worth it. Just nuke it. You know, kill all of it, please. I will be killing all of it. So you can expect that. Yeah, just kill it and move on. I'm going to be deleting all the roles and everything and like kind of going from there. We're just going to do a scorched earth reset. But I will probably set up sections in there for, at the very least, Final Fantasy XIV and Guild Wars 2. Those will be the big ones. I'll set up a role system like we have in the primary Discord where you select the roles that you want for the games that you're interested in. And we'll just go from there. And I think that that'll be kind of fun, as the actual Pirates Discord can be the focused gaming Discord for our primary Discord. And the primary Discord can be the learning Discord for that, you know. And maybe we have some games over in the primary Discord and mostly MMOs on the actual Pirates. I don't know. Whatever it's going to be. So we'll talk about that. We'll see what it's going to be. Because there are 10,000 people on the actual Pirates Discord, and there's 150,000 people in the primary Discord. So it is the offshoot Discord. It's our, you know, weird satellite Discord. But I want to do something to support it.